Chapter 351 Infiltrating Konoha's cannon fodder class, encountering Kushina, and quickly slipping away. Naruto forced some information out of the boy, and then clapped his hands to let the reincarnated ninja torture the boy over and over again. After being on the verge of death again and again, he would recover. After being tortured, Naruto would always ask a random question. If he found that the boy's answer was not the same as what he said just now, it would be another round of torture. In this evil god altar, time passes much slower than in reality. So he asked again and again, and tortured again and again, until the boy stopped telling a lie. In a sense, the boy did not lose out. He saved his life and got cruel practical training, even if he was crushed unilaterally. The most important thing is that he did not lose out. He saved his life, which is more important than anything else. As a price, he has been replaced by someone else. Naruto used the transformation technique to transform into the boy's appearance. The man was about the same height as Naruto, and there was basically no difference. After wandering around and making sure it was safe, he went straight to Konoha. He returned the procedures and entered the gate smoothly. He silently followed what the man said and returned the task first. The boy's name is Bian, a civilian ninja. After the team completed the mission, they were attacked, and he was the only one who escaped back. All dead. The fat man in the mission management office glanced at the blood on Naruto's body, and then looked down at the blood-stained mission scroll. Bian, right? Go over there to register. Oh, okay. Naruto glanced around, and it was similar to the second floor of the Hokage building in his impression. The round room like a gourd, behind the small official of the management office is an arc-shaped floor-to-ceiling window, and the whole second floor is brightly lit. Naruto can even see the indifferent expression on the small official's face, and wrinkles squeezed out from his disdain. During this period of time, death is too normal. Konoha went to war with the major ninja villages, and both sides were very fierce and refused to give in. One of the 5 people in Class B13 will be saved and transferred to Class C17. The fat white small official was still making a joke, not even looking at Naruto, but just a civilian ninja. Not enough talent, not enough family background. He can't be Minato Namikaze, and he can't be in the eyes of a senior ninja. There is no use value except for struggling to complete the mission. The status of civilian ninjas is not high. If it is peacetime, Chunin still has some value. But now is not a peaceful time. Although it is not a wartime, it is also a special period. There are constant frictions between Konoha and the 2 major countries of Sand Village and Rock Village. Cloud Village also stepped in to persuade them some time ago. The main thing is a fight, and the Kirigakure village also participated. There are frictions between the 5 major countries every day, and the smell of gunpowder is extremely strong. If you don't pay attention, a war between the major countries will break out at any time. Once a war breaks out, the 5 major countries will have to join the war without any accident. However, it will not break out for a while. It can only be said that the young man Bian is unlucky. He ran into the Yinbai ninja of the Hidden Grass Village and was ambushed. The ninjas of the Hidden Grass Village grew up wildly, and there were almost no decent ninjutsu in the village. They could only steal ninjutsu everywhere like a little zebra. It is obvious that it doesn't get along with anyone, but if the 5 major countries really attack it, the grass country will definitely be the first to kneel down gently. However, these things between the big countries have nothing to do with Naruto for the time being. He got a fake identity and came to check the information. He had to find a way to get into the medical class. However, he didn't know medical ninjutsu, and now he has been transferred from the fallen Class B13 to Class C17. It's too late to change now, and this is not something he can decide. He can only settle for the second best and find a compromise. The moment he walked out of the Hokage building, the sunlight hit him like a blade. Naruto stood inside the yin-yang line and squinted his eyes. Since he couldn't join the medical class, he would capture a female ninja from the medical class to be an insider. Naruto didn't have any burden for this. This is not a peaceful time. Nothing on him will leave a trace. When he leaves, a drop of sweat will disappear with it. He is now a Chunin boy, Kitahiko. You can deduct his merits as much as you want. Thinking of this, Naruto was instantly relieved. God knows, the earth knows, and I know. It's so happy to travel through time and space. After pausing on both sides of the street, Naruto couldn't tell the road apart. After hesitating for a long time, he tentatively walked towards an alley. After taking the wrong road several times, he finally returned to the home of the young boy Bian. It was called a home, but it was just a low grocery room. It was dark, damp, and poor. Fortunately, Bien was an orphan, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered by his family. It saved some worries and he could have a good rest. But Naruto was not picky. He boiled water for a bath and slept when he should. As a ninja, there was nothing he couldn't endure. He could live in a well-decorated house, and he could also live in a dark and damp small room like this. After waking up naturally, he sorted out his current situation. He is now a civilian ninja Bien, transferred to class C17. Civilian ninjas like him are very common. They survived and were transferred to another temporary class. Brothers with good luck get together, and after running in, they become new partners. Thinking of this, Naruto glanced at the old green vests on the wall. A little bit of blood could be vaguely seen, and he couldn't help but spit. Damn will of fire, is that old man the third generation so stingy? He didn't even give out a piece of clothing. The third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen actually didn't know these things. There were powerful dragons entrenched inside the village, and outsiders were eyeing them covetously. His mind was on the general direction every day, balancing the forces inside and outside the village. All day long, he was either smoking or sitting at his desk reviewing the documents handed in by the lower level. The old man was not completely blinded by old age, and was in his prime. Strong and clear-headed, he was like an old wolf or an eagle. When he went out, the weather was a little gloomy. Konoha was a little unfamiliar, but fortunately the layout had not changed too much. Except for some changes in the details of the alleys, the location of the Hokage building and the Konoha hospital had not changed. He couldn't go anywhere with his current identity, and the most urgent thing was to eat something first. Even if his companions died in battle, he didn't worry about anyone recognizing him. After using the transformation technique, he even wore Bien's clothes. By the way, he also searched the place where Bien hid his money, and found only 10,000 taels. When he found Bien's savings, he was still a little confused. 10,000 taels? Even though he entered the evil god altar and tortured Bien several times, he cried and begged for mercy but didn't tell where the other money was hidden. Damn it! Are you kidding? Even though the current prices are relatively low, a bowl of ramen only costs 15 taels, which is obviously not enough for Naruto to spend. Although he didn't have the habit of spending money lavishly, he still planned to get close to a medical female ninja. But now this little money is definitely not enough. The clothes on his body are also old, and the place he lives in is a bit shabby. Could it be that he relies on his appearance? But the problem is that the boy he chose has an ordinary appearance. It's too late to regret, Naruto has no choice. He slurped up the Ichiraku ramen, and then gulped down the noodle soup. There was finally a warmth in his stomach, and his lower abdomen swelled up. He lowered his head and touched his belly, then looked at the man who made his belly big. Naruto muttered and complained in a low voice that the young Ichiraku's appearance was really unbeatable. Which Otsutsuki mother tree fell in love with him and gave birth to the cute little Ayam. Who knew that his mumbling scene happened to be seen by Ichiraku, who thought that the customer had an opinion, and immediately teleported over and asked nervously. Dear customer, is the ramen not to your taste? Naruto was startled by Ichiraku's big face and wanted to deny it subconsciously. Speaking from the heart, the ramen soup is rich and the portion is full. Sorry, if the customer is not satisfied, can I give you a free ticket for one day? Hearing this, Naruto swallowed the words he was about to say. He coughed, nodded solemnly, and said. There are indeed some things that I am not satisfied with, for example, this ramen. Looking at Naruto's hesitant and sighing look, Shoudiel felt even more guilty. At this time, there were few people in the store. He thought that maybe there were too many people just now, and the ramen was late, and the taste changed. This customer couldn't bear to say it out loud, he was really kind. I'll give you another ramen ticket. No, no. How can I accept it? Naruto looked guilty and opened his mouth. It's all because my taste is too unique, I don't deserve to eat ramen. Shoudiel was stunned. He had seen difficult customers, but never such a kind customer. This is a free meal for half a month. Please be sure to take it. Isn't this bad? Welcome to visit next time. Shoudiel sent Naruto away with a smile on his face. Walking on the road, Naruto counted the free meals in his hand and estimated that it was enough for a month of free meals, and he smiled happily. I'm afraid I have to be frugal during this period, saving and spending. When Shoudiel is free, it is indeed like this, his brain is a little twitchy. Maybe this is the pursuit of craftsmen, and Naruto has no guilt. He took the ramen and took it away. He planned to meet with a few teammates who were as lucky as him. Let's see if these people who escaped from death are really good. It's like having 3 heads and 6 arms. Class C17, probably 4 or 5 people. It doesn't matter, no one is as good as me. I'll just try to get by. It's more important to find information. There are still many taboos to study in Konoha at this time. As he was thinking, Naruto didn't pay much attention when he walked, and bumped into someone at a corner with a bang. Fortunately, the other party was also very agile, and stood firm after swaying for a while. He rubbed his forehead and said ouch, looking at Naruto, and said unhappily. You are so old, don't you look at the road when you walk? It sounded like a girl with a rather fierce personality. Naruto looked up apologetically, but he was stunned when he saw the person clearly. What's wrong with you? Are you stupid? Little Pepper is as her name suggests. Kushina rubbed her head, thinking what happened today. It's okay to lose money, but why did she run into a fool when she went out, and bumped into someone without apologizing? Oh, sorry. Naruto bent over 90 degrees, feeling a little guilty. When he met his real mother on the street, he felt physically and psychologically uncomfortable. He wanted to run away after apologizing, feeling a little guilty, and didn't want to be associated with Minato and his wife. Why are you running? Kushina grabbed Naruto. I dropped money. Naruto spoke without thinking. Kushina's pupils dilated slightly, looking at Naruto with a look of surprise, and said with a sound of hey. What a coincidence, I also dropped money today. But I didn't pick up any money either, how about you let me go, next time I pick up money, I'll give you half. Naruto wanted to run, and said anxiously. The money you picked up is naturally yours, why do you want to give me half? Kushina pulled Naruto's clothes and didn't let go, still arguing, hey, why do you look like you want to run? No. Naruto really wanted to run away and didn't want to stay here any longer. I thought Konoha was so big, and the identity I used was just a civilian ninja. No matter what, I couldn't run into the Minato couple, after all, they were not ninjas of the same level. His purpose was simple and direct, which was to check the information and get it. In line with the principle that a thief never leaves empty-handed, he would look at whatever he could find, since he couldn't take anything away from this time and space anyway. Then he would look at some things and remember them in his mind. However, he didn't dare to change the fate of the main characters, because it would be embarrassing if he did it to himself. So he especially didn't want to contact the fathers of the second generation, especially the Minato couple who were directly related to his original body. If he could avoid seeing them, he would not see them. Strange. Kushina muttered, but still let go of Naruto. Naruto was as if pardoned, and he quickly slipped away. He calmed down in a small alley, and then patted his chest with the green vest of the Chunin and breathed a sigh of relief. He walked along the main street of Konoha for a while and entered the ninja school. The Hokage building is not a place that everyone can go to, at least his class C17 is not qualified to gather there. Even if the partners meet, they can only meet in the abandoned classroom of the ninja school. When he went upstairs, he was still thinking about how to get close to the medical class, thinking about whether to get hurt and sneak in. When he looked up, he was already at the door of the abandoned classroom. Pushing the door open. To his surprise, there were 4 people standing inside, 3 men and 1 girl. The 3 men looked equally ordinary, and like Kitahiko, they were all cannon fodder Chunin. But the only one standing there, the girl, made Naruto stunned for a moment. What attracted him was not the girl's face that looked like Nohara Rin, but the white cross armband on her right arm. He remembered that Sakura also had one, which seemed to be something for medical team members. With a gulp, Naruto looked at the girl's armband and swallowed his saliva. Who would have thought that the pillow would be handed to him just when he was dozing off? Naruto's action also fell into the eyes of the 3 boys, and they sneered in their hearts. They thought that this person looked ordinary, but they didn't expect that he was so shameless. In broad daylight, swallowing saliva at the girl. Pah! Disgusting! I swallowed it secretly. It's not their fault. In this day and age, the cannon fodder Chunin team is in danger of losing their jobs. Suddenly, a beautiful medical ninja girl came, and no one could withstand this test. Ahem, since everyone is here, let's introduce ourselves. A boy who looked a little mature said, I'll go first, my name is Yamashiro Nobi. Chapter 352, the depressed Konoha village, now Nohara, whose psychological defenses were broken by the war. Naruto didn't quite understand the relationship between the big and small families in Konoha, but he also knew that there was a family called the Yamashiro clan. The young and strong in the clan would not enter the cannon fodder class under normal circumstances. It's a bit too much to call it a cannon fodder class. After all, the cannon fodder class Chunin can't be equipped with medical ninjas are very popular these days, and one less is one. Due to the long friction and war, the casualty rate of ninjas has been infinitely increased, and medical ninjas can preserve the manpower to a great extent. Although ninjas are indeed consumables, medical ninjas are not. While he was distracted, the other two also introduced themselves. One was called Shuxia and the other was called something like Noma. Civilian ninjas don't deserve to have surnames these days. It was much easier when it was Naruto's turn. Bien, I just escaped from death. Several boys looked at Naruto's laughing face, and saw that there were still blood spots on his green vest that couldn't be washed off, and they immediately felt a little apprehensive. He still looked so shabby after escaping from death, most likely he had a serious illness. The girl also spoke, my name is Nohara now, and I'm a medical ninja for the time being. The word for the time being was used very subtly. Naruto looked at her and cast a puzzled look. The latter smiled generously and explained. After the genin exam, he transferred to the medical class. Medical ninjutsu is not very good. After hearing this, Naruto understood. This situation is not uncommon. After all, medical ninjas are in a safer situation and will not be killed even if they go to war. To put it bluntly, he is a half-baked person who does not want to be cannon fodder. He has a little talent for medical ninjutsu, and then resolutely joined the medical class and became a non-staff member. He took a look at Nohara now openly and found that her wrist guard was badly worn. It turned out that she was a halfway person. It is estimated that she was still doing tasks a few days ago, and she came back to join the medical class directly. The surname Nohara is still famous in the village, but it is a small family. However, Naruto did not care too much. What he was thinking about now was how to get the information. This thing is not like fighting and killing. Even if you use force, you must find the right person. What's more, Konoha is now in a deep water, and people are watching from all directions. If you jump out too much, you will be easily detected, and you will lose more than you gain. After all, who can believe that someone who invaded Konoha just to find some useless information? And Naruto didn't want to cause any trouble. After all, his parents were also in Konoha. He accidentally ran into Kushina, but luckily he didn't recognize her. He didn't have any feelings for Minato Namikaze and Kushina, he just didn't want to be affected. If something unexpected happened, his body couldn't be born. Then, he didn't do meaningless things, it was easier to do things with a clear purpose, and there were not so many constraints. More importantly, people should recognize their own position. He knew very well that his current identity was an invader, and stealing some information was not a problem. But if he had a brain twitch and wanted to provoke Danzo, that would be a real disaster. Danzo's current status in the village is the right-hand man of the third generation and the hero of Konoha. Putting aside all the messy thoughts, Naruto has basically confirmed his target. Nohara now is also a wild way who changed his career halfway, and it is estimated that he can't get in touch with the core information. However, it is a stepping stone after all, and it is definitely right to establish a good relationship. He looked up and silently glanced at the three Chunins. Except for the Chunin from the Yamashiro clan, the other two were basically small fry. After the introduction, the few people dispersed. There is no mission, and there is no fancy collective training. Just do what you should do. You don't know when you will have to take a high-risk mission again, so don't waste each other's time. Save when you should save and spend when you should spend. Others will die, but the money will still be there. Leaving the ninja school, the few people went their separate ways. Naruto saw the two small fry teammates eagerly pestering Nohara now and constantly creating topics. Probably saying something like sending her back, the girl's face did not show any impatience, but her smile and behavior were polite and distant. Naruto glanced at Yamashiro Nobita not far away. He looked gentle and gentle. He rolled up his sleeves, glanced in the direction where Nohara now and the other two left, and then put them back. When he turned around, he glanced at Naruto again, nodded at him, and left alone in another direction. Sure enough, people from big families have different styles. They still maintain this elegance in this chaotic cannon fodder class, but it is probably not a lucky person to be assigned to this place. After leaving the ninja school, Naruto smiled and prepared to use the money in his hand to exchange for a set of clothes. The premise of being decent is to rely on clothes. This tattered image is indeed difficult to make people feel good. With Bion's ordinary face, without clothes to support him, Naruto has no way to get close to Nohara now. Although it is said that a good cook cannot cook without rice, you have to set up a pot first. That dress, the inside. Naruto looked up and bought 2 sets of clothes in the ready-made clothing store with a small amount of money. The color is darker. First, it is convenient to move and not so high profile and eye-catching. Second, these 2 sets of clothes are discounted. He has no money and can only make do with it. He can't wear a green vest everywhere. 1,300 taels, said the boss. How much? Naruto was shocked. Your clothes are made of gold, right? Are the buttons all silver or the needles and threads made of chakra black iron? For this price, go out and look around. The village doesn't have the energy to supply clothes now. The boss was not afraid. Just tell me if you want it or not. Of course I want it, pay. He stared at the boss, paid the money and left without saying anything. After buying the clothes, Naruto's money was instantly reduced by 1/10. He was too lazy to argue with the boss. If it was a fair price, it would be fine. If he was ripped off, he wouldn't have to worry about money during this period. Anyway, he was lawless. It's cheap to eat in Konoha during this period. It's probably because it's a war preparation period, and priority is given to supply daily food and drink. He was not sure about the price of clothes, so he would ask someone when he had a chance. He was too lazy to go back to the dark and damp den to change clothes, so he just found a corner to change clothes. The old clothes were thrown into the garbage dump, and the new clothes were not conspicuous, but at least they were much fresher. After a round, Naruto found a store selling ninja tools. He went straight to the wristband. He only had a few thousand taels in his hand and could not afford anything. The fastest way to break the ice in a relationship is to give gifts, but you have to give gifts that others can accept. Naruto is very experienced in giving gifts. He found that Nohara Nao's wristband was rotten after a glance. The other party did not look like someone who was too short of money. According to her, she joined the medical class halfway. It may be due to family resources or it may be due to her own efforts. It doesn't matter. Medical ninjas don't need wristbands very much. On the contrary, wristbands will get in the way. But Nohara Nao still kept the wristband, probably because she missed her previous mission ninja career. No matter if she was reluctant to part with the old wristband or forgot to take it off, for Naruto, the wristband was the most suitable gift. It would be impolite to buy it any more expensive, and he couldn't afford it. He picked a wristband worth 1,000 taels, and paid for it without blinking. The quality was above average, and the price was not too outrageous, but it was definitely a good product. The changes in Konoha were not too big, and he wandered around the street twice to determine the location of Konoha Hospital. He looked up at the sky and estimated that it was not time yet, so he found a place to sleep. When he woke up again, the afternoon sun was a little dimmer. He estimated that he had dozed off for 2 hours, and it was still early for Konoha Hospital to get off work, and he didn't know whether it was 996 or something. Anyway, he guessed that with Nohara Nao's personality, she would definitely stay in the hospital if she changed her job halfway. Sakura was like this at the beginning, saying that she would not feel at ease if she didn't practice for a while. The wristband was thrown into the sealed space, and he walked forward along the streets of Konoha. On the way, he also saw the Uchiha guards, with a face full of arrogance and impatience. You over there, stealing, right? If you make a move again, I'll knock you all out. It's that bunch of orphans making trouble again, and they can't live in peace. There was a lot of noise over there, and Naruto was half a street away from the crowd, so he quickly avoided it. He didn't want to get involved in trouble, so he just took a detour. The Uchiha had a bad reputation, but the reputation of doing a job like the guards would not be very good. What's more, the Uchiha was arrogant. In their eyes, there would be no Konoha without the Uchiha. But now, as one of the 2 cornerstone families of Konoha, the Uchiha is doing this kind of dog-like work. They are definitely not convinced, and their attitude naturally becomes bad. This is a conspiracy of the top leaders. The demise of the Uchiha has long been doomed, whether they choose to rebel or not. Someone has already written a script for them, and they are destined to be exterminated. After all, Sasuke is his brother, beloved relative, and Naruto deeply regrets this. Then he walked away silently, respecting the fate of others. The Uchiha are all crazy people, and only crazy people will reason with crazy people. When he arrived at the Konoha hospital, he didn't go up, but sat down and waited slowly. Time passed little by little, and his stomach was already hungry. Naruto was not impatient, as the saying goes, good wines rely on strength, and rains break bananas. Good things take time, not to mention the art of chatting up. The first time I came too early because I had no experience, I just waited. This wait lasted until the moon rose on the branches, and he began to regret pretending to be cool. Looking at the sentry at the door, he wondered whether he should get along with the sentry before leaving. The next time he talked to Nohara now, the sentry would inadvertently reveal that he had been waiting here for a long time. His purpose was to gain trust and deepen the relationship. Naturally, he went there with a utilitarian mindset and didn't do meaningless things. It is said that thieves never leave empty-handed, and geese leave traces when they pass by. I have to leave some traces. Just as he was about to get up, a person suddenly appeared in the dark place at the other end of the old Konoha hospital. It was none other than now Nohara. Her steps were not steady, and she saw Naruto only when she got closer. But from her perspective, this was the teammate she met at noon, Kitahiko, who had an ordinary appearance. Although his appearance was not outstanding, he was also a pleasing type. He was tall and had a slightly straight nose. Now Nohara heard a secret from the female senior in the medical class. You can tell by his nose at noon. She looked at Naruto twice more because of this. There was no reaction on her face, but she felt a little strange in her heart. Before leaving, she politely declined the two teammates who claimed to send her back to Konoha Hospital. She felt indifferent and troublesome. Her impression of Naruto also flashed by and soon became blurred. For her, teammates were not very important. She was the only one in the previous team who survived the death and came back. After calming down for 2 days, she relied on her family's connections to join the medical class. The passion had long gone cold, and now she only felt cold towards the cruel ninja world. Someone outside was maliciously sniping at the Konoha ninjas. If they were powerful jonins, they would not be afraid. But they were just a group of genin, temporarily promoted to chunin. The passion of the boys and girls calmed down again after their teammates sacrificed themselves to the heavens. She had escaped death without much hesitation. It happened that the village vigorously promoted medical and health courses in the ninja school, almost forcing every student to master the most basic self-rescue and first aid knowledge, and the medical class was also opened. A few ninjas who have more sophisticated chakra control but no medical background can be allowed to change careers and transfer from ordinary ninjas to the medical class to study and practice. Of course, there is no salary for this, and it is completely voluntary. After the casualty rate of medical ninjas is much lower than that of ordinary cannon fodder ninjas. Nohara now's heart had long been numb, and she followed the family's arrangement and entered the medical class to start studying. She must master the most basic medical knowledge in this short half-month period, otherwise even Hashirama can't keep her. The crazy internal role of learning pressure and the collapse of her 3 views after the bloody baptism of war made her hide herself. To the outside world, she always showed herself as a gentle female ninja. She was numb, painful, and twisted behind her back. The sense of depression climbed from the tip of her heart to her atrium, pinching her trachea so that she couldn't breathe, and she felt inexplicably disgusted with all the hypocritical things around her. The strong sense of indulgence hit her nerves again and again, and she was forced to suppress it every time. If she collapsed at this time, all her efforts would be in vain. When she saw Naruto, she was just a little surprised. But soon she felt a little disgusted, thinking about why you guys are thinking about me. The war on the front line was tight, and the more so, it meant that the ninjas might go to the battlefield at any time. In this suspenseful time, everyone is under great pressure. It would be fine if a fight broke out, but there is no definite news. Who knows how long the next fight will last, who will be spared and who will have to go to the battlefield. The atmosphere has been suppressed for a long time, and the ninjas in the village naturally have lowered their needs. Abandoning higher spiritual pursuits, they think about eating, drinking, and other things. Everyone is very depressed, men and women want to indulge. But most people have a string in their hearts, and not many people really do this kind of thing. I remember you are Bian. Nohara now smiled gently, and the more irritable she was in her heart, the calmer she looked on the surface. Are you waiting for me? What's the matter? The words were gentle, but they sounded different. He clearly saw that there was no smile in Nohara Nao's eyes. Well, I saw your wristband was broken this afternoon. Naruto stopped in front of her and reached out to hand over a new wristband, for you. Chapter 353 Impure Purpose Love War, Silently Won, Nohara Nao's Quiet Defeat. What? Nohara Nao was stunned. She stared at the purple wristband in Naruto's hand and was speechless. She felt a little depressed for a while, and complex emotions surged into her mind. She thought Naruto was waiting here to talk, and didn't think he had any good intentions. She cursed in her heart and was about to perfunctorily deal with him. Who knew that he took out a wristband with his backhand and put it in his palm cleanly? Only then did she have the mind to carefully look at Naruto, or to be more precise, to look at Bian's appearance. His ordinary face was actually more pleasing to the eye, and he was quite tall. This is the charm of Krypton Gold, the blessing effect. When most people have nothing to praise, they will think of their height. Not bad, quite tall. Naruto didn't care. When he saw now Nohara looking at him, he knew that the money he spent was not a loss. He didn't show it on his face, but he was still sincere. You didn't change your wristband even though it was broken. I think you are nostalgic. He said with a smile, wristbands are not expensive things, but they will continue to wear out. I remember that medical ninjas are not allowed to wear wristbands unless there are special circumstances. This wristband meets medical standards. You can ask, it should be wearable for a long time. Thank you. Now Nohara stuttered a little, not because she was moved. She is not a fool. If a wristband can move her, then there would be a group of people following her. She just thinks this person is a little interesting. At least he is not someone who tries to figure her out with a few words. She has seen too many such people. If it weren't for her parents' influence, she would have been pursued by many people. However, the man in front of her looked a little cleaner than in the afternoon, and there was no distraction in his eyes. It was rare to have a normal conversation with him. That's it for now. I'll go back first. Naruto smiled, my house is a little far and a little shabby, and it shouldn't be in the same direction as yours. Well, okay. Now Nohara was thinking about what to say, and suddenly heard a farewell. She responded and raised her head, and couldn't help asking. Hey, where do you live? South, over there in Huayan Lane. Naruto answered honestly. It's on the way, my house is also in that direction. Now Nohara suddenly felt better, her voice was full of ups and downs, and her face was filled with a happy expression. People are like this, they have a rebellious mentality. Now Nohara was originally depressed, and the milder she behaved, the more serious it was. Every day, she met people who wanted to see through her, and her thoughts couldn't be hidden at all. She originally had a fixed impression, and suddenly saw someone who wanted to see her or something. She suddenly felt relieved, and just by chance, she had the idea of continuing the conversation. In her opinion, Naruto had an ordinary face and he didn't have any bad intentions. She could control Naruto with her charm. But when everything was under her control, she was not so repulsive. She didn't like it, but she just felt that this opportunity was rare and she could take a breath. Naruto was rejected by her at the beginning, and in Nohara Nao's mind, he was in the impossible category. It was because of this that when Naruto showed that he had no purpose, she was shocked. And she wanted to talk. Human nature is mean. Naruto looked up and stared at her for a second. In that second, Nohara Nao was actually worried for a moment. Worried that Naruto would reject her dully and then turn around and go back. Bang, bang. Her heart beat twice, and she was actually a little dry in the mouth. Fortunately, Naruto soon showed a gentle smile on his face, touched his face and said, okay. Hunters always appear in the form of prey. Naruto silently thought about the indifference revealed in Nohara Nao's eyes at noon, and after a test, he grasped 1/3 of her temper. Is the work in the hospital tiring? Naruto and Sakura have been together for a long time, and they are more or less familiar with some topics about Konoha Hospital and have heard all kinds of troubles. After talking about this topic, he immediately turned to the next topic, and it would not be awkward. When Nohara Nao spoke, he listened silently. You come and after a few times, Nohara Nao gradually talked more. Sometimes the topic only needs one sentence, and then Nohara Nao is left alone to chatter. After saying a lot, she suddenly felt comfortable. That feeling was much more pleasant than being self-sufficient. She was completely relaxed psychologically, and her whole body felt a lot lighter. Well, the hospital is indeed like this. Naruto was still echoing, his eyes slowly sweeping around. Hey, how come you are so familiar with Konoha Hospital? Have you been a medical ninja before? Nohara now finally couldn't help asking, and began to be a little curious about Naruto. After all, although he didn't say much along the way, he just said a little more at the beginning. But every time he asked a question, it resonated with her, and the topic was turned well. It was as if he had worked in Konoha Hospital. He knew everything, but occasionally there were some small details that didn't match, but it was not a big deal. Oh, I have a friend who used to be a medical ninja. Naruto opened his mouth and said. Who is it? Do I know him? She asked with some curiosity. Died on the battlefield. Naruto said lightly, and there was no evidence in the instant. No one would investigate such things. Sorry. No need. He said. Usually at this time, the topic would become awkward, but Naruto didn't. After all, he just lied, and he casually took up another topic. As the two chatted, they naturally talked about future things. Do you think the village will go to war? Nohara now looked a little unhappy and asked worriedly. It's hard to say about this kind of thing, but you are a medical ninja. Naruto paused and said, generally speaking, you don't need to go to the front line, which is relatively safe. That being said, Nohara now was actually a little embarrassed. She really didn't want to go to the battlefield again. The annihilation of the whole team left her with a great psychological shadow. If it weren't for her teammates who fought to the death to hold her back, if it weren't for her good luck, she would have survived with a scar on her body, I'm afraid. The scene of her teammates covered in blood was still vivid in her mind, and Nohara now's face turned several shades paler in an instant. What's wrong with you? Nothing. After a while, her face did look better, and she turned to ask kindly. What about you? Me? Naruto stopped and turned his head to look at her. What about me? Medical ninjas are relatively safe, what about you? Nohara now bit her lower lip, and she was more relaxed when she was with Naruto. There were many things that could not be said, but now she could say a little bit. This feeling made her feel very comfortable and released her suppressed emotions. Naturally, she didn't want to see Naruto's body tomorrow or next time. The value of emotions is irreplaceable, and emotions are almost an unsolvable problem. If no one understands, she can only keep them all in her heart as before. It was accumulating little by little, accumulating, and there was no way to release it. Having tasted the taste of emotional release, now Nohara naturally didn't want to go back to the past life. In her eyes, Naruto was her pressure relief valve. I'm just like this, what else can I do? Naruto showed a bitter smile on his face. I was lucky last time, I don't know next time, let it be. Anyway, people will die, I'm just an ordinary chunin. The village issued a mission, and I naturally went with them. Then how about asking them to take care of you more? She frowned, naturally treating Naruto as her own thing, standing aside and thinking. Yamashiro Nobi seems to be very strong. If he is willing to help you, maybe you will have a better chance of surviving when you encounter danger. It's useless. Naruto's face showed no trace of acting. At the critical moment of life and death, who is willing to do that kind of thing? They all escaped from death. Hearing this, now Nohara was silent. Although this was unpleasant to hear, it was indeed the truth. When people experience life and death for the first time, they may be afraid or radical, or even angry, and they may die in exchange for their teammates' survival. But after escaping death, most people will hesitate when facing death again. This is human nature, and no one wants to die. The two parted at the intersection and didn't say a word that night. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Naruto didn't recognize the bed, so he made do with it and slept well. In the morning, there was no condition to take a shower, so he just washed up and left. There was no other task these days, just to train now Nohara. He increased his favorability little by little, and he estimated that it would not be long before the cannon fodder squad would be on duty. Although the money in his pocket was cleaner than his face, fortunately he had free ramen for more than half a month, so he didn't need to worry about the above problems. There were only 2 sets of clothes, and they were temporarily worn in rotation. He hadn't asked about the price of the clothes yet. If he was cheated, the boss would be free. He took nearly 2,000 taels of the remaining money to take a bath. He took a bath once a day at noon. Apart from anything else, he still had to pay attention to personal hygiene. Secondly, he didn't want to go back to the damp house because he had nothing to do. He spent most of his time wandering outside, waiting for Nohara now to get off work. The excuse he made today was to borrow a book from her. Establish an image of being very enthusiastic about medical knowledge in advance. Although he would turn the pages of the borrowed books with his hands without looking at them, the devil is always in the details. After 2 or 3 days of this, the relationship between the two had been rapidly developed since the ice-breaking of sending a wristband. Even Nohara now was looking forward to meeting before she got off work. It was an indescribable feeling. In the past, she always went home with a grave-like mentality after get off work, but these few days, she actually smiled after work. She began to look forward to the relaxed atmosphere after get off work, and even thought about what to talk about in advance. The people in the medical class also saw some signs, and joked with the little sister who cut in line halfway. "What good thing did you encounter? Hey, I saw him last time after get off work. Is that person your boyfriend?" "Probably, it's the nth time. I saw that person waiting for now several times, and the sentry also said that he was just squatting." At first, she didn't think anything of being joked, and even joked to cater to it. Because she didn't care, and didn't think of Naruto in that way. But as time went on, even a good banana couldn't withstand the erosion of heavy rain. She gradually felt a little embarrassed. Occasionally, when she heard people in the medical class making fun of her, Nohara now would ask those sisters to stop talking. At the same time, while seeing Naruto every day without fail, she also had a question in her heart. What is that person thinking? She doesn't like Naruto, but she doesn't reject him either. She wasn't interested in this kind of thing, she just needed Naruto to be with her. But her colleagues' comments over the past few days made her panic. What if he heard these words one day and never came again? Should I go find him myself? I definitely can't do such a thing, but if it really comes to that, do I really have to go back to the way it was? Just thinking back to the feeling of being depressed when alone, now Nohara felt a tightness in her heart. Unknowingly, he led her out of the darkness, and she never wanted to go back. Instead of facing it passively, it's better to ask actively. At worst, even if he has any ideas, if the current situation can continue, it's okay to give it to him. She gritted her teeth and had made a decision in her heart. She is not a rigid person who has to meet the right person. At this time, she will not think about men and women at all. The heartbeat is a thing of the past. Only the daughters of noble families would pursue love at this time and find someone they like to be with. She just wants someone to accompany her and wait for her every day. Even if she has never been moved, she really can't leave that person. On the way, Naruto saw that Nohara now was absent-minded, so he asked her. "What's wrong with you?" "No, I almost lost my concentration." She smiled, lowered her head and thought about it, raised her head and said half-jokingly, "We were walking together like this and were seen by them." "Who are they?" "Sisters from the medical class, you should have seen some of them before, but you didn't come up to say hello." "Oh, what's wrong?" Naruto pretended to be ignorant. They are always making fun of us." Nohara now said nervously, "I think, we have rumors that you want to pursue me." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a puff of laughter from the side, as if she had been holding it in for a long time. Suddenly, Nohara now was embarrassed, thinking, "Why are you laughing at me?" She turned her head suddenly, but saw Naruto looking at the darkness in front of him, and said softly. "You just found out." With a thump, Nohara now turned her head away, feeling a little embarrassed. "I don't know why, just now for a moment, I actually felt that Bian's ordinary appearance was also quite good looking." What are you doing?" Nohara now was embarrassed, lowered her head and kicked a stone. "Confession? Not romantic at all. Besides, I can't fall in love with you, I don't mean anything else. I just don't have any feelings about that kind of thing, not you, nor for others I like you." Naruto stopped and said in a voice that she could hear clearly, with clear pronunciation. After the voice fell, only the night wind whistled in her ears. It was so quiet that she could hear the beating of her heart. Nohara now raised her head in surprise and turned away quickly. "Like there's nothing wrong with liking someone. Anyway, it's wrong for you to like me. You can't like me, but you can like others. There's a very pretty one in our medical class with a good personality. You think about it, you'll definitely like her." When only Nohara now was chattering on the road, Naruto smiled silently. He knew he won. Chapter 354, Data in Hand, traces disappeared, whether to advance or retreat became a dilemma. Along the way, now Nohara said a lot, and fell silent at the end. She didn't know whether she liked it or not, but she knew that she was indeed a little trapped now. If Naruto suddenly went to the front one day, she would probably have a hard time sleeping well. Perhaps in now Nohara's heart, the idea of private property became stronger and stronger. But Naruto seemed to just chat and never showed the desire to possess. This made her a little worried and looked up at Naruto. Naruto suddenly stopped, turned his head and stared at her, and kissed her without saying anything. He pressed her down and kissed her. How could a little girl 20 years ago compare with this skilled scumbag's technique? After kissing for a while, now Nohara's eyes were so delicate that they could be drawn. Her mind was hazy, and she didn't know how to refuse. Her heart was beating wildly, and her ears were full of echoes. For the first time in her life, she was a little confused. Before the silly girl could react, she was pulled behind a tree on the side of the street, with her fingers clasped together, and was lifted up above her head and pressed against the tree. Naruto went to kiss her, and Nohara now didn't think about how to resist, but her mind was not very clear. The brain went blank with a bang. She had never thought about kissing, let alone kissing the ordinary being. She thought that there must be something wrong with the steps. Logically, she would never like him, and it was impossible for her to have such emotions. But the body was honest and responded very enthusiastically. Nohara now felt that her brain was about to break down, and things were completely out of her control. She fell a little bit under Naruto's various teasings, and wanted to push him away but found that she couldn't do it at all. This man had no intention of stopping, as if he wanted to eat her up all at once. She was a little afraid of being discovered, and a little reluctant, and she was half pushing and half pushing but couldn't push him away. Now Nohara blushed and her heart beat fast. She felt reluctant to part when they separated. She clutched his clothes and paused for a long time before looking up. What should I do? Asking Naruto what to do, he was already playing with her. What else could she do? Now Nohara was always suppressing herself. Today, her mood was disrupted again, and her rationality was a little dazed. After finding that she couldn't refuse Naruto, she simply let go. How about going back with me? She leaned close to Naruto's ear and said. She didn't really understand that kind of thing, but she didn't think it was a big deal after hearing it so many times. In this special period, the sisters in the medical class played more. Everyone was suppressing themselves, with heavy labor and complicated interpersonal relationships every day. The pursuers harassed them tirelessly, and those ninjas only had those few thoughts every day. It seemed that everyone wanted to express something and vent their emotional pressure. When they found that they had nothing to say and only had irritable thoughts, reversing into the garage became an outlet for venting. In the period of world chaos, when ninjas can eat but don't know when they will go to the battlefield, they are naturally anxious. This is not something that can be avoided by being strong, but the influence of the atmosphere of the environment. The 5 major countries are no less inferior. This is a barbaric era of competing for resources by ninja wars. The peace maintained by the first generation has been too long, and the order has long been broken. In just a few decades, there have been dozens of large-scale wars. Those powerful shadows fell one after another, and geniuses emerged, but all fell in front of the war meat grinder. The so-called era of genius is just like a meteor shadow flashing by. If you really want to leave a name, you have to draw your sword and kill all your fellow tribesmen like Uchiha Itachi. Go to your place? What for? Naruto supported Nohara now and said a question, but his eyes were full of seduction. Nohara now's heart rippled for a moment, as if her heart was overflowing. She never thought that she could read so much meaning from a person's eyes, and her face was redder than blood for a while. Go, she couldn't say it. Park sideways. Naruto smiled and said something she couldn't understand. It was dark, and the two of them were wandering along the way, chatting on the way. No matter what, Nohara now could never calm down. Although they had agreed to go to her place, why did she feel that she was the only one who was nervous? She secretly glanced to the side and saw Naruto still talking about some boring things. Her eyebrows lowered again. Her heart was beating fast, and she was a little at a loss. Naruto didn't care about this. This kind of thing was already familiar to them. After entering the door, they let go. Those things that were afraid of 404 were done one by one, from the entrance to the bathroom. Naruto was a little uninterested, lying on the bed that was 100 times better than his own shabby house. Looking at Nohara now sleeping beside him, he was a little absent-minded. Before her voice was completely hoarse, she told Naruto that there were indeed a lot of materials about top-secret research in the medical class. However, those materials are usually placed in abandoned archives, and ordinary people cannot find them. Even Nohara now came across them by chance, which is a bit funny. The resources of Konoha Hospital are too tight, and those top-secret materials are difficult to handle after the deadline. Many materials were proven to be worthless, so they were simply screened. Some important materials were picked out, and the rest were directly piled up in the abandoned archives. Now Nohara knew that Naruto was going for the top-secret information, but she didn't react much. First, she really didn't have time to care about this, and second, Naruto directly said what he wanted. It was just a top-secret document about twin personalities, and it might not be authentic. She agreed to help him take a look, and it shouldn't be a problem to find a chance to go in and look for it. Twin personalities are top secret and not very meaningful. If there is, it must be found in the abandoned archive room. If not, then make another plan. The next day. Now Nohara didn't go to work at Konoha Hospital for the first time. Naruto was okay. He was originally an unemployed vagrant. His main character was free and easy, and he was even more relaxed after he succeeded. He didn't think that now Nohara could find the information. It was safer to do it himself. But he didn't plan to tell now Nohara. After all, Naruto was still a chunin in her eyes. In the morning, Naruto went into the kitchen in his big shorts to make 2 breakfasts, and talked to now Nohara about the clothes. She leaned on the bed and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Clothes are really priced like this now. It's the same if you go to other stores. Ah. Naruto sighed and looked at Nohara now, whose blush had not yet faded. Do you believe it? I will be very rich in 20 years. Really? Nohara now spat at him and said, as if I'm after your money. It doesn't matter whether you have money or not. At this time, the most important thing is to be safe. Her voice was still a little hoarse, and her appearance was indeed not bad. Her face shape was somewhat similar to Nohara Rin, but her figure was better. Konoha is not short of beauties, and the genes of ninjas are not bad. Her 10 fingers were like green onion roots, her lips were red and her teeth were white, and her steps were slender. Are you safe? Naruto had already gone to wash up, and picked her up and went together. In front of the mirror, the two washed up side by side. Naruto was not so easily moved. After all, Nohara now was inexperienced for the first time, and she became delicate after one night. She was satisfied with some things very quickly, even though she still had some doubts in her heart, but she didn't show them. Why bother with him so much? Why bother with tomorrow's affairs if they are today's affairs? After a day's rest, Naruto suppressed his temper and accompanied her for a day. Although he didn't have much feelings in his heart, he still had to do what he had to do. Another day passed, and Nohara now almost couldn't go to work at Konoha Hospital the next day. It was only because she stopped halfway that the accident was avoided. 2 or 3 days passed like this, and Naruto went into the archive room several times. He searched for information from a pile of information and flipped through it quietly for a long time. Nohara now actually found it before him. What do you want this for? She put the file on the table with a snap. You don't need it, do you? Twin personality. Don't worry about it, it's definitely not me. Naruto pushed her away and opened the file himself. Humph. Nohara now has been much more cheerful these days. Naruto has been living with her for a while, eating gigolo openly, and she doesn't care. Anyway, she is not short of money, and she has been convinced by Naruto these 2 days. Unlike before, she did not put herself in the active position and felt that Naruto was just her private property. The more they get along, the more now Nohara feels that she can't see through this person. At least she doesn't think she can control him, and she even feels a little worried. Naruto glanced at it, and the file detailed Konoha's research on twin personalities. So he simply sat down and read it carefully. After a while, he noticed something wrong and looked down. What are you doing? Hehe. The file was put aside. When Naruto picked it up again, it was already late at night. Naruto read it line by line, and now Nohara woke up in a daze in the middle of the night. Looking at Naruto reading the information under the lamp, there was a sense of unreality. Thinking about the crazy experience of the past few days, it seemed as if he would disappear at any time. Shaking her head, she got up from the bed in a disheveled state, walked to Naruto with bare feet on the floor in a daze, and hugged him. I met a strange patient yesterday. Well, why is it strange? Naruto continued to read the information and perfunctorily answered her. The handwriting in the old file was a little blurry under the lamp. The sisters in the medical class mentioned you when they were joking, and he excitedly said that he knew you. Hearing this, Naruto paused in his gaze at the information. In the bright light, he raised his head and slowly glanced at Nohara now, and said. Then what? He said a lot about you, and asked me where you were and wanted to see you. Nohara now said with a smile while wrapping her arms around his neck. Of course I rejected him. My husband is not someone who can see anyone who wants to see him. Naruto didn't say anything, and continued to lower his head and scan it line by line, but his reading speed was obviously much faster. Nohara now lowered her head to kiss him, but he dodged it with his head tilted. Are you angry? She asked. No, I have something important to do. He said without raising his head, there is a mission tomorrow. This afternoon, Yamashiro found me and told me about it. But don't worry, you are not on the list. You will probably be transferred to the medical team, and you don't have to be sent to the cannon fodder team to be a dangerous medical ninja. Nohara now also stopped moving, bit her lower lip and said. I want to go with you too. What are you going to do? Naruto paused, raised his head and said in a bad tone, did I not make it clear just now? In the cannon fodder team, it is considered lucky if one person can come back alive. I'm not afraid of you. I can let you live. She hugged him and pressed her red lips against Naruto's face. Anyway, I've lived enough. Let's die together. Are you sick? Naruto pushed her aside. If this is your first time on the battlefield, I won't persuade you. I'll just tie you up. We all survived. Who would believe you if you said you've lived enough? Well, I haven't lived enough. Now Nohara said hesitantly. Of course I want to live. I also thought about pulling you into the medical team. Even if it's not easy, you can learn. In this way, both of us can survive and have another dog. Live peacefully every day until you grow old. Didn't you say you would have a lot of money in 20 years? I want to live until then, so that we will all have money. But you are lying to me, or you are not being at all. She stared at Naruto. I don't know what your purpose is, and I haven't told anyone. You will leave, right? Anyway, I can't live without you, so why not go on a mission together? You don't have to worry, there are too many ninjas who die in Konoha on missions every day. Naruto turned his head and looked at Nohara now kneeling on the sofa, tears in his eyes. Don't tell anyone else about this. No. Now Nohara sobbed and shook her head gently, I won't tell anyone except you, even if I don't want to show my true face. It's okay to lie to me, but there's one thing I want to know. Are you with me these days just for the file I gave you? No. Naruto didn't need to hesitate to lie, the file is just a byproduct, I would find it myself without you. This kind of words is actually hard to stand up to, but if the other party believes it, it's more true than iron. Really? Yet. Naruto pulled her over and conducted a quality inspection on the sofa. The next day, Naruto made a breakfast and was about to go out, but he found now Nohara standing at the door of the room, holding the door and looking at him. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped, her fingers grasping the door frame. Will you come back safely? Yet. He didn't say much, and the old blood-stained green vest on the bed went out. The information was already in hand, and it didn't matter whether this task was done or not. Just pretend to die on the battlefield, and throw the real Bien out. In this way, the traces will disappear completely. I took the information myself, and Bien lived a few more days. Very good, it's a win-win situation. He hesitated for a few seconds, turned around and ran out. I was chased by a dog while riding a shared bike, and I asked for leave. I was chased by a dog on the roadside while riding Kingchu, and I fell down. I was so embarrassed. I felt a little pain in my ass. I was so angry that I couldn't write anymore, so I asked for leave. Tomorrow I will update 10,000 times, and the day after tomorrow I will start to update with monthly tickets. Chapter 355 The hardest to accept the favor of a beauty. This time, there are 4 people in Class C17 who are on a mission, including Naruto, the Yamashiro Nobi whose strength is still unknown, and the other 2 lucky stars who are covered in dust, Shuxia and Noma. Naruto, with the identity of Bien, should walk with Shuxia and Noma, who are also war orphans. But in fact, the 2 are too weak to attract his attention at all. On the contrary, even though Yamashiro Nobi's attitude towards Naruto was not friendly, and even had a hint of hostility. But it did not affect his laughter in front of Yamashiro Nobi, as if nothing had happened. He did not know the nature of the mission, but just watching Yamashiro Nobi with a dark face all the way, he roughly guessed that he should have known the content of the mission in advance. This was exactly what he wanted, just in time to escape by death. The mission management office was crowded, and he even looked back to make sure he was in the right place. Is this a mission or a battlefield? A group of people are crowded. What's the situation? Are these people here to take the mission? Naruto turned around and looked at Yamashiro Nobi. Yet, people didn't want to pay attention to him at all, and he was too lazy to make himself unhappy. Anyway, he was not responsible for taking the mission for Class C-17, so he just had to line up and press the handprint. While queuing, he also took a look at the sealed space. The Chunin Kitahiko had been pulled out of the evil god altar by him a long time ago and thrown into the sealed space for self-exile. He had plenty to eat and drink, but when the mission started, it would depend on his luck whether he could survive. If he was lucky enough to survive, Naruto would have nothing to say. If he died, it would be his bad luck. Although Naruto borrowed Bian's identity, at least he was allowed to live for a while longer, which was considered to be the most he could do. The huge second floor was crowded with people, and friction was inevitable. A few people over there started fighting because it was too crowded. Most ninjas in the dark period were irritable. More importantly, everyone present was not a fool, and they roughly knew that their position was cannon fodder. Doing the mission was just a matter of trying to hit a stone with an egg, and the success rate of the mission depended on the number of people. When a person dies, a bird flies up to the sky. When he was about to die, he was naturally angry. The scene was in a mess, and Naruto stood aside and gloated over the excitement. Turning around, he saw a fat man in silk clothes standing on the table, holding a megaphone to maintain order. The white fat face was covered with sweat, which could not be wiped off. "Stop fighting! If you continue, I'll arrest you all." Naruto was immediately amused when he heard this. There are idiots who can't read the situation everywhere. He just remembered that the fat man had mocked him coldly, so he moved forward with a naughty look. He kicked out a foot in the crowd, and the fat man was still cursing. He only heard a ouch and the table broke directly. The fat man fell into the crowd unsteadily, and Naruto stepped forward and stepped on him. Yamashiro Nobi happened to see the scene, turned his head away, and said nothing. Perhaps he knew that he was not doing anything, so he was too lazy to care. The fat man was finally carried out, with his breath left. The stretcher was pressed down suddenly, and it was green like a body bag, and it creaked and twisted out. Shuxia was looking at the task scroll anxiously, and suddenly saw Naruto approaching, and was immediately shocked and his face turned pale. "What are you doing?" "Just looking around," he said with a smile. Seeing this, Shuxia walked away directly and whispered with Noma. He said that the man was probably a fool, and he could still laugh when he was about to die. Of course he could laugh, he got the file and slept. Once this task was completed, Bian's identity would either disappear completely, or he could escape. Or Bian would go back alive, but his abnormal behavior would definitely be noticed, and he would die if he went back. Before letting him out, explain the pros and cons to him and let him choose. If he is lucky, Bian should know where to escape and become a wandering ninja with a little brain. However, the strength of wandering ninjas these days is also uneven, most of them are about the same as beggars. They are timid when they meet the strong, and they quickly draw their swords when they meet the weak. The second floor of the Hokage building was in chaos for a while, and finally everything was arranged. Yamashiro Nobi was always one step ahead of Naruto and never looked at him straight. He also read the mission scroll in his hand. The mission content was to go to the front battlefield and intercept the rear supply line of Tsunagakuer. A few words were written lightly, and dozens of cannon fodder squads were mobilized together, 1/3 of which were at the level of genin. Only when they really went to the battlefield did they know how dangerous the mission was. The rear of Tsunagakuer was not empty. There were frictions between the two sides on the front line, but they had not fought yet. The Fire Country suffered a setback from Tsunagakuer some time ago, and now they are probably preparing to retaliate. It is unclear whether the mission will succeed, but as long as there is movement in the back of the Sand Village, the front line will start fighting. If both sides succeed, it will be a win. If the mission fails, it can also buy time for the front line. As soon as the people of the Sand Village move, the game will instantly come alive, and there will be leaks everywhere. "Hey, The mission on the front line should be done by the group of people from the route, right? Shuxia lowered his voice and spoke to Noma, lagging behind Naruto. There was only Yamashiro Nobi in front, holding the mission scroll alone, and Naruto was hanging in the middle and walking slowly. Two people followed behind, talking about something anxiously. Just as they were about to leave the village, they suddenly saw a commotion in front. Naruto thought about what he had just heard about the route, and wondered whether he should trip up Danzo. Although killing Danzo would inevitably affect the timeline, it should be no problem to trip him up. Or maybe I can just take advantage of the fact that the father of this body is about to take office as Hokage and promulgate the Konoha system that allows polygamy under certain circumstances. After all, the power of the Hokage is unlimited. Even if it is not unlimited now, if I am determined, I can still make it unlimited. But first I have to deal with the Sandaime, and the Uchiha. After thinking about it, it is still too troublesome. I don't want to fight the whole Tiangong for a peach. Who is it? Why does it look like Nohara now? Noma's words made Naruto suddenly come back to his senses. What is she doing at this time? He walked forward quickly, and when he passed Yamashiro Nobi, he saw that his face was a little dark. Make way. He was not idle either, and directly pushed Yamashiro Nobi away. He always felt that Yamashiro Nobi's last look at him was full of complicated emotions, just like a wire tied into a knot, but framed and hung in a museum. The front of the Konoha gate was broken and tattered, and I don't know how many times it has been stepped on by people. Sometimes, the closest fight of Sand Village was directly into the heart of Fire Country. It is said that Konoha was in danger at that time, but the Sandaime came out with his men and rushed in that direction, and the matter was settled directly. The Sarutobi clan has more than 3,000 people, which is not a small family. Otherwise, there are so many people in Konoha, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to take over the position of Hokage from the second generation. The Shimura clan also has a lot of people, but it is still inferior to the Sarutobi clan. In those days, there was a war, and the Kages of various villages were killed. Kage is really not a peaceful and happy job. There are so many families in the village, everyone took off their clothes to show off their muscles, this brother, and the tallest one among the short ones is the leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the brother with the most developed muscles. As soon as he takes off his clothes, you can tell who is the boss. He always thinks that I am invincible under the second generation, and I slide to my knees above the second generation. The second Hokage passed on his throne in a critical moment, and Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly had no room for fear. After all, he was the top fighter under the second Hokage, so how could he be afraid when he heard that he was going to die? Following the second Hokage to cover his teammates' retreat, tisk tisk, if he survived, he would be the next generation of Hokage, and if he died, his tombstone would be ranked before his ancestors in the cemetery of the Sarutobi clan. If you say that Danzo can never beat the third Hokage, he is not as smart as him. Otherwise, he would not have proposed that the will of fire be passed on to the third Hokage, and the village soul could still suppress the third Hokage after his death. Although Naruto did not like the old man the third Hokage, the fact was that he was awesome. On the contrary, it would be much easier to deal with Danzo, because he was dark and solitary when he was alive. When did they betray him, wiping out his hard work for half a lifetime? Killing people and destroying their hearts, just wiping out his existence, and no one will remember this person in a dozen years. For Danzo, who always wanted to be famous, this was the most uncomfortable thing. The crowd stood there, refusing to move forward. They were all talking and watching the excitement, and some were whistling, as if they had never seen a woman before. Nohara now was standing on a higher platform at the entrance of the village, on which there was a huge old tree like a small park, which provided shade in summer. There were some shelves on it, with some words about paying attention to hygiene. The village was too big and too chaotic, and there were fights and starvation, which easily bred epidemics. She stood there, her dark skirt blown by the wind, which meant farewell. Her slender hands lifted the messy hair by her ears, and she was leaning over to look down. The group of people stopped, which made her a little panic. Wei took 2 steps back, holding the railing and looking for something boldly. People of this era are very unique, restless, and enthusiastic, but the long-term war and oppressive atmosphere have made many people feel inferior or have deformed personalities. There are very few people who flirt with girls openly like Yang Daimei. Most people are very reserved, the kind who want to get along but dare not speak. They just watched the girl being carried away, and cursed her in private when they couldn't get her. They felt lost as if they had also broken up. When Nohara now looked down boldly, the group of people who had just been making a fuss immediately became shy again, cursing in a low voice which bastard was enjoying the favor of the beauty. Make way! Why are you squeezing? Are you looking for death? Ah! Who hit me? Don't look at me, it's not me. When leaving, Naruto has always been low-key but not a shy person. There is no such thing as feeling guilty and not daring to meet. If you dare to draw your sword, you dare to be a scumbag. Once you start, you can't go back. There is absolutely no idea of staying here and not going back, etc. We are all children of the rivers and lakes. Who would believe this? Isn't it hypocritical? There is a saying that goes, either you are devoted or you are cold and cruel to the end. Sorry, let me go. Naruto was patiently pushing through the crowd from the back of the team, and now Nohara naturally saw him. In her eyes, Naruto was struggling to run towards her from the crowd. In fact, that person had no quality. He kicked several people along the way and squeezed through. Why are you squeezing? What does it have to do with you? I'm not looking for you. The ninja in front was squeezed by the people behind him and shouted back. Who is blind? The stick is about to poke me. It was a mess in front, and Naruto finally got to the front. He jumped up to the high place above by stepping on the stairs. Amid a burst of exclamations, he hugged Nohara now directly. Who is that kid? Damn it! The scene became more chaotic. Someone threw a kunai. Naruto unscrupulously reached Nohara now's waist and kissed her in front of everyone. Kunai came through the wind, and Naruto pulled Nohara now, whose heart was pounding, to hide inside. Anyway, no one knew him, and he just pretended to be cool and ran away. It was really exciting. Indeed, no one knew the ninja who suddenly appeared and picked peaches. His profile looked ordinary and he was dressed in dust. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He wished he could kill that kid. The three members of Class C-17 knew Naruto and knew that Bien was his teammate. Seeing the ordinary Kitahiko licking Nohara now away, she was stunned. Yamashiro Nobi didn't react much, but her face didn't look good. Let's go. He said expressionlessly, tightening the ninja tool bag on his waist. On the other side, Naruto pulled Nohara now aside and asked casually. Aren't you in Konoha Hospital? Why are you here? I was worried and bored, so I came to see you. Nohara now was dazed, as if she was overwhelmed by love. Although she was indeed a little confused, she felt that her brain didn't work much recently. The Nohara now who used to handle things with ease was gone, and seemed to have become very distant. Naruto knocked on the door of her heart, both physically and psychologically. He had many ways to coax people, and he was patient enough to take care of people seriously. This contrast was something she had never experienced before. Boom, boom, her heart didn't have time to unravel. She was poured into the medicine without knowing what was going on. Her mind was in a daze. She looked up at him and smiled. It is hard to forget the kindness of a beautiful woman. Naruto looked at Nohara now's silly smile, pinched it, and lied without blushing or beating his heart. I will be back. Is the mission dangerous? She asked. Before he could answer, she added, take me with you. I am also very strong and I am good at medical ninjutsu. No need. Stay in the medical class. Naruto tidied her long hair that was blown by the wind. His eyes were full of affection. In fact, he looked at everything with affection. This happens when you speak absent-mindedly. Your brain slowly empties and your eyes don't have much focus. Yeah, I will be back. He comforted Nohara now and touched her before leaving. Nohara now patted him with a red face. He turned around and jumped into the crowd in 2 or 3 steps and disappeared. Bien will indeed come back, probably in the form of a corpse. He didn't say Naruto would come back, and it was hard to say what the outcome would be, but he just didn't say anything out of habit. Chapter 356 Namikaze Minato. I saw a ghost watching Naruto's figure disappear in the distance like a ripple. Now Nohara frowned, still holding her breath in her heart, always feeling like she had lost something important. Naruto was still in the team. As they left the Konoha forest, hundreds of people followed their teams to attack. No one knew the specific routes of others. It was said that this was to prevent information leaks. In fact, they were afraid that someone would slip away in the middle of the journey. There were not many people with solid foundations among a group of Chunins. Some were lucky enough to survive the previous mission and were recruited again. Knowing their own weight and weight, they felt that they could not get the money they had worked for, and if things went wrong, they would all flee collectively. If the plan was exposed, wouldn't it be a big loss? Yamashiro Nobi didn't like to pay attention to him. Since what happened just now, Shuxia and Noma didn't talk to Naruto. There was already a sad thick barrier between them, and they were no longer on the same path. There was no way. The whole team was Hina, and he was the only one who was shameless. It would be enough to keep silent, but this guy still looked like he got something for nothing. From time to time, he would run over to talk to Yamashiro Nobi, chatting a few words here and there. Yamashiro Nobi was annoyed by him and didn't respond at all, but he still couldn't stop this guy from running over to provoke him. The four of them crossed mountains and ridges and detoured from the edge of the forest of the Land of Fire. The scenery on the road was not impressive, it was all the same as before, and it was estimated that a war could flatten this place. The four of them followed the route in a winding way, and it took about 3 days. Starting from the front line of Konoha, they detoured all the way to the rear of Sand Village. This is the Land of Rivers. Sand Village directly opened the front line to the Land of Rivers, which happened to be bordering the Land of Fire, and constantly tested the bottom line of the other party with force. This is a game of touching each other's underwear to see how strong the other party is. A little north of this place is the Land of Rain, which is attacked from both sides by the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, with men on both sides. The power of the ninja is not formed, so they can only let the Sand Village choose. The long journey made the four people a little silent. During the break, Yamashiro Nobi never paid attention to Naruto, but Naruto didn't care. For them, getting close to the rear of the Sand Village is to die, but for him, it is freedom. What is hell for others is sweet rain for others. Just when Naruto was leaning on the stone and closing his eyes leisurely, Yamashiro Nobi suddenly spoke up and said, "Yellow Flash also participated in this mission." What? The three people, including Naruto, were shocked and looked up at Yamashiro Nobi. This person has always been silent, and basically doesn't say anything except necessary. Now the mission is about to start, and the people are already in the rear. I'm afraid that I can't delay it any longer, so I suddenly told the truth to several people. Nobi. Is that adult here too? He stood up directly under the tree, his expression was excited, and he seemed to have put life and death aside, with unusual joy in his eyes. Great! If that sir had been there, our mission this time wouldn't have been to die. Noma clenched his fists and was about to cry. Naruto was a little dazed, looking at the two people, and suddenly understood something vaguely. Namikaze Minato, the cheap old father of the original body. Apart from the name of genius, the appearance of Hokage and other flattering words, after fading all the halos, Namikaze Minato was left with only strong strength. In the eyes of these civilian ninjas with no power and no background, whoever does the same mission as Namikaze Minato is equivalent to picking up a card that increases the chance of survival. To put it more intuitively, Namikaze Minato is almost the god of civilian ninjas. Shuxia and Noma were very excited, and they were glad that their chances of survival were much greater. But some were happy and some were sad, and Naruto was a little dumbfounded. If Bien survived, wouldn't he become a clown? But he didn't dwell on it for too long. There was a chance that they would survive, but it was not infinite. Namikaze Minato is indeed a god, but he is also unable to do everything. After thinking for a while, Naruto continued to act according to the plan. Another day passed, and the few people were infinitely close to the rear of the Sand Village. There was a strict guard force here, and it looked dense at a glance. The four people stood in a forest and did not dare to act rashly at all. Wait for news. Yamashiro Nobi whispered. They were waiting for the order of the general attack. This time, only about 100 people participated in the open. But secretly, the ninjas of the Root and the ninjas of the Dark Department had sneaked into the rear of the Sand Village. The more than 100 people were just peripheral auxiliary attack forces, attracting firepower to delay time. The commander-in-chief of the operation was Namikaze Minato, and the captain of the Root coordinated the command. No one except him could command the Root members to fight. Good guy, the style was highlighted all of a sudden. It was quiet all around, and the atmosphere was a little depressing. Everyone was a little nervous, only Naruto was wondering whether Minato Namikaze would save the team, and he kept repeating to himself that he should just follow the objective rules. Don't. No plot killing. Just as he was thinking about it, Yamashiro Nobi suddenly found him. In the darkness, the other party's eyes were cold and slightly shining. Something. Yet. Yamashiro Nobi lowered his voice and glanced at Noma and the tree in the distance. What's the matter? Naruto was thinking about other things, and he was a little worried. Absent-minded. I want to talk to you about Nohara now. You don't plan to go back, right? He suddenly threw out a question, making Naruto slightly stunned. I'll be frank. You are not Bien at all. Yamashiro Nobi stared at Naruto indifferently. What are you talking about? Naruto smiled, but the temperature in his eyes dropped a little. I don't understand what you said at all. If I'm not Bien, who is Bien? Don't worry, I won't reveal your secret. Yamashiro Nobi said, I will probably die. We will all die, except you. What do you mean? I lied to them. The yellow flash will not come to the periphery at all. All of us are abandoned cannon fodder. After the elite forces complete the mission, they will retreat immediately. In the weak moonlight, Naruto saw his face clearly. Outside the forest is a large area of sand-hidden camp, with stars lit up and a little quiet. The quieter the surroundings, the more it looks like the calm before a stormy night, with dangers lurking everywhere and hidden. Why did you do this? Naruto was a little surprised. In order to complete the mission, all the team leaders said similar things. Yamashiro Nobi said, I know I might die, so some things must be said in advance. I like Nohara now. He said, then stopped and took out a brand new necklace from his chest and handed it to Naruto. Give it to her for me. Are you crazy? Naruto looked at him, and his hand had already taken out the invisible flying thunder god Kunao. At such a close distance, he could kill Yamashiro Nobi with his bare hands. You will go back. Yamashiro Nobi looked determined, and he said less than he did now during this period of time. I helped you find your top secret information. Hey! It was Naruto's turn to be surprised, remembering the relaxed face of Nohara now when she handed him the information. She came to me for help, and I happened to know where the information was, so I got the permission. His face was calm. I was a dying man, and I was not afraid of any punishment. But she is different. I don't understand why you can make Nohara now do this for you in just a few days? Things will always be exposed, maybe tomorrow, maybe in a month or two. Do you know what that means to her? Naruto didn't say anything. What else could it mean? A job as safe as the medical team, taking the risk to steal secrets, what other outcome could there be except death? Yamashiro Nobi stared at Naruto. He waited for Naruto to speak. Thinking that he might regret it, or ask why he was willing to help Nohara now. He even thought about making up a lie to disgust him, but this idea was abandoned after turning around in his mind. He was different from that person. He felt that his love for Nohara now was real. The scum in front of him was just after her body, coaxing her to do stupid things. Regardless of her future and comfort, a person who would do anything to achieve his goal. But he still had a last hope in his heart, at least he thought that person would have some conscience after hearing what he said. Naruto slowly raised his head and spoke as he wished. How can you be sure that I will go back? But the file is already in hand. With a bang, Yamashiro Nobi's head was full of blood, and he gritted his teeth and was about to pounce on the scum. How could there be such a scum? Before Yamashiro Nobi could make a move, Naruto had already quietly put the kunao on his neck. The sharp and cold touch made him calm down instantly, and he only heard that gentle threat. Don't move, or I will disrupt the plan now. Yamashiro Nobi's teeth were almost broken. He had estimated everything, and even guessed Naruto's identity and strength. Even if he surpassed the Chunin, there was a way to convince him. But he underestimated Naruto's moral bottom line, and his reason was instantly pierced by a sentence. You are such a beast. Yamashiro Nobi gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice with a red neck. There was already a blood mark on his neck. He was still trying his best to suppress his impulse. Naruto stared at him for a few seconds, looked at his bloodshot eyes, and actually smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Yamashiro Nobi completely collapsed, his hands were shaking, staring at Naruto. He was also worried that he would really do something to ruin the plan, so he could only glance at the tree and Noma and continue to delay time. Scum. Yet. Naruto responded indifferently, whether I go back or not has nothing to do with you. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Just when he was about to curse something, there was a bang in front of him. The action began. The teams rushed out from all directions and rushed to the rear of Tsunagakure. Yamashiro Nobi only felt the pressure on his neck suddenly loosen, and Naruto also rushed out. He shook, hesitated for a moment and could only rush out together. The mission was paramount. Endless explosions, like thunder, rang in the ears. The ground trembled, and flames shot up to the sky above the sand village camp. The war was extremely cruel, like a meat grinder. Naruto disappeared halfway through the charge, and was replaced by the confused Bian. He remembered that he was still in a daze in a white space in the last second, and suddenly he was on the battlefield, holding a kunao in his hand and looking at the sand village ninja rushing towards him. Naruto has returned to the woods and changed his clothes. To be on the safe side, he covered his face with a mask like Kakashi and put on the Zuyu mask. The blonde hair instantly turned black, and the blue eyes faded, emitting a faint golden color. No Hara now. If I had known earlier, I would have found a way to investigate it myself. It's so hard to accept the beauty's kindness. Now I have to go back again, it's really... He murmured to himself and sighed softly. If Yamashiro Nobi was here, he would probably be angry to death after hearing this. This man is really a beast, he just likes to poke people's weaknesses and make people break their defenses. Although Naruto planned to leave, he was not really without a bottom line. At least he would not watch Nohara now fall into prison because of him, even if he had to go through another muddy water. But this did not prevent him from being disgusted with Yamashiro Nobi and disliked this condescending attitude. No matter how sincere his feelings were, who made him a rival in love. The fight ended quickly, and the periphery of the camp was full of corpses. Yamashiro Nobi probably died among them, including Kitahiko, and no one from Class C-17 survived this time. Naruto waited patiently, and finally waited for the embarrassed escape of young Dame. Behind him, several quick-moving the Tsunagakuer Jonin chased after him relentlessly, biting on his whereabouts. Seeing this, Naruto laughed silently. It was so funny, you can always trust the root. Danzo is the eternal god, and he is a professional at pitting his own people. Minato Namikaze seemed to be injured and had no intention of fighting with the main force of Tsunagakuer. He threw a kunao with an explosive talisman and blew up a tree with a bang. The dust flying all over the sky made people lose their sight, and Minato Namikaze took this opportunity to catch his breath for a while. Just as he was about to break out in one direction, several people suddenly joined forces to kill him. The speed was too fast, and it was too late to run. Minato Namikaze threw a kunao, thinking that he might be in a tough fight, and was about to fight. Suddenly, a mysterious man wearing a mask split several people with a sword. The next moment he disappeared in an instant, and appeared in another strange place in an instant, raising his sword and wiping the neck of a Tsunagakuer Jonin. Go! Naruto turned around and urged Minato Namikaze to leave. Somewhere in the land of rivers, Naruto looked at Minato Namikaze who was wrapping gauze around his waist, biting one end with his teeth, tying a knot and cutting it with a kunao. He was filled with mixed feelings, thinking what the hell was going on. It was said that he would escape, if only he was really a scumbag. Unfortunately, he is just a scumbag now, and has to rely on the face of his cheap father to return to Konoha. After treating the wound, Minato Namikaze did not approach Naruto rashly, but showed a warm smile like the sun from a distance. Are you a ninja from Konoha? No, the land of rivers is my home. Naruto lied casually, but now, I have no home. Minato Namikaze smiled. He felt kind after hearing the man's clumsy lies. What a ghost. Chapter 357, Going to a faraway place, 20 years after all friends and relatives disappeared. Minato Namikaze pondered for a while, raised his head and asked tentatively. Have we met somewhere? No. Well, thank you for helping me out. Minato Namikaze said with a smile, and walked around casually for 2 circles, probably because he felt that the injury on his body was not a big deal. No, I know you, from Konoha. Naruto always felt uncomfortable with Minato Namikaze, as if there were ants crawling all over his body. It feels so fucking weird to say such a shameful word as yellow flash in front of others. After a long time, Naruto still didn't say it. Minato Namikaze. Yes, Minato Namikaze. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, but he had to go back to Konoha to settle the information issue. Do you have any difficulties? Minato Namikaze saw that Naruto had something to say, so he took the initiative to ask. After all, he owed him a favor just now. I have an old friend in Konoha. Naruto hesitated for a while, and decided to tell the truth. I want to see her, but I don't want to enter Konoha, because... He said half of it, and Minato Namikaze imagined the other half. With such strength, it is definitely impossible to enter Konoha at will. If you just want to see someone insignificant in Konoha, it's still no problem. So, the person you want to see is? Minato Namikaze asked. Bien, can you bring him out? Naruto replied, thinking silently that Minato Namikaze would never know Kitahiko, and he could sneak into Konoha. In front of smart people, he habitually told half the truth and half the lies to confuse them. Minato Namikaze thought about it and confirmed that he didn't know him, but he didn't completely agree. He just said that he would go back and ask for him, and then how to contact him. I'll wait in the market town outside Konoha, whether there is any news or not. Minato Namikaze, He always felt that something was wrong, but after thinking about the mission, he didn't have time to continue talking here. He nodded and said to Naruto. I remember, I will get back to you. After saying that, the innocent little son of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, left in an instant. Naruto stood there for a while and walked in another direction. 3 days later, Naruto sneaked into Konoha. The village's defense was visibly loose, probably because of what happened a few days ago. The candidate for the next Hokage of Konoha was almost killed by the root ninja. Danzo's plan was flawed, and he was also to blame. As for the attitude of the third generation and the senior management of the old guys, Naruto didn't care. But he knew that this was probably the most chaotic time for Konoha. The actions of the root would be restricted in a short time, so he could sneak in easily. He didn't even need to disguise himself, just change his clothes. He hid in a secluded place during the day, and Nohara Nao's home was not far from where he hid. It was not dark yet, so he could only wait. On the other side, Nohara Nao had learned yesterday that all the members of Class C-17 had died in the battle. Because the mission was carried out in the rear of Sand Village, even the bodies could not be recovered. She was in a daze all day yesterday, and she still had no energy when she woke up in the morning. The people in the medical class probably knew that she belonged to Class C-17 before she became a regular employee, and took the initiative to help her take on some work. The information leak has not yet broken out, and now the whole village is disturbed by the affairs of the upper-level bigwigs. Anbu ninjas are crossing the roofs, and the Uchiha guards are arresting people everywhere. Nohara now cried at noon, and she heard about the tragic mission. In the rear, the root ninja betrayed their partners, and more than 100 Chunins were wiped out by the Sand Village elites in an isolated and helpless situation. In this situation, there were rumors that the adults came back injured. It is conceivable that even the Jonin could not escape from such a situation. The depressed mood lasted from morning to night. She had almost not eaten for a day, and her stomach did not feel hungry. It was not until her colleagues reminded her that she dragged her tired body off work. The streets of Konoha were a little deserted, but there were still people leaning on each other on the way home. There were lights in the buildings beside the street, each with its own reunion. She looked up and was stunned. Those lights were like a cat's paw, scratching the tip of Nohara Nao's heart, with a sting under the cute appearance. A few days ago, her room was also lit all night. Someone slept next to her pillow and reunited with her, vaguely considered a small family. Even if she was a very sober and rational person, she knew that the person's purpose was not pure, and that all this might be just a dream. The sweetness in reality always makes her a little too proud. With a click, she returned home, but did not turn on the light. Now Nohara lay on the sofa, wondering if people would see darkness after death. Even if he lied to her, she couldn't stop crying when she thought of what he said he would come back. If he came back to find her, would he be unable to find the way? Now Nohara slowly turned on the light, and the living room, which was not very large, now seemed so empty. At the moment of distraction, the door suddenly rang. In this quiet night, the knocking sound seemed so sharp. It was like a kettle falling on the ground, and the clattering made people's scalp numb instantly. Who? She asked hurriedly. Me. The other party's voice was dull, but it made now Nohara's heart jump. Even if the appearance was disguised, the voice would not change. No matter how many times she heard it, she would not hear it wrong. That person broke into her life like a blade. The rapid withdrawal made her emotions fluctuate like a roller coaster. After falling to the bottom of the valley, her heart rolled over and climbed up quickly. She only hoped that life would not be so cruel to her. Hope had risen in her heart, and she dared not open the door. The more she expected, the more she was afraid of disappointment. It was like a ball of thorns in her body, running around recklessly. During the ups and downs, her body suddenly became a little weak, and she remembered that she seemed to have not eaten for a day. In the living room, Nohara now used all her strength to walk to the entrance and put her hand on the door handle. With a bang, the door was heavily opened. Naruto was standing outside the door. Nohara now looked at the unfamiliar face and was stunned for a long time. It was not until she saw the familiar height and familiar eyes that she burst into tears. She no longer had the strength to rush over, and her legs softened and she sat directly at the entrance and cried. A burst of hot air completely blocked her throat, and her nose was sore and she couldn't stop crying. Even though Nohara now covered her mouth, tears still fell to the ground. Unspeakable sadness and grievances surged in her heart, and she just felt particularly uncomfortable. All the emotions accumulated during this period burst out, and she couldn't suppress them at all. She felt a little regretful and wanted to stand up, not wanting to be laughed at by him. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't stand up, until she saw Naruto close the door and squat in front of her, hugging her thin body. "Why are you crying? Aren't you back?" Her body fell into the warm embrace, and Nohara now cried uncontrollably. The breathless crying made Naruto feel a little guilty. If it weren't for Yamashiro Nobi's reminder, it would be a bit beastly if she just left like that. Nohara now trembled violently in his arms, buried her face in his shoulder, and cried like a wronged child. "I'm here every day now," Nohara cried and spoke with a sobbing tone. He felt that his shoulder was already wet with tears. "Worried about you. Every day I'm convincing myself." His shoulder was burning, and her hot breath hit Naruto's shoulder with sobs. "You're not lying to me." Naruto's shoulder was completely wet. He felt a little guilty. He really didn't plan to come back at that time. If he didn't know that the document would bring danger to Nohara now, maybe now he... Thinking so, he also felt a little guilty. Slightly suffocated, listening to Nohara now's crying made him feel uncomfortable, but he didn't know how to comfort her. He originally just regarded this as a dream. He took the information and went back through the dragon vein, leaving nothing behind. So he acted recklessly and cold-bloodedly. The reason why he decided to approach Nohara now was, on the one hand, it was convenient, and on the other hand, he felt that people with her personality would probably not care too much about him even if they were deceived. Maybe it was just a bad experience at most, and she would forget it after a few days of scolding. But he didn't expect Nohara now's personality to be so different. He thought he could only leave a scar in her heart at most, but who knew it would become a natural moat. Some people's existence is a passerby, like a passing cloud. But some people will eventually become a monument. No matter how many years the wind blows, it will still be brand new. "I can't live a normal life these days, I want to go find you." His shoulders were wet with tears. Starting from his shoulders, spreading all the way down, as if the grievances had taken shape, turning into a thread that hooked the tip of his heart. "I can't stay here at all." She sobbed, her body shaking on Naruto's shoulders. "I want to be with you. Yeah, together." Naruto continued to speak along with her words. Now he felt really guilty. Thinking carefully about how he had deceived others, if he really didn't come back, how much merit would he lose? Maybe the merit he had on his head was not enough to be deducted, and he had to get some from Minato Namikaze. At the entrance, the two hugged each other tightly. Naruto's emotions were a little complicated, and the light above his head was shining, as if it contained new hope. After crying, now Nohara realized that she had lost control. She hid in Naruto's arms and refused to look up. She hugged him tighter when she smelled the familiar smell. She hoped that time would stop at this moment forever, and the light shining on the two of them would always be bright. The brown shoe cabinet was dull, and the entrance became quiet. Huff, her breathing was heavy. She waited in Naruto's arms for a long time before she raised her head, revealing half of her red face. Her breathing was heavy and very rapid. When she looked up, she glanced at Naruto and found that he looked like this. He looked quite now. Nohara blushed again. "Is this your original appearance?" she asked in a low voice. "Well, what's wrong?" "I always feel a little familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere." After she said that, she seemed to be afraid that Naruto would misunderstand her, and she hurriedly added another sentence. "It looks like someone I've met before, like Lord Minato." Naruto was speechless, thinking that this body was the gene of Minato Namikaze. How could it not be? The red hair of the Uzumaki clan was wiped off. What kind of dominant gene is this? The world is so big, we always have the same face, it's just a coincidence," he said. Oh. Nohara now would never think of time travel, so naturally she didn't think about anything else. How did you survive? Well, you'll know later. Now, just know that the level of battle will not cost me my life. I'll go get you some water. She said quickly, trying to stand up, but fell to the ground. Nohara now immediately covered her stomach with a gurgling sound, looking a little embarrassed. Her face suddenly turned red to the root of her neck, biting her lower lip and looking like she couldn't face anyone. Seeing this, Naruto smiled and picked her up and put her on the sofa. Then he put on a pink apron, paused for a moment and went into the kitchen. After a while, there was a noise in the kitchen, and soon several dishes were cooked. After making a few simple fast food dishes, the two ate quietly across the table. Anyway, it's good to be back. Nohara now smiled happily, with some rice on her lips, and she simply licked it off with her tongue. Well, it was safe anyway. He responded. After dinner, the two took turns to take a bath tacitly. Nohara now was wearing a loose dress, and as long as there was a little big movement, she would. Her face was flushed, and she stepped on the floor barefoot, suppressing her expectation and letting Naruto take a bath. When she walked, the floor made a soft sound. In the second half of the night, Nohara now leaned against Naruto and asked in a low voice. Stay? Just you and me? Naruto could feel her toes moving in the quilt. No, this is the last time I come back, and I will never come back to this place again. Hearing this, Nohara now's face turned pale, and she supported herself with her hands to sit up. But her body softened, and she remembered that she was already exhausted. Then I'll go with you? Don't leave me. The place I'm going is far away. I'm not afraid of how far it is. She grabbed Naruto's hand, her voice trembling slightly. You can't give me hope and make me despair. I don't mean that. I came back this time to take you away. Naruto paused, stretched out his hand to comfort Nohara now, and frowned again. But that place is far, very far. You will lose all your friends, relatives, and even everything familiar. Ah? Yes, where? Now Nohara was surprised, blinked and asked again, where? Water country. This is the farthest distance she can imagine. Across mountains and seas, the farthest is just water country. No, it's farther than that. Where? 20 years later. Chapter 358 Lulin is destroyed, going to the future. Now Nohara doesn't know who to be jealous of. 20 years later. Now Nohara sat up, her right-angled shoulders shone with warm honey color under the soft light, and her long black hair was just a few strands on her shoulders. What's wrong? He asked. Are you serious? She opened her eyes wide and blinked at Naruto. You mean you're going to take me to 20 years later, through time and space? Yet. Why? Now Nohara thought of some possibilities, but was still a little confused. Isn't it good here? Find a safe place to stay and grow old together. Naruto felt guilty. If they could get wet in the snow together, they would grow old together in this life. The problem was that he couldn't not go back. The dragon vein was in danger. He originally came from 20 years later. He came here just for a piece of information. He was ready to go back after getting it. Now he just wanted to take Nohara now back to 20 years later. His base camp was not here, and there was no point in staying in this war-torn era. For Naruto, this was ultimately just a dream. Only by going back could he be down to earth. But for Nohara now, traveling through the future to 20 years later was also a dream for her. Nohara now didn't dare to think about the scene 20 years later. Friends, family, partners, and even enemies, everything they knew would change. 20 years passed quickly, and she was more afraid of another thing. Are you from 20 years later in the future? She asked. Yet. What will you look like in 20 years? Nohara now asked nervously, are you married? How many are there? Naruto. This question made him feel very guilty. He was definitely not married. But if he asked how many, well, if he answered honestly, he would definitely send it away. If he said no, it would probably not be true. Well, I am still the same as now. As for marriage, I definitely did not. Naruto explained, well, there are a few. Nohara now's smile disappeared, and she pursed her lower lip, not knowing what she was thinking. She looked at Naruto deeply, making Naruto panic. Ahem. He opened his mouth and wanted to add something, but suddenly heard Nohara now burst into laughter. Why are you panicking? This if you panic, I actually think you are a scumbag. Naruto scratched his head, I have been unlucky recently, and I am afraid I will not feel at ease if I lie. Hehe, I am not angry. Now Nohara leaned over and hugged him, whispering, at this time, I am lucky enough to meet you. If I were another girl, I would also like you. But I am worried that after accompanying you to the future, I will become an old aunt. By then, you will be surrounded by young girls, and I really don't know what to do. No, you will be the same as you are now in the future. Naruto's brows relaxed a little, and he comforted, your body will not change, you can rest assured about this. Just do you want to go back with me? Your relatives and friends are here. If you go back with me. Halfway through, Naruto paused. The Edo prophecy in the system reward has not been used yet. According to its effect, the power of the great demon Edo can be used to rewrite reality and break restrictions. In principle, it is possible to take people through the future. But the rest depends on now Nohara's own ideas. After all, time will not go back. It's really a bit reluctant. Tell me what it will be like in 20 years? She pulled Naruto's hand and said with a bright smile on her face. What will it look like in 20 years? Naruto leaned on the edge of the bed, thought for a while and said, the Sandame is dead. Nohara now. She was a little speechless, wondering if this person had any opinion about the Sandame. There are so many things in the future, but he chose this one to talk about. After thinking for a moment, she continued to ask. What else? Ah, and the fifth generation is Tsunade-sama, and then Kakashi. Kakashi. Nohara now finally responded and looked at Naruto in surprise. Why? Do you know him? He asked, but didn't care. Well, Kakashi, everyone knows that he is a genius, but he doesn't know me, but he knows my sister. Sister? Is she a relative? Naruto was keenly aware of the difference. Now Nohara looked too much like Rin Nohara, except that they didn't have camouflage on their faces. No, it's the little sister of the family, Rin Nohara. Now Nohara finished speaking, and seeing that Naruto looked wrong, she couldn't help but asked in a daze. What's wrong? Nothing. Naruto was silent. The time point he went back to was very close to the Battle of Konoha Bridge. Since now Nohara looked natural when talking about Rin Nohara, it means that the Minato team is still alive. Now Danzo and his roots are involved in the investigation within Konoha, but the future is still safe and sound. There must be some kind of opportunity that brought a new turn for the troubled Danzo. Turning point? War. Naruto's heart skipped a beat in a moment. The Sand Village attacked the Land of Fire, or the Battle of Konoha Bridge. If a war broke out in Konoha, the top leaders would have to suspend Danzo's investigation. The root is still a sharp spear active in the battlefield, and the village needs Danzo. If this is the case, the matter will make perfect sense. Nohara now looked at Naruto and saw that he didn't look like he was fine, but if Naruto didn't say anything, she wouldn't be curious. She just snuggled in Naruto's arms, and her strange thoughts moved again. But her body couldn't take it anymore, and after thinking about it, she had to give up the idea of stopping the car. Naruto didn't think too long, and pulled her over, and the topic ended. Late at night, the two took advantage of the recovery of their physical strength in the second half of the night to have an in-depth conversation about the current situation in Konoha. After a night of fighting, they finally came to a conclusion. Pa. Naruto chopped the cucumber strips into several pieces, smashed them and mixed them with various sauces. Simply beat an egg and fried a piece of meat, and breakfast was ready. With a clatter, the plate was pushed in front of Nohara now. She lay on the table listlessly, stared at the breakfast on the table, and sighed. You're doing this so early in the morning, why don't you let me sleep a little longer? Eat breakfast first, do you still have to go to work today? Naruto suddenly remembered that today was probably a workday, and looked up at the clock. It's not time to go to work yet. If she eats breakfast and goes out, she will still have time left when she arrives at Konoha Hospital. I'm going to travel to the future, why go to work? Nohara now was open-minded, supporting her battered body and sitting up, picking at the breakfast on the plate. We haven't finished talking about the topic yesterday, what will the future be like? She asked. Won't you know when you go and see it yourself? Naruto also sat down, stuffed the fried egg into his mouth carelessly, and said after swallowing it completely. Anyway, there is no war, but it is not necessarily completely safe. There are always some people who want to destroy the world. Ah. Nohara now was getting more and more confused. What is there about no war but some people want to destroy the world? What is the future like? Dangerous? Or not dangerous? I am willing to go, and I am not so opposed to the future. She thought for a moment and said, as long as I don't become a little ant, I can accept it. Actually, I want to know one more thing. What is it? Who are those girls around you in the future? Nohara now said, and she was amused, I don't mean to be jealous, I just want to know whose daughter was harmed by you. Ah, this. Naruto felt even more ashamed and tentatively said a name. Yamana Inoichi. She was dumbfounded. His daughter? Ah, his daughter. It's hard to imagine what Yamanaka Inoichi's daughter will look like. Hyuga clan ah. Haranoo, I haven't heard of this. Anything else? Now Nohara looked complicated. Looking at Naruto's innocent face, she didn't know whether to be jealous or not. This was so weird. I knew this guy was a jerk, but I didn't expect him to cast a wide net. No more. Naruto naturally wouldn't say anything more. It's not that there's no need to say the rest, but the fewer people who know, the better. It's best if they don't know each other. Anyway, they're far away and can't meet. I'm not Waizaiobeo, so I'll build an island and take all the women who have a relationship with me there. Unless those women are confused, they can live in harmony. What era is it? They are still dreaming of such unrealistic dreams. 3 women are a drama, 7 or 8 women will be directly in the ninja world. It would be boring if it really came to that. Obviously, many troubles can be eliminated as long as they don't see each other. Just because they want to play 3 or 5 blacks, they have to be together. It is said that a forced melon is not sweet, let alone pure love among multiple people. In principle, everyone should be well with each other. They can't give up everything for Naruto and become a soulless gun mount. Fenghua Xiaoxiu stays in her snow country. She is Fenghua Xiaoxiu. Ino is always proud. That's Ino. If one day Ino gives up her principles for him and accepts many sisters, that would be a tragedy. Just like he pretended not to know Hinata, Ino also pretended not to know that Naruto and Hinata are also in contact. Anyway, they will not meet easily. Even if Ino and Hinata, he doesn't know what to do, but he can't let them find out that there are others besides them. After another day of rest, Naruto took Nohara now out of Konoha. The two rushed all the way from the forest of the fire country to the desert of the wind country. Before approaching Lulin, Nohara now suddenly grabbed Naruto in the wind and sand. What's wrong? Will all the people I know become history? Nohara now looked a little sad, and she opened her mouth and continued, they will all die in the war. Probably. Naruto didn't lie to her, and told her the truth, family, friends, and family, everything you have during this period of time will be buried in the long river of time, as if you don't exist. It's not too late for you to regret now, so, do you want to continue? Nohara now stopped talking and stood there in silence for a while. Yet. After getting a positive answer, Naruto didn't say anything more. He continued to rush towards Lulin with Nohara now. No matter how fast he rushed, he was still a step late. Lulin had become a bubble under the iron hoof of war, and all the once glorious towers had fallen and collapsed. Even Naruto was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After 2 months, a small country was destroyed like this? It seems that this place has just experienced a war. Nohara now was also panicked. This scene trampled by the iron hoof of war really made people's scalps numb. The buildings were destroyed, and abandoned corpses could be seen everywhere on both sides of the road. There was a stench in the air, and the wind and sand swept through again and again without getting tired. It seems to be a war. Naruto exhaled, took Nohara now's hand and walked in another direction. Don't talk, follow me. Yet. Let's go find the Lulin royal family now. Only they know where the other entrance to the dragon vein is. Naruto explained as he walked. Okay. Nohara now didn't understand anything, just nodded. The situation was far more tragic than Naruto imagined. The Lulin people died and were injured. The Queen of Lulin had died in the war to protect the people. Princess Sarah was taken to escape, and her whereabouts are unknown now. What an unknown whereabouts, Naruto refused to believe it. With Sarah's character, she would never leave Lulin. It's hard to leave her hometown. Sarah must be hiding somewhere. What should we do now? Nohara now was wearing a white robe to prevent sand, and her lips were cracked as she looked at Naruto, looking a little anxious. Find Princess Sarah, and you can find the dragon vein. Naruto still insisted. He knew that finding Sarah was the only solution now. It took another 3 days to find the decadent Princess Sarah among the refugees in Lulin. Her eyes were blank, her face was haggard, and her hair was tangled. The princess 2 months ago, now a homeless beggar, is completely unrecognizable without a closer look. The iron hoof of war is so fierce and devastating that it is simply not something a small country like Lulin can resist. It took Tsunagakuer half a day to flatten Lulin and push the battlefield to the border of the grass country. In their eyes, Lulin probably doesn't even rank, not even an enemy. Sarah is completely a walking corpse, dragged to a sunny place, looking up at the 2 people standing in front of her in the light. Her eyes are dim and unresponsive. "Long time no see, Princess Sarah," Naruto said. Yet, Sarah had no emotions, wearing old clothes, huddled in a corner with a dull look. What's wrong with her? Nohara now walked up and felt a little pitiful for this dirty girl. She was probably stimulated. She has been growing up under the protection of the queen and has never experienced any big storms. Naruto said in a low voice. Now suddenly the country is destroyed, the queen is dead, and the people are dead and injured. This country can no longer exist. Should we help her? How to help? This now Nohara was in trouble. After thinking for a while, she suddenly looked up at Naruto. Hey, can you take one more person with you to the future? Chapter 359 Returning to Konoha, the dust finally settled, Koji's wedding. She looks like this, it's not easy to stay here. Now Nohara said, besides, if I really go there alone, I probably won't adapt to it. It's good to have someone to accompany her. It's just right to find something to do together. In fact, it's amazing to think that we can cross 20 years. If there is no witness, even if you tell others, they may not believe it. Although it makes sense, but Naruto glanced down at Princess Sarah, who looked like a zombie, and watched her shrink in the grey and dirty robe. She may not agree. What if she recovers and wants to restore her country? If you take her away like this, won't there be no chance in the future? Nohara now frowned and stared at him. When did you become so kind? What are you talking about? I have always been like this. Oh, I don't know who cheated me and tricked me into the future. Nohara now squatted there. Girls are naturally good at temper. Well, Naruto had nothing to say. What's your name, Bian? She said unhappily, looking up. How can you be so deceiving? And you gave me a wristband, obviously you have other intentions. Naruto pouted. Can you say this is life experience? Can that be called cheating? It's something I did willingly. Ahem, stop talking nonsense. Just take it with you. It's not a big deal anyway. Go ask, don't be stupid. You are stupid. Now Nohara stood up. Before she walked in front of Sarah, she smelled a pungent smell. She didn't know how long she had been in a daze. It was really dirty. But she didn't despise it. She heard that the other party was still a pampered princess. Seeing her miserable appearance, she couldn't help but feel pity. It is said that it is hard to leave one's hometown. Now Nohara was confused when she came. She heard that she would have to travel a long way and didn't take anything with her. Now, she suddenly remembered that it would be better to find a companion. Nothing is more suitable than Sarah in front of her. In another time and space, there is someone to talk to. Is there any place to wash nearby? I'll take her to wash. Hey, is there anything to eat? Now Nohara got busy, and the last bit of uneasiness in her heart was gone. Yes, they should be underground. Naruto was relieved. After thinking about it carefully, it was not a bad thing. He could bring 2 people back to keep them company and save himself a lot of trouble. He couldn't really be Jiobeyu, swimming around among women. Occasionally, he also wanted to sleep alone at home, lying down in all kinds of ways. After lying down, he would bask in the sun, get an ice lolly and eat it everywhere, and just stay like that. Thinking far ahead, Naruto took the 2 women deep underground and found a flowing water source under Lulin. Nohara now was comforting Sarah and washing her. Usually, she had learned how to take care of patients in the medical class, so her movements were gentle and her tone did not irritate Sarah. Naruto waited outside for the 2 women to come out. About an hour later, Nohara now cleaned up Sarah and brought her out. Naruto glanced at her and saw that she was very different from the Princess Sarah he met 2 months ago. At that time, Sarah was innocent and hid behind the Queen of Lulin. A pair of eyes seemed to be able to speak, rolling around, full of curiosity about everything in the world. Now when Sarah looked up at him, her eyes were so rough that they lost their highlights. As if she had been thrown in a mud pit, she looked at people without focus. This was because she was stimulated too much. The little flowers in the greenhouse were overwhelmed by the sudden war. The princess who was on the run didn't have to run now, she was gone in the physical sense. The people, the country, the queen, all disappeared in the depths of the desert. It was also thanks to the fact that the Queen of Lulin was deeply loved and died for Lulin. The group of survivors hid her and protected her well, at least she was not worried about her life. Naruto didn't care much. Looking at the two people who had been sorted out, he pointed to a place and said, "Ask her if the dragon vein is under there." "Oh." Nohara now really asked, speaking softly. Sarah looked up at Nohara now. She didn't know her, but she had just bathed her. Looking to the side, yellow-haired, "Oh, this is someone I know." "Yet." Princess Sarah nodded and let herself be pulled away. After finding the dragon vein, the next thing will be much easier. Naruto can activate the dragon vein by himself, pulling the two girls to stand on the side, and putting his hands on the cleared dragon vein. The purple chakra storm spun wildly, and Naruto used the Edo prophecy at the right time. Time and space were twisted, the rules were broken, and Nohara now and Sarah were taken back to 20 years later. Naruto could still stay awake in the reverse flow of the long river of time, but he couldn't do that when he looked at the two girls next to him. The two girls closed their eyes, as if they were dreaming. He looked down at the translucent blue long river of time under his feet, which was as gorgeous as the starry sky, making him want to cut it. Traveling through time and space is really too much. It's okay to travel through it yourself, but I definitely don't want to give others the opportunity to travel back. The best way is to cut it off and destroy the bridge after crossing the river. He thought for a moment, thinking that time should be under the control of the god of death, and he could always get close to it. Let's see if he can get the god of death out, even if it's just a phantom. With a thought, Naruto tried to seal the Shiki Fusion. He heard the whistling of the wind, and the huge phantom of the god of death was actually summoned by him, hanging behind him. The phantoms were numerous, following him to cross the long river of time. With green face and fangs, and a white robe. He naturally felt the existence of the phantom of the god of death, frowned and prepared to try to mobilize the phantom of the god of death to pull out the white short knife in his mouth. Whether it works or not, try it first, and talk about the other things later. It moved. Naruto wanted to look back, but he was hit by the long river of time and couldn't look back at all. What he didn't see was that behind the phantom of the god of death stood a black shadow that was dozens of times taller, holding a long sword as black as ink in his hand. Rather than saying that Naruto was controlling the phantom of the god of death to draw his sword and cut the long river of time behind him, it would be better to say that the huge black shadow behind him was forcing the black shadow of the god of death to make a move. As the phantom of the god of death fell with a sword, Naruto pricked up his ears to listen, but heard no movement. Hey! It's a pity that he couldn't look back. While he was wondering, he suddenly heard a louder explosion-like movement behind him. Naruto's eyes lit up and thought to himself, is there a delay? Behind him, the black as ink long sword cut off the long river of time, and the colorful starry sky was torn apart, leaving only an endless dark river. The phantom of the god of death trembled and put the white short knife into his mouth and bit it. At the moment before returning to his position, Naruto casually raised his hand and sucked Nohara now and Princess Sarah of Lulin into the sealed space. The next second he opened his eyes in Sakura's arms. At that moment, Naruto was sweating profusely, thinking to himself that it was a close call. If Sakura knew about the existence of the two women, he would not be able to tell the truth. He did not want to be caught by Sakura for no reason. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. In the sealed space, the two wooden men were slightly surprised to see two more people in the cell next door. On the surface, they showed no expression, but their disgust for that person increased. This person is really a scumbag. In order to satisfy his own selfish desires, he actually... Pa! Sakura reached out and slapped the sand off Naruto, with a worried look on her face. While she circled around him and asked, "Did it go well?" It went pretty well." Naruto thought for a moment, and confirmed that he had memorized all the words on the top secret information, and then nodded and said, "Some things happened in the middle, but it was still safe." Yet, Sakura didn't feel anything, because it was only 1 minute from the time Naruto opened the dragon vein to the time he woke up, and it seemed that nothing had changed. That was just because Naruto quickly put the two women into the sealed space for temporary placement. If the three of them were lying together suddenly, Sakura would not be so calm. The mission was completed, so there was no need to stay in this desert. Naruto and Sakura discussed it and immediately withdrew from the desert. They rushed back along the way they came, set up camp at night to rest, and couldn't avoid reading by lamplight. What about Maple Forest evening, what about Black Silk February flowers, a little bit. After 2 consecutive days and nights on the road, Naruto was full of energy all the way, but Sakura was a little exhausted. Finally, it took 5 days to get back to Konoha, and Naruto was the one who handed in the task. Sakura went home to rest. She had disappeared for so many days, so she must have been scolded. Shikamaru's wedding was over, and Koji was almost getting married. Hearing that he was back, Koji even specially edited a book and handed it to Naruto. Naruto looked down at the very showy wedding invitation, and then looked at Koji, and was suddenly speechless. "I will go, you don't have to order something like this for me. How do you know it was specially ordered?" Koji widened his eyes and blinked, as if he had seen the 10 unsolved mysteries of the ninja world. He looked down at the invitation, the red and green were unbearable to look at. "Who else did you send such an invitation to?" "Shikamaru, Ino, Niji, Hinata," and Koji said while twisting his fat fingers, and looked up and asked, "What's wrong with the invitation?" "I made it myself, is there any problem?" "No, it's very well done, don't do it next time." Naruto patted his shoulder and said earnestly. After receiving the invitation, Naruto didn't stay in the village for long, and found a reason to go out of the village directly. He rushed towards the direction of Tansho Street, and bought a small building by the way. It happened to be on the other side of Tansho Street, far away from where he and Teiwaya lived, almost 2 extremes. Although Teiwaya will not come back for the time being, just in case. In short, Naruto felt that he seemed to start thinking now. Nohara now stood in front of the small building with Sarah, looked at Naruto beside her, blinked and asked. "Where is this?" "Konoha." "No, this is Tansho Street," he explained. "Oh." Sarah looked back at the bustling street and could faintly hear the noisy voices. Tansho Street has become so prosperous. It used to be just a few supply stations. This is a market town, a little far from Konoha. He pointed to the 2-story wooden building. "Just stay here for a while and get used to it. I will come here regularly. Communicators will probably be popular in the near future. I will bring one to you at that time, so that it will be convenient to contact even if I am not there. The situation in Konoha is a bit complicated. Don't go there for now if you can." "Complicated?" Nohara now looked at him deeply. "Oh, okay, I'll listen to you." Naruto scratched his head, feeling a little guilty, and laughed dryly twice without saying anything. Fortunately, Nohara now didn't care. She glanced at him and pulled Sarah in. Naruto followed her and listened to her muttering as she went upstairs. "Humph, I won't argue with the younger generation. Maybe to some extent, Nohara now is indeed an elder." But the more he thought about it, the weirder it got. He thought about it for a while but couldn't come up with an idea. "You know how to use that bathroom? The difference isn't that big. I'll teach you how to use it." Naruto reached out to pull her, but was dodged. Nohara now rolled his eyes at him. "Wait a minute, I'll settle Sarah first." "Okay." Naruto simply waited aside. Sarah was still in the same state, a little absent-minded. But now she has a sense of trust in Nohara now, and will not resist, allowing Nohara now to fiddle with her. Occasionally, she would respond and say some simple words. After all, she was not really stupid, but was stimulated by the big change, and she couldn't accept it in her heart, so she became silent. Now that she has changed the environment, it is also a good thing for Sarah. "Raise your hand, yes." Nohara now was going to change Sarah's clothes. Just as she was rolling up her clothes, she suddenly thought of something. Looking back, she found that Naruto had gone out without knowing when. She was stunned for a moment, and then a gentle smile appeared on her face. The other hand, Now Nohara changed Sarah's clothes, walked to the door with a few steps, opened a crack with a click, and stuck her head out. How do I use the bathroom?" "It's very simple," he was about to speak, but suddenly saw now Nohara's naughty eyes, and his eyebrows raised immediately, and he understood something. Oh, the bathroom. This is the shower, remember it. This is the bathtub. Oh. This is. It took now Nohara 2 hours to remember all the ways to use the bathroom. She came out with a red face, not daring to look Naruto in the eye. Her talent is not good, and her memory is still declining. I don't know how many times I've taught her, but she still can't concentrate on learning. Don't say anything, it's just a small matter. Naruto waved his hand, there's everything in the living room downstairs. Go to the street and walk around at night. It's actually not much different from 20 years ago. Okay. Nohara now blushed. After staying in Tansho Street for 2 days, Naruto returned to Konoha. Chichi's wedding is about to take place. He estimated that there is still some time. He slept at home for a whole day and went to the banquet with full blood the next day. This is considered to be temporarily settled, and there is a solution for Sakura's situation. Now, the problem he needs to solve most is Danzo and the route. Asking for leave, small black room, posting tomorrow morning. Chapter 360 triggered sensitive words and was pulled into the small black room. Wait until tomorrow to release the ban and post it together with Chapter 361, otherwise there will be a gap. New books are automatically posted, and what I wrote in the past few days are old books. Chapter 360, Koji, it's bad, I've become an accomplice of Naruto. When it comes to killing Danzo, Sasuke is still the professional. Naruto thought about it, put those messy things aside, and went to attend Koji's wedding first. There is no rush to backstab Danzo, and he has to find Inuzuka Kaiba first. He turned over from the bed, washed up, put on a set of clothes, and went downstairs. He is now a group of people who are not afraid of being bitten by lice. Anyway, it's far away, as long as he doesn't do stupid things, nothing will happen. He went to the flower shop in the mountains first and found no one. So he turned a corner and walked towards the Hyuga clan's residence. Halfway through, he felt something was wrong, so he stopped. Last time he left first, Ino and Hinata had broken the ice and slowly reconciled. But he didn't know these, he just felt more and more panicked as he walked. In his memory, Ino and Hinata didn't have a good relationship. If he went to the Hyuga clan's base and was seen by Ino. When he thought of this, he shuddered. Whether it was Sakura or Teiwa, they were both special. Even if they knew each other's existence, there would be no problem. Naruto didn't bother to get them together. He didn't commit suicide. But Hinata and Ino were different. They were the first loves of this world. One love meant two. He was just dragging them at that time. Later, the relationship between the two girls was not good. They knew each other's existence. When they were with Naruto, they deliberately didn't mention it much, and occasionally asked. For example, when Ino was angry, he would say, "Go find Hinata. Anyway, she will do whatever you want." When Hinata was angry, she would also say softly, "Do you like Ino's personality more? I'm not so cheerful and I can't talk." In short, it's quite troublesome if you don't handle it well. Of course, most of the time, you won't face such problems. After all, Naruto has been running around outside in recent years. If you get angry all the time, you don't know when you will see each other again next time. Following his sixth sense, looking at the Hyuga base not far away, Naruto hesitated for a moment and turned away. It's better not to gamble on such things, and it's the same to wait at the wedding of Koji. Soon after he left, two girls walked out of the Hyuga base. "Hey, why isn't Ninkai going?" Ino asked. "Brother Ninkai seems to have a mission, and he's very busy these days. It seems that he's going to join the Anbu." Hinata's hand was held by Ino, and she said carefully. "Anbu? Will the Hyuga clan also join the Anbu?" Ino was a little surprised, but still walked forward. "Isn't that feature too obvious? As soon as I saw that the eyes were all white, I knew it was the Hyuga clan. It seems that there is some special means, I don't know much, I just heard it from Brother Ninkai." Hinata was a little nervous, and didn't know what to say for a while. "That Ino. Hey? What's wrong? White eyes, will it be strange?" Hinata asked. "Why do you ask that?" Ino looked at Hinata in surprise. Seeing that she was a little nervous, she comforted her, "It's just that the eye color is different. Mine is still blue. Look. Yeah, like glass." Chisai. Naruto secretly found Chisai, who was wearing a formal suit and hiding in the room eating potato chips. "What are you doing? Eating alone?" "I'm nervous." Chisai trembled and ate more and more fiercely. "You may be nervous, but leave me some." Naruto reached out and snatched his bag of potato chips, grabbed a handful and said, "Do me a favor, if you don't help me, I will collect your potato chips every day." Chisai was speechless. It's okay that Naruto didn't comfort him when he was nervous, and he took the opportunity to threaten him, but friends are always like this. "Tell me what's the matter first." "It's not a big deal. I just want to find a way to put Ino and Hinata in different positions so that Hinata won't see me talking to Ino." Naruto coughed and said, "When Hinata and I talk, Ino won't see us either." "That's it. Koji. I'm telling you, Naruto, isn't it troublesome for you to be so scared all day?" Koji pouted and said, "Why not choose one to settle down and get married early like me? What do you want to choose? Don't talk too much. If you keep talking, I'll take your business away from you. Shake it out." Naruto hit the snake at its weakest point, hitting Koji's soft spot, and his fat face turned pale. "Good brother, don't, I'll find someone to arrange it." The flesh on Koji's face was almost squeezed together in pain, but soon he seemed to think of something. "Hey, Naruto, this thing can't be done." "What? Don't you know? Ino and Hinata seem to have reconciled? They have been together all the time during this period, how can they be separated?" Koji squinted his eyes and said. The loose black formal suit made him look a little honest. He looked at Naruto and showed an embarrassed look on his face. "Reconciled? When?" Naruto was a little stunned. "The time you ran out to perform a mission. As for how to reconcile, I don't know." Koji scratched his head and said, "Do you still want to separate them?" Forget it. Naruto was a little upset. "Let's do this for now, pretend I didn't say anything, it would be too obvious if you do it again." Shinkai looked at him again and couldn't help but persuade him. "Yeah, it's like this, I can only choose one. You should settle down as soon as possible, and when you get married, I will definitely." "Don't choose." Naruto interrupted him and said, "He probably tasted something, stop talking nonsense, choose it yourself." "It's like this, what else can you do?" Dinkai muttered. "Well, don't worry about it." Naruto was a little irritated, grabbed a handful of potato chips and turned to leave. Koji looked at Naruto's back as he left and scratched his head. This guy is good in every way, but he seems not very loyal. But now Ino and Hinata have a better relationship. The two of them are always together. Even if Naruto has 3 heads and 6 arms, he probably can't play tricks on both sides. After all, if they are often together, one of them will be exposed if he is not careful. "Naruto, settle down as soon as possible." Shinkai muttered to himself. Zhang was squatting on the roof of the Akimichi clan, frowning at the densely packed guests below. He was thinking about several things at the same time, and the communicator plan should be put on the agenda. Ino and Hinata were together, but they couldn't share a communicator. As long as there was a gap, they could insert a needle, and as long as they figured out the position of the other side at the same time, they could avoid a collision. Otherwise, they would have to rely on intuition and luck every time, which was too dangerous. As for the two meeting together, he just had to say that it was a secret, and Ino, Hinata, would be sad if she knew it. You don't want your good friend to be sad, do you? Ino, Hinata. It's dangerous, and it will be exposed one day. But it's better to explode at any time than now. Explosion is much stronger, choose one of the two. How can it be possible to choose one of the two? He had seen Ino and Hinata a long time ago, but he didn't really show up in front of them. They said they had reconciled, but that was their business, and showing up by himself would be courting death. After hiding on the roof for a while, Naruto had a lot of messy thoughts in his mind. It was really a big deal. But then he thought that he didn't seem to have done anything too excessive, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He stood up suddenly, thinking that yes, didn't they just kiss each other? And they said they liked each other. He sat down again, scratched his face, and decided to wait and see. After waiting for a while, Ino and Hinata finally separated. Naruto saw that the opportunity had come, and first caught up with the honest Hinata from the other side, intending to test the waters first. Ah! Hinata was pulled from the side by someone, and was about to scream, but stopped after seeing that it was Naruto. Naruto-kun, you're here. Yeah, that Hinata, come with me. Naruto pulled Hinata to a secluded place with a guilty conscience, and Hinata followed closely. Her palms were covered with warmth, and she couldn't help but smile when she saw Naruto's nervous look. They stopped behind a tree. How did you and Ino? Naruto asked seriously. It was at Shikamaru's wedding last time, Ino took the initiative to find me, and then we reconciled. Hinata whispered, looking up at him. Hearing this, Naruto immediately understood. It must be what he said to Ino that worked. At that time, Ino asked him if he had seen Hinata. The situation was urgent at the time, so he simply retreated and asked Ino to say hello to Hinata on his behalf. It was just a coaxing remark, and he knew that the relationship between the two was strained. Who knew that Ino really did this, and it seemed that the relationship between the two had eased a lot. But this is normal, like something Ino can do. Perhaps affected by the atmosphere of the wedding scene, she didn't want to continue to be angry. He revealed his attitude, which made Ino's heart relax. Then, everything went smoothly. But he had slipped away at that time, and he became like this after returning from the mission. Well, the most important thing now is to confirm what stage the conversation between the two has reached. Hinata has a gentle temperament and basically doesn't lie. So what did you talk about? Food, Koji's wedding, and clothes. Hinata recalled, Ino is very busy. Since Shikamaru got married last time, today is only the second time they met. It was only half a month ago. Hearing this, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Did you talk about me? Hinata blinking his eyes, he shook his head. That's good, Naruto was completely relieved. At the same time, looking at the innocent Hinata, he began to deceive her seriously. You know I like you, but I used to have a good relationship with Ino. Some things cannot be explained in 1 or 2 days. Remember not to mention my things in front of Ino next time, okay? Okay. Hinata really believed it. Now I dare not say that I will promise you right away, give me some time. When we confirm the relationship, I will make it clear with Ino, believe me. Well, believe you. Hinata looked up at him slightly, and suddenly remembered something, and said hesitantly, Naruto-kun, you. What's wrong? Ino is a very kind girl, even if you have to make it clear, Naruto-kun, don't hurt her. Hinata said in a low voice. With a click, Naruto felt the guilt in his heart coming up. But it disappeared quickly in 1 or 2 seconds, and it couldn't last more than 3 seconds. Well, I'll think about it. He said as he pulled Hinata over, lowered his head and held the 2 thin pieces of coolness in his mouth, his hands unconsciously. Hinata blushed to her ears. 10 minutes later, she straightened her clothes and looked at Naruto with a slightly coquettish look. Naruto-kun, why do you always like it when you kiss? I don't know, it should be a disease. Naruto took a breath and said, I'll ask Tsunade-sama when I have time in the future, just tell her what you want to ask. Ah. No need. Hinata suddenly became nervous. Naruto immediately understood that Hinata was afraid of contact with Tsunade, this is a trick. Next time the Shura field breaks out, ask Tsunade to come to the rescue. He kissed Hinata again, and Naruto left with satisfaction. He found Koji again, but found that he was toasting. The two looked at each other in the air, Naruto tilted his head left and right with a serious face, and nodded again. It means to separate Hinata and Ino, quickly. Chisai looked bitter and cast an inquiring look, as if asking, are you sure? Ahem. Naruto said nothing, and looked at Chisai meaningfully. Chisai's scalp suddenly numbed, and he nodded to Naruto, which was considered an agreement. The communication between the two did not exceed 6 seconds, and they reached a plan silently across several tables of guests. Hey, Keiko, Hinata seems to be there. Chisai poked his fiancée next to him, and said with a guilty conscience, you go and say hello to her, and take her to see our wedding photos by the way. Okay. Although Keiko was a little confused about why Chisai suddenly said this, she did not refute. She was a very traditional family woman, and she was very satisfied with the honest and kind Chisai. Besides, she also knew that Hinata was already taken, and the only bad thing was that the man was a yellow-haired man. Watching Keiko walk towards Hinata, Koji finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then he felt angry again. Naruto, you really deserve to die. Koji had a shameful handle in Naruto's hand, and now he became an accomplice. Suddenly he envied Shikamaru who had no desires. That guy seemed very happy after marriage, almost like an immortal. Shikamaru happened to run into Naruto and grabbed him. "Where are you going? Have you seen Ino?" he asked. "Ino?" Shikamaru thought for a moment. It seems that she went to sit over there with Tamako. What's wrong? Nothing. Did you see Kaiba? Why are you attending a wedding and looking for someone all day long? Shikamaru was amused, but still told him, maybe she is over there in the guest seats, you should be able to find her if you look for her. Naruto, it's almost time for you to get married, right? I tell you, I also felt annoying before getting married. But it's really different after marriage, how should I put it? I'm going to find my wife first, and we'll talk later. Naruto stood there, stunned for a long time, took a breath of cold air, and was stuffed with dog food. Who doesn't have a wife, damn it? Chapter 361 Ino. After going around in circles, it's still Ino. The wedding officially started, and Naruto was no longer in the mood to watch. Waiting for the best man to come on stage, he hurriedly changed his clothes and went on stage. By the way, he saw Inuzuka Kaiba, who looked a lot more haggard after not seeing him for a while. Why are you looking so weird? Naruto asked Inuzuka Kaiba during the wedding. It's hard to explain. Inuzuka Kaiba waved his hand and didn't want to talk. Seeing this, Naruto didn't ask any more questions and concentrated on being his best man. The process was already familiar, and there was no difficult etiquette. It was just to make up the number of people, and Shikamaru, who got married first, didn't have to work so hard. This time he just needed to stand in the crowd, drinking and watching the show with a lazy face. This made Naruto on the stage envious enough. It's only been half a month, and he has been a best man twice. Shikamaru and Koji got married together, which didn't surprise him too much. After all, they are a big family, and they want a stable and prosperous life. In their eyes, marriage and procreation are a necessary process, and they have to go through it sooner or later. The sooner they get it done, the sooner they can mess it up, and the younger their wife will be. When they really reach 30, everything will be hard to say. As for Naruto, who has no scruples, getting married or not is no different. There are not many restrictions. If you can stay in Konoha, stay. If you can't stay, run away. After participating in the event, Naruto walked off the stage. He happened to run into Ino. Fang rolled his eyes at him, didn't talk to him, just walked down by himself. Naruto followed, and Ino's pace naturally slowed down. The two walked side by side through the lively crowd, slowly heading towards the outskirts of the village. He looked ahead and recognized that it was probably the direction of his home, and was stunned for a moment. Since that incident, Ino rarely went to Naruto's house. Today, there was no sign. Could it be that she had something to say? Or did she attend a wedding recently and wanted to get married because of the scene in her heart? The further she got to the back, the slower Ino walked. Naruto didn't know what was going on, as if everything had changed since he came back from the ruins of Lulin. Many things happened in the past half-month, some of which were within his expectations, and some were. Are you going to my house? He asked. Yeah. Ino nodded. Why do you suddenly want to go to my house? Naruto asked in confusion, don't you not want to go? If you want to go, go. I have the key. Ino walked ahead with her head down, and it seemed that she didn't want to look at Naruto again. I don't know what she was angry about. But at least Ino was willing to be angry, and Naruto didn't panic. Arrived at home and went upstairs. The crackling footsteps were messy, and the sunlight sprinkled on the figures of the two, and two shadows, one big and one small, were reflected in the corridor. Ino took out the key and inserted it several times but failed to insert it. The last time, the door was opened continuously. The entrance was still familiar. Naruto stood behind Ino and turned around to close the door. Turning around, Ino was already changing shoes there, and her white toes were clearly visible. He never concealed his XP at all. He stared at her and saw Ino's complicated expression. She stepped on the floor barefoot and looked at him with contempt. Pervert. Suddenly, Naruto felt as if time had gone back, many years ago. After the funeral of the third Hokage, Ino also ran to her home. At that time, she was still in the old-style apartment in the center of the village. Ino, still an ignorant girl, stood on one foot to take off her shoes, holding the shoe cabinet, with her blonde hair scattered. Her white jade-like calves were natural and made it impossible to look away. Her cute black dress was even more. If you want to be cute, you have to wear morning clothes. She was still the same person, and after many years, she returned to a familiar place. I am. Naruto stared at Ino and loosened the buttons of his best man's suit. It happened that Ino was wearing the bridesmaid's clothes at this time. Even with a few strokes of light makeup, she still looked radiant. She had a proud figure and a slightly curved swan neck. Humph. Ino ignored him and went to the living room in her slippers. She had something to say, so Naruto quickly changed his shoes and followed her. Unexpectedly, Ino entered the kitchen, opened the refrigerator with a swish, and stared at the refrigerator full of cold beer. Naruto also saw it, and was slightly embarrassed. Why do you drink so much? Ino frowned and asked, full of dissatisfaction in her words. He can drink, but he never drinks at home. Those wines are all from that stupid dog Fox, but now it is not at home, so it is difficult to explain it clearly. Forget about the explanation, just nod. If you don't drink it normally, just save it. You can't save so much, there is no food at home. Ino slammed the refrigerator door shut, turned around and looked at him. Hey, where do you usually eat? Just find a random store downstairs, anywhere you eat, just eat a little. He replied. How can this be possible? Actually, I'm not in the village most of the time. Naruto said, I can't stay long when I come back. Last time I was away for a mission for half a month. There's no way to keep food fresh in the refrigerator, and no one takes care of the house, so it goes bad when I come back, so I just don't put it in. Ino rolled her eyes when she heard him deliberately sounding pitiful. You deserve it, it's all your own fault. Of course he understood. Ino was talking about the past. Since Hinata appeared, the relationship between the two should be the same, but Ino didn't come to him much. It's not quite right to say that Hinata appeared. Hinata has always been there. The relationship is always messy, and Naruto didn't make a choice, but just dragged it on until now. Ino doesn't know nothing. She is not as simple and easy to deceive as Hinata. She is just willing to be deceived by him, and she doesn't think about it, just let it drag on. Haha, yet. Naruto was a little embarrassed and could only change the subject. Sit down first, I'll pour you a glass of water. Naruto wiped himself and hid in the kitchen, pouring water while thinking. Ino is not in a good state today, it doesn't seem like she is going to blame someone. He took the water out and saw Ino sitting on the sofa, looking incredibly normal. Drink water. He said. Yet. Ino suddenly looked up and said, I heard from my father that the communicator plan is short of money, and the village is at a critical juncture now. Maybe we won't do it, I can rest. Lack of money. Naruto was stunned for a moment, looked at Ino again, and finally understood the crux of the problem. Yet, but it's good this way, I've been exhausted a long time ago. Ino smiled with pursed lips. I rested all day yesterday. I didn't have to draw pictures, test constantly, or look for information. It feels good. It's not that easy to make up the funding gap, right? Naruto asked, leaning on the edge of the sofa and taking a sip of water. He had long planned to independently fund the communicator project, but he didn't say he would make up the difference. The money in his hand didn't come from a legitimate source, so it could only come from Tsunade. He hadn't mentioned this to Tsunade yet, and besides, he couldn't let Ino know that he had paid for it. Otherwise, he couldn't deprive Ino of her authority, in case she investigated him. Although Ino wouldn't do such a thing, just in case. The gap is too big, it can't be filled at all. Ino said calmly, holding the cup in her hand, my parents advised me to get married and have children early. Join the Konoha intelligence department and take over my father's work. Ah, urging you to get married. Naruto glanced at her, what about you? What do you think? Shikamaru and Koji are married, so I should be almost there too. Ino said, I used to have a thought in my mind, thinking about finishing the communication system first. I don't want to get married so early, I've never thought about getting married or anything like that. Hearing this, Naruto understood. Ino didn't want to get married, she was just confused. What she had worked hard for so many years disappeared in one day. She was sentenced to death in her career, and turned around to watch her friends get married one by one. She attended 2 weddings in half a month, and Ino, Shika, and Joe were in the same boat. Perhaps soon, Shikamaru and Koji's child will be born. According to the advice of Ino's parents, they wanted Ino to take her mind off her failed career and focus on the road of life. Ninjas are also human beings, and it is human nature for parents to wish for them. Since Ino has brought it up, Naruto naturally cannot fool around. Having said that, Naruto can only express his stance, and he must be firm. He knows that what Ino needs now is not marriage, but comfort. At this time, she is just confused and needs Naruto's comfort and promise. In other words, she is frustrated and comes back to hug her husband. If Ino is really forced to marry, she will hesitate. Of course, Naruto cannot get married now, because he will not be able to explain it to Hinata and Sakura in the future. Wouldn't that be cheating? Ino is completely unaware of this. If they get married rashly, he cannot just break up. At that time, doing something a little bit will hurt Ino. Before marriage, it doesn't matter how much he spends. He hasn't even confirmed the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend yet. At most, it is ambiguous, and he is known as a playboy. If there is really no other way and he has to get married now, he will definitely have to settle down, and at most be with Hinata. Of course, he will not let this happen. He sat down next to Ino, grabbed her hand, thought for a while, looked up at her and said, "As for me, I have no parents or relatives in this village, like a rootless duckweed. Most of the time, I am floating, dealing with things one by one. Then I met you, and that summer I broke into pieces and kneaded them into my memory. I like you very much, I have liked you for many years, the kind of love that I can get married right away. I know you are frustrated now, and I don't want you to get married just for the sake of getting married. You should get married when you think about it, are fully prepared, and think it through before you get married. Who wants to marry you?" Ino glanced at him, pouted, and turned her head away. There was finally a smile in his eyes, and the whole person was energetic, no longer the numb and calm look. "Is that so? If you don't like me, then I can only." Naruto didn't continue to dwell on the topic of marriage, fearing that Ino would suddenly change her mind. "Don't say it." Ino knew what he wanted to say with her toes. She was really jealous and was diverted by Naruto. She reached out to pinch the flesh on Naruto's waist and twisted it violently. She was satisfied when she heard Naruto gasp. "Hey, your communicator project may not be a failure," Naruto said at the right time. "Last time I talked to Lady Tsunade, she said there is a way to get the funds." Ino suddenly became energetic and turned to look at Naruto. "What did Lady Tsunade say?" "There is a sum of money from an unknown source that can probably fill this gap," Naruto said. "It's just that I've been too busy recently and haven't discussed it formally." "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Naruto muttered in his heart. "I can't get the tiger cub without risking the tiger's den, and I can't catch the wolf without risking the child. With all the money filled in, this multi-billion-dollar project will take Ino at least 1 or 2 years. And Naruto himself can take a break, 1 or 2 years is enough." "That's good." Ino's heart knot was finally untied, thinking to herself that she would go back and pick up the things she left behind. Just when she was about to get up, she suddenly saw a pair of burning eyes looking at her. Suddenly, she realized that she had entered a wolf's den. The 18-year-old boy's fist was hard enough to smash iron. At this age, when both the body and the mind are hot and restless, a little spark can burn a piece. "You. Isn't the matter settled? Where are you going?" Naruto smiled and held her down. Ino had nothing to say, swallowed her saliva and shrank back behind the sofa. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing. Why do you look like you're going to run? Are you that scary?" Naruto moved closer and leaned on her. "Chuji's wedding had just ended, and I wanted to take you to a fun place, but you insisted on bringing me here? You have to take responsibility, right?" "What responsibility?" Ino wanted to push him away, but her hands were weak. "What do you think? Since that time, you haven't come here much." He leaned over and looked at Ino and said, "I gave you the keys, but you haven't come here once." "I came here," she said defensively. "I left after a short while, and you call it coming here." He was determined not to let Ino go today, and his eyes were shining with eagerness. Ino's neck was tight, and her jawline was clear. Her face was red to the root of her neck, and even her earlobes were red. Her eyes were blinking, and she turned her head to look elsewhere. "No. What can't you do?" He sniffed at Ino's neck, his voice as hot as red-hot iron. "What's wrong with us? It's not like we haven't touched before." Ino's low mood was swept away, as if she had risen from a bottom to a high point, and her whole body was hot. The ambiguous fuse burned violently, like a red-hot charcoal thrown into the water. Her mind was hazy, but her emotions kept rising. The urge to try, the blood slowly boiled at this moment. She hugged Naruto, feeling like she was hugging a ball of simmering fire. Suddenly, it burned a little bit, starting from his body and warming her from all directions. Ino felt her heart was suffocating, like a deer hitting a wall. Chapter 362 Agreeing is like, not agreeing is also like, so you can't run away today. Some things are too busy to think about, just sink to the bottom of the heart. But one day, it suddenly came out and it was out of control. Ino was pressed on the sofa, and the two kissed wetly. The sound of "oh-oh-at-at" could be heard from the kitchen. Nine-Tailed, who had just climbed back from the balcony, was trembling, and boldly stretched out his dog head to look inside through the glass. Hey! The dog didn't even look. Nine-Tailed trembled and retreated from the balcony carefully. He went out and jumped directly from the second floor. He jumped a few times and disappeared at the corner of the street. I came back at the wrong time. If I was found, I would probably break my legs. My life is important, so I ran away. Naruto didn't notice that the Nine-Tails came back, and was discussing study with Ino on the sofa. Rubbing ears and temples, hot water no, it was hot. The two kissed for a while, and Ino was a little confused. She pushed him away, tidied up her messy clothes, and complained with a red face and biting her lower lip. Can't your claws be honest? Yes, you again. Naruto got up slowly, stood there like a stick, wiped the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand, and smiled easily. Oh! Go to hell! Uzumaki Naruto! Ino threw a pillow over, patted her clothes and got up. I want to go back. Just go back like this? He asked. What else? Ino stood up and stood in front of him, looking up at him. Then what do you want? No, Naruto really didn't want to argue with Ino, he just kissed her and gave her a little extra. Forget it, according to Ino's personality, today is already the maximum extent. If you keep entangled, she might really get angry. Then I'll take you home? How about it? No, I can go back by myself. She ran to the entrance, quickly changed her shoes, and made a face at Naruto. Sigh. Goodbye. With a bang, the door closed, leaving Naruto in a daze. After standing there for a long time, he finally came to his senses. Oh, the girl is still youthful and bright, after all, she is still 18 years old. After setting the fire, Ino ran away, but I didn't dare to chase her. This person is good in everything, but she runs fast, and now she has this kind of black-bellied personality. Damn, my fist is hard. After standing in the living room for a while, he slowly walked to the kitchen to get a glass of ice water. Inexplicably thinking about what Jiraiya is doing now, it's time to go to the rain country after finishing the things. He walked to the balcony with the water cup, looking at the lush trees, his eyes narrowed. It's not easy to end the long-term assignment, so naturally I have to stay in Konoha for a while. There are two main things to solve now. One is the communication system, and Ino must be busy. The second is Danzo and the roots. Things have been delayed until now, and they have been eaten away bit by bit. The roots have already been completely disintegrated. When the time is right, I can almost be the fuse. However, this matter is more troublesome. Killing Danzo is not too difficult. The difficult part is to eliminate his influence, which requires the means of framing. The roots are probably familiar with this routine. But they would never dream that someone would use it on them, and there is a yellow-haired man who has been holding a grudge for 6 or 7 years. It is said that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Naruto doesn't care about forbearing for 2 more years, but Tsunade can't bear it. She doesn't plan to continue playing and wants to overthrow Danzo immediately. Even if she and Danzo and the 2 Xianming elders are dismissed together, Tsunade will not care. The so-called Hokage is not my intention, and she is the best at having fun. Naruto doesn't intend to offend her, so let Tsunade say whatever she wants. After finishing the affairs of the village, we have to settle the relationship between Ino and Hinata. At least we have to find a balance, and the things that should be done should be put on the agenda. Get on the bus first and buy the ticket later, and then slowly reconcile. If it really doesn't work, it's the old way, stay far away, no one can get close to anyone, so just take whoever is away from Konoha. However, this method also has many disadvantages, so let's talk about it later. Then there are things outside, and it's time to go to the snow country and the whirlpool country. The snow country is his last stop, and he still needs to pay attention to maintaining stability in the rear. If something happens in the future, there is still a stable way out. Whirlpool country, well, take a look at it, and see what is hidden under the altar. A thief never leaves empty-handed, and he will use the good stuff first. I thought about a lot of things with complicated thoughts, and picked out some practical ones to remember first. On the other side, Jiraiya was still on the way to collect intelligence. In a small market town on the border of the demon country, the lights in the love shop were dim. The blonde girl in pink clothes had tears in her eyes and said to Jiraiya aggrievedly, "Uncle, stop touching me, have a drink." "What are you talking about?" Jiraiya coughed and said seriously, "Aren't we drinking? Where are you going?" "Add some more money, uncle. Please. Add more money? How can you talk to a customer like that?" Jiraiya was half drunk, but his hands were really busy after spending money. He was having fun and casually asking for information. His strategy for collecting information has always been like this. In the mixed-up shop, he asked around like a familiar customer. Anyway, it was just drunken talk, no one would care. Once he got a clear message, he would move to another place immediately. Jiraiya is an old man, he comes and goes without a trace, even if his image is too obvious. But this slippery way of spying on information is difficult to track even if someone is interested. He has been running around recently, and he really found something. Probably since the Rain Country incident, one of his 3 precious apprentices died and 2 survived, which saved him a lot of trouble. The leader of Akatsuki was taken down by his master, and the organization was automatically disbanded. Itaki Uchiha seemed to have a private purpose, and he had been wandering between the island countries with Kisame Hoshigaki. Jiraiya guessed that Itaki Uchiha's target was likely to be Suzuki Uchiha. He passed the news back to Konoha. Tsunade took a look, raised her eyebrows and handed it to the relevant senior officials. Everyone read it once and wrote, "I have read it." This is the boring daily life of the intelligence master Jiraiya, who handed over some messy news outside to Konoha according to the importance of the big and small. When Konoha distributed activity funds, Jiraiya would take public funds to vote no, to gather intelligence. As a mobile probe of the Land of Fire, he dedicated his life to the will of fire. After all, he was the apprentice of the third Hokage, and was deeply influenced by the will of fire. Even if Jiraiya was not in tune, he still ranked the village first in his heart. Naruto was different. In his heart, the village was ranked last. As for the status, well, it's lower than that of Kyuubi, a dog and a fox. While thinking, he drank a glass of water unconsciously. Suddenly, he remembered the taste of Ino again. The feeling of kissing was fascinating. He frowned and thought about it, and there was a fire in his heart. Today was probably wasted. He thought that there was nothing else to do today, so he might as well meet again. Even if it was just to meet, it would be fine. After summer, it would be autumn, and you might not know where you will stay after the new year. No one knows how much time is left, so there is no need to be reserved. Thinking of this, Naruto wiped himself downstairs and walked towards the direction of Yamanaka flower shop alone. After Ino returned home alone with red earlobes, she rushed back to her room from the first floor. Mrs. Yamanaka in the shop looked puzzled. But when she returned to the room, Ino looked at the information and various communicators she had put down a few days ago and blinked her eyes. "Now that there is hope, let's continue working on it," sitting down at the desk. The girl has red lips and white teeth, and her blonde hair hangs down. She simply clips all her hair up. It's much cleaner now, and it won't hinder my thoughts, so I flipped through the information. After reading a line, I seemed to be thirsty again. She got up and walked to the living room with her pink slippers on, took a glass of water and drank it, pursed her lips, and looked down to see that her stomach was bulging again. It didn't seem that she was very thirsty, and she was full after drinking a glass of water. She stomped back to the room and sat at the desk again. This time she really planned to calm down and work hard. She read another line of words and felt hungry. She got up and walked around the room, feeling that everything was wrong. She remembered that she had just drunk water, so she shouldn't be able to eat. She fell on the bed with a bang, looking at the ceiling. Ino pursed her lips, unconsciously recalling the feeling of kissing, and that. She remembered Naruto's eyes, and suddenly felt a little distracted. She turned over, buried her head in the quilt, and shook it violently to shake out the distracting thoughts. The communicator plan had experienced a dark moment, and finally saw the dawn again. What she should do now is to sit at the table and work without distraction, instead of thinking about messy things here. It's all because of that guy's dishonesty. Ino muttered. She stood up and patted her cheeks, her face was red, and her heart was pounding for a while. She sighed and said to herself, it's over. After struggling on the table for a long time, Ino still stood up and gritted her teeth. She had to go find that bastard to reason with him. Hey, where are you going? Yamanaka. Reno at the counter called Ino and looked up at her. You just came back to change clothes and are going out again. What are you doing? I'm not going anywhere. I'm upset. I'm just going for a walk. Ino replied. Hearing this, Yamanaka Reno couldn't help but sigh, thinking that Ino was still sulking about what happened a few days ago. So she opened her mouth and comforted her. There's nothing we can do about the communicator. Your father has mentioned it. The village has no funds, so you don't have to be too depressed. Maybe it will work in the future. It's good to go out and relax. Let's talk about it when you get better. Yet. Ino didn't argue, nor did she say that the communicator plan still had a chance. She wouldn't talk about this kind of thing that had no clue. She was still a principled person. After thinking about it, she felt a little strange. It was as if she had a secret and there was an information gap with her relatives and friends around her. Well, I was a little nervous, and I had a sense of inexplicable expectation. The two went out and met in the middle very awkwardly. She changed her clothes, showing her white waist, and her eyes reflected the green trees in summer. Naruto saw himself in the reflection of her eyes, and felt a little silly. Where are you going? He asked. Ino lifted her hair, and of course she wouldn't say she was going to find you, she had to go around in circles. The Hokage building, something's going on. Oh, so. Naruto nodded, thinking that if there was something important, it would not be convenient to do something messy, so he simply said. I'll go with you. Hearing this, Ino was also a little panicked. Where did she get the important things? What should she do in the Hokage building? She knew it herself, wouldn't it be exposed if she went there? Yet. She didn't refuse for some reason. The two walked on the road with regrets, both of them were thinking about things, and didn't talk much, just walked slowly. Ino occasionally glanced at him, and then turned her head away quickly. Naruto looked confused, what was going on? Where are you going? You can't just come out and run around, right? Ino suddenly remembered something, there aren't many places to go on that road, are you going to? I missed you, so I couldn't help but come to find you. He said first. Oh. Ino's heart was burned, but her face was still cold. You're so bored. Bored. Naruto smiled, stretched out his hand to hold her, not letting her go, and seemed a little angry. Why are you bored? I'm bored just thinking about you. Ino's heart trembled slightly, and there was still a sense of arrogance on her body. When the sun shone, the whole person became hot, looking up at him without saying a word, just staring. The deer-like eyes stared at him fiercely, as if to say, Uzumaki Naruto, you are sick. Let go quickly, or I will really get angry. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely stop and let go in time. But it's not possible now, he has a fire in his heart. She lit it, how can he run away after the fire is lit, and it's been too long since they last saw each other. Although only half a month had passed in reality, several months had actually passed in another time and space. Once the suppressed thoughts surfaced, it was difficult to suppress them again. Let go. Ino said. No, why am I bored? Naruto said. I won't tell you, guess it yourself. Ino turned her head away, but her face was red to her ears again. He looked at Ino's reaction, and suddenly a thought came to his mind. It seemed that she had nothing to do in going to the Hokage building. Maybe she was just trying to seduce me again. Once the thought came up, it was like a weed that could not be stopped. Naruto pulled her over directly and walked quickly to the tree beside the street. What are you doing? Ino shouted, but her voice became smaller and smaller, as if she was more afraid of being discovered. It was bright in the daytime, and there were still pedestrians on the road. Naruto didn't care and lowered his head to kiss her. Ino was a little reluctant, but in the end she was kissed so hard that she couldn't breathe. Her face was redder than before, and her hands were weak. Go to my place. He said in a heavy breath, close to Ino's ear. You rejected me once, you can't reject me a second time, why don't you just agree? Bah, I won't agree. Ino looked up at him, smiling, her eyes were a little confused, as if she was drunk. I like it whether you agree or not. Naruto glanced at her, anyway, this time. Ino's heart tightened suddenly, her mind was in a mess, the words of rejection went around in her mind in detail, and it took a long time to squeeze out a good word. Chapter 363 Summer, the girl grew up, Tsunade's indifference after learning the truth. Naruto's words were a little sweet at ordinary times, but they were just right for Ino now. The next journey was tacitly understood, Ino's ears were hot, and her heart was beating hard. Naruto didn't say much, just led her forward. That. Naruto didn't ask her what she wanted to say, just perfunctory. Ino stammered twice and stopped talking. She probably knew what was going to happen. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. But she knew that this day would come sooner or later, so she was not willing to stop. Both Koji and Shikamaru were married, and she didn't understand anything. They had known each other for so long, and had been fighting for so many years. It would be a lie to say that she didn't like him. But she felt that they were still a little short of marriage, and she didn't know what was missing. She always felt that they were both a little short of marriage. She was obsessed with her career, while Naruto was a rootless duckweed. Both of them were floating passionately and openly. Shikamaru and Koji were settled, and they had already planned to take over the family affairs, get married, and have children in Konoha. Repeat the life of her parents, everything is relatively stable. She knew that she would probably take over her father's work and take on the family affairs, but at least not now, she had more important things to do. After a lot of random thoughts, she had arrived at the place unknowingly. She was led upstairs, the corridor was a little dim, and she took a last look at the street. After confirming that no one saw her, she hurriedly followed with a guilty conscience. Naruto was a little surprised, and felt that his hand was slightly warm in the dark, and he suddenly remembered something. Ino seemed to like excitement, and her eyes were watery when she was nervous. Suddenly, he wanted to tease Ino, but he was afraid of scaring her away. He simply closed his mouth, put away his playfulness, and reached out to open the door. Kyuubi had just returned, and heard the voices of the two people in the entrance hall on the balcony, and his footsteps suddenly stopped. He looked up at the other end of the living room in surprise, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a gulp. Come again? It didn't hesitate, and jumped from the second floor again. Sit down first, I'll pour you something, what do you want to drink? He took off his shoes and walked a few steps, then looked back at her. Apart from water and wine, what else? Nothing. He smiled. Then pour me a glass of water. Ino was a little helpless, watching him standing there and laughing, and she didn't know why she couldn't get angry. When Naruto entered the kitchen, Ino sat up straight on the sofa. There was a long distance from the backrest, and she was a little reserved and a little nervous. It still felt very strange, coming twice a day. But it was noon, and now she was still sitting here, looking at the familiar living room and room. She blinked her eyes, inexplicably relieved. Suddenly she remembered that she had the key. The little hand she was holding loosened, and finally she was no longer nervous. Naruto didn't know the little girl's psychological activities, poured 2 glasses of water and put them there, and sat directly next to her. He casually started chatting casually. Ino was also absent-minded, staring at the glass and answering from time to time. Until she felt a pair of hands climbing up her waist, she suddenly clenched her hands. Don't be nervous. He gently pressed Ino on the sofa and laid her flat. Feeling his breath, Ino felt the meridians on her neck jumping. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous, but she was also a little bold. She hooked her hand around Naruto's neck, pursed her lips and kissed him. Only 2 entangled figures were left on the sofa, and the sound of the wind stopped suddenly. The fine and dense kisses continued, like a little bit of fine sand, slowly leaking into her heart, filling the loneliness for many years. The more passionate the emotions, the happier the body. Outside the window, the sunlight was dense, the summer trees were shady, and there was a lush scene everywhere. Naruto's family pulled the curtains, covering it tightly from inside to outside. In the house, 2 people were trying to play cards with a deck of cards. Summer fatigue, fighting, only a few pairs of bombs exploded a few times, very boring. After all, the tired birds return to the forest, and the fish swim in the abyss. After a long time, with a rustle, the curtains were drawn open. Naruto held a glass of water, stood by the window and looked at the white sky, and couldn't help being a little dazed. It was still sunny in the morning, why did it look like it was going to rain in the afternoon? The weather in summer is changeable, and the temperature is hot and humid to an extreme, and it will rain heavily. He stood there and watched for a while, and suddenly remembered that he didn't eat lunch and was hungry. He turned his head and looked at Ino, who was sleeping soundly in the room, thinking about going downstairs to buy something to eat first. Going downstairs, the sky became more and more gloomy. Naruto didn't hold an umbrella, so he could only speed up his pace. The satisfaction in his heart gradually warmed up, and his mood became cheerful. He packed a bowl of ramen and bought some fried food. When he returned, the sky had already started to rain. When he went upstairs, he took out the key and opened the door. There was a noise in the room, and he heard the sound of "oh-oh-at-at." He couldn't help but push the door open. Because the curtains were drawn inside, the light was a little dim. Ino didn't know when she woke up, her golden hair draped softly on her shoulders, and she looked at him blankly. It took a while for her to react, and she said aggrievedly, "Hungry?" Hearing this, Naruto was also happy. "Just bought some food, let's eat a little." The two of them shared the food by the bed, you take a bite and I take a bite, which is quite comfortable. Nearing the evening, it really rained outside. The sound of rain was rustling, and the rain hitting that thing, I can't say it. At night, Ino had to drag her tired body back. Naruto sent her to the outside of the Yamanaka flower shop, and Ino tried her best to pretend that nothing happened. She just turned back and stared at him, like a knife. Naruto's scalp was slightly numb, and he thought to himself that he hoped he would be safe and smooth in the future. But after turning around and walking a few steps, he couldn't help laughing again. Today was unexpected. I thought this matter would be complicated. It's just that the surprises in life come unexpectedly. After a lot of twists and turns, finally, my wish was fulfilled. In the next few days, Naruto was immersed in the happiness of a newlywed. He met Ino several times frequently, and their relationship also heated up rapidly. These days, Naruto didn't do nothing. He met with Inuzuka Kaiba and found out that the Inuzuka clan's leak was indeed related to the root. It was just hard to explain, so he could only arrange another time. Ino didn't indulge in the gentleness either. After a few days of tenderness, she started to work seriously. Naruto was free, so he went to Tsunade. This was the first time he went to Tsunade after returning from the mission, and he planned to finalize the source of funds for the communicator. Konoha couldn't help asking where such a large sum of money came from, and Naruto couldn't explain it in the end. Only Tsunade could take out the money, and no one would question the foundation of the Senju clan. His purpose was to give Tsunade a heads up and get the money in her name. Dong dong dong, in the silent office, he still chose to respect it. "Come in." It was Tsunade's voice, a little lazy. Naruto pushed the door open and walked in. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Tsunade looking up at him. The look was resentful, with a hint of restrained anger, which made his scalp numb instantly. "Hey, Tsunade-sama, what are you doing?" He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "Oh, it's you." Tsunade seemed to have recognized the wrong person and became indifferent again. Naruto was terrified. He clearly saw that Tsunade showed that look only after seeing him clearly. It looked a bit creepy, as if there was some deep hatred. But now seeing her indifferent look again, he didn't dare to ask. After a long time of anxiety, Naruto asked tentatively. "Is Tsunade-sama busy now?" "No, is there something?" "Yes." He scratched his face and prepared to talk. With a clatter, Tsunade stood up and was about to walk out. Finally, he glanced at Naruto and said nonchalantly. "Wait for me for a while, I have something to do." Naruto. If he really couldn't see anything wrong, his eyes could be fed to dogs. Tsunade's attitude clearly showed that she wanted to embarrass him, but he was also confused. He was fine half a month ago. This big fat sheep was cunning and reached some dirty agreements with him. That was a topic for adults. The two of them were thinking about joining forces to deal with Danzo. Tsunade was still the main operator. He was at most a frontline teammate. But no matter what, they were teammates in the same front alliance. Close partners, not to mention how good the relationship was, at least they were weak and vulnerable sincere and reliable. Tsunade's situation Naruto really didn't understand. Sitting in a chair and recalling it carefully, he was still confused. It seemed that he hadn't offended her, He didn't dare to speak, so he could only sit in a chair and wait. After waiting for most of the day, Tsunade seemed to have come back. Naruto stood up and was about to speak, but Tsunade ignored him and planned to go out again. Naruto couldn't hold his breath and almost died of anger. Tsunade-sama, have I offended you in any way? No, why do you say that? Tsunade looked at him with a puzzled look and explained, I've been very busy recently, don't get me wrong, wait for me a little longer. With that, Tsunade left again. Naruto waited from morning to noon, went out for a meal and came back to lie on the table for a nap, and waited from noon to afternoon. During this period, Tsunade never showed up. Damn it! That woman is just playing tricks on me. He gritted his teeth and swore in his heart that a gentleman's revenge you will have a hard time in the future. It was not until the evening that Tsunade-sama, who had been elusive, finally showed up. Naruto was slightly stunned when he saw her, and the first sentence she said almost gave Naruto a cerebral hemorrhage. Why are you here? With a snap, Naruto stood up and said to Tsunade with trembling fingers, Tsunade-sama, you definitely did this on purpose, right? No. Tsunade stepped on her high-heeled sandals, and something swayed, as if there was an avalanche. Then why did Tsunade-sama leave me alone? 3 times. 3 times. Naruto was a little excited and was about to move forward. I didn't leave you alone. I said I was too busy. Busy, good luck, I'm not stupid. Naruto said, Tsunade-sama, I haven't offended you recently, there's no need to do this, right? How do you know you didn't offend me? Tsunade crossed her arms and looked at him. Naruto suddenly thought of something and felt extremely guilty. Things were a little awkward, and he wanted to withdraw now, with a bad premonition. Remembered. Tsunade sneered, staring at him straight, what? Is it fun, Uzumaki Naruto? No, not fun. Naruto took a few steps back, his face a little embarrassed, so, Tsunade-sama, you knew I would go through time and space. I don't know, to be precise, I fully understood it from the moment you finished the mission. Tsunade stared at him dimly, clenched her fists, and had already killed him. Wait, Tsunade-sama, calm down, he said as he stepped back, cold sweat all over his forehead. It's all Denzo's fault, otherwise he wouldn't have accumulated conflicts with Tsunade, and if he didn't accumulate conflicts with Tsunade, he wouldn't have thought of traveling through time and space to take revenge on her. Now it's good, the person is caught red-handed, and he can't deny it. He rubbed his hands a little sadly, not knowing what to do. This thing called apology? It seems useless. It was purely impulsive at the time, and I didn't think much about the consequences. Now think about it carefully. Oh my god, it's terrifying to think about it. It was me who trained Tsunade to be gambling for fat sheep. Now that he has seen the real owner, he deliberately teased Tsunade in front. Calm down? You want me to calm down? Tsunade grabbed Naruto's collar, lifted him up, and put her face close to him, nose banging, and said viciously. Uzumaki Naruto, you really deserve to die. I was wrong, Tsunade-sama. Naruto's teeth were trembling, and it can be seen that Tsunade was really angry. You are so good, Uzumaki Naruto, you have set your sights on me. Tsunade said fiercely, hey? You think I am easy to deceive because I am alone, right? How many truths do you have in your mouth? Ah? Speak, Uzumaki Naruto, didn't you say it very clearly before? Play again, why don't you play anymore? I dare not play anymore. He said embarrassedly. Aren't you very brave? Tsunade was furious, there are still things you dare not do, right? You said you would see each other again, this is your way of seeing each other again, hey? Speak up. This time, Naruto was really like a chicken, being held by Tsunade and dared not look up. It's over, he was caught. He was very nervous, afraid of being beaten up. Fortunately, Tsunade didn't really beat him up, but threw him out directly, and lay on the chair with his eyes closed. There was indifference in her eyes, and she glanced at Naruto who had just climbed up. It was 20 years, so the last hope in my heart slowly died at this moment. Life is like a farce, destined to end absurdly. What else do you have? Tsunade rubbed her eyebrows. No more, no more. Naruto hesitated for a moment, knowing that Tsunade was in a bad mood at the moment, it was not the time to talk about things, so he decisively slipped away. Tsunade-sama, I'm going back first. After saying that, he slipped away immediately. Tsunade sat alone in the huge office, watching the light gradually dim, staring at the table in a trance, wondering what she was thinking. Chapter 364 Shizuan, you don't think Tian Tian is innocent and easy to deceive, do you? Naruto got off to a bad start and ran away directly from the Hokage building. I can't afford to offend him. I'll ask him when Tsunade's anger subsides. I hope he's okay. Konoha is full of lush green trees, which are inserted into the narrow residential area. Even in the cracks of the wall, a few seedlings can grow tenaciously. When summer comes, the whole village is covered in green shade like a canopy. The golden sunlight is stirred into tiny spots of light, which are broken and scattered. Tian Tian was stunned under the big tree, wearing a white cardigan, with a bulging chest and a bun on her head. Seeing Naruto crawling out of the second-floor window, she was stunned. Tian Tian. Ah! Naruto, what are you doing? Tian Tian looked Naruto up and down and asked, were you thrown out by Lady Tsunade? No. Oh. I escaped by myself. Naruto sniffed. Tian Tian. Naruto had been a non-staff member of Team 3 for a long time before, and had always had a good relationship with Tian Tian and the others. Team 3 basically has no background, so it's easy to find people. Basically, if Naruto wants to find Xiao Li, he can just go to the mission management office and ask. If there is no mission, Xiao Li will definitely be at the number 5 training ground. I haven't met with them much in the past 2 years, mainly because Naruto has been running around most of the time. It's not easy to get some free time, but he has to think about this and that. Naruto, you have a really good relationship with Lady Tsunade. Tian Tian said with some envy. It's okay. Naruto felt a little guilty. He was almost killed by a punch just now. He just came back from the brink of death. You should hang around her more often, and the relationship will be good. Forget it. I don't have the talent to control chakra. I can only make some weapons. Tian Tian said a little lonely. I've been idle recently and don't know what to do. Medical ninjutsu does require the talent to accurately control chakra. Tianation's ability in this regard is a little bit weak. Don't you have any tasks recently? Naruto patted the dust on his body and was a little curious. No. She shook her head, her face was full of worry. Teacher Kai said that we should rest during this period and suspend the mission activities. He hinted that we should find something we like to do. I don't quite understand, so I plan to ask Tsunade-sama. Oh, she's upstairs, but not in the Hokage's office. Naruto thought, in the medical department on the 4th floor, in Shizun-sama's office. The tasks of the 12 little strong men have all been suspended, and the 7th team has almost disbanded. The 10th team of Ino, Shikaku, and Joe are getting married, and those who do research are doing research. The only classes still active are the 3rd and 8th. The 8th is a reconnaissance class that can perform tasks as a group or separately. However, the Inyazuka clan had such an incident before, so Inyazuka Kaiba's activities in the 8th class were affected. Now basically only Shino occasionally participates in the village's tasks. Hinata has been taking the Jonin exam for the past half-month, and the results are about to come out. All in all, the only class that is not affected at all is the 3rd class. Probably because it is a physical training class, there is no hereditary throne in the family. Ningji, the only one who has a big family to rely on, is still a branch family. In a traditional family like the Haiga, he is not a high-ranking position. But at present, the activities of the 3rd class have also been affected by the roots. Tsunade is indeed about to start with the roots, and not just the roots. She wants to remove Danzo and weaken the voice of the 2 advisors. The 3rd class of the direct line of the Hokage, the class naturally had to be suspended to avoid being targeted and affected. You like Tsunade-sama very much? Naruto suddenly asked. Yeah, who doesn't like it? Tian Tian stood there, looking like a fangirl, with his hands clasped in front of his chest, and the whole person was immersed in the idol aura of Tsunade. Seeing this, Naruto blinked his eyes and came up with a plan. Hey, Tian Tian, do you want to be Tsunade-sama's secretary? Naruto scratched his head and asked tentatively, the kind that follows Tsunade-sama around when you have nothing to do, running errands and the like. Okay. Tian Tian was stunned at first, and then suddenly straightened up, really? I am willing. Anyway, there is no task, be Tsunade-sama's secretary, hehe. It's just that Tsunade-sama doesn't need a secretary, right? I don't know anything. Hearing this, Naruto thought to himself, it is precisely because you can't do anything that I will choose you, girl. It will be inconvenient to contact Tsunade in the future, it is better to pass the message through a layer of membrane. If you don't know anything, you will be fooled by yourself. Although Naruto is not doing his job, he knows Tsunade very well. Tenten doesn't know anything and can only ask him for advice. In this way, there is a buffer zone between her and Tsunade. Tenten is so straightforward that she probably won't notice it. She is short of money, why isn't she short of money? He said seriously, Shizuan is in charge of the medical department now, Sakura went to the laboratory, and Ino is a flash in the pan and has long been an outdated secretary. Bang bang, Naruto patted Tenten's shoulder and said earnestly. Tenten, now it's up to you. Okay, I will definitely work hard. Tenten's eyes were burning with fighting spirit, lost in the charm of the idol, and had deep expectations for the new job. Well, I'll help you mention it when the time comes. It won't be too long, just these 2 days. Naruto said. Okay, thank you, Naruto. Tenten was very moved and said sincerely, without realizing that he was going further and further on the road of a tool man. However, Tenten is a tool man in the 3rd team, and he relies on Tenten for home travel. Being able to cook porridge, drink soup, and eat meat in the desert is like traveling. Besides, this guy is shameless and thinks this is a good thing that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Tsunade doesn't have to face him, and she is upset. He doesn't have to risk his life to say things, it's safe. Every day, he satisfies his desire to chase stars, and also brushes up his qualifications. Perfect. After returning home, Naruto opened the system and took a look at Task 3. The progress bar has only advanced 2/10. The evil god believers have collected Kurama Yakumo and Hydrangea. There is a long way to go, and more efforts are needed. It's almost time to make time to straighten the 2 wooden men. It happened that the fox dog Joey came back from the balcony, stood up very showy, opened the glass door of the balcony like a tomcat, and said, "It's so hot outside." Naruto was speechless and was going to ignore it. Suddenly he changed his mind and turned to look at Joey. "Kurama, do you believe in evil gods?" "Evil gods? Do I need to believe in this?" Kyuubi lay down on the sofa, completely like a stupid dog, "That thing is useless, and it's not certain whether it can beat me." Naruto thought about it and felt that this was also the reason, so he gave up the plan to fool Kyuubi. He also lay down on the sofa, and the man and the dog were harmonious. Everything has been going wrong recently. He muttered to himself. Why does this broken village seem to be under martial law recently? Kyuubi said to himself, holding a bottle of wine, prying open the lid with his teeth, and it opened with a pop. "You have something to do recently, anyway, it has nothing to do with you." Naruto tilted his head and reminded him again, "Don't show off your little chakra for no reason, you won't have wine to drink if you are caught." "I know." Kyuubi was a little dissatisfied, but still agreed. This dog fox should talk like this, hit the snake at its weakest point. "You said the village was affected, and it sneered. If you said wine, it would remember it. It looks like a yellow-haired guy. As the saying goes, like master, like dog." If the 9-tailed fox had not been genderless, all the dog girls in the village might have been harmed. But it is worth mentioning that there are not many neighbors around Naruto. The place he chose specifically, 404 Konoha Street, is a place where no grass grows. The first day was not a good start, so he just took a rest. The next day, Naruto first found Inuzuka Kaiba, and the two of them went to a secluded place to talk secretly. Hiding from people, the content of the conversation is naturally shameful. The matter must be related to the root organization, but we have no evidence. Inuzuka Kaiba clenched his fists. It is precisely because we have no evidence that we are so passive. This matter has been delayed for a year or two, right? Naruto asked after a moment of hesitation. It was almost a year or two ago. After that, the Inuzuka clan lost a lot of its vitality. Inuzuka Kaiba sighed, who would have thought that there would be such a thing, pretending to be our clan members. Intelligence spies are like this, nothing strange. Naruto glanced at Inuzuka Kaiba. He knew that the spies were white Zetsu, but he didn't say it directly. They could have killed us to silence us, but I don't know why they didn't do it. Inuzuka Kaiba continued. I guess they kept a backup plan, but they didn't take care of it later. Naruto was of course aware of that part. He was the first to discover White Zetsu pretending to be Inyazuka Kaiba. Just a glance and a conversation. Well, it's fake at first glance, and it's useless even if it's born by your mother. We can't do anything now, we can't explain it clearly. Inyazuka Kaiba stared at the lawn not far away, and the two sat on a bench like agents in the movie. They were separated by some distance, and there was no way to hide people around. Everything is almost understood, and the evidence is not that important. Naruto suddenly said this, and Inyazuka Kaiba was stunned and turned to look at him. What do you mean? It means evidence is produced by people, don't be so rigid. Naruto thought for a moment and started to talk nonsense. For example, I say you stole my money now. I obviously don't have a penny in my pocket, but I know how much money you have in your pocket, which is equivalent to producing evidence. I can prove it myself. This money is. Inyazuka Kaiba stopped halfway because he saw that guy was smiling with ill intentions. After a few seconds of trance, Inyazuka Kaiba suddenly came back to his senses and couldn't help but take a breath. This is to commit perjury. How can the root organization prove itself? If this was done by someone else, Inyazuka Kaiba might not believe it. But if it was Naruto, who is so shameless, Inyazuka Kaiba would believe it, and he would commit perjury himself. Will this method work? We will know whether it works or not when the time comes. I just want you to cooperate in the identification. Naruto didn't finish his words. Anyway, the key to the evidence is not in your hands. The evidence is actually not important. It's enough to have it. This is called throwing dirty water. Inyazuka Kaiba said first. What are you talking about? This is to improve the chain of evidence. I won't say it anymore. You don't understand it anyway. Naruto stood up and was about to leave. He was just saying hello. It's agreed. I told you in advance. There is a preparation. This is good for your Inyazuka clan. You don't want to see the Inyazuka clan fall into the side branch, right? Inyazuka Kaiba was a little speechless, but he also knew that only Naruto could do this cruel job. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have the courage or the ability. After thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. I know. The two separated. As people grow older, they will find their own way after a struggle between ideals and reality. Naruto doesn't have much affection for the village, and is destined to be incompatible with his childhood friends. Fortunately, his heart is not in the body, so he can still maintain the status quo. It's just that there are more things, and some family interests are involved, so it's no longer so pure. But Naruto didn't take it too seriously, and he wasn't much better. He used to be quite idle, but he became busy after more and more people were involved. But it's not that he's busy all the time, but there are too many things. Ino's matter still needs to be done quickly, and now it's just a matter of finishing touches. Medical Department. Secretary. Shizune took off her gloves and stared at Naruto in surprise. Is this all you want? Lady Tsunade doesn't seem to need a secretary. In addition to Tsunade, Shizune was also affected by the fluttering of the butterfly's wings, and remembered the mess Naruto did when he traveled through time and space. But fortunately, she didn't bear grudges, and she was relieved with a smile. Yes, of course. Naruto smiled and poured water for Shizune himself. Isn't it good to run errands and serve tea and water? Ahem, the main thing is that Tsunade-sama doesn't like me very much now, and I need a mouthpiece. Hearing this, Shizune was speechless, looking at the yellow-haired man in front of her with complicated eyes. She took a sip of water and rolled her eyes rarely. You know that Tsunade-sama doesn't like you, right? Tell me yourself, is what you did human? I already know I was wrong. Naruto scratched his head, knowing that he was wrong but still had to do it, one thing at a time. He also knew that Tsunade was not a little girl, and she wouldn't really ignore him when she got angry. If they changed the way, things could still be done, it just depends on who is more coquettish. In terms of coquettishness, he was still coquettish, and Shizune didn't know how many words of woshi she couldn't say in her heart. Your composition is a bit complicated, I don't know what to say to you for a while. Shizune was a little speechless, holding her forehead and said. Forget it, I'll help you mention it, but whether she agrees or not depends on Tsunade-sama's opinion. Okay, just mention it. Naruto was happy, and hurriedly refilled Shizune's cup of tea. Sister Shizune is still the best, I brought. Shizune ignored him, thinking that she was too lazy to get angry. Who is the person you are talking about? Tian Tian. Tian Tian. Shizune glanced at him deeply again, making Naruto's scalp numb. What's wrong? You don't think that people are simple and easy to deceive? She asked. Chapter 365 The era of ninjas will eventually end, Sakura's plan for the fallen angel of Otsutsuki. How is it possible? Naruto's little thoughts were ruthlessly exposed by Shizune, and he was embarrassed immediately. Hehe. Shizune didn't want to see him playing tricks. I don't care about your shit, but I'll buy dessert from another store next time. I like expensive ones. Okay, still a little resentful. But Naruto also admitted it. After all, he got to see the stupid little lowly Shizune in person, so it was worth the trip. There were only 4 people who had seen his original appearance: Tsunade, Shizune, Nohara now, and Sarah. But what was Nohara now doing now? And a thought flashed through his mind. Obito's eyes should be quite okay. What if they know that now Nohara is not a substitute for anyone? However, now Nohara and Obito should have met. After all, she is also close to Rin Nohara. It shouldn't be that bad. The culprit is Danzo Nabekage. It's all Danzo's fault. The communicator is almost finished, and it will be finished in a few days. Ino stretched lazily while walking on the street, and her whole face was ruddy. How many days exactly? He asked. 3 days. Ino looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, and narrowed her eyes. After 3 days, we have to wait for the communicator plan to start. Not necessarily, maybe it will be approved in 3 days. Naruto walked beside her and glanced at Ino, but to be honest, it's not a good thing if you get busy. Why? When you get busy, you disappear. Where can I find you? He said. Well, you know, my grandmother. Ino looked embarrassed, glanced at him, and said coquettishly, wait until I'm done. The main thing is that this is also my ideal. As long as I finish this, I will have no regrets in my heart. Then I will accompany you every day. Accompany every day? Naruto was grumbling in his heart. It's good to have ideals. How can there be no regrets? The communicator must be maintained and upgraded in the future? I don't believe that Ino is not tempted by the new field after industrial upgrading. Anyway, it is impossible to be completely idle after finishing this job. At most, I will not be so busy in the next 2 years. But this is exactly what he wants, to delay time. Let's go through some things. He wants both Ino and Hinata, and he will always find a solution. The future is complicated, and no one can say what it will be like in the future. After all, the ninja world will not remain unchanged. What Naruto has to do is to wait for the wind to come. The street is full of sunshine, but Naruto leads the road more and more, and finally turns into an alley. You want to die? Ino ran out with a red face. At the entrance of the alley with green vines and lush trees, Naruto wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and laughed. He took care of Ino's emotions and didn't do anything excessive. After all, it was a village where she was born and raised. Although the area was not small, it would be over if she was seen. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and he didn't want to try in Konoha. After strolling for a while, Ino went home to continue her work. Playing cards for entertainment is okay, but playing all day is also exhausting. Bombing every day, how can you have the mood to do other things, which is naturally unacceptable to Ino. She began to restrain herself, so as not to get addicted. But Naruto is a mean person. He flirts with her every day. He finds some legitimate reasons and doesn't do anything extraordinary. He just flirts with her every chance. Every 2 or 3 days, Ino can't stand it anymore. It was another sunny afternoon. The two of them drew the curtains and played cards for an afternoon, which was considered entertainment after work. If you want to blame, the entertainment of Mue is too lacking. It is either a small steel ball or a golden fish. The door was leaning on the corridor window. Are you still willing to nothing? Naruto laughed. The yellow gloves wrapped around her hands, and were immediately stretched out by the branches like joints. The yellow rubber was pulled, and the color was instantly diluted and whitened, reflecting the outline of the bones of Shizune's palm. Inexplicably, there was some sexiness, the sexiness of a professional woman. Shizune didn't see him staring at her hand, but continued. The communicator is originally a good thing for the village. In the long run, it is the beginning of a century-old foundation. Since you are willing to pay, I will naturally agree. As for Tenten, that is Tsunade's private matter. The implication is that the communicator plan is promoted by Krypton Gold. Tsunade originally had this plan. Naruto proposed to pay for it himself, and it would be good to use Tsunade's name. Even if Naruto didn't say it, Tsunade would hide his name to avoid causing trouble for him. As for Tsunade, she has seen all kinds of troubles, so she naturally doesn't take it seriously. As for Tenten, Tsunade accepted it, which also proved that she was not that angry. She was almost angry, or she didn't have time to be angry with him. It's better to solve the Denzo issue as soon as possible. One thing is one thing, and we can't delay the main business. Oh, I see. Naruto understood, and then took out a box of more expensive pastries and handed it directly to Shizuan, the most expensive pastries. This is an apology. After all, Shizuan also took good care of him. This thing is really not very authentic, but I don't regret it. After leaving Shizuan, he went straight home. Even if the Ino issue is resolved, Tsunade agrees, and the current Konoha high level will no longer object. After all, Danzo is now in a precarious situation and will no longer conflict with Tsunade. The meeting decision plus the final decision, he estimated it will take 1 or 2 days. I delayed Ino's pace a few days ago, and the plan that was originally supposed to be completed in 3 days has now been extended to the next 2 days. It just so happened that once the decision was passed, Ino had the ready-made conditions. If the funds are in place in the next 2 days, the Konoha communicator plan can start to operate. 2 days passed quickly, and everything went smoothly. As expected, the top management remained silent, and Tsunade pushed the plan forward alone. The top management originally wanted to say a few words about the funding issue. There was no surplus food in the village. Now Konoha is in such and such a situation, but Tsunade said something shocking: she would pay for it. Everyone was stunned. Where did she get so much money? But then I thought, the eldest princess of Konoha, the Senju clan might have the last of the clan property somewhere. After all, she is the founder of the sect, and it is impossible to say that there is no money. Well, now everyone has no objection. Someone boldly asked where the money came from, and Tsunade shut everyone up with one sentence: the clan property of the Senju clan. The clan property is mysterious. What others say may not be true. Only those who truly control it know how much heritage a clan has left behind. When Tsunade said this, there was almost no objection. The Senju clan died in battle, and some scattered, leaving Tsunade as the only direct descendant. But Tsunade has no descendants, so it is impossible to verify whether it is true or not. If others say it exists, then it exists. At night, at a small stall under a tree, several people from the 10th team gathered together for dinner. Hey, what is the communicator project? Is it related to the one made by Ino? Koji took a bite of tempura and took a sip of wine. Yes. Naruto also mixed in. Shikamaru is married and has slowly grown a beard. He still looks a little lazy. He lowered his head and ate the food boredly, then slowly raised his head and glanced at everyone. It is indeed convenient to have a communicator. The age of ninjas is slowly fading away. I don't have much to pursue anymore. After getting married, I feel more and more powerless. Hearing the word powerless, Naruto and Ino both looked up at Shikamaru, and then turned their heads to look at Koji. Koji was frightened by their gazes, and immediately took Fatty's hand and pushed it back. Don't look at me. You are really... There is no expression for dirty now, and Koji was disgusted by this couple. Shikamaru said something unintentionally, and the two of them stared at him. What do you mean? What do you mean? Fatty eats your rice? Damn it. Ahem. Naruto smiled evilly. They are all adults and childhood friends, so it doesn't matter. Koji's face was flushed. Hearing Naruto's meaningful cough, he wanted to stand up and leave. But when he saw that there was still food on the table, he held back. Communicators are very troublesome. It takes at least half a year from formal construction to commissioning. This is only within the village. If you want to cover the land of fire, it will take about 2 years. Ino said. The topic was diverted, and the focus of several people was on the communicator again. I heard that the land of lightning has covered part of the chakra communication and has developed chakra weapons. Shikamaru said while drinking. The development of science and technology is bound to have an impact on the status of ninjas, so those consultants are not very willing to accept emerging technologies. It doesn't matter whether you accept it or not. The era of science and technology will eventually come. Naruto took over the conversation. This is the trend of the times, and we are the transitional generation. If chakra weapons appear, won't ninjas become weak in the future? Koji asked with some concern. Weapons can kill people in anyone's hands. The era of ninjas will eventually end, and there may be no ninjas in the future. Shikamaru said. He was not pessimistic, but made a prediction. The end is also the beginning. Weapons must be used by people after all. Ino presided over the communicator plan, and naturally felt more deeply. The power of ninjas is too strong, which is not good for the ninja world. If technology can balance it, it can create a new era. Naruto stroked the wine glass. What if there are ninjas who can fly and hide, and technology happens to develop to a certain level, entering the era of planetary battleships? He became more and more excited, and suddenly found that the table was quiet. 3 pairs of eyes stared at him blankly, as if they were looking at a fool. I'm kidding. The communicator project started, and Ino, as the leader, was completely busy. Naruto didn't want to disturb her, so he simply moved his mind away. The laboratory of the medical department. Sakura tied her hair up, took off her protective clothing, disinfected her hands, and then walked out of the laboratory. Seeing Naruto waiting there, she couldn't help but walk a few steps faster. Why do you have time to come? I just got free and came to see you. Naruto stretched his head like a bumpkin, looking left and right, and seeing that Sakura didn't stop him, he wanted to reach out and touch the experiment again. Hey, don't touch that. Oh. He quickly retracted his hand. Sakura laughed angrily and said, those are newly cultivated seeds. It took me half a month of hard work. Why do you suddenly have long hair? Naruto glanced at her and suddenly asked, when I saw you before, you had short hair. You changed it after that time. I forgot to ask you. I forgot who told me that it's inconvenient to do research with long hair, right? Yeah, but don't you like long hair? Sakura glanced at him, wanting to roll her eyes. Why else would I keep long hair? Naruto looked at the pink ponytail and was speechless. He really liked long hair. If it's short hair, it's a simple and cute girl, but the ninja business is like a deep sea. Simple and cute ninja girls have long been killed. Don't you like it? I like it. He nodded. Sakura stared at him with her clear eyes and suddenly smiled. Her eyes were like strands of silk, and a light glance made Naruto feel a little itchy. He was very familiar with this look, and he looked up at the sky, struggled a little and nodded. In an abandoned warehouse in the medical department, the two exchanged opinions in depth on whether the palm fairy technique could be popularized among the majority of medical ninjas. Naruto used solid practical experience and combined with theoretical data to completely convince Sakura. Sakura blushed with shame and was defeated helplessly. When will you come next time? Sakura looked up at him. This time I mainly want to ask you, is the top secret information I took last time useful? He asked. It's useful, but I still need to study it. Sakura's blue eyes shook. At least it's helpful, I'll tell you after there is progress. Okay, don't lie to me, you should know the consequences. Naruto was worried and said it again. Got it. The married woman Sakura turned her head and bit her lower lip, probably remembering some unhappy memories. This man was really cruel, and every word he said was like a knife stabbing into her heart. Sakura didn't want to provoke him again. For her, it was good enough now. She was also very happy at work, and Naruto would come to see her. And she could feel that someone really cared about her, even if it was just a second personality. He didn't want to disappear. By the way, take a look at this. She pushed away the pile of information on the workbench and pulled out a thick book from the locked drawer at the bottom, which read: Speculative Research Report on the Fusion of Human Blood with Divine Blood, Theoretical Practice of Gene Fusion Research, Fallen Angel Plan. Chapter 366 All ninjas are mixed bloods, those with pure blood are crazy, and only one is left, Yokoto. Naruto took a look and retracted his gaze. These were all written by him. It was just a temporary guess, and it has not been put into practice. The main reason is that he doesn't understand, and he wrote a lot of nonsense. Anyway, the shell looks serious, but it's just a bluff. It's all white when you open it. Sakura added some more detailed content, probably some things that can't be released. But it's not as cruel as Orochimaru, and it's close to medical research. But the research is very special, it's the genes and blood of ninjas. All the power of all things has a source, and the same is true for chakra. After the dilution of the descendants of the Otsutsuki, the group with a higher concentration has stronger power. I call them mixed bloods. Naruto said nonsense seriously, satisfying his evil taste. Mixed bloods. Sakura was stunned, the afterglow on her face gradually faded, and she said while holding a piece of information, "You mean, the blood of ninjas is not pure? Normal people can't extract chakra, right?" Naruto asked. "Civilians really can't do it." Sakura looked a little strange, as if she saw an elephant through the eye of a needle, and her worldview was being weirdly distorted. But legends are not necessarily true. Maybe there are no immortals at all. She added in one breath. Gods do exist, at least in this world. Naruto muttered, just in a voice that Sakura could hear, "They can't be called gods, they are just another race." "How do you know?" "Remember the cave in the Whirlpool Country?" Naruto suddenly mentioned it and pushed the pot to the Whirlpool Country. "Anyway, the people are dead, can they still get up and send a lawyer's letter?" He habitually took himself out before saying something unorthodox. "It's either Denzo's fault, or someone else's fault." "Have you been in there?" she asked. "Well, the murals inside record some legends." Naruto stopped talking halfway, walked to her, and sat down with her in his arms. "Do you have a pen?" "Yes, here you go." He wrote and drew on the paper with one hand, and the other hand was not honest, wandering around. A hideous image gradually formed on the white paper, with horns on the head and no whites in the eyes. "Isn't this a white eye?" she asked in surprise, and then paused. "Don't touch it." Ahem, the origin of the chakra ancestors can be traced back to thousands of years ago. Anyway, this is what is recorded on the murals. Everything can be traced, and it is probably very close to the speculation of the hybrids. Try it first, and then talk about it when there is progress later," he said. "How can I try without any information?" Sakura was confused and sat in his arms. "Hey, let's talk about business, don't mess around." "No, I'm giving you information, right?" His hands were still writing and drawing on the paper. Sakura was not sure what information he gave her, until she stared at his hands writing something on the paper. She was relieved. She couldn't stand it again, she had something else to do in the afternoon, so she couldn't continue to accompany him. Transferred from the Hokage's office to the Medical Department Research Institute, she is really busy. Since Naruto conquered the fortress from the outside, Sakura has become more serious. Occasionally, she would say some dirty talk, but it was only limited to flirting. Legend has it that the first god gave birth to two great immortals with the blessing of humans. The old toad of Myaboku Mountain has confirmed that the two great immortals did exist. This was something she had never encountered before, and she couldn't help but prick up her ears to listen carefully. What happened later? The immortal died. Naruto tried to make these things as clear as possible at one time, so as not to affect Sakura's future research ideas. After all, he was helping her work, so there was no need to say half and hide half, just pick out the key points. How can an immortal die? She was stunned, and blushed again without noticing. Don't. Because that is not an immortal, it is almost like a human, but he calls himself an immortal. Well, you can understand it as a very strong ninja, which has exceeded the scope of humans. Gods can't die. Sakura found a blind spot. The murals record that they have a special means of immortality. Under normal circumstances, they will not die and are difficult to kill. Naruto answered, and the paper outlined a tree diagram. At the top is the hideous portrait, with eyes expanding outward like onions. There is a fork down, with a sage on each side. However, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are just below the two sages, and there is no further fork. Gods will not die, but sages will die. Sakura stared at the two lines at the top of the tree diagram, biting her fingers unconsciously in thought. Is it because of the birth of a child? With the blessing of humans, the child's blood is impure? So he will grow old, get sick, and die like a human. Well, that may be the case. Naruto is revealing to Sakura a tip of the iceberg of the truth of this world in advance, so that she can be mentally prepared. The object of the Medical Department's Research Institute is human beings, and the method is to heal through medical ninjutsu. As Tsunade's direct disciple, Sakura's own medical talent is not low. Naruto couldn't trust Orochimaru, and couldn't dig out Shizuan, so he could only put his hope on Sakura. He needed Sakura, not just for her body. To be precise, he needed Black Sakura. Only Black Sakura would trust him without reservation, willing to be possessed, and do this kind of rebellious thing with him without telling anyone. At first, he avoided Black Sakura as a nuisance, but fortunately he weighed the pros and cons later. It can only be said that the effort and the reward are positively correlated, and Pink Sakura, let's talk about it later. There must be a way, and the worst case is to share the body. But Sakura's body seems to have been taken by herself. This. I hope the main personality doesn't recover so early, and sleep a little longer. Look, if all the bloodline limits of all ninja families are gathered together, this is more like a gathering of pure mixed bloods. He said to himself, circling the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. The eye technique is slowly declining. Naruto pointed at the Hyuga clan. The main family's talent is weaker than the branch family, and the blood is unstable. The Uchiha clan's eye technique is powerful, which is also related to their xenophobia. The clan intermarries within the clan. The blood is pure, but the mind is not normal. Are you studying ninja families? Sakura couldn't help laughing. By the way, we can study and find some commonalities. He pinched Sakura and pointed at the two families in the picture and said, not only Konoha, I have also seen many ninjas from other ninja villages. It can be clearly felt that the number of bloodline limits is decreasing, and the power of ninjas is gradually declining. Why? It is still related to the dilution of bloodline. Technology is developing. Assuming that the ninja world is peaceful and no longer needs so many ninjas, many people will integrate into the lives of civilians, marry and have children with ordinary people. Marry and have children. Sakura blinked and looked at Naruto. If I have a child, I don't have a bloodline limit, is it equivalent to diluting your bloodline? Naruto didn't know what to say. That kind of thing doesn't matter. The purer the bloodline, the less human it is. If the purity is too high, it is not human. Oh. Sakura nodded. Nodding, then laughing again, so ninja blood is so interesting, it can indeed be studied. No matter what the research direction is, whether it is bloodline limit or hybrid. He finally said, the ultimate goal is only one, to pull down the gods. Let the gods get married and have children. Sakura laughed, does this world really have gods? Where to find them? I don't think they exist at all. That's not necessarily true. He said, those people are not gods, they are just a little special. Getting married and having children is definitely useless, and you have to pollute their blood. Hey! Sakura blinked, and the root of her tail felt inexplicably cold. Just felt that when Naruto talked about polluting their blood, the expression and tone were a little indescribable. It always felt weird, a kind of cruelty of cutting off the descendants. Then, Naruto talked about Orochimaru in detail. He explained the corpse-free turning technique thoroughly, and then expressed his understanding of the soul. By the way, he guessed that the so-called immortality of the gods might be to digitize themselves. If you want to make God fall, mainly they must pollute their wedges. Sakura felt dizzy after hearing these words, as if her brain was filled with all kinds of knowledge. From blood to soul, ordinary people would not think so much. It was hard for Sakura to imagine what Naruto's mental state was like after he came into contact with so many secrets. However, she accepted the half-blood statement very smoothly, and she already had an idea in her mind. After sorting out some things one by one, she could probably formulate a research plan. Leave from the research department. Naruto was refreshed, how could he not be happy? With output in both physical and psychological senses, he strode out of the door and turned to find Koji. I couldn't see Hinata at all these days. I heard that it was the critical stage of the Jonin assessment. Compared to Shikamaru and Ino, Koji was the most relaxed. Shikamaru had to take over the position of the second-generation military advisor, not to mention Ino. Koji just ate and ate every day, and life was all about eating and eating. Jumping on the table, he showed off in 360 degrees. As long as it was alive, he would take a bite. The two of them made an appointment and went into a snack bar to eat and chat. Is it okay? Shikamaru. He asked, clinking glasses with Shikamaru. You can't. You'll have children in a while. Shikamaru muttered, at least give birth to 2. I'll envy you to death. Forget it. I'm not envious at all. Naruto has been a little bit arrogant recently. He shook his legs and was very proud. How is your thing going? Shikamaru suddenly reacted and blinked his eyes as big as green beans. Have you thought about it or what? It's the same old thing again, what are the 2 girls, don't be indecisive. He said a lot of things and fell on the table. I'm so hungry, give me something to eat. Naruto hummed, but didn't listen to it at all. What's the choice between two? At this time, you still have to choose between two. Isn't this the damn stock speculation? Go to hell. In his words, now is the right time, right place, and right people, a perfect opportunity. Ino is busy, Hinata will soon finish the Jonin exam. He is still in Konoha, ready to make a move. If you hesitate, you will fail, and if you are decisive, you will give up. They have been together for 6 or 7 years, so if you give up, it will be fine. Anyway, he is just a person who doesn't feel itchy when there are too many lice and doesn't feel burdened by too many debts. They both drank too much, and finally they could tell some truths. Koji stuck out his tongue, looked at Naruto with red eyes, and kept talking. It's so hard to get married, there are always people controlling you. I don't have anyone controlling me, but it's also hard work, and those who are capable should do more work. This is the voice of that bitch. Ugh. Damn it, don't vomit. It was a mess again, and Naruto suspected that Koji, this idiot, was deliberately taking revenge on him. He must be envious of Jill secretly, and he could only persuade himself to be a good person on the surface. After summing up, he felt that this possibility was the greatest. After a day of rest, Naruto, who had broken his legs, did not go anywhere the next day and stayed at home. Kyuubi had just come back from outside and was stunned when he saw Naruto lying at home. He seemed to be a little bit unconvinced and pinched himself. Why didn't you go out? Do you have to go out? Can't you take a rest? Naruto glanced at it and continued to lie on the sofa to read comics, books of intimate heaven. There are also students who like to draw in the ninja world, who have a fanatical pursuit of art. They specialize in drawing some beautiful books, trying to tame the public's XP. It's like you can't write about that behavior at a certain point, so that all students who like to write can only write about feet. The heaven-defying ones will also write about stockings and that kind of sex, which can't be said. What kind of wine is that on your table? Why is it different from what I drank? Yellow. Kyuubi walked over curiously and stretched out his nose to smell it. Go away, the wine of the master is not for you to drink. Stingy, giving me a sip won't cost you a piece of meat. Kyuubi was still unwilling to give up and tried to take the bottle of medicinal wine on the table, but was finally snatched back. There are only 2 kinds of medicinal wine in this world, those that nourish the kidneys and those that don't. Kyuubi was asking for trouble and didn't bother to pay attention to Naruto. After wandering around the living room for a while, he went to the kitchen to get a bottle of wine and carried it into his own room. Empty living room. It's almost time to do task 3 now. It's not a big deal to always get stuck at 1/5 of the way. He muttered to himself. He was ready to deal with Danzo, but because the communicator project that had just been approved had not been fully implemented, he had to wait a few more days. If he took action now, it would be easy to alert the enemy. Tsunade was not in a hurry, he was not in a hurry, and Danzo was not in a hurry. They were all holding back their bad intentions, and they wanted to see who would lose patience first and who would be successfully lured. Naruto closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the sealed space. When he opened his eyes again, a cell appeared in front of him, and the 2 Yukitoku looked at him calmly. After being locked up for 2.5 years, her mentality has calmed down now. Hydrangea and Kurama Yakumo are still training in the evil god altar, to put it bluntly, they are being beaten. He doesn't care at all, and he will train them to death if they are not exhausted. Besides, the evil god altar will never die, so it doesn't matter at all. In the cell of the sealed space, there is only 1 Yukitoku left. The Jonin of the Hidden Cloud Village, the tailed beast Jinchuriki of the 2-tailed Matatabi. Chapter 367. When the wind blows, the scenery is gentle. After not seeing each other for a while, the 2 Yukitoku's eyes are much more restrained, and the beige braids are placed behind her head. The heroic face is slightly gloomy, and it is impossible to tell whether she is sad or happy. She has a very arrogant personality, but it is obvious that after 2 years of polishing, her temperament has become much calmer. No longer domineering, nor than he rushed forward with hostility. Believe in the evil god, let you go. Naruto said straight to the point, without any dragging. Youmuran was stunned for a moment, his pupils slightly dilated, obviously he didn't expect the beginning of the conversation to be so straightforward. After a little recovery, she smiled slightly. What if I refuse? Take away all the books and entertainment supplies in your room, and only give you food and drink until you die. Naruto had no patience and waved his hand. Hearing this, she felt a chill on her back. The countless words she had thought of in her mind disappeared in an instant, turning into a wisp of wind and drifting away. For more than 2 years, she has been accustomed to spending time with reading materials and videotapes. All of a sudden, all were taken away, leaving her alone to face this endless loneliness. Just thinking about it, she felt extremely painful. At the same time, she felt a little regretful in her heart. She should have adapted in advance. Now she dared not try it easily again, in case there was only one chance, it would be troublesome. She didn't speak for a while, and looked up at Naruto, who looked impatient. After weighing the pros and cons, it was about the fate of the second half of life, and no matter how calm it was, it would be disturbed. Can I think about it carefully? Whatever. After a while, the two wooden men walked to the prison door and said without any suspense. I can promise you. No buts. This did not allow the two wooden men to bargain. Naruto told her directly what she needed to do, close her eyes and feel the evil god's call. In fact, this was all made up by him. Not to mention closing her eyes, even if she fell asleep, she couldn't feel any evil god's call. There was a hammer evil god just to trick her to relax. The moment her mind relaxed, Naruto called up the panel. With a ding, the personal attribute panel of the two wooden men was called up. Task 3 showed that it was bound, and the number of evil god believers jumped from 2 to 3. 2 Yukato. Hidden Cloud Village, Jonin, female, 29 years old. Evil god believer, operable, options hidden. Talent, free-tailed beast transformation. At the bottom of the panel, there is an evaluation of 2 Yukato, proud and gentle cat girl. Oh, cat girl. Naruto glanced at it and closed the system panel directly. On the contrary, 2 Yukato looked left and right, and seemed to feel that nothing had changed. It's your turn to fulfill your promise, let me out. Yukato looked up at Naruto. Who knew that Naruto just snapped his fingers and the cell door disappeared automatically. Then nothing changed, and Yukato looked incredible. He looked at the disappeared cell door and then at Naruto. Let me go. Haven't you been released? Naruto looked puzzled. You are not locked up anymore, go wherever you want, I won't stop you. What I mean is Ren opened his mouth, but still didn't say it. Knowing that it was useless to say it, she was fooled by this rogue, damn yellow-haired. She wanted to go out and kill this yellow-haired man immediately, but reason stopped her. Don't be impulsive, you can't beat him. Forget it, I don't care about you, just go by yourself. Naruto said seriously, and then disappeared the next second. The two Ren looked at the disappeared cell, the empty sealed space. The whole world was intact, but there was no cell. In fact, even if there was no cell, she couldn't run away. This made the two Ren wonder if this person set up the cell just to wait for her in this scene. She stood there in a daze for a while, and then returned to the original cell. On the sofa, Naruto regained consciousness. He deliberately left the two Yukatos alone. This kind of Jonin who is used to seeing life and death, his willpower does not seem to be as fragile as that of Hydrangea and Kurama Yakumo. No matter what situation he is in, he will definitely choose the one that is most beneficial to him. Good things come with time, and he never thought that the two Yukatos would really compromise immediately. He must find a suitable opportunity to impact her 3 views, and it will be useful to speak when she is in a dilemma. The next day. I heard that the Jonin examination is over. He asked. You ask me? Tian looked puzzled. What else? Is there another person present? Naruto was a little speechless, looking at Tian who looked confused, feeling that this Hokage secretary didn't seem to be very smart. Under the big green tree near the Hokage building, 2 people each had a popsicle. A yellow-haired man tried to use ice cream to inquire about information, so that he didn't have to ask around. The date of the Jonin examination is uncertain, and the end time is hard to say, but the Hokage secretary must know. I don't know either. She bit half of the popsicle in one bite. Didn't you see it? Naruto was surprised, and turned to look at her. Do you need to see it? Tian was more surprised than him, and also turned to look at him, staring at him in confusion. Naruto was convinced, so he had to teach her in detail what a secretary should do. These things are usually done by Shizuan, and he will learn them after seeing them many times. Oh. Tian looked like she was gradually understanding everything, which was very cute. Naruto rolled his eyes and glanced at her, saying helplessly. You ate the popsicle too, go back and take a look, and then tell me the result. Okay. Tian Tian stood up, she was quite efficient. She ran towards the Hokage building, but soon ran back. Are you here to find out about Hinata? No. You're lying. That's it, okay. You're not with Ino. Tian Tian looked at him in disbelief, her mouth rounded into an O shape, and it took her a long time to react. Don't guess blindly, this has nothing to do with you. Naruto turned Tianation's shoulders over, pushed her away, and urged. Hurry up, hurry up. Tian Tian went reluctantly, the two of them had also been through hardships together. In fact, she felt good about Ino and Hinata, without bias. She went back to look at the documents, and went downstairs again very trustworthy. The Jounin assessment ended today, and I saw the application submitted by Hinata. Tian Tian was very happy, and the job of secretary really made her happy. Did you see the result? He asked. How is it possible? How can it be so fast? I waited for a full half a month last time. Okay, thank you. Naruto got the answer and turned away, pulling out the merciless, I have something to do and I'll leave first. See you next time, Tenten. Tian Tian stood there in a daze, suddenly feeling the frustration of a tool. Damn it. Naruto didn't dwell on it too much, and had already walked towards the Hyuga base. But the Hyuga base was too closed, and he, an outsider, couldn't get in at all. But where else could the princess of the Hyuga clan live if she didn't live in Hyuga? Then a traditional family could only leave the Hyuga base unless she married out. The problem is that in order to ensure the purity of blood, the Hyuga clan basically won't marry out. Not to mention the princess of Hyuga, it's okay to move freely during the day. If she doesn't come home at night, Hyuga Hayashi can explode directly. So he and Hinata have much less contact than Ino, and the interaction between the two is too little. Fortunately, Hinata is gentle and not impatient. Every time, even if he stays for a short while and talks for a while, he will feel satisfied. There is always a gentle smile on her face, and her eyes are full of the innocence of a girl. After waiting for a long time, Naruto finally caught a tool. Hanabi. Come here. Hearing the voice, Hyuga Hanabi turned around and saw Naruto squatting at the gate of the Hyuga station. She was stunned at first, and then walked over very steadily. Brother Naruto, you called me. Where's your sister? I just got home, what's wrong? Hyuga Hanabi was a little curious. He wanted to forget it, but then he said, you are free now, call your sister out quietly. He emphasized the word quietly, thinking that this naughty child should understand what he meant. Hyuga Hanabi had ugly short hair, like a tomboy. She stared at Naruto and blinked, then turned around and went back in a daze. After waiting for a long time, Hinata really came out. Accustomed to looking around to see if there was anyone around, she ran towards Naruto in small steps. The scene was so beautiful that Naruto swallowed shamefully. Why are you here? She rolled up her hair and tucked it behind her ears naturally. I have no money. Ah? Hinata was stunned. Naruto blinked innocently and gave all the money to Tsunade as the initial funds for the communicator project. Tsunade gave him a 1% dividend from her 2% dividend. He forgot to keep some for himself when he gave the money. He was used to it. He didn't realize it until he played for a few days. It's broken, there's no money. Naruto is now in a state of bankruptcy overnight. Wait for dividends. How many years will it take for the thing to be successfully built and how many years will it take to pay back? Helplessly, he didn't dare to look for Ino, lest he be discovered. Tsunade is rich, but he doesn't dare to provoke her, for fear that he will be eaten alive by her. Tian Tian also has money, but the money of the rich woman needs to be paid back. He doesn't want to do the mission for the time being, and it's not a good thing to delay it for too long, so. He thought of Hinata and bit the bullet and went to her house to eat soft rice. You have no money? Hinata took out a wallet and smiled, I was in a hurry, so I only brought a little bit. You can use it first. Okay. Naruto accepted it shamelessly. His house was rented, so if he didn't take the money, he would have to starve. But he felt the thickness of the money and found it was actually quite a lot. The two walked along the path towards Konoha Street. Hinata's hand fell into his palm after a few steps. She was used to it and didn't struggle even in the daytime. There were not many people on the path. Hinata was wondering why Naruto was silent. Just as she turned her head, she was kissed. Her pupils dilated slightly. The golden sunlight could not penetrate the lush treetops. Only a few golden light spots fell on the ground by chance. The white shoes tiptoed lightly. The wind blew, and the scenery was gentle. Chapter 368, Monthly Ticket plus one more chapter, Unlock the Tongue Eradication Seal, Uzuki Isuzu? The next day, Uzuki Yujao, who hadn't seen him for a long time, suddenly found Naruto, unlocked the window manually, and sat on the sofa in a familiar manner. This person was dressed in home clothes, short sleeves, and a short skirt. Naruto was a little surprised, wondering when he had seen her dressed like this, and couldn't help but take a second look. Pack up, if there is any movement, come with me to the Anbu cell later. What? We caught a person, not a root ninja, but with the tongue eradication seal on his tongue. Uzuki Yujao said calmly, the people in the sealing class will definitely not be able to unlock it, you have to come. Well, do you get paid for working? Mao Uxi Yan? She suspected that she had heard wrongly. She had been keeping an eye on him since 6 or 7 years ago. She knew that this guy was a rich man with too much money to spend. He could decorate the interior of a shabby house into a luxury apartment. This person's madness was simply outrageous. How could such a person be without money? Are you short of money? She asked. Well, I've spent it all. As he said that, he looked around, implying that he had spent all his money on enjoyment. I have some. Do you want me to lend you some? Mao Uxi Yan said. Can I not pay it back? He asked tentatively, a little embarrassed. I don't want to go on missions recently, and I can't make much money. To her surprise, Mao Uxi Yan actually nodded. How much do you want? She glanced at the poor dog owner and added, less than 10 million is fine, and more than that is considered borrowed. Naruto was shocked and stared at Mao Uxi Yan, panting. How are you so rich? Hearing this, Mao Uxi Yan looked Naruto up and down, looking at him as if he was looking at a fool. When did I say I didn't have money? You didn't say you were so rich? If I had known. Naruto stopped talking, and the former dog owner suddenly felt the disparity of the world. I didn't feel anything when I had money before, but now it's really hard to be poor. I don't have time to do the mission, and I have to work for free. This thing is much more thrilling and exciting than the mission. Part of it is my money, and the other part is from Ji Feng. She said lightly. Hearing this, Naruto's throat tightened immediately. Suddenly he remembered that the person in front of him was still a widow. Sorry. It doesn't matter, it's been 6 years. She shook her head and said, many memories have become distant. I always feel vague when I think back to them recently. He was in poor health, but he always took good care of me. I have a question, I don't know if I can ask it. Naruto asked hesitantly. Ask. This money. Naruto was a little nervous. What if he took the legacy of Gecko Hayate? This thing is hotter than a widow. It's my money. Uzuki Yujao dispelled Naruto's concerns. Hayate's legacy was all donated to the ninja school and the orphanage. That's good, give me 1 million taels. Naruto was not polite. He took on this mission without any money, which meant that Uzuki Yujao subsidized Naruto out of her own pocket. It would also be good for her to do her best to complete this mission. The position of the captain of the Anbu was vacant. She was not strong enough, but there was still hope for the deputy captain. Now she was still suspended indefinitely. She would not just watch the career she had devoted many years of hard work to wither and die. After agreeing on the price, Naruto did not waste any words. He washed up and set off directly. The two came to an inconspicuous neighborhood surrounded by weeds. Naruto looked around, and then looked at Uzuki Yujao with a confused face. Your Anbu dungeon is really unique. You can't tell that there are mechanisms here. There are no mechanisms or secret doors here. Uzuki Yujao stared at him as if he was looking at an idiot. We are here to wait for someone to come and take us in. You can't. No. Uzuki Yujao turned her head and stared at him, saying seriously word by word, I have been suspended. You think too casually of the Anbu. Not long after, a masked female Anbu member rushed over and landed on the ground with 2 rustling sounds. Looking at Uzuki Yujao, who was not wearing an Anbu uniform, the two exchanged glances, and then the female Anbu nodded slightly and gestured. Come with me. After taking a detour, the two followed the man into an inconspicuous secret passage. It was usually covered with fallen leaves and could not be seen without careful observation. After entering the underground, Naruto was stunned. The crisscrossing underground world was like a subway built underground. There were all kinds of dense passages and even solid buildings. No wonder Danzo always called himself the root of Konoha. It seems that there is really a different world under Konoha. But it seems to be quite advanced. This. Looking at Naruto, who looked like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, Mao Uxi Yan suddenly wanted to complain, but didn't know where to start. Muttered silently in her heart and explained to him. This is the passage of the Anbu. In fact, it looks more spectacular and the range is not very wide. The route also has its own passage, and each occupies half. Oh, no wonder the Anbu always arrives at the scene in a strange way every time. Naruto sighed, if it is hollowed out, Konoha will move underground. Uzuki Ujio. Ignoring his childish remarks, Uzuki Ujio and him arrived at the underground cell of the Anbu. The lower they went, the more gloomy it became, and the cold wind blew into their necks. The echo of footsteps was clearly audible, suddenly echoing on the stairs. He even counted them deliberately, and there were 3 footsteps. If there was one less, it would be fine, but one more would be terrifying. The 3 stood in front of the cell door and found 2 people standing inside. One of them turned around. He wore a black ninja hat and a black windbreaker on his head, and his face was covered with scars. Uzuki Ujio. Ibiki obviously recognized his old colleague, and his eyes paused when he swept over Naruto, obviously a little surprised. This surprised look, I'm like looking at something intrusive, wondering why this yellow-haired guy is here? Aren't you suspended? This is the permission of the Hokage, who has granted me a special permission to do something. As she said that, Uzuki Ujio took out a mission order with a bang. Naruto stood aside and blinked. Even though the light in the dungeon was dim, he could clearly see that she took it out from under her skirt. Damn, what Uzuki Sento Isuzu? Is there an alternate dimension under the skirt? Damn. Uzuki Ujio's coquettish operation stunned Naruto, but the straight male masochist Marino Ibiki didn't notice it at all, and his eyes stayed on the mission order. Got it. Marino Ibiki made way, I have already tortured him, it's useless, the other party has a seal on his tongue. Although Marino Ibiki looked rigid and cold, he knew it in his heart. This thing is the masterpiece of the root, and he can only stand on the side of the Hokage. The root has no intersection with the rest of the people, they are a faction of their own. No need to save face for anyone, just do the mission in a domineering manner. But the torture department is different, and still has to deal with all kinds of people. If the Hokage's team doesn't stand, does it stand on the side of the root? Emotionally and rationally, he should give convenience to Uzuki Ujio even without the mission book. Uzuki Ujio didn't say anything, opened the cell door, and first took a look at the dying prisoner. After confirming that he was not dead, he turned his head and looked at Naruto. Seeing this, Marino Ibiki was slightly stunned. He knew that Naruto had a special relationship with Tsunade-sama and was Jiraiya's disciple. He had a fierce quarrel with the top leaders a few years ago, and it was said that the tailed beast was directly extracted. But that's all, and he kept a low profile later. Now suddenly seeing Uzumaki Naruto in the cell of the Anbu, Marino Ibiki always felt a little uncomfortable. Soon he knew where the discomfort came from, and saw the tall Naruto stepped into the cell and smiled at the man lying on the ground. Marino Ibiki's eyelids twitched slightly, thinking what the hell. He was good at making trouble, but this torture was not a game. It was like playing a game. Isn't this just a joke? How can torture be so unserious? On the other side, Naruto squatted down in front of the man lying on the ground and turned him over. His body and face were covered with scars, but they were not fatal. Ibiki was good at torture, and a normal person might have confessed. He pinched the man's jaw and made him spit out his tongue in a semi-comatose state. The black tongue trouble root seal appeared, and Naruto just pinched it, and after 3 or 4 seconds, he directly unlocked the tongue trouble root seal. The essence of the sealing technique is the direct interference of chakra. Naruto has more experience in the sealing technique than anyone else, and unlocking the tongue trouble root seal is like playing. Uzuki Ujio turned her head away, her face hidden in the darkness, and the surprise in her eyes flashed away. Marino Ibiki seemed to be a little out of control, and stood there in a daze for a long time. Unlocked. He stood up and casually opened a rotten lock. Just unlocked it. Marino Ibiki hadn't come back to his senses yet, and he was still a little dazed, looking at Naruto with complicated eyes. Looking at this somewhat lazy boy, he obviously didn't know how to say it. Before he calmed down, Naruto said again. Can I torture him? In principle, no, but if it's what the Hokage wants, it's okay. Ibiki said in a muffled voice, with a neither humble nor arrogant attitude. Torture is a technical job, and not everyone can do it. Of course, he would not say such words, but he would also watch from the side. Lest the young man act without measure and kill the key witness, it would be his dereliction of duty at that time. If it goes too far, he still has to stop it. Uzuki Yujeo didn't say anything. This person was Danzo's subordinate, but he didn't belong to the root. Since Naruto was invited here, she naturally wouldn't interfere too much. Then change the place. This place is not very convenient. Naruto turned his head and described it to Marino Ibiki. I need a very bright lamp and borrow a few people to use it. Marino Ibiki had a blank expression on his face. He didn't know what Naruto was going to do, but he nodded. Okay. Chapter 369. You didn't come to me just to chat, did you? In the Anbu cell, several big men gathered together to smoke. Naruto lay on the small sofa, one hand hanging casually, resting half asleep and half awake. Shikamaru, Asuma, and Marino Ibiki gathered together waiting for the result. This interrogation was not notified to Yamanaka Inoichi. One reason was that they were afraid that the noise would be too loud and alert the enemy. The other reason was that there was a seal in the prisoner's mind. Mind reading or unlocking the seal would cause the person to die on the spot. And that person also had a seal on his mouth, so he couldn't speak out. Now that the seal of the tongue has been unlocked, we can only rely on traditional interrogation. In order to prevent the prisoners from committing suicide, Shikamaru has been here for a few days. The 3 sparks flickered, and the smoke continued to rise, which was a bit choking. There was no big light in the whole room, only a dim small light hanging in the corner. Uzuki Yujeo pushed the door and walked in, looking around expressionlessly. Did you say it? Shikamaru asked. Yeah. She nodded and put a document on the table. The 3 men looked at it separately, looking a little surprised. There was a lot of noise in the interrogation room. Listening to the desperate roar of that person made people shudder. The interrogation lasted for 3 days, with people coming in and out, and the interrogation was uninterrupted. The medical team went in several times, and their faces were not very good when they came out. Ibiki Marino hesitated several times, wanting to remind Naruto not to go too far. What if this key evidence is broken? Who can afford to die? But every time the words came to his lips, he couldn't open his mouth, because this person had only brought people in once. Probably teaching, or giving a direction for interrogation. After that time, he stayed in this rest room. He ignored the roars, ate when he should eat and slept when he should sleep, and got up and walked when he was bored. This is the underground of Konoha, the sound is airtight, and even slaughtering pigs can't reach the ground. Naruto also woke up, sat on the sofa for a long time, glanced at Uzuki Yujeo, and asked a repeated question. Did you tell me everything? Yes. Uzuki Yuen remained calm. I even told you about and I also clearly described the characteristics of that woman. I told you everything I remembered. Okay, I'm leaving now. Remember to pay me next time. Naruto stretched, said hello to Shikamaru and the others, and left. After Naruto left, Uzuki Yuen also left. Seeing this, Marino Ibiki chased after him, with a ferocious scar on his face and a complicated expression. He took Uzuki Yuen to a secluded place and asked. Is that person still alive? Alive, but basically useless. Uzuki Yuen pursed her lips, and her face looked a little depressed, as if she remembered something terrible. Is there nothing the medical team can do? This person will be useful later, and he can't just die like this. Marino Ibiki frowned. Any problems must be solved in time. The medical team has been here, and there is no way anymore. We can only keep him alive. Uzuki Yuen responded. Damn it. Although the goal was achieved, it was too messy. Marino Ibiki turned around and was about to leave, and Uzuki Yujeo just watched him leave. Where did that person go? Lord Ibiki? He was detained. What happened? The interrogation team was confused. How is that person's injury? Injury. The interrogation team members looked a little strange and hesitated. Hurry up. Marino Ibiki was a little impatient. He was already preparing a plan in his mind. No matter what happened, he would never. At least Naruto asked the result, at least he couldn't veto others. This Lord Ibiki, that person is not injured. There is no scar on his body, but there is a bump on his head. He wanted to die. No scar? Why did the prisoner scream so painfully? This. The members of the interrogation team showed a complicated expression. Lord Ibiki, several waves of us took turns to interrogate him, and didn't give him time to breathe. Fatigue interrogation. He pondered for a moment. The interrogation method was varied, and fatigue interrogation was used. No, it was just asking him over and over again whether he had thought about killing his mother, whether he had thought about. The interrogation team picked a few questions to say. Except for the first one that was barely peaceful, the questions that followed were more challenging than the last, almost leaving no effort to dig out the darkness in people's hearts. A day of asking is enough to make people's three views explode and their beliefs collapse. No wonder that person Marino Ibiki felt a chill on his back and finally understood what Izuki Yujeo said. Is that man crazy? No, he'll answer whatever you ask. The interrogation team member said truthfully. Ibiki Marino's eyelids twitched slightly, and he wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. He could only wave his hand to let the man leave, and quietly lit a cigarette. The sparks flickered, reflecting his hard face. Naruto returned home and felt even more uncomfortable lying on the sofa for a while. He had been sleeping on the sofa these days, and his back and waist were sore. Such a tall man curled up on the sofa to sleep. If he could feel comfortable, it would be really weird. Just when he got up, he saw the nine-tailed fox swaggering out of the room and heading straight for the refrigerator in the kitchen. The nine-tailed fox seemed to sense something and turned to look at him. What are you looking at? Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly, and he was silent for a while. Nothing. The nine-tailed fox felt comfortable and continued to swagger to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator with a clatter, and was stretching his little claws to dig inside, when he suddenly saw a hand passing over his head. The next second, the entire refrigerator disappeared. The nine-tailed fox was stunned and turned to look at Naruto. Seeing the finally comfortable expression on his face, he suddenly looked ashen, as if he had lost his parents. As if he had lost his parents. Happiness does not disappear, it only moves. After torturing the dog and fox, Naruto went to the bathroom by himself, took a shower, and went back to his room to sleep. When he woke up, the sky was dark. Hungry, he could only turn over and sit up. There was no light in the bedroom. On the table was a thick stack of money Hinata gave him. The 1 million taels of money from Uzuki Yujeo had not yet arrived. He took a few bills at random, got up and walked to the living room in his slippers. The nine-tailed fox was nowhere to be found, and he was too lazy to care. Anyway, it was familiar enough with this area. After changing his shoes and walking out, Naruto realized that he was really busy these days. There were circles of things to do, and he couldn't handle them at all. Now that he was free, he was not used to it. He wanted to find someone to have dinner with, but suddenly found that everyone was busy. Ino was busy implementing the communicator plan, and Sakura was busy working in the research department. Busy. Hinata has been staying at the Hyuga base, and it is not easy to make an appointment with her. Usually at this time, he would go to Tsunade to sit, but Tsunade would not tolerate him at the moment, and he did not want to get close to her to cause trouble. Moreover, more importantly, he could not leave the village for the time being. There are too many things to do and Tsunade will not wait too long. She must make trouble for Danzo. How could he be absent at such an important moment? So this is why you are looking for me. Hongdul looked incredulous and held the door to prevent him from entering. Too boring, can only look for boring people. Am I an idler in your eyes? Rookie Jonin, your future has come to an end. Naruto pushed her away and went into her house by himself. He sat on the sofa with ease and moaned softly. Are you sick? Uzumaki Naruto. Hongdou came over and stood on the side of the sofa. You look down on me too much, don't you? Ah, what do you mean by the end of my future? What else? Naruto never lost his temper, and glanced at Hongdou. You are almost 30 years old, and you are still a special jonin. Seeing that your strength has no hope of further improvement, aren't you considering retiring now? As he said, he picked up an application on the table and read it, and the whole person crossed his legs. Seeing this, Hongdou's pupils suddenly dilated slightly, and she rushed to grab it. Give it back to me. Will you die if you see it? You stupid woman. Naruto refused to give it to her, and read out the content on it. Apply to become a teacher at the ninja school. Applicant, Mitarashi Hongdou. What does it have to do with you? Hongdou was angry and blamed herself for being careless. She should have kept this thing. But it's too late now, everything has been seen. Of course it has nothing to do with me. Just change your job if you want. Naruto held up the application form and read it again and again, saying, being a teacher is quite suitable for you, salted fish Jonin. You. Hongdu really wanted to strangle him to death, clenched her fists and held back, sat down on the other side of the sofa, sighed and said. I don't have much talent anyway, and I can't do any tasks now. After the age of 30, my career is basically over. Where else can I go if not to school? That's right, then when will you go to teach at the ninja school? Naruto asked. Who knows? It depends on when the application is approved. If it is stuck, I have to ask someone. Just thinking about it gives me a headache, Then why don't you come to me? Naruto loosely untied his belt, lay on the sofa, and asked, looking at the ceiling. Is it useful to come to you? Hongdu asked after a pause. What do you think? Useful. A glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes. It's useless. Tisk, that's the same as not saying anything. Hongdu rolled her eyes and stood up to pour herself some water. Her voice came vaguely from the kitchen. Sometimes, you have to admit that this person is unconvincing. He can't compare with a genius like Kakashi. Shizune has now inherited Tsunade's legacy and become the head of the medical department. Hey, you know that the original position was occupied by Tsunade. I heard that in wartime, only when Tsunade sat in the medical team could the army stabilize morale. As she said that, Hongdu came out of the kitchen with 2 glasses of water and placed them in front of him. That's all in the past. She can't lead the team to the battlefield anymore. It's still unclear whether there will be a war in the future. Naruto said vaguely. Maybe they will fight. It's not a balanced state now. Hongdu analyzed with a serious look. Konoha and Tsunagakure are united to fight against Iwagakure, right? But don't you, a Jonin, have to go to the battlefield too? Naruto asked. Going to the battlefield when the time comes, going to the battlefield is inevitable. Hongdu sipped the water, although I don't really want to go, but after all, it's about the village. Hongdu's words were quite honest, and there was no airs between the two of them. One was a lazy fish, and the other was also a lazy fish, wishing to do less and get more every day. A real master of slacking off, a woman who got off work 2 hours early. The most intimate contact between the two was probably only that time, but Hongdu didn't seem to take it seriously. They were all adults, and each took what he needed. She didn't think she liked Naruto that much, she just felt comfortable with him. Anyway, she couldn't be a virgin for life, even though she was still a virgin now. It doesn't matter who she gave it to, it's better to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Anyway, she didn't think about getting married. Her life was really rough. The king bomb started with all the cards turned into bad cards. Seeing that she was approaching her 30s, she didn't have a smooth life for a few days. She had no expectations for life, and she didn't have any expectations for love. She was no longer an 18-year-old adolescent, and now she was only interested in food. Are you going to be with Ino or Hinata in the future? Hongdu asked curiously when they talked about relationships. Why do you care so much? He curled his lips. These people are really gossipy. But he was a little worried. Are so many people watching this thing? He must be more careful in the future. It will be troublesome if it explodes at any time. I want to know, just out of curiosity. Hongdu said, no matter which one you choose, it's not a big problem. Both Yamanaka and Hinata will accept you as a son-in-law. If you want both, then. I don't have it, don't nonsense. Naruto sat up from the sofa. Don't be nervous, I'm just talking. Hongdu continued to lean on the sofa, saying lazily, I just think that with your personality, you will definitely not suffer any loss. Maybe you will plan to strike first, such as tricking Ino and Hinata into getting them, and then find a reason or wait for an opportunity or something. What about you? He couldn't stand it anymore and quickly changed the subject. Hongdu really understood him. If she continued to talk, her underwear would be almost stripped off. Me? Hongdu also sat up. I don't know, I'm used to being alone. It's impossible for me to have another person in my life and start dating like a little girl in my 20s. Sometimes I envy Asuma and Hong, childhood sweethearts, and they got married and had children naturally. But when I really want it, I find it difficult. It's so troublesome to get along with you. If we fail after the adjustment, we will be back to square one. It's better not to start. Oh. Naruto didn't react and looked at Hongdu. Hongdu still listened to him and controlled her sugar intake. Naruto didn't know if it was an illusion, but he suddenly felt that Hongdu's waist seemed to be thinner and her hips became more rounded. The white feet were placed on the glass coffee table, and the red nail polish was bright, like red plums falling in the snow. You came here, not just to chat with me, right? Hongdu looked at him and asked tentatively, I remember you were not so honest, Naruto. Chapter 370 Her life is dark, so she uses his light to look at the starry sky. It's too weird, take another look. Naruto felt his scalp tingling. Hongdu looked at him, two big white legs on the coffee table. He had seen it before, it was that kind of plump figure. If she had a different personality, if she was not so indifferent, she would probably have been married long ago. He had never seen such a stupid, indifferent female ninja, obviously very smart, but completely unmotivated for things other than eating. Before, she would restrain herself, but now she probably figured it out and seduced without disguise. They have not yet broken through that step, so far, it is only that level. Although Hongdu is almost 30, there is still a girlish feeling between her eyebrows. The two looked at each other lazily and smiled at each other. What are you laughing at? Hongdu asked. What are you laughing at again? He asked back. I think you are such a jerk. You must get what you want. She rolled her eyes and complained, you know everything in your heart, but you just pretend to be confused. I know you will come to me when you can't find anyone. Maybe Ino and Hinata are busy, so you think of me when you have no one to gather with. Am I your first choice? You knew from the beginning that I would wait for you, right? Anyway, I won't look for anyone else, and choosing you is the most convenient. These are all what you said, I didn't say anything, don't guess blindly. Naruto felt a little guilty, thinking that although Red Bean was unlucky, she was really smart. The ability to see through people's hearts is exactly the same as Orochimaru. Sure enough, he is still a disciple brought up by himself, and he is really good at analyzing people's psychology. Then just treat me as nonsense, all my guesses, if I am right, it must be a coincidence. Hongdu said proudly. This was probably her only moment of wisdom. She was able to do all this based on her understanding of Naruto and her own little thoughts. She was not unintelligent, but she was just too lazy to use her brain and struggle. After falling into the mud, she was unwilling to get up again. Naruto once heard her say something that was shocking, there are so many people who failed, why can't it be me? At that time, he knew that this person was different and had the appearance of an average person. It's good like this. She suddenly said. Hey? What? Naruto looked up. Hongdu was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red and she gritted her teeth. You. I'm telling you the truth, but you're distracted. Uzumaki Naruto, why don't you die? Damn it. You rubbish. Hongdu rushed over, grabbed his neck and shook him violently. It was this attitude that always made him angry and feel that he was being controlled. This guy is really a scumbag. Damn it. I'm listening. Naruto begged for mercy quickly to avoid being severely whipped by Hongdu. He coughed twice and continued, I'm just thinking about what you really think. Didn't I just say it? It's fine like this. Hongdu let him go, lay with him, and looked at the ceiling. I don't want to fall in love or get married. But it's too lonely to be alone, and I also want to do something different. But you know me, it's impossible to find a stranger. Yet. Naruto stretched out his hand and grabbed forward lightly, I just think you don't need to do this. If you want to take a step forward, I can help you. No, if you showed up earlier, I might have this plan. But now I'm completely uninterested. Hongdu said, Hong has retired and returned to her family. I don't know what else I can do besides teaching at the ninja school. Ninjas seem to have disappeared. The end of the road. She curled up, looking a little helpless. I shouldn't have become his disciple in the first place. Even though I was useless, he still liked to praise me. Gradually, I thought I was good enough, but in fact, I still had no talent. Sometimes I even suspected that when Orochimaru chose me as his disciple, he might have thought that I was stupid and easy to control. The more you think about it, the harder it is to get out of it. It's better not to say these unhappy things. It's more useful to talk less and do more. He pulled Hongdu over, stared at her, and then leaned over. Hongdu felt that the whole person was about to explode, the blood in the brain was flowing back, and the heart was pounding. Every step seemed to press on her heart, like a song. Midnight. Are you hungry? She poked her head out of the quilt and asked. Hungry, do you want to eat now? Naruto was leaning against the bed, one hand on her body, the other hand stroking a lady's cigarette. This was found on the bedside table in Hungdu's room, the whole pack had been placed there unopened, and there was a brand new lighter. He was about to get up and go to the kitchen, but Hungdu had already gotten up. She got out of bed without wearing anything, and went to the kitchen in her slippers. I'll be there, you wait. Looking at the tightly closed door, Naruto thought about it, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Hungdu does have a talent for endurance and good endurance. With such bad luck, she can still live. Her mentality and body are not bad. If she had a system in the early years, she would be a pure protagonist. She used to be in the limelight, an ordinary little Hungdu, the eldest disciple of Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. Her master has the appearance of a Hokage and is the strongest among the heroes. Unexpectedly, her master defected, and Hungdu fell from the altar to the mud pit overnight. Her strength continued to decline, from a genius ninja to a waste, just missing a system. She is Xiaoyan in the ninja world. The more he felt happy, the more he felt that Hungdu was tenacious. How could anyone get up and go to the kitchen to cook after the first time? In fact, he originally planned to just talk, but he felt bored and came to see. He knew that Hungdu must be free, and most likely she would find a way to skip work tomorrow. When he was with others, he didn't dare to say a lot of things. But with Hungdu, there was nothing he couldn't say. He knew that the other party would not mind at all. For example, if he said that he wanted both, if it was someone else, their faces would change. Only Hungdu would give a thumbs up, you are awesome, wait to see you overturned and killed. Not long after, Hungdu pushed the door open. Naruto looked at the 2 plates in her hand. Because of the door opening, the other plate could only be circled with his body. For a moment, he couldn't tell which one was more delicious, Hungdu or the food. Which one to eat first? I accidentally got some sauce on me. Hungdu didn't pay attention and spilled some sauce on herself, and couldn't help but regret, damn, I didn't pay attention. I want the plate that spilled. Naruto stood up and said. Red bean. The 2 sat at a small table in the room to eat. The single table was too small, and the 2 could only squeeze together. Red bean was quite satisfied and said. It's too small. I should have bought a bigger one. It will take up space if it's bigger, right? I don't always squeeze here to eat. Naruto said, and by the way, he dispelled her idea of changing the table. That's true. She nodded, unexpectedly listening to the advice. After the meal, the plate was put aside. Naruto was originally planning to take a shower, and Red Bean suddenly suggested taking a shower together. Naruto had no objection and agreed directly. Lead the way. He said. Haven't you been there before? Red Bean complained. Last time was last time, I didn't have any clothes. You should have a dryer here, right? He pushed Red Bean towards the bathroom without saying anything. Yes, you just haven't seen it. She opened the bathroom door and pointed at the machine next to the washing machine and said, hee, it's small, it's enough for me. The bathroom in Hungdu's house is not small. Probably because she lives alone, the walls and floors are very clean. The layout of the shower and bathtub is similar to that of Naruto's house. Perhaps the construction team of Konoha is the same group of people, and the structure of the house is also similar. Hungdu's house is not big, it belongs to the type of small but complete. A small house also makes you feel safer, at least you won't be afraid to sleep alone at night. Let me serve you? Just put the clothes here, and the laundry detergent found it. Hungdu opened the cabinet and threw the clothes of the 2 people in skillfully. Can it be here? Whatever, I can do it. Hungdu said, I forgot one thing, wait for me. These clothes. Puff. The 2 stood in front of the refrigerator and opened the soda at the same time, tilted their necks to drink a sip, and the whole person was refreshed. Refreshing. It feels so good to have a glass of ice drink at this time. It feels like my whole body feels good after taking a bath. Hungdu walked into the room with soda, and Naruto did the same. Can you drink this kind of ice drink? He suddenly asked, is your body okay? What's the problem? I've always drunk it like this, and I haven't seen any problems. Hungdu was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked at Naruto, Can't drink it. No, you should be fine. Naruto grinned. A fool has his own luck. At least a strong body is not a bad thing. After entering the room, Hongdu suddenly stopped. Mysteriously Zixi asked. Did you feel it? What? Naruto tilted his head back and took a sip of soda. He had long been accustomed to her weird and stupid look. I'm hungry again. She covered her stomach and said aggrievedly, my physical strength is consumed too quickly. Compared with other things, my appetite comes faster. I'll go outside to buy some. It's almost dawn. Naruto pointed out the window. The long night was about to end. Well, there's nothing to eat in the refrigerator. Hongdu was frustrated and simply lay on the bed without moving. I'm sorry to bother you to run. I'm so hungry. Why don't we go together? He asked. Isn't it bad? What if we're caught? How will you explain it? Hongdu lay on the bed and turned her head to look at him. It's not a big deal. Under normal circumstances, we won't be caught. He said so and sniffed. Are you sure you don't want to go? Then go. I'm almost starving. Hongdu got up and started to change clothes. Naruto found it a little funny and changed into dried clothes. The two of them went out in the dark, bought some food at a small stall, and moved to another place. The two of them ate a lot, and when they returned slowly, it was not yet completely light. It took a whole night to take a shower and eat. They ate 2 meals, including breakfast. Fortunately, the two of them didn't think there was anything wrong with this schedule. Hongdu didn't even have any psychological burden and pushed the next day's work to give herself a holiday. They called it a commemoration of an important day. Naruto didn't believe that a woman who would get up and eat immediately even if she was fucked because she was hungry. She just didn't want to go to work, so she could give herself a unilateral holiday. The two of them washed up again, and then they fell asleep on their own. They didn't sleep in each other's arms, but slept randomly according to their own habits. It was already afternoon when they woke up. The two people with reversed schedules woke up in a daze, looking at each other. Blinking, there was silence for a moment. Look for food. He suggested. I agree. With a new goal, the two salted fish finally climbed down from the bed. They rushed to brush their teeth in the bathroom, and a moment's thought delayed them for a long time. When the two went out, it was completely dark. Let's find food separately, so as not to cause trouble to you. Hongdu suggested, we have different tastes, and we have to go to 2 different places, which is troublesome. That's right. Naruto nodded, will we still be together in the evening? I can, what about you? Then come back after eating, and bring an extra portion of food, so as not to be hungry again in the middle of the night. He touched his chin and thought for a moment, even considering the second half of the night. You have great physical strength. She praised sincerely. You have good endurance. He responded. Haha, then let's meet again after eating. Hongdu waved her hand, and the whole person disappeared into the night. Naruto stood there for a while, smiled, felt relaxed, and walked in one direction. He seemed to understand what Hongdu meant, and it was fine like this. He walked to the village ramen shop unconsciously, and ordered a barbecued pork grand slam after sitting down. After taking the first bite, the salty and fresh taste immediately hit the taste buds, and the mood suddenly became happy. What is rare and precious is that the two of them are together without any pressure at all. There is no need to have any concerns, and all the interactions have become a daily routine. Perhaps in Hongdu's eyes, daily life is no different from eating and sleeping, just a part of life. With this part, it becomes happier. The moon is on the treetops, and the two return to the small apartment again, with curtains blocking the faint light. His blood is like a piece of burning charcoal, and the atmosphere is explosive. The two kissed little by little, from the sofa to the TV cabinet, kissing carefully and densely. It has nothing to do with love, just kissing out of instinct, and the heart slowly settles down. The night was long, and they could only hug each other to keep warm. The next day, Hongdu found another lame excuse not to go to work. This time she was really tired and slept at home all day. When she woke up, Naruto had left. She was stunned, then turned over and continued to sleep. There are many choices in life. She knew that her ninja path had been blocked. She knew that there was no light in her life, but with his light, she could look at the starry sky and the beautiful world again. Chapter 371 Appointment. After get off work, Ino saw his frankness, the details of the scumbag Naruto. How can it be so easy for a ninja to get married? Kakashi raised his head from the pile of documents, and stared at the yellow-haired man in front of him with a dead fisheye outside the mask. You think the life of a ninja is too simple, right? Naruto. Aren't Asuma and Hong married too? Naruto simply found a place to sit down. He came to Kakashi to do something and transfer Hongda's job. Anyway, it's something that can be done easily. Oh, easily refers to Kakashi and Tsunade. As for Naruto, he has no real power. Although he didn't get the inheritance of the fourth Hokage, fortunately he also inherited the connections left by the fourth Hokage. Being able to see the Hokage without any obstacles, it is still quite convenient to do some things. With a snap, Kakashi lazily stamped a fifth Hokage on Red Bean's application form. Private seal, he was drafted by Tsunade and had no motivation at all. Asuma? How can it be the same? Kakashi stared at his stupid apprentice and said, they have basically retired and no longer accept missions. Ninja is a high-risk profession, and you may die in a mission at any time. If you have experienced war and the death of relatives and friends like me, you will understand. Kakashi pressed Red Bean's application form from the table with his fingers, and then handed it to Naruto, saying earnestly, happiness and stability are short-lived, just like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. Just look at it from a distance, and when you really want to reach out and have it, it will become unfortunate. Naruto left the Hokage's office, thinking about what Kakashi said. Suddenly understood the situation of their generation, and understood what Red Bean said. It's good like this. After finishing the work, he put away the application form and planned to find a time to give it to her tomorrow. Walking alone on the streets of Konoha, Naruto suddenly found that he had become more comfortable with many things recently. No need to use your brain anymore, just use your connections. Thinking about it, he remembered that he hadn't seen Ino these days. After thinking for a while, he prepared to visit the intelligence department. Who knew that he would find nothing when he arrived? Someone told him that Ino had left an hour ago and was probably laying a signal tower behind the Hokage rock. Helpless, Naruto could only look for her all the way. He walked around the street and finally walked slowly over there with his hands full of food. When he arrived at the scene, Ino was so busy that she had no time to pay attention to him. He was not in a hurry and sat next to him waiting. He was not worried that the project construction would encounter difficulties. After all, the funds were in place, and there was no problem that could not be solved by funds. If there was, then add money. It can't be laid there. Ino bit her pencil and looked at the drawings. She felt a little overwhelmed. Her golden hair fluttered in the wind in the sunlight, like golden rain. Now a classic saying emerged in her mind, talent is the most expensive in this world. The staff had withdrawn and reported the difficulties encountered in the laying process. Konoha was round, and the most efficient way to lay the signal tower was a regular hexagon. Ino was stunned for a moment. She was not omnipotent. Fortunately, her smart little brain knew what omnipotence was, so she asked her subordinates to be patient. Add money, find people, and allocate funds now. Practice has proved that adding money is still effective. Seeing that the boss was so generous, the subordinates seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and their enthusiasm for work was instantly ignited. She was busy all afternoon, and it was a long time after lunch that she remembered that she was hungry. Just as she was about to go back, she was stopped by a girl who had just joined the intelligence department from the ninja school and reminded her. Mr. Ino, over there seems to be waiting for you, sitting for several hours. Wait for me. Ino turned her head and saw Naruto sitting in the simple shed built with a few sticks. Behind him was a huge tree that covered the sky and the sun, with a dense canopy and shade, like an open umbrella. The branches were thick and strong, towering into the sky. Ino trotted over and hugged him. She buried her head in his neck and took a deep breath. Why are you here? I missed you, so I came to see you. Naruto took her up and lifted her up, making her laugh all the time, saying that she was ticklish and asked him to let go. Ino's waist has always been very thin, and she never gets fat no matter how much she eats. She has a thin waist and a few bones. It's a special flavor when playing with it, but how to play with it cannot be said clearly. But I don't have much time today. Her voice was not confident. Wait until next time, I just came to see, have you eaten? Naruto put her down and showed the food behind him. No, you are so nice. Ino hugged him and didn't let go, giggling. Stop it, the food is almost cold. Naruto pulled Ino down like an octopus, carried her horizontally and carried her directly into the simple shed. It doesn't matter if it's cold, they're all my favorites. Ino pursed her lips, took 2 bites and fed Naruto again. Just tell me next time you come, no need to wait like this. It doesn't matter, don't worry, just work. Naruto said, anyway, there will always be time to relax, remember to train people, and you won't be so tired in the future. Okay. Ino stuck to Naruto, raised her head and kissed him again, her eyes curved into crescents. You're so good to me. Of course. Naruto said this without any confidence. He spent all his family wealth just to get the communicator project off the ground early so that Ino could be busy. But in fact, Ino really wanted the communicator project to land. This is her dream, and it's also the career she has been doing in the past few years. This wave of scumbag Naruto can only be said to be going with the flow. But putting aside all the scumbag behavior, he wants to see Ino realize her ideals and find her own value of existence. Shine and be proud forever. Liking a flower is not about cutting it and putting it in the room to admire, but about finding the most suitable soil and seeing it bloom in the wind. Ino is Ino, not anyone's vassal. The two of them ate most of the cold food, feeling the mountain wind blowing back across the Konoha forest. Ino was taking a rest, and saw Naruto sitting calmly on the bench beside him, with his long legs spread out. He supported one side with one hand, probably to keep balance. The other hand played with his own hand, pinching and kneading it repeatedly. Ino suddenly thought of some scenes, and her face was straight. The conversation became heated. Stop it. What's wrong with me? He looked at Ino with a smile, innocent. I haven't seen you for a few days, can't we hold hands? I didn't say we can't hold hands, why can't you be honest? Ino said this without confidence, looking up and looking at him. At that moment, the eyes of the two were intertwined in an indescribable way. Ino felt as if someone had simmered a small piece of charcoal between them, and the atmosphere suddenly became hot. Both of them were at the age of knowing the taste of the marrow, and they were bound to be affectionate after not seeing each other for a few days. But Naruto was hanging around, just looking at her with a smile, teasing her secretly. Why am I not honest? He stared at Ino, thinking about what happened that day, and there was inevitably a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Ino suddenly remembered that this man was indeed a little restless, and she didn't know what was in his mind. He actually asked her to wear stockings, saying that it would look good. Humph, no. She resisted instinctively and glared back fiercely. The maid outfit was a lifelong shame for her. One day she would knock his dog head off and make him forget about it completely. Otherwise, if it was brought up in the future, it would be a huge shame. Anyway, you are not honest. I am leaving. Ino got up hurriedly. Where are you going? I am going back. I have work in the afternoon. Ino lifted her hair to hide her panic. She had no doubt that Naruto, the evil devil in lust, could do something ridiculous. When do you get off work tonight? He asked, still not letting her go. It's too late tonight. I have to go home. Ino explained, secretly glancing at him. Her sharp and straightforward eyes made her legs weak. She swallowed a little, and her thoughts were immediately confused. Her heart pounded twice, and she couldn't hold it back. At 8 o'clock, you will probably be late. I don't know where I will finish work tonight. You don't have to come, it's too much trouble. No need to come, even if there is a knife falling from the sky, he will go out. At this time, you have to listen to the opposite, whoever believes it is a fool. I will accompany you there in the evening, I will come when you are about to get off work in the afternoon. Naruto made today's plan in a few words. Let's have a simple meal together, and then accompany you to work, that's it. Ah? Too much trouble. Yes, it is indeed troublesome. But how can there be a rainbow without going through wind and rain? If you don't make trouble, you won't be too happy when you eat the cake. People are like this, the more effort you put in, the more precious it is. Ino must go home before 11 o'clock, even if she gets off work on time, there are only 3 hours. 3 hours is too short, and it takes time on the road. Damn it. I don't mind the trouble. I miss you at home anyway, so I might as well stay with you. He said frankly, and he was clearly speaking sweet words. Ino turned his head to look at him and saw his bright eyes, like a watery moon. Her heart skipped a beat and she was a little touched. To be honest, she was still a little worried since that time. Both Shikamaru and Koji's wife complained to Ino about the same thing after marriage. After getting married, her man became lazy. When playing poker, he often didn't even bother to leave even when he had 3, and he just touched the king and the queen. The two complained in turn, and Ino blushed to her ears. Women after marriage are indeed wild. They look gentle, but when they get together with their sisters in private, they are full of fierce words. She herself was worried, but now this worry has been slowly dispelled. Her heart is full of happiness, even if she won't show it. In terms of honesty, she is indeed not as good as Naruto. He never hides his feelings. He just wants to stuff his thoughts into your hands. Ino is arrogant. Sometimes she can't help blushing. She obviously misses you but pretends not to miss you. When she is exposed, she blushes again, and is even cute. Okay, whatever you want. Ino shook her ponytail and stopped looking at him. Naruto found it funny and rubbed her hand. He thought that it was for the evening, and it would be a loss if he didn't charge some interest now. So he pulled her over and hugged her. Ah! You woohoo! Kissing carefully and closely until Ino herself got into the mood. The two separated, looked at each other, and tacitly hugged each other and continued to kiss. The communicator plan was successfully implemented and the funds were in place. From technology to investment in construction, it didn't take much time in total, mainly because the money was in place. After all, who can refuse cash? As long as the speed is fast, you will get money after the completion. It's really friendly. With the blessing of money, American comics superheroes who come in have to come and move a few bricks before leaving. After making an appointment with Ino in the afternoon, Naruto, who had nothing to do, returned to the Hokage building. He didn't know when Tsunade would take action, but there was already a witness. He only participated in the overthrow of Danzo. Tsunade was still in charge of the overall situation, hiding in the silent office all day waiting to trick Danzo. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes, and each one is more patient than the other. As for Naruto, he also knows himself. Professionals do professional things, and he is good at playing tricks. But this kind of thing on the table is not something that his rogue tricks can handle. He is not qualified, and his means are not enough. The so-called 1 call and 100 responses only exist in dreams. But he doesn't care about those false names. The 5th generation is Tsunade, and the 6th generation is Kakashi. What else does he need to work hard for? Is he going to work himself to death to queue up for the 7th generation? By that time, who would still want to stay in Konoha? He thought it through very clearly, and knew when to save and when to spend instead of wasting time in the village. It is better to get some substantial things as soon as possible, such as system rewards. Another example is to solve the problem between Hinata and Ino. He wants it all, but the problem is that the old father-in-law of the two families will never agree. This is an almost unsolvable problem. There is no way to have both in the world, unless the influence is comparable to that of the 1st generation. But the problem is that he has no intention of engaging in those power struggles. If Hinata and Yamanaka were both small families, there might be some turning points. But unfortunately besides, he was unwilling to use two despicable means to hurt the hearts of the two girls. He does have a ruthless character, but he is special to Hinata and Ino. In his heart, one of them is the white moonlight and the other is the cinnabar mole. It would be good to have both, but even if he couldn't have both, he would minimize the impact of the situation. At least protect the two of them so that they wouldn't be affected. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that he had a long way to go. After entering the Hokage building with ease, Naruto paused at the door of Shizun's office. He quietly poked his head inside and was relieved to see that Tsunade was not there. Naruto. Tian stood up from his seat and asked curiously, "Why are you here? Are you looking for Tsunade-sama? She just went out." SHH. Naruto was startled. "I know she went out, I saw her from a distance." "Then you?" Tian looked him up and down. "You didn't do anything shameful again, did you?" Chapter 372. Ino's thoughts, anxiety, and confusion are comforted. "What are you talking about?" Naruto was a little speechless, looking at Tian. "Can't I have some business? Does it have to be something shameful?" "Business? What business?" Tian tilted his head, "Looking for me?" "Yes, I have something I want to ask you for help." He nodded, but just halfway through his words, Tian sat back in his chair with a wow. Naruto was stunned, not knowing what kind of madness Tian was taking. "You treat me as a tool again." Tian cried on the table, unwilling to pay attention to Naruto. "Last time, Lady Tsunade scolded me and said you were lying to me. Damn. Naruto thought that this old woman Tsunade was so nosy, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He really needs Tian Tian as a tool now, first to avoid direct contact with Tsunade, and second to make things much more convenient. If he went directly to Tsunade, 9 out of 10 things would not be done. Tsunade is still angry with him now. When she calms down, Tian Tian will probably be useless by then. On second thought, Naruto felt that he was indeed a bit too much. After all, they were friends who had risked their lives together, and they were like brothers, and their friendship was like that of Guan Yu and Bao Bao. Well, Tian Tian, you misunderstood. Naruto touched her and said, you also know that Tsunade-sama has a problem with me now, and what she said is inevitably full of personal resentment. Don't listen to her nonsense, what is a lie? He coughed and continued to fool, I am doing it for your good, don't you like this job? The last sentence is the key point. Tian Tian suddenly stopped crying and looked up at Naruto. I like it. It's good that you like it, but you have to work hard. He patted Tianation's shoulder gently, with encouragement and threat, you know, this job opportunity is rare. Tianation's head was buzzing, it was bad, she seemed to be kidnapped by Naruto for work. Her thoughts were a little messy, and a sentence echoed in her mind. You don't want to lose this job either? Tian Tian, hee. Tian Tian. Tian Tian. Ah? What's wrong? She suddenly came back to her senses and asked him in panic. Why are you in a daze? Naruto was a little confused, and felt that Tian Tian seemed a little strange. But maybe it's because I'm too tired. Ha ha ha. Tian Tian covered up awkwardly, but immediately changed the subject. Well, what do you want to talk to me about? I just want to ask if I can find the remaining information of the Hyuga clan. He said truthfully. What information? About the caged bird. Why do you want to check this? Tian Tian was surprised. She knew that Niji had a caged bird curse seal on his forehead and had not been able to get rid of its shadow until now. Just take a look. The caged bird is essentially a sealing technique. He didn't hide it from Tian Tian, but it was impossible to hide it. Most sealing techniques are based on interfering with the opponent's chakra, or in layman's terms, interrupting. Interrupting. Like a mechanism, once it detects the chakra flowing under a certain condition, the mechanism will be activated. The seal is broken, and special chakra emerges. Naruto explained in great detail, explaining the basic principles of sealing techniques in a concise and in-depth manner. Yet, Tian Tian listened very carefully, then what? Then help me find any records about the Hyuga caged bird, and if there is any, write it down secretly and tell me. Naruto the person continued to talk along with her words. Tenten began to lose consciousness again, and she seemed to hear Naruto talking. You don't want to watch Nisi being tortured by a caged bird for the rest of his life, do you? Tenten, hee. Hey. Tenten. Tenten. Naruto waved his hand in front of her, why are you always distracted today? Are you feeling unwell? No. Nothing. What can happen to me? Tenten swallowed. Well, I'll leave first. Naruto felt that Tenten was a little strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange for a while, so he quickly finished his purpose and left. Not long after Naruto left, Tsunade also came back, her face a little solemn. Tsunade-sama, would you like some tea? Tenten hurriedly went up to her, but was interrupted by Tsunade waving her hand. Go get some wine. She said. Okay. Tenten ran away after hearing that. Naruto didn't leave the Hokage building too far, and found a small shop to sit down. While sipping the iced drink, he thought about how to solve the problem. The lifeblood of the Yamanaka clan lies in the secret technique, and the family lacks elite ninjas like Yamanaka few. If it is taken alone, it is just a small family with secret techniques, but if it unites with the other two clans. When it comes to marriage, it is not just the bride who is facing it. If even the Yamanaka family opposes him, Ino and Hinata in the end. Then the ending is imaginable. Ino is not a person who can give up everything for love. After so many years together, Naruto knows her too well. If everything is laid out in the open on that day, she will never compromise with her arrogant personality. Unless the attitude of the Yamanaka clan is changed first, so that the Yamanaka clan can take the initiative to mediate. It is not easy to do this, and Naruto puts his hope on the communication project. With the communication project, Any family can leap from a small family to one of the most influential families in the Land of Fire and even the surrounding small countries. Ino, Deer, and Butterfly have only been in power for a few years, who can say for sure what will happen in the future. On the other side, the more traditional Hyuga side was simpler. The conflict between the main family and the branch family had been grudged for a long time, so he just had to sow discord directly. Kill the authority of the main family, crack the technology of the caged bird, and make it his own private property. Disrupt and reorganize Hyuga, fish in troubled waters and change the direction of the wind. After deciding on a general idea, Naruto just finished drinking the drink. Then he threw it into the trash can with a clang. There are still things to do in the evening, so let's rest first. In the afternoon, Naruto woke up and was a little confused. He remembered that he had an appointment with Ino. So he hurried to the intelligence department and waited for Ino to get off work. After waiting for a long time, the crowd slowly poured out of the intelligence department. Ino was the last one to get off work, and she stood in front of the gate for a while. Seeing that Naruto was indeed standing there, Ino walked over slowly. In the afternoon, she agreed to him on impulse, and she regretted it after returning in the afternoon. Knowing that there would be a fierce battle in the evening, she felt a little uneasy and a little expectant. After thinking about it for an entire afternoon, he still couldn't make a decision. But once words are spoken, they are like spilled water, which can't be retrieved. Are you busy this afternoon? He asked. Not bad. Ino was thinking about something, pursing her lips and not saying much. Let's eat first. Naruto naturally took Ino's hand and pulled her out without saying anything. Ino struggled symbolically for a few times and then stopped moving. In the evening. What? Naruto didn't hear clearly, stopped, turned his head and looked at Ino. No overtime in the evening. She whispered. The voice was really soft, and Naruto had to hold his breath to barely hear it. His mind went around, he was stunned for a moment, and then his pupils dilated slightly. Really? He said in surprise. Yet. Ino turned her head, her ears were red. Then let's go. He pulled Ino and walked forward quickly. Aren't you going to eat? She ran 2 steps and panted, if you do this again, I will ignore you. Eat honestly, and then walk hand in hand. It was about 8 o'clock when they arrived at Naruto's place. Ino felt something was wrong when she entered the entrance. She changed her shoes in a hurry and ran into the bathroom immediately. Naruto was confused, but he could do nothing about it. Ino was too strict with the time. She cut the time for eating and walking, and got home at exactly 8 o'clock. If you say this is not intentional, he will never believe it. Ino went to the bathroom. He had nothing to do, so he leaned on the sofa and read a book for a while. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, he didn't read a single line. He couldn't hold his breath as he turned the pages of the book. Ino's figure kept appearing in his mind. Like a little man, it kept knocking on his nerves. He read the book for a while and barely read a line. Kazuko raised one leg. Naruto was shocked when he saw the line. He forgot to put away the intimate paradise. If he was found out, he would be dead. He could even imagine Ino's reaction. You prefer those shy people in the book, right? Then you should go with them. He hurriedly hid the book carefully and leaned on the sofa to take a rest when he heard the bathroom door open. He felt guilty and could only pretend to close his eyes and rest. Don't pretend, go take a shower. Ino approached from the back of the sofa, stretched out her hand and pinched his face, and said with resentment. Okay. Naruto was a little embarrassed and came out of the sofa. When Naruto stood up, he realized that something was wrong with Ino. She was wearing a nightgown that had been left here for a long time, with her blonde hair draped over her shoulders and her straight shoulders slightly exposed. Her little face was a little red from the heat in the bathroom. He looked down slightly and saw a flash of black under the nightgown, stockings. Naruto was alert at that moment, staring at Ino again and again, wishing he could hold her back to the room. He had previously suggested that Ino get some equipment in a tactful way, but Ino refused in shame. He had already given up, but who knew that a good guy was waiting here? Sure enough, there would be rewards for hard work, and if you work hard in the details, you will naturally get rewards in the details. Naruto shook his palms and calmed the ripples in his heart. Then I'll go then. Naruto made a detour and walked quickly to the bathroom. Ino stood in the living room for a while, picking a book to read in the living room, thinking with some complaints. Why was he so useless that he softened his heart for a moment? playing those messy tricks with him. Besides, it's just that kind of thing, it's actually quite boring. But I took too long to take a shower, my heart was suffocated, and it was beating in a daze. I could have worked overtime in the evening, but I haven't completed much work from the afternoon until now. I was supposed to finish the communicator project first, but now I'm lazy. She was obviously picking books to read, but after looking around, she couldn't remember what books were on the bookshelf. She couldn't stand it anymore, and her legs were a little weak. Ino is a tsundere, she is obviously a sweet person, but she just suppresses it. Naruto gave her 3 points of sugar, and she would secretly give back 8 points. Knowing that he had been thinking about it for a long time, she hesitated for a long time before making this decision. She looked down and reached out to touch her legs. It was smooth and comfortable, but she didn't see what was special about it, and she didn't know why he liked it so much. After Naruto came out of the bathroom, he saw Ino shrinking her neck at the bookshelf in the living room, as if she was a little guilty. Naruto was also a little panicked, because the intimate paradise was hidden there. He didn't know why his brain was twisted, and he thought that the most dangerous place was the safest, so he simply stuffed the intimate paradise into the bookshelf. I thought Ino never read those messy books, so she was absolutely safe. As luck would have it, as soon as he finished his shower, he saw Ino standing at the bookshelf. Ahem, you Naruto didn't know what to say, were you reading just now? Ah, I read for a while. Ino was also a little panicked. Oh. Naruto was sure now, it should be that he didn't turn it over, otherwise Ino's state would definitely not be like this. After eliminating the unstable factors, the two sat side by side on the sofa. The TV was on, playing some boring programs, which Naruto never watched. It was a boring soap opera without any bitterness or depth. He leaned on the sofa and turned off the light with one hand. They both got home, and Ino even changed into this couldn't be more obvious. But Naruto still managed to keep his composure and didn't throw the 3-catch big and small king right away. That would only ruin the atmosphere, and he didn't want to beg Ino to do it every time. The atmosphere was just right, and Ino would get addicted in the future. The two leaned against each other, surrounded by darkness, and the old TV emitted light that could only illuminate a corner. In the light and darkness, the two hugged each other. The whole living room was like a black sea, and the sofa became an isolated island. Ino raised her head in that gap, and the heat and boldness in the girl's eyes seemed to be flowing with light. The heartbeat was only in a moment. "Where did you go this afternoon?" she asked a little unreasonably. The light and shadow on the TV flowed, and the shaking picture was reflected in the depths of the pupils of the two. The chaotic narration became more and more distant, and the two felt that something in their hearts was getting hotter and hotter. Somehow, it caught fire with a crash. Restraint at noon, eating, walking and bathing at night, all rationality was burned clean in this fire. "I didn't go anywhere." It didn't matter what to say at this time, the answer became a secondary thing. He stared at Ino's eyes and rubbed sparks. Leaning over gently, Ino held his face and pecked him gently on the lips. "I'm very happy that you are willing to walk with me." "Me too." Naruto didn't understand what Ino was happy about, probably patiently waiting for her mood to calm down, and made good psychological preparations. Those things were too complicated, and he didn't know much, just knew what to do and what not to do at a rough time. Yet, Ino tilted her head gently, and the two kissed wetly. The moon was dim and high, and in these trivial daily lives, the girl's uneasy and confused heart was comforted. Youth mixed with light and dark, hot and bold, and endless. Chapter 373. Clean up the roots, uproot them, and settle the dust. "Where are my stockings?" "Don't look for them, I can't wear them." Ino hurriedly got out of bed, tied her hair into a high ponytail, stepped on the floor barefoot, and ran out of the room. After a while, she hurried back, picked up the clothes on the floor and ran out. "Oh, there's no time," she said hurriedly, and her legs suddenly softened and she almost fell. Fortunately, Naruto was quick to catch Ino and pull her up. After a while, the two hurried outdoor. One didn't pay attention to the time, and it was a little late. Ino was so tired that she was about to fall asleep before she remembered that she had to go home. "Hey, you left it on the sofa," Naruto said suddenly. "What?" Ino was confused for a while, and immediately realized something. Her face flushed. "Don't say it, it's too late, it's all your fault." Ino kept chattering, but her hand was still pulling him forward, and Naruto was laughing and gloating. The streets of Konoha in the night seemed to have no end, stretching the light of the sky. Hurry up, but fortunately Ino successfully returned home before the curfew. Naruto stood under the big green tree and waved. Ino glanced at him and hurried home. As usual, she opened the window on the second floor and waved to him. The next day, everything seemed to have returned to normal, and Naruto woke up from the bed alone. His mind was a little confused, and he remembered Ino's seductive voice and gentle eyes. The shy look, everything, was so sexy. He shook his head and sat up from the bed. He went to wash up in his slippers. Not long after he returned to the living room, Mao Uxian pushed the door open from the balcony and walked in. I said, can't you go in from a normal place? He asked with dead fish eyes. Things have changed. Lord Hokage wants to see you. The dismissed Mao Uxian didn't waste any words and took out a package from the back of Naruto's sofa. In Naruto's shocked eyes, she began to change clothes expressionlessly. The grey vest of the Anbu, the short sword, and the white mask. When did you? This is not important. Do you still want to waste time? Mao Uxian said with a cold face, the Anbu has already caught the handle of the route, and they have begun to take action. I am going to maintain stability now, and you are going to the Hokage building. Which Hokage, the 5th or 6th generation? Naruto was stunned for a while and asked again. Where did the 6th Hokage come from? Are you out of your mind, Uzumaki Naruto? Uzuki Ujao tied her hair, turned around and left, and turned back to give a warning. Hurry up. After Uzuki Ujao left, Naruto muttered and began to go into the room to change clothes. He thought to himself that he was indeed out of his mind, and he didn't know which one was the head. Besides, who would change clothes as soon as they arrived? Damn, you think this is a locker room, right? After cursing, Naruto whispered again. This widow has a great figure. He put on his clothes, changed his shoes and went out, heading straight for the Hokage building. On the way, he saw many Anbu flying around on the roof, and immediately realized that something was indeed fishy. He rushed to the Hokage building with ease and pushed the door of Shizun's office directly. Tsunade looked up at him, her face a little solemn. We'll talk about your business later. Now I'll give you a task. Once you've done this, I'll forget what you did. Ah yes. Naruto was speechless. Tsunade's power as Hokage was unlimited. She told him to go east but not west, and she couldn't come after him. In short, Naruto quickly agreed to this condition. Danzo's men, Yamanaka Kaze and Abarame Tone, are missing. Find them. Tsunade said, if they don't cooperate, we'll get rid of them. Get rid of them all. This was the first time Naruto heard such tough words from Tsunade. He was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He frowned and asked. What's wrong with Danzo? We've collected enough evidence of his betrayal of the village to drive him out of the village. Tsunade looked serious, tapping the table unconsciously with one finger. Knock, knock, one after another. Part of the evidence was true and part was false. The true and false mixed together made it seem more real. Naruto didn't participate, but provided an important witness. Uzuki Ujao has made a desperate bet. The widow has no scruples and directly dug out all the roots. Danzo colluded with Orochimaru in the Land of Grass. Almost all the bad things, Danzo, the old shaman, has a leg. This man really can't be checked. After breaking the forbidden seal of the Anbu members, the secrets are pouring out like the sea. Yamanaka Feng and Abarame Tajin are already Danzo's dogs. They have mastered too many of his secrets and have been brainwashed by too many of Danzo's ideas. In Tsunade's view, the roots cannot be left. Those who are willing to speak can live, and those who don't speak will die. The logic is rigorous, but the killing is decisive. She has waited for this moment for too long, and it is impossible to wait for a minute or a second longer. Tsunade's eyes are firm, staring at Naruto, which has proved that she wants to quickly confirm this matter. I understand. Naruto nodded and left. This is a major turning point in the game. Tsunade went all in the moment the opportunity appeared. Now she can't move, and neither can Kakashi. The only ones who can move are the Anbu and the suspended Uzuki Ujao. It seems that the suspension of Uzuki Ujao is also very likely part of Tsunade's plan. In order to maintain the stability of the village, Tsunade can't mobilize much power. This is a game between the Anbu and the root. The winner will be the king and the loser will be the bandit. Perhaps he only has 2 hours, or even 1 hour. Kill all the people in the route, leaving a few alive, and there will be no evidence. It's like the time when the route and the Anbu joined forces to clean up the Uchiha clan, but it's not like that. This time it's even more swift. Targeted, clearing the roots of Konoha. Naruto's heart, which had been calm for a long time, began to beat like a drum. He finally waited for this day. Its time. So abrupt, caught off guard. But now he could only accept its arrival calmly. After leaving the Hokage building, he rushed quickly and finally jumped onto the highest point, the Hokage Rock. Looking at the circular Konoha and the intricate and densely packed streets, his breathing slowly stabilized. Even though his mind seemed to be wound up with a countdown spring, he still tried his best to stay calm. Finding two well-trained ninjas from the huge Konoha is not an easy task. Especially since these two ninjas are Danzo's right-hand men and big figures in the route. After calming down, Naruto silently ran to an area. Outside the wall of the Hyuga station, he caught the Nine-Tails, who was walking out with a bottle of wine. You! Nine-Tail was startled, the hair on its back almost exploded, and it quickly hid the wine behind its back. That wine is not. Don't worry about that for now, hurry up, help me find two people. Naruto grabbed it, help me finish this thing, I will return the wine to you. The Hyuga garrison is full of green shade, white walls, and grey tiles. The Nine-Tails stared at Naruto in disbelief and asked tentatively. Are you serious? Yet. The sky was full of white clouds and the blue sky was clear. The Nine-Tail looked up and thought for a second, then laughed shamelessly. Okay. Under the same state, the perception ability of the tailed beast is stronger than that of the ninja. The Nine-Tail is originally a ball of chakra. Its perception area is fully released, enough to cover the entire Konoha. Looking at the Nine-Tail's obscene smile, Naruto's eyelids twitched, and he resisted the urge to punch it twice. Fortunately, the Nine-Tails was quite efficient. It took a little time to accurately reveal the location of Yamanaka Wind and Abermatagen. Under Konoha, the secret place of the roots. You'd better move faster. They are in two directions and are about to leave. The Nine-Tails kindly reminded, you can open a shadow clone. Oh, I forgot, you can't use a shadow clone. I don't need a shadow clone, just stop one. Naruto suddenly said. Hearing this, the Nine-Tails was startled and looked at him in surprise. What do you mean? It means Naruto lifted the Nine-Tails' strength restrictions with his backhand. Even though it was still restricted by the evil god's lackeys, at least its strength was partially liberated. Go stop Abermatagen, his bugs are ineffective against you. Naruto left and went straight to the direction of Yamanaka Wind. He found a secret door at the edge of the village, drew his sword and chopped it open, and jumped in without hesitation. The dark passage, which was so dark that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face, connected to the roots underground. It was too late. Naruto knew that he did not need evidence now, but only procedural justice. Traitor, and then wipe it out. The dead cannot be resurrected. The roots have withered so far, and Danzo will never be able to turn over. Time did not allow him to think too much, and he had to kill Shan Zhongfeng quickly. The cold wind whistled in from his ears, and Naruto simply closed his eyes and tried to emit chakra to the surroundings to sense the surrounding terrain. This method was too crude, and of course it could not be compared with the reconnaissance team. But the effect was almost the same, it just cost more chakra. He only needed to see the general situation, and he did not need to see it clearly. After moving forward quickly for a while, Naruto suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. The soul seemed to be hit by something for a moment, but there was no pain. The scream of pain came from a distance, and Naruto suddenly woke up and realized that he had just been attacked by Shan Zhongfeng. However, if he fought hard with his soul, he would be asking for trouble. Flying Thunder God flew through the wind, and at the moment when Shan Zhongfeng barely reacted and flew away. The grey light mixed with light and dark suddenly became clear at this moment. The reflection of the blade reflected a blurred face, and Shan Zhongfeng retreated sharply. It was dangerous, and he barely avoided the fatal knife. The sound of the blade breaking the wind made him shudder instantly. Flying Thunder God? The famous move of the fourth generation. Yan Zongfeng's mind was in chaos, and the chakra quickly condensed and churned in his body. His hands instinctively formed seals quickly. The wind escape quickly took shape, and several wind blades spit out from his mouth. The whole cave collapsed with a bang. At this moment, Shan Zhongfeng kicked the ground based on his experience. The joints creaked at this moment, and the figure moved at high speed in an instant. The top of the cave kept collapsing, and gravel fell. At this moment, Naruto had found Shan Zongfeng's starting habit. The tailed beast chakra covered his whole body. He abandoned all ninjutsu like a sharp blade and hit Shan Zongfeng directly. His tactics were simple, fighting the mage in hand-to-hand combat. He gave up on making hand seals, gave up on calling chakra, and used the physique of the tailed beast to fight Shan Zongfeng in hand-to-hand combat. With the help of the tailed beast coat, Naruto smashed Shan Zongfeng's ribs. He broke Shan Zongfeng's arm with one hand, and rode on the man's waist like a child fighting. At that moment, he pulled out the Kusanagi sword from the sealed space and held it high in the dark cave. The collapsed boulders rolled down, and a beam of sunlight shone through the ground. The darkness covering the two was torn apart. Shan Zongfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, and tried his best to open his eyes. What he saw was a sharp blade covered in light, and the blade fiercely pierced his chest. His pupils kept shrinking, in the dazzling sunlight reflected from the blade. The shock and unwillingness slowly faded in his eyes, and life slowly passed away in this moment. The burned chakra could no longer be used, and the heart was bleeding out. The tail on Naruto the beast chakra was also fading rapidly. He drew out the Kusanagi sword and wiped the blood off the body of Yamanaka Kaze. Without much hesitation, he wiped his body and left. The fight between the ninjas started in an instant and ended in a few moments. Except for the vibration and collapse, all traces were buried underground. Under the sunlight, Konoha was still calm, with lush green trees. Children ran on the streets of Konoha with innocent and stupid smiles on their faces. There was a trace of blood on Naruto's clothes. He looked down and didn't care. He estimated the location of a Baramatagen in his heart and hurried to another direction. After waiting for 6 or 7 years, the opportunity finally came. He didn't have any waves in his heart, and didn't think about which family a Baramatagen and Yamanaka Kaze belonged to. He just killed the people of the root. Influence on such things is left to Tsunade to think about. He is just a knife, doing things for favors and taking revenge, that's all. Following the same method, a Baramate Tsurugi was more difficult to deal with than Yamanaka Wind. Fortunately, the Nine Tails itself was a chakra body, which suppressed a Baramate Tsurugi tightly. After quickly dealing with a Baramate Tsurugi, Naruto left again. These 2 hours were the most tense and busy 2 hours in his life, without a moment's rest. The roots were being cleansed silently. The roots hidden in the dark were all pulled out with a rotten wood, at a completely unimaginable speed. As soon as Danzo summoned the top leaders, most of the roots there had already perished. With his left and right hands removed, Danzo immediately lost control of the situation. By the time all the top leaders gathered in the conference room, the roots had become a thing of the past. Uzuki Yujao resumed her original position and waited on the spot. In the shade of the green under the Hokage building, Naruto and Uzuki Yujao, who were covered in blood, looked at each other, with no expression on their faces. They looked up at the height of the Hokage building in tacit understanding, and the sunlight was dazzling. The big man standing on the cloud didn't seem so cold now. His heart suddenly relaxed a lot, and he silently wondered whether he should take a shower first. Don't think about it, stay here, maybe we have to attend the high-level meeting. Mao Uxian guessed his thoughts and said aloud. How do you know I'm thinking about this? Because I also want to take a shower, can't you see that I'm also covered in blood? Mao Uxian rolled her eyes at him, touched the short knife on her back and felt relieved. The money last time, he suddenly asked. I'll give it to you in a few days. Mao Uxian said, and after a while she added, I'm not free during this period. Are you short of money now? Yet. Then I'll do it as soon as possible. She said. Aoba was swirling into the sky, and Konoha was bathed in the quiet sunlight. Chapter 374 After Tsunade resigned and Danzo fell, stupid Red Bean remained the same. The root was destroyed as fast as running water. When I was carrying out the mission just now, it was like a toy with a clockwork. My mind was blank and there was only one thought left. Kill them all. I have waited too long and don't want to waste a minute or a second. I am afraid that the opportunity will never come again if I lose it, so I subconsciously grab it tightly. Now everything is settled, no matter how Danzo proves himself. Even if he finally gets away, the root is still destroyed, and the dead cannot be resurrected. The two bloody men stood under the shade of the tree outside the Hokage building. Naruto looked at the blue sky and suddenly felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Uzuki Yujao didn't know what she was thinking, her eyes were out of focus. She leaned against the tree with her hands folded and her face cold, as if she was relaxed from the huge pressure. The cicadas chirped in the tree, and the summer breeze was cool. No one spoke again, and no one moved. Just stay there quietly, enjoying the afterglow of victory after revenge, and the pleasure of releasing pressure. Someone came down from the Hokage building, looked at the two blood-stained people and immediately looked away, and left quickly. Tsunade's right-hand man dismantled Danzo's right-hand man. This is too much fun, but no one who knows dares to say it, so they can only keep silent. In the meeting room, Danzo was furious. Where is the evidence? I ask you, is the evidence true? It's completely fabricated. Tsunade was very calm, sitting in the main seat, her eyes swept over the two old consultants. She even wanted to laugh now. The more excited Danzo was, the more interesting she found it. The root has become a thing of the past, and in the non-war years, Konoha only needs the Anbu. Crazy. Danzo's temples bulged, and the whole person was almost on the verge of going berserk. That crazy woman took advantage of the short time of the high-level meeting to present evidence and eliminated all the root members she had worked so hard to cultivate. The evidence has been submitted, and the authenticity can be guaranteed to be within a reasonable range. Tsunade said indifferently, the root rebelled in advance, so we can only suppress it. You. Danzo almost slammed the table. The high-level conference room was in turmoil, and the two old consultants had gloomy faces. The patriarchs of the three tribes of Ino, Shikaku, and Jo sat on the other side, looking at each other. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza looked at Nara Shikaku. Shikaku didn't say anything, staring at Tsunade on the first seat, wondering what she was thinking. The current situation had been foreshadowed, but it was just the end of the game. The root organization is gone, and the bones are crushed to ashes. As the saying goes, people are dead, what else can we do? But then again, Tsunade's thundering method is indeed it surprised everyone. Even if the procedure was fair, it was still a very bad thing. It might even make her resign. If the fifth generation abdicated, the sixth generation would be Kakashi? Nara Shikaku's eyelids twitched. He should have thought of it long ago. Almost everyone in the Hokage building knew that Kakashi had been an intern at the Hokage position and had not been on a mission for a long time. Just getting familiar with the work of the Hokage was exhausting enough every day, so Kakashi worked overtime every day. Kakashi, a model worker. Nara Shikaku came back to his senses, and the meeting room had already expressed its position. Tsunade and Danzo were 40% and 60% at fault. The old consultants Utane Koharu and Mito Kado were holding the two accountable. Tsunade spread her hands in a very rogue manner. What did I do wrong? This is just an emergency matter, and it is just an emergency. Don't the Anbu have this little right? The means are a bit extreme. The consultant said. Then there's nothing to say. I'll just resign. Tsunade threw a document on the table, relieved, and almost smiled. Then the next Hokage you can just find someone. Tsunade. Danzo couldn't stand it anymore. This was almost a slap in his face. You've wanted to do this for a long time, right? The evidence is all made up by you. You just want to drag me into the water. I didn't, Danzo, please don't frame me at will. Tsunade showed a disdainful smile on her face, with an expression of what you can do to me. At least I'm still the Hokage now, and I still have the power of the Hokage. Please respect me a little. Respect for chicken feathers, Danzo wanted to kill the gods. But he happened to meet a rogue Hokage who had no moral integrity at all, and was simply a lunatic. After replacing the root, Danzo no longer had any power to use. In addition, he was now in bad luck and had to face the responsibility of betraying the village. Even if these things would end in vain, Danzo was destined to retire. Downstairs. What are they talking about? Naruto smelled the blood on his body, and the temperature around him was getting higher and higher. I can't stand it. Let's go first. The meeting is almost over. It seems that we are really not needed. Uzuki Yujeo retracted her gaze and nodded. Let's go. The two went back to their own homes, both thinking about taking a shower quickly. Coming out of the bathroom, Naruto collapsed on the sofa. The nine tails had gone and disappeared. Looking down at the ceiling, he relaxed completely. In the dim living room, the clock on the wall ticked. Thinking about what happened today, he probably had a vague feeling in his heart. Tsunade resigned and dealt with Danzo and the root. In the meantime, weaken the power of the advisors and eliminate some unstable factors while they are still in office. In this way, Konoha can go into battle lightly and have a second spring in Kakashi's hands. Second spring. Tsunade abdicated, so he basically has to abdicate too. No longer struggling in Konoha, turning his attention to places outside the village, the land of snow. But thinking carefully, time seems to have passed very quickly. 6 or 7 years have passed in a flash, as if the summer when I was 12 years old was just yesterday. Tsunade reluctantly succeeded the 5th Hokage and pulled me to stand beside her. I heard her say that my future path would be smooth, and I would always be surrounded by people walking on the bustling avenue. I didn't take it too seriously at the beginning, but now thinking back, Tsunade seems to have really done it. Part of it is the result of my own efforts, and part of it is due to Tsunade. She served as Hokage for 6 years, and I lived smoothly. At the end, I realized that time had passed, and Tsunade would no longer be the 5th Hokage. What about life after retirement? Where will she go? Will she continue to travel? Like many years ago, she will travel and gamble to pass the time. Shizune will follow, but there is still no one in the medical team. After thinking about a lot of things, Naruto's eyelids became heavier. No matter how I think about it, it seems that something important has come to an end with revenge. When I woke up, there was a girl named Uzuki Yujeo sitting opposite me on the sofa. She still had a cold face, and a bag of money was placed at her feet. It was about the 1 million taels she promised. She said she would pay as soon as possible in the morning, and in the afternoon it should be evening now. When did you come? And you didn't turn on the lights. Naruto sat up from the sofa. No matter what, he was not used to sleeping on the sofa. It was too soft and easy to cause backache. He stared at her blankly for a while, and then slowly came back to his senses. I've been here for quite a while, maybe half an hour. Uzuki Yujeo replied without hesitation, here is the 1 million ryo you asked for, it's all here. Yet. Naruto nodded, you should be promoted to the captain of the Anbu soon, right? You have enough experience and everything, and Kakashi also needs someone he can trust. Maybe. Uzuki Yujeo relaxed at this time, and her cold face that had not changed for thousands of years finally relaxed a little. It's all over, everything is over. It's really over. Naruto sighed. Uzuki Yujeo stayed for a while and then left. Naruto casually stuffed the 1 million into the cabinet, thinking about how to deal with this sudden change in the situation. Let's put Tsunade's affairs aside for now, after all, he also participated in the action. He has registered with the consultant, and when Tsunade leaves, he must also be prepared to leave. It's not that the village can't accommodate him, but for him, like Jiraiya Tsunade, the most comfortable state is to travel around like a hand. Staying in the village, either being ordered around or being feared. The sword in the hands of the former Hokage is not good to be left alone. In short, Kakashi will definitely not let him do anything too dangerous. It is actually quite boring for Naruto to stay in the village. Uzuki Yujeo can stay because it is suitable. Her ability and qualifications are to become the captain of the Anbu of the 6th Hokage after Tsunade is dismissed. Kakashi has also been the captain of the Anbu, and he is in the same class as Uzuki Yujeo. To a certain extent, Uzuki Yujeo and Kakashi were both brought up by Tsunade. But Naruto is different. His identity is too special. Rather than being a direct descendant of Tsunade's lineage, it is more like a closer relationship. From the stripping of the tailed beasts to Tsunade's blatant favoritism towards Naruto. It is destined that as long as Naruto stays in Konoha, the heat of this matter will never pass. 2 of the 4 top leaders retreat a day, which is not a good thing for Konoha. Each family is not a fuel-saving lamp, and lacks trust in Kakashi. But as long as there is the support of 2 major advisors, plus Kakashi's legitimate status as the 3rd, 4th, and 5th generation Hokage, doubts and noise will disappear, and only white noise will remain. So when are you leaving? Hongdu asked, with her feet on the sofa, holding a fruit platter in her hand and eating. Oh, by the way, my job has been transferred. Teaching in the ninja school? How does it feel to go to work on the first day? He asked without raising his head, playing with her feet with one hand. It's okay, not as boring as I imagined. Hongdu said casually, the ninja school in the past didn't have so many activities now. All the subjects were set up for going to the battlefield. It seems like you have been to the battlefield many times, but in fact, you haven't been there many times. He smiled. I was just a genin at that time, why did I rush forward? To die. Hongdu said unconvinced, besides, it's not that fun to go to the battlefield. For a salted fish like me with mediocre talent, it's simply hell. You finally admit that you are a salted fish. Naruto was happy, his hand went up along the curve of his leg, and then stopped. Hongdu felt something strange and hugged the fruit plate in his arms tightly. If you want to eat, cut it yourself. That's not what I meant, he said, you can't just come here to chat, right? You said that last time, and then you snatched all my red bean balls, ate them and left. Hongdu was so angry that his teeth itched. You left after teasing, you are really not a human being. Who let you be caught eating sweets by me? Didn't I say that you can only eat fruits at most? Naruto looked as if it was a matter of course. Do you want to be as fat as a bucket? You are the bucket, am I not controlling it now? Hongdu was dissatisfied, but still honestly controlled his diet. If it were before, she would think it didn't matter. At the end of this life, she would be a salted fish, eat whatever she wants. It's totally fine to let go of herself. But once you taste the marrow, you will know the taste. A free soul will lose in front of technology. She doesn't want to lose her competitiveness. She says she won't get fat, but secretly she has started to learn makeup knowledge from Yui Kurane. She didn't think too much about it, she just felt comfortable. She wanted to keep her beautiful side, and she would be in a better mood and more involved when she was doing that. As for the relationship between the two, Hongdu is very open-minded. For her, considering the relationship is a burden, and working every day is tiring. Putting feelings into it will only make life worse, and it's easier and more enjoyable to keep it as it is. What if she gets old? Hongdu just shrugged her shoulders. Now she's in such a miserable state. What else can she do when she gets old? She'll be even more miserable. She can do whatever she wants. She only wants the present. A moment of joy when she's young is better than the stability when she's old and ugly. Ninja is like this, a profession with no future and no past. Those with extremely high talents ascend to the sky, while those who are unknown are ignored. After a long time, the residual heat is still there. Hongdu leaned on the wall to go out, and went to the kitchen to get some water to drink and rinse her mouth. Her mind was a little dazed, and she suddenly smiled with her lips pursed when she closed the door. She herself could not have thought that the yellow-haired man who could quarrel with her in the examination room 6 years ago has now become her good poker partner, and even very compatible. The two would talk about some boring topics and complain about some boring things. Going by demand is definitely not going by the heart, and going by the heart is too complicated, and Hongdu knows that she can't snatch it. She has always been so unlucky, and she doesn't think she can snatch a man. When are you leaving? I don't know about this either. Naruto stood at the door and was about to leave Hongdu's house when he suddenly remembered this question. Hongdu stood barefoot at the entrance, her jade feet were white and tender, and the end of her toes was bright blood red. Then you told me, I thought you couldn't stay in the village for long, and went there a few more times. So you were lying to me, damn it. Not really, it depends on Lady Tsunade, when she leaves, I will probably leave after a while. Naruto explained with his eyelids twitching. I will just wander around and come back to the village occasionally. He said with a smile. Then there won't be much time left. Red Bean bit her nails, thinking about how to squeeze more time out of the already tight time left. Hey, that's not right. She suddenly realized, you left, and you haven't decided on Ino and Hinata yet? You can't just leave like that, right? Chapter 375, Monthly Tickets +2, You don't want to become a rebellious ninja in Kumagakure, do you? Hearing this, Naruto smiled shamelessly. The communicator project covers the scope of the Land of Fire. Ino can't stay in the village forever. I said leaving the village, not far away. Hongdu's mouth twitched. This person is indeed a bit. What about Hinata? The Hyuga clan has always lived in seclusion, not to mention that Hinata is already old. She asked. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Naruto raised his eyebrows. It's not that he hasn't thought about it, but he can't say it. The Hyuga clan is a large family clan system. He now has a vague idea, but he can only think about it in his heart. If he speaks it out, he will lose merit. The method is a bit insidious, and it can't be said. Leaving Hongdu's house refreshed, Naruto turned back home and started his second plan. Why are you back? Kyuubi drank wildly, looking at Naruto standing in the living room in a daze, and asked drunkenly, didn't you go for a run? You're back so soon. You stupid dog, it's the second day. Naruto was speechless. He went out yesterday and didn't know how much the stupid dog drank. Kyuubi helped a lot in the root cleanup operation. Naruto spent all his money on it to buy wine. It wasn't until Uzuki Yujeo sent the money that he made up for the deficit. It's the second day? Hiccup. Kyuubi lay on the sofa and poured another sip of wine into his mouth. It's the second day, then why are you still here? Aren't you going to find that owner? It said drunkenly, and the owner it was talking about should be Hinata. It had seen Naruto take money and wine from Hinata several times, and subconsciously believed that Naruto was kept. Naruto was too lazy to explain to a dog, and the misunderstanding continued to this day. Look for it in 2 days. He casually responded with a few words and went to the bathroom to wash up. He changed into a set of pajamas, dried his hair a little, and went back to the room to sink his consciousness into the sealed space. The two Yukato turned around and saw Naruto, without any emotional fluctuations in his heart. He stared at him indifferently, and saw him staring at him, and couldn't help asking. What are you doing? Are you used to it here? He asked. Don't be so hypocritical, just say what you want to say. The two Yukato obviously felt resentful about his deception some time ago, and couldn't help but choked. You don't have to be so excited, two Yukato. Naruto didn't care about her words at all, and said with a smile, sit down and talk if you have something to say, please sit down. Yukato looked down at the bedboard under him, and was suddenly speechless. What do you want to say? It's not what I want to say, but you can't get out even if you don't want to listen now. Naruto spread his hands, we are all sensible people, I don't think there is any need to waste time. Her face changed, but she still tried her best to calm down. Can you still remember how long you have been locked up? He asked with his hands folded. About 4 or 5 years. There is no day or night here, so there may be errors. Airwayama frowned and thought about it carefully. She was also interested in this question. There was no clock or date in the sealed space. It all depended on her own feelings and manual records. She slept very well, so she used sleep to distinguish the time of the day. She only slept once a day, and when she woke up, it was the next day, and so on. Relying on scattered records, she gave her own answer. Wrong. What? Airwayama's pupils dilated slightly. It's not 4 years or 5 years, it's a little more than 2 years. Naruto smiled and shook his head and said, I guess you use the biological clock method to record time, but unfortunately, there is something wrong with your body. Impossible. Hat, do I have to lie to you? Naruto sneered and lied, the long-term monotonous environment makes you sleepy and slow to react. In fact, the time in the sealed space passes more slowly. There is nothing wrong with the two Yukato's body, but Naruto continued to lie, and the two Yukato's beliefs have begun to waver. The speed of time in the evil god altar is even slower. Naruto estimated that the two people inside were probably killed. However, the fate of the Tool Man is indeed like this, infinite resurrection, infinite practice. You can rest when you are tired, but resting will make the speed of time slower. Tisk, Tool Men have no human rights. Doghead, compared with the social life of the two girls in the evil god altar, the two Yukato have been detained alone and have become accustomed to living alone. The psychological damage of a monotonous life is far greater than the physical damage. Yukato really began to doubt himself after listening to Naruto's words. It's no wonder that the two Yukatos are not determined. They have been locked up in this ghost place day and night for 2 years, and the flow of time in the outside world is still twice as fast as here. She is a ninja, and the thing she is best at is endurance. But the long-term imprisonment did make her anxious, and even nervous, and even neurotic. Time is the last straw that broke her psychological defense line. Seeing that the two Yukatos looked a little dazed, Naruto continued to increase his output. If you continue like this, if you go, you will soon become a madman and your strength will decline. If I let you go, you may go berserk and tear down Kumagakure. No, you are lying to me. Youmuran suddenly raised his head and stared at him, otherwise you don't have to tell me so much. She guessed right, but not completely. Naruto did have another purpose, but he was not playing a detective game with this woman. Time was just an excuse to distract her attention and shake her faith. It's like when you chop a tree, you don't use a heavy axe directly, but use moderate force to cut a gap, and then. Just think I'm lying to you, I can let you go back to Kumagakure now. Naruto smiled even more, and even walked towards the two Yukatos. In the past, the two had always kept a proper distance, whether talking or anything else. But now, this distance was broken, even though Yukito knew that this was not his real body. But seeing Naruto approaching step by step, Yukito still couldn't help but be alert. Fortunately at the last moment, Naruto stopped. Standing only 2 meters away from her, he smiled contemptuously and asked. How about it? Put you back to Kumigakure. Would you be so kind? Yukito looked coldly and did not express his opinion directly. Of course, but have you ever thought about it, going back after being missing for so long? Well, do you think Kumigakure can still accommodate you? Naruto asked suddenly. Click, the two Yukitos snapped a finger unconsciously. Suddenly thinking of some possibilities, the whole body froze. Kumigakure is a big family-style village, and loyalty is very important. Naruto continued, it is a village with a gang organization structure built on the personal leadership charm of the 4th Raikage AI, and what they hate most is... He opened his lips slightly and grinned. Traitor. Shut up. I didn't. Naruto was confused. The two Yukitos didn't understand the vulgar jokes, and their teeth were trembling. They couldn't go back, they really couldn't go back. What Kumigakure hated most was traitors, and there was not a single traitor. It would be fine if he disappeared, his family would be treated properly. Maybe they had received a sum of money, or they were being monitored by the Kumigakure Enbu. But as long as he showed up, an explanation was unclear. The problem was how to explain that he was locked up by a yellow-haired man in Konoha for 2 years. He was fed and well fed every day, and there was no torture or inquiries about information. Who would believe this if they told others? They would probably think that they had leaked Kumigakure's top-secret information, or told others how to control the tailed beasts. What do you want? She stared at Naruto and asked. I don't want anything, didn't I just say it? I plan to send you back, are you scared? Naruto asked pretentiously. No way, Kumigakure is such a loving place, how could it scare you? No way, what are you afraid of? Hey? Are you afraid of going home or afraid of being regarded as a traitor? Former popular jonin of Kumigakure, Mr. Irway Yukito, what is the reason? At this time, Naruto's expression was not enough to be described as treacherous. He was simply the yellow-haired coach, green-haired friend B, and middle-aged neighbor in the NTR book. I'm not afraid, let me out. Irway Yukito gritted his teeth and said, do you dare? Let me out. What am I afraid of? Naruto took a few steps back, touched his face and said, if I let you out, what waves can you make? Could it be that you plan to attack Konoha and then escape, so that the news spreads to Kumigakure, you are still a hero, right? The two Yukito's face changed instantly, and she looked up at Naruto in disbelief. This was just an idea she came up with in a hurry, but she didn't expect to be seen through. Don't look at me like that, I can't read minds. Naruto waved his hand, you'd better not waste your energy. I can catch you once and control you the second time. If you really do it, there will be no room for maneuver. You still have family in Kumigakure, right? What if I let the news of your betrayal spread? I didn't say anything. The two Yukito suddenly looked up and retorted loudly. You really didn't say anything, but if, I just said if, I happen to know some top-secret information about Kumigakure and then leaked a little bit of the wind. You said what kind of end will your relatives and friends in Kumigakure end up with? This matter is interesting just thinking about it, what do you think? The village that claims to have no traitorous ninjas has the first traitorous ninja, and it turns out to be the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Ha ha ha, so ironic, so embarrassing. You lunatic. Is this your purpose? She was completely defeated, her fists clenched, and she wanted to go out and punch him right now. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Naruto completely moved away from her, his eyes gradually turned cold. I want more than this, you don't want your relatives and friends to be in trouble, right? Chapter 376. Not only wanting the position of Raikage, but also worrying about how to repair the relationship with Tsunade. What do you want? The two Yukito stared at him fiercely, gritted his teeth and then let go. I won't betray the village, don't even think about it. You shouldn't say these things to me, say them to the Raikage, see if he believes it. I believe you didn't betray me. Naruto didn't show weakness, and a grim smile appeared on his face. The two Yukitos were still struggling, but Naruto didn't have much patience. Don't think about dying. Believe me, This ending is not what you want to see. What should I do? She asked. I want you to become the next Raikage after the fourth Raikage AI. He finally showed his fox tail and stared at the two Yokotos. This is your only choice. It preserves your reputation, and your family and friends will not be implicated. And your village, becoming a Raikage is not considered a betrayal. Are you crazy? How can I become a Raikage? Yokoto looked at him in disbelief. Everything depends on human efforts. I just said that Kumagakure worships heroes. It is more like a gang than a village. Gangs value rules and abilities. Since there are rules, there must be loopholes. After leaving the sealed space, Naruto did not have a deep talk with Yokoto. He would get her out next time when he had a chance. He did not keep idle people under his command, so keeping them would come in handy. Not only the hidden cloud village, but also the 5 major ninja villages must be ensured to be contained. When the moment of the Otsutsuki invasion comes, it can be guaranteed that no one will hold them back. He did not care how the 5 major countries governed the country, nor did he care who was right or wrong. He just wanted to slowly lay out the plan, drag the Otsutsuki down from the sky, and press them to the ground. From an eagle degenerating into a chicken walking on the ground, starting from one Otsutsuki after another, he reversely strangled their civilization. End this troublesome matter and change some things by the way. He did not want to save the world, but he instinctively wanted to smash the invading civilization. Not only by force, and it was a defeat from the genes. In a sense, ninjas are hybrids left on Earth by the alien civilization of the Otsutsuki. The more pure the blood of a hybrid, the stronger it is, and the easier it is to obtain a blood limit. Blood can be strengthened, and the most obvious evidence is Hashirama and Uchiha. Hashirama's cells can be transplanted and developed, and Uchiha can obtain the Mangeki Sharingan by taking the eyes of his loved ones. In essence, it is no different from the Otsutsuki. Low-level hybrids are strengthened by plundering higher-level hybrids, and the means of evolution for pure bloods is to devour each other. Low-level blood automatically becomes blood food for high-level blood, and they are honored by it. Everything has a trace, and the appearance of ninjas is just an accident. The accident caused by the low-level pure-blooded Otsutsuki Kagaya started with the sneak attack on the guardian Otsutsuki Ishiki. It is not difficult to infer the evolutionary root of the basic Otsutsuki. The chakra fruit that should have been eaten by the more pure Otsutsuki Ishiki was intercepted by Kagaya. But Otsutsuki Kagaya certainly could not bear the full power of the chakra fruit, so she gave birth to the excess power in the form of offspring. From the perspective of blood, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hago Romo became Kagaya's protected, that is, the existence destined to be eaten. According to the fatalistic nature of the Naruto world, the routine of Otsutsuki Kagaya being betrayed and sealed by his 2 sons in the end is exactly the same as the routine of Otsutsuki Ishiki being sneak attacked by the traitor Kagaya. This is a world where mixed bloods slaughter Otsutsuki. In this way, things are much easier to understand. Naruto can jump out of the mess of the 5 major ninja countries and stand at a higher perspective. This is a world full of hybrids. The pure-blooded Kagaya Otsutsuki is sealed, and the traitor Black Zetsu is ready to save his master. After the rescue, he will extract the life energy of the ninja world and complete the glorious evolution. In the final analysis, the underlying logic is still plunder. In the eyes of the Otsutsuki, hybrids are dirty monkeys, and ordinary humans are sheep. Kagaya lives to plunder and then complete the evolution early. What Naruto wants to do is to taint their blood and dirty their wedges. Watching the arrogant Otsutsuki turn from a tiger into a pig, being kept in captivity, and severely humiliated. In the battle of civilizations, there is no right or wrong, only victory or defeat. Generally, before the war, the Virgin Mary is killed first. The next day, after resting at home for a day, Naruto brought out the 2 women in the evil god altar. In the living room, the 2 women were still a little confused, standing there for a long time before they reacted. The endless battle had long numbed the brains of Kurama Yakumo and Hydrangea. Is it over? Hydrangea looked at the unfamiliar living room, her eyes were lifeless and she sat on the ground. It seems so. Kurama Yakumo looked tired and also fell to the ground, even so she didn't close her eyes. Master. Hydrangea suddenly opened her eyes, turned around and saw Naruto sitting on the other side of the sofa, and her whole body tensed up. You. Hydrangea was so shocked that she could hardly speak. What do you mean you? Say it again. The corner of his mouth twitched. Master. Hydrangea sat up from the ground, lowered her head and said sincerely, I was just a little too excited. Excited about what? It's been too long since I last saw you, master. I miss you a little. Hydrangea secretly raised her eyes to look at him while she spoke, and then suddenly lowered them. This is a typical lie, but Naruto didn't care and said to the two girls. I'll give you a few days off to rest, and we'll train again after a while. Kurama Yakumo can go home, and Hydrangea will stay with me. I want to go home, too. Hydrangea, she whispered in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. When Naruto's eyes swept over, Hydrangea had already restored her brilliant fake smile. Thinking carefully, she found that even if she ran back, she would be sent back. I don't know why, the angel is so familiar with this yellow-haired man. If she really runs back, she will probably be treated as a deserter. Kurama Yakumo looked down at his palm, thought about it and said. My body has improved a lot during this period of training. I won't go back, lest it be troublesome to be discovered by the family. The people of the Kurama clan don't like Kurama Yakumo, after all, the power is no longer in her hands. A little girl has no money and no power, so naturally she can't control the family. Whatever. Naruto didn't have any objections. His house is very big. In addition to the master bedroom and the dog and fox's room, there are 2 other rooms. It's just that no one has lived there, so he doesn't have to worry about cleaning. There were still a lot of daily necessities in the sealed space, so he didn't have to go out to buy them. Although they were men's style items, they could be used as they were. You decide whether to sleep in 2 separate rooms or live together. Of course, you have to take care of the hygiene yourself. I'll go buy some food. Who of you can cook? Hearing this, Kurama Yakumo and Hydrangea looked at each other. Good guy, none of them can. Naruto sighed. Now he only has 1,000,000 taels left. He has to pay rent for the house, and he has to support a drunkard fox and 2 employees. Confused, very confused. The turmoil in the Hokage building has not yet subsided. Tsunade destroyed Danzo's half-life's hard work with lightning speed and pulled Danzo down from the top position. Narashikaku replaced him, and Kakashi replaced him as the 6th Hokage. The inauguration ceremony has been set. As for the remaining 2 senior advisors, they are already very old and have realized the changes of the times. Faced with Tsunade's ferocity, the 2 old men were a little powerless and automatically gave up some power. Basically, he has entered the semi-retirement stage. He will not come out unless there is something serious. With such a tone set, everything is exiting and ending in an orderly manner. Koji looked up at the Hokage building, then looked at Naruto beside him, and swallowed his saliva. A look of panic appeared on his face, and he was a little scared. Do you really want me to help you explore the way? How can this be called exploring the way? I just want you to see how Tsunade-sama is feeling. I have found the reason for you. Naruto pushed his fat body forward. Just ask the Hokage if she is free recently. You plan to invite her to the banquet in the name of the Akimichi clan. That's too much, Naruto. Why don't you just forget it? Don't worry, she won't really agree. Naruto comforted her, don't be so dead. I didn't ask you to do anything against the law. But that's Tsunade-sama. Koji's voice was trembling a little, and he turned to look at Naruto, why don't you go by yourself? What a joke, she wants to tear me apart now. Although she said she was not angry with me last time, can you believe a woman's words? Naruto looked as if it was a matter of course. Damn it! Koji said angrily, but he had no choice. He went upstairs tremblingly, and came down again not long after. Naruto stood in the shade of the tree and waited. Seeing Koji coming back, he couldn't help but asked. What happened? Tsunade-sama politely declined. She said she doesn't plan to attend anyone's banquet recently. Koji said a little nervously, and hesitated for a while before continuing. She also said if you use such a childish reason to test me next time, she will break your legs. Turtle. Naruto was frightened and looked up at the towering Hokage building. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Let's go back first. Aren't you going to ask? Koji asked. Ask a hammer, do you want to see my legs broken? Naruto said unhappily, pulling Koji away quickly, feeling a little irritated. There are some things that he can't ask Kakashi to do. The most urgent thing is to repair the relationship with Tsunade first, otherwise the plan of Hyuga can't be carried out. Even if he wins Danzo, he will still be left with a mess. At night, Koji and Naruto are drinking at the barbecue stall. The barbecue is sizzling and oil is oozing out, and Naruto looks at the plate of vegetable leaves without any appetite. He just drank one glass after another, thinking about how to apologize sincerely. Chapter 377 Tsunade's Anger. Insincere apology is fruitless. Naruto has his own desires, but he can't say it directly, he has to change the way he says it. For example, now, if he suddenly said to Koji who was slurping barbecue, "I want to control the rakeage," Koji would probably spray out a mouthful of soda. But if Naruto said, "I hope there will be no sand and dust in the 4 seas, and some people will sell wine and flowers," Koji might give a thumbs up, "You are really a great saint. There will be no disasters in the 4 seas, and people can do whatever they want." This is the art of language, and the realm is completely different if you change the way you say it. Just like NTR can be said to be a pure love wife, and yellow hair can be washed into a white lotus. He bit his nails and looked at Koji who was feasting, his eyes rolling around for several times. Koji choked because he ate too fast, and was looking for water all over the table. When he looked up suddenly, she met Naruto's eyes and was startled. "Burp. Naruto, you burp. What do you want to do?" "Nothing." Naruto sighed, "Koji, you are no longer useful. I really don't know whether I should be happy or sad." Koji swallowed another bite of barbecue and said incoherently, "What are you going to do? What else can I do? I'll just go and apologize." Naruto stuffed a mouthful of vegetable leaves into his mouth and said vaguely, "She can't really break my legs." "That's hard to say." Koji had heard of Tsunade's temper, and he tugged, "Anyway, don't drag me down with it, or I'll get blood all over me." "Stop talking, you bastard," Naruto said unhappily, and sighed faintly, "Chokji, if I have any problems, I'll definitely drag you down with me. You don't want people to know." "Nishin. You're the bastard. Damn it." Koji almost choked to death, and he survived by pounding his chest, and turned to look at Naruto. The guy had already stood up and walked towards the Hokage building without hesitation, leaving only a deep back. Naruto Koji was still sighing. "Hello, customer, please pay the bill." The boss suddenly came over. Chokji was stunned and immediately became furious. "We agreed to treat you, but this guy ran away again." Naruto, who had escaped the bill, was refreshed and whistled all the way to the Hokage building. The moonlight was shining, as if Konoha was covered with a layer of silver frost. He climbed up the Hokage building carefully. The light was still on in Shizun's office. He quietly approached and took a look at the light inside. It was hard to see clearly because the door was closed. Naruto wanted to confirm whether the person inside was Shizun or Tsunade, so he couldn't help but tiptoe. After confirming that it was Tsunade, he immediately regretted it. "I really want to slip away," that's what he thought, and then he did it. He apologized with a passion, but at the end he realized that he didn't know how to apologize at all. It's okay to coax a little girl, and be thick-skinned and play some tricks. But facing Tsunade he really didn't know, but he was not afraid. He just felt that the joke was too big, and he felt a little guilty and didn't know how to face it. Just as he took the first step, Tsunade's voice suddenly came from the office, with boundless coldness and chill. "Where do you want to go?" "No, not going anywhere, I'm just passing by." Naruto smiled awkwardly, pushed the door open and put away his frivolous energy, a little more serious. "Now is different from the past, you have to stand at attention when you are beaten." Flirting can't be flirty at all, he regretted not reading more emotional intelligence books and reading forbidden comics every day. Tsunade-sama, he thought about how to apologize, hesitating, and didn't know where to start. "Sit down and talk." Tsunade leaned back in the chair, the light above her head was bright, her eyes looked a little tired, she glanced at him and said, "Okay." Naruto felt a little restrained for the first time. It happened that Tsunade was the most relaxed at this time, and she didn't mean to ask for responsibility at all. Like a homeless cask, she lay lazily in the chair. Her eyes were half open and half closed, and there was a cup of wine on the table. Golden hair stuck to her temples, and her cheeks were as white as snow. Her red lips were slightly pursed, exuding the unique breath of a mature woman. She glanced at him slowly, and slowly closed her eyes. "What are you doing here?" She changed her posture and barely glanced at him. "Why are you here so late?" "I'm not Hokage anymore." "Isn't that a lot easier?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, A lot easier. Tsunade reached out to touch the wine glass, but found it empty, and couldn't help frowning. There are not many things I cherish left, Konoha is one of them. After leaving Konoha, I don't know when I will come back next time. Suddenly I found that it seems that I have nothing left except Shizuan. I'm about to leave, and I'll probably be away from Konoha for a while. Naruto calmed down, and now is not the time to apologize. Find an opportunity to apologize, it's more important to be honest with Tsunade now. Lest Tsunade really disappear one day, he won't be able to ask her for help. Why are you leaving? Tsunade was a little surprised. Tsunade-sama has left, so there's no point for me to stay here. He said half-truthfully, I'll leave for a while, Konoha might be better. Aren't you going to marry Ino? Tsunade paused, and suddenly remembered something, or Hinata. Hearing this, Naruto's expression became awkward again. It turned out that Tsunade also knew. Although he had expected it long ago, but hearing gossip about himself from Tsunade's mouth, still felt weird. I'm actually not that fast. Naruto said halfway, and he didn't know what he was saying. I haven't planned to do that yet, maybe it will take some time. Whatever you want, it's about the Yamanaka and Hyuga families, you'd better be cautious. Tsunade warned him meaningfully, and immediately retracted her gaze. I know. Naruto stared at the amazing arc formed by the clothes, and a word popped up in his mind again, snow into a peak. He didn't say that Ino would leave Konoha later on. The project couldn't be implemented only in Konoha. As for Hinata, he needed Tsunade to help a little. But now is obviously not the right time. So we have to wait a little longer. Tsunade looked at Naruto, tapping her fingers on the table. At a certain moment, she suddenly realized that this action would also be carried over by him. Suddenly, Tsunade was in a bad mood. If you have nothing to do, just go out. It's annoying to watch. Naruto. He swore that he really did nothing. Was it because he didn't apologize? Should he apologize? It seems like the plot in the banned comics, I got it mixed up. Sure enough, big is justice, size is truth. That there is one more thing, I think it is necessary to say. Naruto was a little embarrassed and coughed, about time travel. What do you want to say? Tsunade's eyes have turned cold, Uzumaki Naruto, didn't I say forget it? What do you want to say by mentioning it again and again? Am I easy to deceive? As she said that, Tsunade suddenly stood up and approached step by step. Gnashing her teeth, she directly picked up Naruto with one hand and pressed him on the table. She looked at him angrily, her self-esteem completely shattered. Is it fun? Uzumaki Naruto, or do you think a 30-year-old woman who has lost everything must be lonely, and you just need to tease her a little bit? Hey! You even use your real name, without any disguise. Tsunade looked at him coldly. Naruto was pressed on the table, and Tsunade grabbed his collar with one hand. If Tsunade punched him at this moment, it would be no less than being hit hard by a heavy truck. I'm really wrong, Tsunade-sama. Naruto knew that he couldn't explain it clearly, and if he really reasoned, he might not end well. No, so what? Tsunade used some strength in her hands, and the tense nerves of the past few days were all loosened, and the anger that had nowhere to go found a place to vent. What do you mean we'll see each other later? Is 20 years really fun? Uzumaki Naruto, you deserve to die. What else do you want to say? At that time I just... Chapter 378 Become the head of the Hyuga family, Niji. I just saw Tsunade-sama and couldn't just leave like this. Naruto was afraid that he would die, so he explained without thinking. You can't tell your age at all. I thought you were 20, no, 18. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and let go of Naruto. She patted his face with a death smile on her face and threatened with narrowed eyes. You'd better tell the truth, otherwise. Really, 100% true. Naruto swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the headlights were almost hitting his face. You're lucky, but Tsunade turned around and sat back in the chair, squashing her peach, staring at Naruto with a bad look. You'd better be honest recently. Got it. Naruto was sad. Tsunade's blonde hair was tied up with a black rubber band. From some angles, she looked like a housewife. She had a plump figure and everything she should have. She was a fairy tale that men dreamed of. But at this moment, Naruto was only worried. He was thinking silently whether Tsunade's incident had passed. If it had, he could leave. If it hadn't, he should have run away. Tsunade-sama? Naruto asked tentatively. She lay in the chair, her eyes swept over Naruto, her expression seemed a little lazy. What else do you have to say? Tell me if you have something to say. I want to ask about the Hyuga clan. He said after thinking for a moment. Hyuga clan? Tsunade perked up a little, looked at Naruto carefully, and smiled meaningfully. You are not asking because of Hinata, are you? I guess so, mainly to ask about the situation of the caged bird. Naruto answered truthfully, this question is too sensitive, and I dare not discuss it with others. Hearing this, Tsunade raised her hand to touch the wine cup and frowned slightly. You are still smart. This kind of thing cannot be known to anyone in Hyuga. Especially the caged bird, whether it is the main family or the branch family, the resentment for the caged bird is not as great as imagined. The branch family does not oppose the protective role of the caged bird, but hates the main family to rely on the caged bird to stand on the head of the branch family, but these things are inevitable. If you get involved, you will not get any benefits from either the branch family or the main family. It is completely thankless. After listening to Tsunade's words, Naruto was silent and had some ideas in his mind. Some situations really cannot be guessed at. Hyuga is too closed and the internal situation is complicated. I didn't want to get involved, but Naruto didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that he wanted to destroy the order of Hyuga in order to get Hinata. He didn't think of setting aside time to do it, but just planned it as a convenient thing. In order to avoid the traces being too obvious, and secondly, wasting time is not worthwhile. Although he is not a good person, he still has to maintain a positive image in front of Hinata. At least there are some things that Hinata doesn't need to know. Since he can't think of any good way for the time being, he can only give up. After leaving the Hokage building, Naruto suddenly felt the pressure on him relieved. For him, with Tsunade's reconciliation was more stressful than any mission he had done before. Fearing that Tsunade would turn hostile, he could only maintain the relationship carefully. He was originally going to look for Ino, and after thinking carefully, she was probably at home at this time. The night was deep, and it seemed that it was inconvenient to look for anyone except Anko. Anko, who was a lazy fish, had probably finished her bath and was lying on the sofa reading some books to kill time. If a game console appeared in Konoha in the future, she would definitely lie on the bed and play games. Looking for Anko? After thinking about it, forget it, she had to take a break. Naruto. He was about to turn around and go home, but he heard a familiar voice. Looking back, he found that Nisi was walking from a distance, with a bag on his shoulder, probably just back from a mission. Ninkai had a calm face and walked up to Naruto to say hello. Thinking carefully, the two hadn't seen each other for almost a year or two, and Nisi seemed to have grown taller. Ninkai? Were you on a mission? Yeah, I just got back. Ninkai looked a little tired, and there were a few grey marks on his body, probably because he was in a hurry. He looked up at the sky, thinking that it would be boring to stay with the two women, so he looked at Ninkai and asked. It's been a long time since we met, let's have supper together. Ninkai was actually a little hesitant, he was already very tired, and just wanted to go back to the Hyuga base to take a shower and sleep. But then he thought about it and realized that he hadn't seen Naruto for a long time. They were partners who had fought for their lives in the past, and they had something to talk about after not seeing each other for so long. Okay. The two walked side by side towards the bustling street of Konoha, chatting on the way, and the topics were all related to recent events. Ninkai talked about what he saw and heard on the mission, and Naruto talked about the huge changes that had happened during his absence. From Tsunade's dismissal, to Denzo's car accident, and the consultant's exit. Overnight, the four top leaders all withdrew from the Konoha stage. After hearing these news, Niji felt like he was dreaming. The reality was too absurd, and even novels dared not write about it. In just a few days, Konoha changed drastically. Is this all true? Niji asked in surprise. Of course it's true. Do I have to lie to you? Naruto said with his hands spread out, and then said, the current candidate for the 6th generation is probably Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi. Niji turned his head in surprise. This is the gap between the 2nd generation of ninjas and ordinary ninjas. The senior officials of Konoha can basically call him teacher. Even if you have to work hard like Niji, it's much smoother than ordinary ninjas. The two sat down casually at a night market stall. Naruto ordered some food and drinks. Niji took a look at the menu and ordered some of his favorite food. Naruto took the menu, took a look at it, put it down, looked at Niji and said, "Niji, can I ask you something?" "Well, what is it?" "About the bird in the cage." Naruto glanced at Niji casually, and seeing him stunned, he asked, "I want to know what you would do if there was no bird in the cage." Niji was silent for a while and said, "Can we change the subject?" "No." Naruto suddenly shut up. The boss brought the food and drinks, and watched the boss leave before he continued to ask, "I want to know what you would do if there was no bird in the cage, Mark. Don't make such a joke, talking about the bird in the cage. I don't care anymore." The branch family was born to protect the main family. Niji was a little uneasy. But he didn't leave the table. Perhaps he felt that leaving the table would prove that he still cared about the bird in the cage, Mark. "There's no need to say that to me." Naruto asked directly, "If I can erase the mark of the caged bird, then what?" Niji stared at Naruto, holding the cup in his hand, veins popping out on the back of his hand, but he fell into a long silence. Branch family, main family. If he was born mediocre, if his father was not the brother of the clan leader, perhaps he would live in the shadow of the main family like all the branch families. But there is no genius in the main family, and he is the genius of the Hyuga clan. For the so-called family, his father died, and his fate has long been determined. One day in the future, he will die for the main family like his father. Because he is a genius, the closest genius in the main family. Hyuga Hayashi's explanation did not let him let go of his fate, but he reconciled with himself and calmly accepted his fate. Lord Hayashi is not a bad person, and the family's ills have been there for a long time. Hinata and Hanabi are innocent, he can't blame anyone, he can only blame himself for his bad luck. Before his father died, he convinced himself, and Niji planned to do the same. Living peacefully is just to wait for a firm will before death. He seemed a little hesitant, staring at Naruto again and again. "You said you can erase the mark of the caged bird." "It's very likely. I can if you want." Naruto knocked on the table and said, "Do you want to do that? How about unlocking the caged bird?" "What?" Niji frowned. "Ninkai, I won't hide it from you." Naruto lied with a serious face, so skilled that he didn't even need to write a draft. "I have been studying sealing techniques, and it happened that the caged bird. I want to try to see if I can unlock it, and I have a good chance." It turned out that he just wanted to do an experiment, and Niji felt a little uncomfortable. But for some reason, he didn't struggle so much in his heart. "Do you really have a way?" he asked. "Yes, but Ning, once the bird in the cage is freed, it cannot be restored. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. You are the only one in the whole clan who has freed the bird in the cage. At that time, how should you deal with it?" Niji didn't know how to choose, but felt a little confused. "Let me think about it. It's hard for me to accept it when you suddenly tell me this." Yet. Naruto got up and left, leaving Niji sitting there drinking non-stop. One cup after another, his hands trembling and his heart trembling. Now is an opportunity in front of him, an opportunity to get rid of the bird in the cage. There is only one clan leader, but there are many main families. At first, it was to prevent the Byakugan from flowing out, but it gradually became a tool to enslave the branch family, so the people of the main family did not have to go to the battlefield. The caged bird will automatically destroy the Byakugan of the dead branch family, and the main family will actively release the brain nerves that can destroy the evil-hearted branch family, the evil-hearted slaves. The treatment of the people in the main family and the branch family is very different. The branch family cannot access higher-level ninjutsu without the permission of the main family, nor can they. There is no way to get better resources. Hyuga Hayashi told himself to be patient and wait for the opportunity to come. At this moment, Naruto was already humming a little tune on his way home. He was in a very good mood. He caught a wild Nisi. He had long disliked Hinata. Hyuga always digests internal affairs. Can he let his father-in-law succeed? Anyway, Hanabi and Hinata can't become branch families. As for who will inherit the position of the head of the family, no one is more suitable than the genius Nisi of the Hyuga family. After erasing the bird in the cage, Nisi can only keep moving forward. The main family will hate him, and the branch family will hate him, unless there are more branch families like Nisi. Then become the head of the family, Hyuga Niji. This is actually a vicious circle. Once you step into it, there is no turning back. There is no real beneficiary. Everyone will gain something and lose something at the same time. He will certainly have concerns in his heart about taking power from his elders, but at least his fate can be changed. The history of the Hyuga clan's division has changed, and the Gordian knot has been cut. Hyuga Hayashi will lose the status of the main family, but there will be no main family in the future. The reshuffle of the Hyuga clan will definitely have an impact on a large clan like the Hyuga clan. There is no way to build without destruction, either rebirth or decline. The Uchiha clan is almost extinct. There is no reason why the Hyuga clan can still be safe and sound. This is something that will happen sooner or later. It depends on what Niji chooses. If he wants, things will be much easier. Back home, Naruto changed his shoes and walked into the living room as usual. Suddenly, he saw the two girls finished their baths and sat on the sofa wrapped in bath towels watching TV. He was a little uncomfortable for a while. It took a while for him to remember that the two were still in his house. The two girls turned their heads to look at him. Naruto was a little embarrassed, so he pretended to yawn and went back to the room to get clothes to wash up. Hydrangea turned her head on the sofa and looked at the confused Kurama Yakumo, with a sly smile on her face. "Did you notice that the master seemed shy just now?" "I didn't notice." Kurama Yakumo shook her head. She couldn't understand that kind of thing. He probably just didn't want to look at us? Or he saw it wrong? How is that possible? Hydrangea raised her legs and said unconvinced, "I don't believe he doesn't feel anything, but I don't dare to gamble, and I'll be thrown in again later." "What did you say?" Kurama Yakumo continued to watch TV, enjoying this rare vacation. Naruto came out of the room with clothes, without even looking at them. After quickly washing and drying his hair, he went straight to the room to sleep. He woke up in the middle of the night. He walked to the living room and saw that the two women were sleeping on the sofa. Naruto threw a blanket on them and went back to sleep. The next day, Naruto shamelessly found Tsunade again. There was nothing serious, but he just stayed there. In Konoha, only Tsunade could suppress things. Kakashi has not yet taken office, and his team is not stable. Uzuki Yujao Little Karami, and the big boss Tsunade who is tolerant compared to the hand, it is not worth mentioning. If you want to do big things, you still have to find Tsunade to be reliable, Princess Senju. Tsunade was too lazy to pay attention to him. She wasted time and drank. She wasted time and chatted with Naruto occasionally when she was bored. Now everyone is waiting for the results of Denzo's investigation, but in any case, the era of Konoha F4 has ended. The Kakashi era is coming, and Konoha will soon enter the 6th generation. In the next half-month, Naruto stayed at Tsunade every day like punching in for work. Squatting every day, finally waiting for Tsunade to let go. "You come here all day, don't you have anything to do?" Of course there is something to do. Naruto has to estimate the progress of the communicator project every few days and visit Sakura. Occasionally, he can also visit Hinata. If he is really free, he will go to Hongdu to sit. Time management is quite strict. It's just that he wants to know the approximate time when Tsunade will leave. Before Tsunade leaves, he has to light the fire of the Hyuga clan on time. Chapter 379. It's hard to see her again after 20 years, but she is already an old aunt. "I don't have nothing to do," Naruto said a little embarrassedly, "it's just that there are some things I'm not sure about recently, and I want Tsunade to help me with some advice." Hearing this, Tsunade raised her eyelids and looked at him lazily with her autumn water-like eyes. Probably guessed what it was, her face was a little complicated. "Is it related to Hyuga?" "Ah yes." "Why are you targeting the Hyuga clan?" Tsunade's tone seemed a little helpless, and she shook slightly, knocked on the table and frowned as she thought. "To be honest, if you are doing this for Hinata, there is no need to go to such great lengths. The Hyuga clan is in a period of transition and is weak. If you want to, just ask directly, they won't refuse." Tsunade didn't urge him, but it was too troublesome. Naruto knew what the Hyuga clan was going to do. If they really opened their mouths, it would definitely be a one-stop marriage, and the child would be born within 2 years. For such a traditional family, it was like entering a wealthy family. It can be imagined that in the future, there will be rules and meetings everywhere, so he was too lazy to take over the entire Hyuga clan. He wanted Hinata, but he didn't want a rotten and old Hyuga clan as a dowry. Besides, there was Niji, and they had shared life and death together, so he didn't want him to end up as a bird in a cage until his death. No matter how gorgeous the lie is, it is still a lie. If the caged bird was only used to protect the weak tribesmen from being abducted during wartime, it should have been opened long ago. What kind of a lie is Niji? What's going on? Hinata also does missions, so the main family doesn't do ninjas and doesn't go on missions? There are also many Byakugans wandering around, who knows how many there are. After careful consideration, Naruto suddenly found that the benefit of messing with Hyuga is the greatest. As long as the main family is no longer the main family, or in other words, Niji is the head of the family, he can. Shaking his head, Naruto's thoughts became clearer and he said to Tsunade across the table. It's not just because of Hinata, but also Niji. Hyuga Hayashi keeps saying he wants to change Hyuga, but there has been no change for so many years. In that case, I'll do what he can't do, and I'll find someone to say what he dares not say. Denzo has been suppressed, is there still one more Hyuga missing? Tsunade stared at him for a long time, and suddenly smiled. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, and it didn't seem to be a mockery. In that case, then you can do it. Naruto smiled slyly. Tsunade-sama, you know me. I am a low-key person and don't like to do such high-profile things. Then what you just said was false. Tsunade said with a smile, or are you just talking about it to satisfy your own desire? Well, didn't I come to ask you for advice? Naruto looked a little embarrassed. I'm not a fool. There is no benefit for me, an outsider, to get involved in the affairs of the Hyuga clan. I'm not good enough in terms of emotion and reason. Even if I succeed, it will be easy to give people a reason to criticize me, and other families will be afraid of me. Hearing this, Tsunade smiled and said. Even, they will wonder if you are making those noises on behalf of me or Kakashi. These families have been intertwined in Konoha for hundreds of years, and some of them have even become independent before the village was established. If you interfere in the internal affairs of the Hyuga clan, it will cause a stir. I'm almost leaving, but Kakashi's situation is hard to say. Konoha has never been a harmonious place, and it is common for families to compete for resources. Naruto probably knows what Tsunade said just now. So, I don't want to get involved, Master Tsunade, teach me. Hearing this, Tsunade was speechless and rolled her eyes. Then she waved her hand, motioning Naruto to come over, and said with a twitch of her mouth. Come over and I'll tell you. He hesitated a little, fearing that Tsunade would hold a grudge and punch him in the face. But in the end he still walked over obediently, and was pulled over by Tsunade's clothes, and the other hand pinched his face. His vision was immediately occupied by a large area of undulating white dizziness, just like 6 years ago. Tsunade pinched his face again. In the past, you always liked to calculate by yourself, your methods were clumsy and childish, and it was simply laughable. Now you have grown up and know to beg me? Isn't this a backer? Naruto said, thinking that the mountain was a bit thick. The next second, he felt himself falling into a warm embrace, with a warm fragrance in his arms. His face was pressed heavily against the mountain, and he felt a little breathless. You haven't done many human things, at least this is the right choice. She said. The next day, Naruto sat up suddenly from the bed, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He didn't know why, but he dreamed of Uchiha Itachi inexplicably. Since that incident, he rarely dreamed of him again. At that time, he was still weak, and Uchiha Itachi came with Hoshigaki Kisame to chase him. For him at that time, it was nothing more than a huge shadow. Even if he successfully survived with Ino later, the fear of opening the door still dominated him for several months. But those things have long passed, and there is no need for him to be afraid even if he faces Uchiha Itachi now. Why again? Dragging his tired body, Naruto got out of bed in slippers. He didn't sleep all night, his eyelids were heavy, and his mind was thinking about all kinds of things. Yesterday in the Hokage building, Tsunade hugged him inexplicably. Although it didn't take long to hug and there was no other movement, Naruto still felt a hint of strange emotions from Tsunade. Why would there be such emotions? Although Naruto usually he always likes to take a few glances at Tsunade, but he also knows that Tsunade is not on the same level as him. In terms of strength, they may be equal, but in terms of brains and political schemes, Princess Senju is definitely a master. When she came to power, she ruled by doing nothing, and secretly dragged all the senior officials into the water. If Tsunade is said to be big-breasted and brainless, Naruto will be the first to disagree. In terms of experience, as well as the struggles between the village families, her mind is like a mirror. Naruto asked her to teach him how to deal with and solve the troublesome matter of Hyuga, and revealed all his conditions, including being able to unlock the caged bird and having contact with Niji. As long as it was related to the Hyuga clan, he told Tsunade word by word. After listening, Tsunade also thought for a long time, and did not tell him the answer until midnight. If he wanted to lead the reform of the Hyuga clan, he should get himself out first. Then get Niji out, and he must get it out cleanly. Naruto asked her why. Tsunade just smiled and did not explain. After waking up in a daze, Naruto also understood Tsunade's intention. Only if Niji was removed, he could stand up at the critical moment. Ninji's identity is special, and he is the branch family closest to the identity of the main family. His father, Hyuga Hayashi, died for the main family, and Hyuga Hayashi owed him a favor. The main family has no reason to target a qualified descendant of the branch family, which will cause dissatisfaction in the branch family. After all, the people of the branch family may not remember the arrogance of the Cloud Village envoy, but they will always remember that Niji's father died for the main family. If Niji is a person who erases the bird in the cage, then no matter whether he stands on the main family or the branch family, he will not get any benefits, or even be rejected. In Tsunade's analysis, the branch family is a group that has been suppressed for a long time, and their feelings towards the main family are complex and changeable. It is not a simple hatred and fear, but a fear of power rather than virtue. Out of hatred for the bird in the cage, once the branch family erases the seal on the forehead, they will retaliate against the main family as soon as they come to their senses, and even ask how to cast the mark of the bird in the cage. Some people in the branch family may just want freedom like Niji, because Niji has a bright future, and as long as he erases the bird in the cage, he can get rid of the fate of being a scapegoat. For Niji, the bird in the cage is a shackle and a stumbling block for him to go higher. But not everyone in the branch family is Niji. Some people are dissatisfied and will definitely think about controlling stronger power. They hate the main family, but they want to become the main family all the time. Once there is this opportunity, someone will definitely give it a try. And at this time, when the main family is stuck in the quagmire, it is most appropriate for Niji to stand up again. As the last bird in the cage. The last bird in the cage. Naruto stood in front of the bathroom mirror, looking carefully at himself in the mirror, with bloodshot eyes, and he didn't rest well at a glance. He applied toothpaste on the toothbrush and lowered his head to talk to himself. The last caged bird, the shackles are no longer shackles, but a sharp sword. It can stab both the main family and the branch family. At that time, we only need to intimidate the branch family and leave them speechless. After all, the matter was done by then, and there was no caged bird in Hyuga anymore. The main family did not dare to do anything to Niji, but would ask him to erase the mark of the caged bird. Because to them, the caged bird was a symbol of humble status. But when all the branch families became history, the prestige of the main family no longer existed. The caged bird on Niji's forehead became a thorn in their hearts, reminding them all the time what ridiculous things they had done. The shackles were engraved on Niji's forehead, but they must be engraved in their hearts. As he spoke, Naruto put the toothbrush in his mouth, and while brushing, he remembered what happened in the office last night. Tsunade. If you ask yourself, Naruto has had thoughts about Tsunade. Putting aside the headlights, Tsunade, who can maintain her youthful appearance, can be ranked in the top 3 or even the top 2 in Konoha. She is older and beautiful. It is hard for anyone not to have feelings for Tsunade. Naruto is not a eunuch, and the two have been in contact for nearly 6 years. As he grows older, his body grows up slowly. If he really says that he has no emotions, it must be a lie. But Naruto himself knows very well that Tsunade's interest in him is not the kind of interest between men and women. She just regards him as a junior, and there is absolutely no transgression. He has always thought so, so he has no burden in his heart. Even if he has contact with Tsunade, he is very relaxed and laughing. If you can take advantage, take advantage. If you don't take advantage, you are a bastard. Before that, everything was fine and normal. Until he followed the dragon vein through time and space, and met Tsunade in the Kingdom of Wind. He didn't do anything special. At the beginning, he tricked Tsunade into playing cards and dice. He used his real name and real appearance for some reason, but he was too lazy to pretend. He got used to the way of getting along with Tsunade. As long as they were together, they would feel relaxed and comfortable even if they had never met before. He forgot that Tsunade also thought so when she was at her lowest. Her family and lover died on the battlefield, and she realized that the medical ninjutsu she had pursued for her whole life was so powerless. War is so cruel, life is so fragile, and fate is so desperate. The successive blows completely destroyed her belief in medical ninjutsu, and she even suffered from hemophobia. She couldn't stay in the village that depressed her. So she took Shizune away, traveled around the world aimlessly, and taught medical skills to relax. She felt that she would never get out of those shadows in her life, and living was just killing time. But at this time, such a stunning person appeared inexplicably. He was 10 years younger than her, and they got along so well even though it was their first meeting. It was like an old friend for many years, and the other party even knew all her temperament and habits. It was very happy to be with him, and I forgot all the sad things. But one day that person left, and he said that he would definitely see her again in the future. Tsunade wanted to chase him, but hesitated, which made her feel uneasy. She just didn't want to bring him misfortune, so the heavy rain gave her an excuse to stop chasing. Anyway, we will see each other again in the future, right? Who would have thought that nearly 20 years later, she saw that person again and found that he was Minato's son, a kid in his early 12 years old. At that moment, she didn't know how to face Jiraiya, let alone how to reconcile with herself. Jiraiya was still chattering on the table about the topic that the village needed her, but the points of the cards in his hand were completely unclear. After wandering in the ninja world for 20 years, there is no longer journey than this. Tsunade thought that she would never see that person again until she died, and that her life would end here. After all, some people will never see each other again after passing by, but what is more cruel is that when they meet again, the other person has become younger, and she is already an old aunt. In the bathroom. While brushing his teeth, Naruto called up Task 3 and looked at the reward of Task 3 absent-mindedly. Dear world traveler, the evil god has sent you an invitation. Gather 10 believers, reward, Hashirama cell activation technique, full body activation once, return to 18. Full body activation is more thorough than Tsunade's suppression of her own vitality to maintain an ageless face. It is the true return of the body to 18 years old, except for the thoughts, souls, and memories. He originally reserved this reward for Tsunade. Naruto knew that if it were not for Tsunade, he would never be able to reach his current position easily and steadily. Spitting out a mouthful of mouthwash, Naruto turned off the system casually. He walked into the living room with a click, took a glass of water from the kitchen and sat on the sofa. The living room was silent, and Hydrangea and Kurama Yakumo were still sleeping in their respective rooms. Wild Fox did not return all night, and I don't know if he was pooped. The balcony did not draw the curtain, and the blue light in the early morning shone into the living room through the glass. Naruto held a cup and drank it in a daze, his heart was a little confused. Chapter 380 Sudden Change, the main personality awakened during the rainstorm. Uchiha Itachi deserves to die. Naruto sat on the sofa for a long time, and suddenly held the water cup and said viciously, it deserves to die. Okay, the object of disgust has shifted from Danzo. Although Danzo has not been sent away, half of his hard work has been destroyed. It is estimated that Sasuke will come to the door after learning the truth, and Danzo can't run away. Naruto is too lazy to muddy the water and doesn't want to fight with Danzo, a dying man. Let's leave it to the energetic Sasuke, it's better to fight to the point where both sides are hurt. Sasuke is also a lunatic, a big trouble. Naruto didn't hope to have a good relationship with Sasuke, this bastard didn't cut him, it was considered a normal mental state. If he knew that he was doing nothing under his name well, he must not know. Time flashed to noon, Naruto went to the street to purchase a batch of new supplies and added them to the sealed space. At the same time, he was also preparing to deal with the old supplies in the space. The Konoha orphanage is still open, and the area is not large. The orphanage director is a slightly older woman. She was a little surprised why Naruto donated so many supplies to the orphanage at one time. Naruto couldn't explain why he hoarded so many supplies, and vaguely found an excuse to donate them all. It's useless to keep them in his hands, and it's a pity to throw them away. He rejected the woman's proposal to let the orphans thank him, just said he had something else to do and turned and left in a hurry. Before leaving, he met a strange boy. Naruto paused, looked back at the brown-haired boy wearing goggles, and frowned. The man seemed to be an orphan taken in by the third generation, Mai Yat. He didn't have much impression of this, but seeing him wearing ninja clothes, he couldn't help but feel a little touched. The best career for orphans is ninja, and there are even fewer people who are lucky enough to survive. After leaving the orphanage, Naruto turned and entered the main street of Konoha. He packed 3 ramen at the ramen shop and returned home with ease. Just after changing shoes at the entrance, I saw 2 useless subordinates washed up and sat on the sofa watching TV with an empty stomach. Turning around and seeing him come back, my eyes lit up. Hydrangea and Kurama Yakumo's vacation was extended as a reward for their long-term practice. It is also necessary to be gentle to the tool people to avoid rebellious psychology. Master, how long can we rest? Hydrangea raised her head from the ramen bowl and asked. You can rest for a few more days, maybe 2 or 3 days. Naruto glanced at Hydrangea and explained, although the training is a little hard, the effect is remarkable. A little hard. Hydrangea almost swallowed the chopsticks and said indignantly, I have been resurrected more than 3,000 times, a full 3,000 times. 3,000 times. Then you are too bad, you should look for the reasons from yourself, Hydrangea. Naruto's eyes slanted, have you given up the dream of becoming the next angel? Hydrangea hesitated. On the other hand, Kurama Yakumo was much quieter. And the voluntary Hydrangea was different. She took the initiative to ask to join, just to strengthen her physique and become a qualified and powerful ninja. Although rest time is precious, she does not reject training. Naruto does not need to care about her at all. Kurama Yakumo cleaned up the remaining garbage after eating, and then took the initiative to massage Naruto's shoulders. Hydrangea was stunned, but she couldn't bring herself to go over, so she could only eat noodles. Afternoon. Naruto sat on the balcony, blowing the fan in a daze, thinking about what happened last night. Then he called up the panel and took a look at the content of Task 3, and felt that time was running out. Task 3 has only completed less than 1/3 of the progress, but to complete the task, he must leave the village. He can't look for candidates in the village. First, there is a risk of leaking the news. Second, these Uzumaki Tenyang have their own training panels, and they will all be his subordinates in the future. Choosing believers who are too weak is a complete waste of quota. So task 3 must be done and the reward must be taken, but you can't just choose people casually. Both Hydrangea and Kurama Yakumo are special talents, not ordinary passers-by. Even though they haven't shown their powerful abilities yet, a good knife is not afraid of sharpening. One day, all the investment and training will pay off. Wait, how did I become a female ninja trainer, damn it. After standing on the balcony for a while, Naruto's thoughts were in a mess, and he sighed after a long time. Tsunade's matter can only be put aside for a while, she is not a little girl. If I just run over empty-handed, what else can I say except some farewell words? Nearly 30 years have passed, and there is no better way except to get the reward for System Task 3. Thinking of this, Naruto went out. After a little review, the only thing left to do was Hinata, and the rest of the things were on the right track step by step. Ino will also leave the village with the project later. As for Sakura, Sakura's condition is a bit subtle, and he didn't ask much during this period. After Tsunade leaves the village, Sakura will definitely stay in the medical team. Konoha Hospital. Outside the laboratory, Sakura took off her gloves and asked happily. How did you find time to come here? It's just on the way. I have nothing to do recently, so I want to come and see you. Naruto said with a smile, I may have to leave the village for a while, but it shouldn't be too long. You said the same thing last time, and then you ran around outside for nearly a year or two. Sakura hugged him, her hands a little restless. Can you believe this? I should believe it. What will you do if I don't plan to return to the village in the future? He suddenly asked, wanting to know Sakura's attitude. I'll go wherever you go. It's better than staying in the village anyway. Sakura was straightforward. If you ask me this, you must have made a plan in mind, right? The village is too small to accommodate me. Naruto said truthfully, I still have some things I want to do. Staying in the village will only restrict my hands and feet. There will be more troubles in the future. If I stay in the village, I might be drawn into a bigger whirlpool. I don't want to sit and wait for death. I want to do something. Sakura leaned against his chest and said sullenly. What you said to me last time, so you already knew what kind of troubles you would encounter in the future, right? Prepare in advance, I can also help you. Aren't you helping me now? Naruto sucked on her lips and looked at her and said, it's just that our relationship can't be made public, and you are wronged. It doesn't matter, I am willing. Sakura looked up at him and smiled, I said before that I never asked for those things. I just want to leave some traces, not to cause you trouble. Hey, is the stuff in the top secret file I brought back from 20 years ago useful to you? Naruto suddenly stared at her and asked. It's useful, but not that useful. Sakura led him to a small lounge at the end of the laboratory, where no one usually comes. What do you mean? Naruto asked, but he took the initiative in his hands, slowing down Sakura's pace, and she couldn't help but look back at him. There is no way to separate. The best case scenario is to share the body. Sakura explained, the file does record several top secret experiments, but it is still not accurate enough. I don't dare to try it. If it fails, then let's put it aside for now. I'll think of other ways when there is a situation in the future. Naruto picked up Sakura by the waist and slid his hand to her white calf. The two of them hesitated for a while, and Naruto suddenly looked up and said, I'll put the research you gave aside for now and solve the troubles in your body first. Put other things aside for now, they are not so important. Yet. Sakura couldn't help but look for his lips and kissed him gently. The door was closed tightly, and the laboratory was silent. The weather in summer is hot, and it often rains without warning. The dark clouds seemed to be blown by a gust of wind. The sky above Konoha suddenly became gloomy at some point, and after a while, a heavy rain fell. The temperature dropped suddenly, and a bright flash of branch lightning flashed across the sky. Boom! With a sound, Sakura's pupils dilated, and her hands unconsciously grasped Naruto's back. She took a deep breath as if she had never breathed before, and her master personality woke up very abruptly. Naruto also realized that something was wrong, but the situation at the moment was a bit awkward. Sakura stared at him in a daze, and seemed to be a little dazed. After realizing the situation, she was about to shout out. Wait! It's not you! Naruto reached out to cover Sakura's mouth, but was bitten hard. She sobbed and cried almost in a second. The tears were a little cold, and the frightened eyes and the depths of the pupils seemed to have had a nightmare. Helplessly, Naruto could only withdraw. But he did not let go of his hand covering Sakura, but solemnly explained to her first. You have been sleeping for 6 years. This is a misunderstanding. Don't shout first. This is the research room of Konoha Hospital. I will explain it to you clearly. Fanfiction cried with tears in her eyes, crying and shouting, in a completely frightened state. She looked at Naruto, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes. The tears kept flowing, and the sound of crying penetrated his palm. Naruto's mind was completely blank, and his heart was even more panicked. His first thought was, how was Black Sakura? Where did she go? Did she fall asleep? But now Pink Sakura's master personality has awakened, and he can't ignore it. He can only comfort her first, and wait for her to calm down before asking about Black Sakura. The incident came too suddenly, and it happened at this time, and there was no time to react. His heart was pounding, and he was more and more worried that Black Sakura would disappear just like that. Xiaoying, do you understand what I said? He repeated it again. This time, Xiaoying nodded gently, and Naruto slowly let go of his hand with a complicated look. The small lounge was in a mess. Xiaoying lay there blankly, and it took a while for her to come back to her senses and sit up. The surroundings became quiet, the curtains were not drawn, and the storm roared like crazy outside the window. Dense raindrops fell one after another, and the cold wind mixed with raindrops blew in with sobs. Naruto and Sakura stood and sat, looking at each other in silence, listening to the heavy rain outside the window to calm down their emotions. No one moved, letting silence wander in the narrow space of the lounge. In the dim light, Naruto opened his mouth and subconsciously wanted to ask Sakura if she knew about the existence of Black Sakura. But the words came to his lips and swallowed them back. He saw Sakura reaching for the clothes on the ground. Chapter 381. Sakura knocked on his door while swaying. Click! Sakura stood up first, but did not face Naruto completely frankly. She turned sideways, one hand across her chest, and squatted down to pick up the clothes. It felt a bit strange, from one person to another, that Pink Sakura was back. It was obviously the same body, but it gave people the feeling of two completely different people. Whether it was the eyes or the micro-expressions, even before speaking, a strong sense of discomfort was felt. Halfway through, they changed people, which was really a bit awkward. He looked over again. Sakura was taking out a tissue to wipe, then raised her head and looked at Naruto with complicated eyes. She only dared to stay above his head, and didn't dare to look down at all. Naruto, can you put on some clothes? The words woke him up from his dream. Naruto was still thinking about Black Sakura in his mind. When he heard Sakura talking, he quickly responded with a few "oh" and put on his clothes. He was a little confused and almost put on the clothes the wrong way. Until both of them were ready, they returned to a brief silence. Until a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, Naruto couldn't help but speak. "Now that you don't speak, I assume you have calmed down," Naruto said, and the whole person pulled over a chair and sat down, and the two kept a distance. Outside the window, it was still raining heavily, and the white fog stirred up by the rainstorm covered everything. The rumbling thunder continued, and the rain did not show any sign of weakening. In this situation, Sakura grabbed her thighs. Looking at the small and dimly lit room, she could smell the ambiguous smell of soil. She knew exactly what had happened just now. After all, she had felt it clearly, but Naruto's words made it difficult for her to accept the current situation. She had been asleep for 6 years? "I know you are confused now. I can explain it to you. Before that, I want to ask you, can you feel another self?" "What?" Sakura looked up, her pupils were full of confusion, just like the girl standing in the rain 6 years ago, but now everything has changed. "I mean another personality. She has been in control of the body for 6 years. Naruto said, "Just now you suddenly woke up, so I want to know, can you feel her presence?" Sakura's expression was a little complicated, but she had vaguely understood many things. So it was another self who was doing that kind of thing with Naruto, but she suddenly woke up now? If so, he is caring about another. "I can feel that she seems to be sleeping." Sakura was a little embarrassed, and suddenly felt a little wronged. "Are you going to wake her up?" How should Naruto answer? He said tactfully, "Do you still remember the medical ninjutsu? Or do you share a memory or something like that?" "No." Sakura shook her head. "I do need to wake her up. I will explain it slowly. Anyway, this is for both of you. There are benefits." Naruto said, "Then I will help you recall first, where is the best place to start?" "Well, let's start from Sasuke's defection. You also started from that time." So, Naruto started from the days 6 years ago when Sasuke defected and her personality suddenly changed. At the starting point of that dream, in the Black Cherry Blossoms data room, it unfolded slowly. The matter was not complicated. The experience of just 6 years was all told in about 10 minutes. Sakura listened in surprise, from becoming Tsunade's disciple and then getting entangled with Naruto. The magical relationship between the two at the end, and her body that had been used for a long time. She suddenly felt a little dizzy, as if she had slept and the world had changed a lot. "Sasuke?" Sakura asked. "Defected?" Naruto said lightly, "Now he is an S-level defector, and he is on the road of revenge happily. If you want to confirm it, I won't stop you." Sakura lowered her head and spoke. "My mind is a little confused now. I want to go home and be alone." "Okay." Naruto stood up and made room for Sakura, and also said, "Come to me when you figure it out. I'm at 404 Konoha Street. Your current situation is rather special. I have a solution, but I need the help of another personality." Sakura was completely unaware and walked out the door with a numb expression. Naruto watched from behind the door, frowning all the time, but let Sakura leave first. Since Black Sakura is still sleeping, it proves that she can still be awakened. Maybe in a day or two, Black Sakura will wake up by herself, or maybe she will come back on her own initiative. How could he have any solution? If he had one, he wouldn't have dragged it out until now. He said that just to make Sakura willing to come back to him again. Since Pink Sakura suddenly woke up in that kind of stimulation, Black Sakura can also wake up again in the same stimulation. Just like the first time, Pink Sakura was shocked by the news of Sasuke's defection. He just needs to try all kinds of methods one by one, from verbal stimulation to various stimulations. If they rotate like this, the probability of Black Sakura waking up is very high. The principle is this principle, but whether Sakura is willing to cooperate is still an unknown. However, Naruto is not completely without a way, but he will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. 6 years of time gap, too many things have changed. Naruto believes that Sakura will eventually come back to find him. At the table, Sakura looked at her parents who had aged a lot, and was slightly absent-minded. "Sakura, what's wrong with you?" her mother asked. "No, nothing." She lowered her head to eat, her heart churning. "You don't go home much on weekdays, what happened this time?" Her father asked gently, "Did you encounter difficulties at work? Or did you break up?" I didn't. Hearing the word broken up, Sakura felt like her heart was electrocuted. "I'm full, first go take a shower." "What's wrong with this kid?" In the bathroom, Sakura was soaking in the bathtub, recalling the situation and feelings that happened in the afternoon, and her emotions suddenly became complicated. She had been sleeping for 6 years. This was too outrageous, and even made her doubt her life. The job was not hers, and the 6 years of experience were not hers. Even her body with a splash, she buried her head in the water. The bathroom was silent for 2 minutes, and then with a splash, Sakura floated up again, breathing in big gulps of air. She slowly calmed down, and her body softened and leaned against the edge of the bathtub. One hand fell down, and she silently thought about what Naruto said, and suddenly felt depressed. After an unknown amount of time, she walked out of the bathtub. She wiped her body clean, put on her clothes, and held an umbrella to go out for a breath. The heavy rain fell from the afternoon to the evening. Sakura walked out of the winding passage and stood in the strange and familiar on the streets of Konoha, looking at the colorful signs flashing neon lights in the rain. The rainy streets of Konoha are still busy, and unlike the old streets of Konoha 6 years ago, there are colorful umbrellas blooming on the road. People come and go, hurrying in different directions. Sakura clenched the handle of her umbrella and followed the crowd to the place with a lot of people. She became more and more panicked as she walked, as if she had come to an extremely strange place. Finally, she saw Ichiraku Ramen shining in the rain. The familiar decoration that has not changed for 6 years gave her a sense of security, as if she had finally met an acquaintance in a strange place. She shook the water off the umbrella, desperately resisted the urge to escape home, and walked into Ichiraku Ramen with an almost unbearable mood. The store is brightly lit, and Icarus has grown up and is already a big girl. The hand-beating uncle was busy in the kitchen with his back straight. Even on rainy days, there were still a few customers sitting in the store. "Ha! On a rainy day like this, I really have to eat a bowl of ramen." The sudden voice startled Sakura. It was 2 customers, one big and one small, who were praising ramen with enthusiasm. The bright smile made her a little absent-minded. Just as she was ordering, she found that the set meal in the store had also changed. The only unchanged tonkatsu ramen had many ingredients added. Time has changed everything. Has the most popular tonkatsu ramen also changed? She thought silently in her heart. After taking a chopstick, the taste felt a little familiar and seemed to have something more. "It's about time to go home," she said to herself, standing under the eaves of Ichiraku Ramen, and then walked into the rain with an umbrella, strolling on the streets of Konoha. Stepping on the rain on the ground, she lowered her head and suddenly remembered something very long ago. That was her favorite female teacher in the ninja school. However, one day the female teacher suddenly stopped coming to class, and all kinds of speculations spread in the class until Sakura saw her on the edge of the village one afternoon. A person sat on a swing in an abandoned open space with a bulging belly to bask in the sun. His eyes swept over Sakura, and said in a voice without emotion, "Teacher, I did something that was not accepted by others, and I am pregnant, so I can't stay in school anymore." Such a smile made the young girl a little confused. But she always remembered that smile, like a bitter smile with endless calmness. Now she probably understood a little, just like she wanted to cry now. But she found that she had no right to cry, as if everything would be fine if she didn't wake up. She seemed to be floating in the netherworld of this era that did not belong to her, with only endless loneliness. And this loneliness completely broke out when she found the door locked when she returned home. Sakura probably knew that the other her was used to leaving home, so her parents were used to locking the door when they saw her go out. She didn't want to knock on the door, but just squatted by the door and bit her wrist and cried. She cried for a while, but didn't make any sound. At this time, she remembered an address in her mind, number 404, Konoha Street. She stood up staggeringly, and just raised her feet and stopped. "Do you really want to find Naruto? Although it's already, but I obviously like Sasuke, but Sasuke has defected and may never come back. Do you want to go? That kind of thing has happened, and I have no way to turn back. It's already been, but there is no way to reprimand. Sasuke? What is Sasuke doing at this time? I woke up, but something like that happened. Now I really have no choice, I can only..." Dong dong dong, the door was knocked urgently. Naruto was holding a cup of water and arguing with Hydrangea about a plot in a TV series, betting on a day off, while Kurama Yakumo was watching the fun. The sudden knock on the door broke the harmonious atmosphere. Naruto turned his head and looked at the door, frowning slightly. The two women were also stunned for a moment, and Naruto waved to them. The two women went back to their rooms quietly. Naruto walked to the door in his slippers and opened the door unscrupulously with a rustle. The rustling wind blew in with raindrops, and Sakura stood outside the door holding an umbrella. The thin body trembled slightly, and she looked up at him in the corridor. There was an awkward look on her face, as if she was forced to come. "What are you doing?" Naruto was a little surprised. "They just separated in the afternoon, and you came here in the evening? This you figured it out so quickly, huh? It's amazing." Sakura didn't think so much, she was just struggling with whether she should find Naruto. Obviously she had decided to go home and start over in the afternoon. But... Chapter 382 Nine-Tailed Fox, Unlucky, I Met the Evil Uchiha. Naruto stood at the door and looked Sakura up and down. Before Sakura made that point clear, he couldn't make any assumptions and could only wait for her reply. "I can't go back," she said with her head down. "Ah." Naruto was a little surprised that the progress was so smooth, although it was almost the same as expected, but... "I was planning to go out and take a look, but the door was locked when I went back." Sakura looked up and looked at Naruto and said, "Can you take me in for a night?" Hearing this, he realized that he had misunderstood. He coughed awkwardly, stepped aside to make an entrance for Sakura, and said with a smile, "Of course, after all, our relationship." Halfway through, Naruto couldn't continue. He suddenly realized that he had just come out of someone else's carrot pit a few hours ago. Every word he said now seemed to be ambiguous, and it was obviously not that meaning. But in the end, forget it. "Yeah." Sakura nodded, lowered her head slightly and walked in sideways. She didn't seem to notice the ambiguity in Naruto's words, or she didn't care. Anyway, Naruto couldn't detect anything unusual from her slightly lowered face. At the entrance, Sakura bent down to take off her shoes, and her movements were extremely slow. Naruto just stood aside and watched, his eyes subconsciously staying on her feet, starting from the heels and slightly tiptoeing, revealing the snow-white instep. It was the kind of slightly fleshy and agile instep, and the blue blood vessels could be vaguely seen. Things were a bit complicated, two personalities shared a body. The main personality had been sleeping for a long time, but woke up when it was halfway through. Black Sakura was temporarily dormant, and the main personality Pink Sakura came online. In a sense, the memories of the two should be shared. But now Pink Sakura's memory is stuck in 6 years ago. Either Black Sakura is unwilling to share, or Pink Sakura is unwilling to accept reality and refuses the memory of these 6 years. Based on his understanding of Black Sakura, the probability of the former happening is not high. So is it that Fan Ying is unwilling to accept reality? After all, at that time, to escape the reality of Sasuke's defection, the main personality fell into a deep sleep. It is not impossible to speculate in this way. "Come here, this should be your first time here, right?" Naruto walked in front to lead the way. "Sit down, I'll pour you a glass of water." Sakura responded and carefully looked at the unfamiliar living room. In her memory, the impression of Naruto's home still stayed in the old house in the center of Konoha. The night rain rustled, and with the dim light from the balcony, only the grey rain mist could be seen within the field of vision. Naruto was pouring water in the kitchen. She looked at the sofa, which was a little messy. It was obvious that someone had just stayed there. She turned her head and looked at the closed rooms, and an idea came to her inexplicably. Avoiding the two scattered positions, Sakura sat down on the neat sofa on the other side, but she didn't sit down completely. Just a little bit, as if she was about to leave. This is a manifestation of lack of security. Naruto noticed this detail when he came out of the kitchen and handed Sakura a glass of water, but he didn't say anything. No matter who encounters this situation, they will not feel safe. After all, they were pulled out the moment they woke up, and they had to knock on their friends' doors at night. "Don't be too sad, cough." Naruto sat down and stretched out his hand to smooth the marks on the sofa. "She is used to staying in the exclusive lounge of the hospital overnight and rarely goes home. Your parents should be used to her rhythm. Maybe they can't get over the psychological barrier. They haven't spent much time together in the past 6 years." "Well, I know." Pink Sakura fell silent, holding the cup in her hand, and asked for a long time, "Is there no way? Your situation is rare. We have tried many ways." Naruto said carefully, basically there is no solution. The best way is to coexist. Coexist. Personality cannot be killed. It is engraved in the soul. Naruto talked about business, hesitated for a while, and said, if you compete with each other. ... He turned and left the room, opening the door. Sure enough, Sakura looked up and looked behind him. She found the door open, and she was a little confused. She stared at the flat sofa and blinked. Normally, no one comes here, but there were 2 guests before you. Naruto answered her doubts directly, pointing to another room. The bedding in that room is clean. I've cleaned it up a little. You can rest there tonight. You're welcome. 2? Sakura was a little scared. Did he leave after that and find 2 more? In 6 years, Naruto seemed to have changed a lot. Her impression of Naruto was still the cheerful blonde boy 6 years ago, but now that scene was still in her mind, lingering. Naruto seemed to have a good relationship with Ino before, but now he is with her body, so are they together? What is their relationship now? Is it cheating? Okay. She didn't ask anything in the end. That's the bathroom. I have a clean bathrobe here. You can throw your clothes in there to wash before taking a shower, and then dry them. Naruto kept reminding him, not saving time at this time. If you don't know how to use the dryer, I can teach you in advance. As for the washing machine, you should know how to use it. Here are the bath towels and towels. Take them. Yet. Sakura's uneasiness disappeared little by little. Under Naruto's endless reminders, she found a sense of stability. Bathroom. Just as Naruto was teaching Sakura how to use the latest dryer, Sakura suddenly looked up at her and asked. Are you with Ino now? Under the bright light, he looked down at Sakura and was slightly stunned for a moment. Why do you ask this suddenly? Nothing, just a little curious. Sakura said with a smile, after all, I have been sleeping for so long, just like traveling far away, and my companions around me have grown up. The relationship has not been confirmed yet, but it may be, Naruto replied. In the living room, Naruto took a glass of water and sipped it, silently thinking about what to do. If things are too complicated, they can only be put aside for now. It's time for Tsunade to leave. The countdown is almost here, and many things have not been done yet. Danzo is not dead, he is still alive and well, and I don't know where the second pillar is. I just hope Sasuke can kill Uchiha Itachi as soon as possible. Logically, the plot of Sasuke killing his brother has already started. But because of the extension of the timeline, it has been delayed until now, and I don't know the specific direction of the outside plot. Now Konoha is basically cleared up, and there is only one ending left. There is no point for him to stay in the village, but now only Ino is safe. Black Sakura suddenly went into hibernation, and Hyuga had to spend time planning. Time, what he lacks most now is time. If Sakura didn't come to him so quickly, maybe he wouldn't have any ideas for the time being. But now he wants to settle Sakura's troubles as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Sakura came out wrapped in a bathrobe, folded the folds of the bathrobe, and sat upright on the sofa. I have something to ask you, about Sasuke. I don't know much, ask. Naruto put down the cup in his hand. I want to know what happened later. Later. He pondered for a moment. At that time, Lady Tsunade had just taken office, and the village was short of manpower. After the failure to recover Sasuke, no one paid much attention to this matter. Sasuke probably went to Orochimaru. I heard that Sasuke killed Orochimaru and went to seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi. No one knows his whereabouts after that. Yet. Time passed by minute, and the living room fell into silence. Sasuke has no hope of returning to the village, right? She suddenly asked, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. Do you hope he will come back? Naruto suddenly stared at Sakura and asked, his eyes were like torches. I don't know, and there is no way now. Sakura's eyes were a little evasive. After all, she was just a girl's mind, thinking everything was too simple. After thinking for a while, Naruto decided to take this opportunity to make things clear. So what if he finds it? Will Sasuke give up revenge for the extermination of his clan? How can we persuade him and lock him up until he gives up revenge? Don't be silly, Sasuke is just a companion to us. Compared to us who have only been together for a year, his parents and family who grew up with him are obviously more important. The flames of revenge will completely burn out a person's beliefs and change him from beginning to end. No one knows the direction of fate and what he will do after revenge. This Sakura was speechless. Naruto left and took a shower. When he came out, he saw Sakura still sitting on the sofa, but he didn't care and went back to his room to sleep. The next day, Naruto simply let her rest at home. Anyway, she couldn't do anything in her current state. He went out and found Niji to discuss the caged bird with him. The two met in a bamboo forest not far from the Hyuga clan. Niji looked a little hesitant and obviously hadn't made a decision yet. Let's do this. Let's first remove the caged bird curse seal on the heads of other branch families. Naruto knew Niji's straightforward character, so he naturally wouldn't reveal the plan. Besides you, there must be other branch families willing to try. You don't have to refuse so quickly, you can think about it again. But you only need to introduce a branch family member to me, and I will take care of the rest. This seeing that Naruto had said so much, Niji found it difficult to refuse. After all, he was just hesitant, not unwilling to remove the caged bird. Okay then. He gritted his teeth and agreed. The wind blew through the bamboo forest, and Niji's brows were twisted into a knot. He couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. Hyuga Hayashi treated him as his own son and treated him as a son and nephew. Ningji didn't think that his father's death was entirely Hyuga Hayashi's fault, but he also knew what kind of existence the main family was in the Hyuga clan. He kept his personal feelings separate from the big issues, and knew that Naruto could have bypassed him to contact the Hyuga branch, but he still didn't do that. This was their personal relationship, and he couldn't let it down. More importantly, he hesitated because of Hyuga Hayashi, and he couldn't stop other branches from escaping from the sea of suffering. The rest of the Hyuga branches lived in the shadow of the main family all day long, and were often beaten and scolded, and couldn't resist at all. As long as there was a little bit of dissent, they would be punished immediately. As for the protective effect of the caged bird, the Hyuga clan rarely left Konoha. Most of the time they were active in the Hyuga garrison, and some people had never left the village in their entire lives. If Konoha couldn't protect the clan members, then even if there was a caged bird, it wouldn't be of much use. What about you, Niji? Naruto asked. I'm sorry, Naruto, I still can't do it. Niji shook his head and said, I know you are doing this for my own good, but It's okay, I won't force you to do this, let's talk about it later. Naruto patted Niji on the shoulder. He knew that Niji was loyal and righteous, and that was what he valued. Although he was a bird in a cage, he sacrificed himself and introduced the precious opportunity to other branch families. For the new generation of the branch family, he was the Hyuga Prometheus. But Hyuga Niji's character is destined to be the last bird in the cage, and he has done his best for the main family. If he doesn't become the head of the family, who will? All this is exactly as Tsunade expected, which makes Naruto feel that Tsunade's strategy is unfathomable. But this saves him a lot of trouble, just follow the plan step by step. After making an appointment with Niji for the next meeting, Naruto turned around and prepared to take some food home. On the way, he met Uzuki Yujeo, who left in a hurry. Strange. He stood on the street, watching Uzuki Yujeo's figure leaving and muttered to himself, everything is over, why are you still so busy? Back home. First, he put 2 packed foods on the dining table, and then went to the kitchen to get water. Before he drank 2 sips, a fiery red figure suddenly flashed on the balcony. The 9-tailed fox, who had been missing for a day and a night, came back in a mess, dirty all over. After climbing in from the balcony with great effort, he stood up and opened the sliding door of the balcony and shouted. Water. Give me a bottle of wine. Do you want water or wine? Naruto was a little speechless, his fingers rested on the glass, and he took another sip. Were you bullied by a group of male dogs? How is it possible? Kyuubi stretched out his short claws to stroke the hair on his belly, and said triumphantly, this broken place is too boring, I went out to play for a while. Guess who I met? Who? Naruto laughed disdainfully. It's unlucky to say that, I met the evil Uchiha. Kyuubi cursed and went into the refrigerator to find wine. Chapter 383, Koji, Uzumaki Naruto, do you want to eat oil cakes? Evil Uchiha? Which Uchiha did you meet? The one wearing a mask. Naruto was a little stunned and put down the glass in his hand. Mask. Kyuubi skillfully pried open the bottle cap with his fingernails. Without a mask, the person has already left. It's so unlucky that I ran into the Uchiha brat just after leaving the village. Hearing this, Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly. Has the second pillar killed Uchiha Itachi? Such a wonderful scene, he didn't even participate in it. It's too pity. While he was in doubt, Kyuubi had already looked up and showed off with 2 bottles of wine. He was dirty and looked very embarrassed, just like rolling in the mud. Are you hurt? Naruto asked suddenly. Hey! Kyuubi was startled and took off the bottle of wine, staring at Naruto in fear. You are not that brat. Who are you? Don't get me wrong, I just want to know how strong Uchiha Sasuke is now. Naruto said with a little disdain. Hearing this, Kyuubi was speechless, as expected. Not hurt. It said unhappily. Nezuzi is no good. He can't even beat you. Have you lived like a dog these years? Naruto muttered to himself, shook his head and left. Kyuubi stood there, feeling that he was scolded twice. Grass, a kind of plant. Sakura stuck to the door nervously, eavesdropping on the conversation between Kyuubi and Naruto in the living room, feeling very nervous. From the conversation, she seemed to have heard the news about Sasuke. But before she could hear it clearly, there was a knock on the door. Sakura, are you up? Naruto asked through a door. He didn't intend to hide it from Sakura at all. After all, there was nothing to hide from him about the day-to-day life with Kuro Sakura. Besides, Sasuke is not interested in women now. He is not as good at making friends as Naruto, and the only thing in his heart is revenge. If it was someone else, Naruto might be worried, but if it was Sasuke, if it wasn't for the plot, Sasuke should have become someone like Uchiha Itachi. Carrying everything, just for what he wants. Whether it is revenge or finding the meaning of life, he should be alone. Everyone can have a happy ending, but not him. After all, Pink Sakura is a wishful liquor. Now the body of the liquor is occupied by another personality, and Naruto accidentally enters the house. The metaphor skill is from shallow to deep, reaching a very high level. These are all misunderstandings, but there is no way to reverse them. So Naruto simply took out his rare sincerity and prepared to use the truth to shock the 3 views of Pink Sakura girl. The best way to break the love filter is to be slapped by your sweetheart and seal your heart with cement from then on. However, Naruto has a more damaging trick. Because he is too insidious and afraid of losing merit, he can only pretend to be Uchiha Sasuke to do that thing. Sakura was startled by the knock on the door, and suddenly heard Naruto's voice again, and was a little confused. It took a while to react and stammered in response. Get up, I haven't put on clothes yet. No clothes? Naruto was slightly stunned. What does this mean? Remind yourself? I underestimated my self-control. Damn it. I have already stopped at the underground garage. Can I still do such a ridiculous thing as breaking into the door? It's okay. You dress first. I'm not in a hurry. Inside the door, Sakura trembled. The more she listened, the more she felt something was wrong. What's the point of wearing clothes? But that was just a lie she told. After a half-minute pause, Sakura pushed the door and walked out. But she saw Naruto bringing breakfast from the kitchen. He watched her walk out of the room, so he said. After washing up, eat breakfast. I have something to do and leave first. In the bathroom, Sakura was brushing her teeth in front of the mirror, and suddenly heard the door slam shut. She couldn't help but feel a little strange in her heart. Naruto didn't seem to have changed much. He didn't embarrass her at all, nor did he force her to do things you don't like, and fully respect her choice. Those unsuspicious words made her feel a little guilty. I feel like I shouldn't have eavesdropped. At this time, Naruto had already gone out happily. He knew that Pink Sakura couldn't let go of Sasuke, but there is a saying that goes, the person you can't let go of, others have already let him in. The words are rough but the logic is not rough. Although it is a bit inappropriate to use them here, Pink Sakura's dog-licking behavior is destined to be slapped in the face by reality. Naruto doesn't have any feelings for Pink Sakura, let alone take it to heart. Pink Sakura is at most a companion who ran away halfway, the same nature as Sasuke. It is impossible to share the joys and sorrows, so the depth of the relationship is naturally not optimistic. It is said that the friendship between gentlemen is as light as water, but what is there to be friends without even water? If there is no time to get along, there is no way to accumulate friendship, and he can only do this step. Want him to be a hot sheep to fulfill her dog-licking wish? Dream on. Can you really remove the seal of the caged bird? The girl from the branch family was skeptical. She looked at Naruto several times, and was obviously afraid of him. If Lord Niji hadn't been standing here, she might have run away. No way, Naruto was notorious in Konoha. The big bosses above him were enough to make people afraid. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the top second generation of Konoha. He bullies people all day long. Only those girls who were also second generation were so beautiful that they were afraid of him. Those who were a little bit distant from him were afraid of him. This man was too disdainful and vindictive. Won't you know if you can try it? You are so young, why are you so afraid of death? Naruto said impatiently with his hands folded. Can you die again? The girl's face turned pale. How is that possible? You think too much. You said it yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Naruto denied it 3 times in a row and cleared himself of all charges. Ninkai, standing aside, couldn't bear to watch it anymore and interrupted. Naruto, don't scare her. Hehe, it's because the atmosphere is a little tense, so let's liven it up. Naruto stopped when he saw that it was going well, lest he really scared people and make them lose out if they didn't dare to try. The little white mouse of the Hyuga branch family was trembling with fear, as if being played by the big devil. He could only listen to the wanton laughter and cry in meaningless resistance. Don't worry, he has a deep understanding of the sealing technique, and there will be no accidents. Niji comforted in a gentle voice. The girl from the branch family seemed to admire Niji very much and nodded with gritted teeth. Okay, let's start quickly and remove the seal as soon as possible. Naruto moved his wrist and urged. The girl took off the bandage on her forehead, revealing the ugly blue bird in a cage mark. She seemed to have some inferiority complex and subconsciously took a step back. Ninkai put his hand on her shoulder and encouraged her. Naruto chose to ignore it and didn't watch the whole process. To the girl's surprise, although Naruto was mean, his movements were very agile, and he covered the bird in a cage mark with his hand. A stream of chakra flowed into her forehead, and after 7 or 8 seconds, her brain suddenly felt like it was pricked by a needle. After a brief pain, the veins around her eye sockets bulged, and her white eyes opened uncontrollably. The bird in a cage mark also disappeared at this moment, and a subtle breaking sound sounded in her mind, which ended instantly. The girl from the branch family was stunned for a while, and subconsciously looked at Nisi. Obviously, she trusted and admired the genius of the branch family, Nisi, more than Naruto. Did it work? She asked. She saw that Nisi looked a little solemn, staring at her forehead without saying a word. She immediately felt a little unsure, thinking that her forehead would not become ugly, right? Ah! If I become ugly in front of Lord Niji, I might as well die. Just when she was feeling uneasy, Naruto's cheap voice came over, with a lazy tone. Slightly teasing, full of contempt. Sorry, I failed, you have horns on your head. Woo. The branch girl couldn't stand the psychological pressure, and cried out, looking not very smart. Ninkai finally came back to his senses, comforted the man, and said with a smile. He lied to you, and he succeeded. Success. The branch girl suddenly stopped crying, touched her forehead and didn't feel anything unusual. Do you have a mirror? This Niji was a little embarrassed, he forgot to prepare it. Here. Naruto suddenly handed over a mirror, which surprised the two. In the mirror, the branch girl's forehead was smooth. She looked at the mirror several times in disbelief, and her whole body was slightly dazed. She touched her forehead, looked at the mirror again, and muttered to herself. It really disappeared. She was excited, and suddenly she cried with joy. Suddenly she realized something, and the whole person fell into great panic again, looking at Niji and trembling with fear. Lord Niji, I don't have a caged bird anymore. If I am discovered, will I? It's okay. Niji's expression did not change, and he turned to look at Naruto. There will be more people like you in the future, and there will be more and more caged birds. You don't have to be afraid. Naruto stood aside and said nothing, just watching quietly. Konoha was not so chaotic that it could not protect the Hyuga clan. The caged bird had both advantages and disadvantages for the weak branch family. But this time was different, and the times had long changed. In this feudal family with a patriarchal clan system, not all branch families were weak. It is no longer in wartime, the branch family does not have to go to the battlefield. The shackles have always existed. No matter how they argue, it is time to take them off. Otherwise, the inheritance of Hyuga is actually the inheritance of the main family. They can accept the branch family who are born with impure blood, but no one can accept being born as a slave. For the girl of the branch family, removing the caged bird is not only to become a free person from a slave, but also to have an additional right to say no. After the girl carefully wrapped the bandage back, Niji gave her a few more instructions and let her leave on her own. Have you thought about it? Naruto looked at Niji standing there and asked with a smile. No. Niji turned to look at him with a complicated look. I don't know what I think, but I know what I am doing now is right. Whatever you want. Naruto turned and left, leaving Niji with a back view, waving. My mission is completed, remember to find a few more people next time. Niji, he sounded like a brothel owner when he said before that he only needed him to find someone to start. Now they are pushing it further. Niji stood there hesitant for a while, frowning when thinking about the girl's frightened eyes. He is now in the game. It seems that he has no choice. In the Konoha intelligence department, Ino looked at Naruto waiting downstairs and smiled. He walked downstairs, put his hands behind his back, and handed Naruto something. Here you go. What is it? Naruto was a little confused, and he opened his palm to see that it was a communicator. The appearance is black, and the size is about the same as Kwohu's palm. The texture is cold and feels like jade. This is the most special product of the intelligence department. I made it myself. Ino wore an orange short-sleeved shirt with a waist-bearing look, and her eyes smiled into a crescent. There's only one. Naruto looked at it over and over again, and he also felt a little curious. How do I use this? Or do I press the button and then input chakra? Recently, there have been a lot of things going on. He always went to the Hyuga base when he had nothing to do, and he didn't run into Hinata very often. After asking Niji, he found out that his father-in-law was guarding against thieves. Sakura's progress was not very smooth, and rushing would only have the opposite effect. Knowing that Black Sakura was just temporarily dormant, he was relieved. Red Bean went to the ninja school to be a teacher. The 9-to-5 salted fish life she dreamed of did not come true. Instead, she was in a mess at the beginning of school because of her lack of experience. A series of changes made Naruto free. So he ran to Ino every few days, and most of the time he could only see her in a hurry during the fragmented time of rest. Often, before they said a few words, Ino had to go busy again. Naruto didn't have any objections and enjoyed it. More than one, this is a pair. Ino took out a communicator from her pocket and waved it in front of his eyes. This is a special customized model, as a reward for your running around during this period. No need to press buttons, just input chakra, but once input, it cannot be changed. And this communicator can only get through to me. Personalized customization? Naruto felt that this reward was a bit tasteless. That's good, anyway, I also need to contact you. Naruto said with a smile, Hey, Ino, can this be customized again? Why? Who else do you want to give it to? Ino pouted and asked vigilantly. You misunderstood, I plan to get a set of personal customization for Koji, I think he will like it very much. After all, they are so loving, Koji must also need this. Hearing this, Ino squinted her eyes and curved them into a crescent again and said. That's right. Sister-in-law, this is how you use it, right? Input chakra right. Koji looked at Naruto, who was enthusiastically instructing his wife to use the customized communicator, and his eyes were dull. This bastard really does everything except human affairs. Oh, is that so? Koji glanced at Ino, who was huddled together with his wife, and took advantage of Naruto's free time to pull him over, lowering his voice and gritted his teeth and asked. Are you sick, Uzumaki Naruto? Chapter 384. The two wooden men compromised, and the first battle was the cook, and the caged bird's secret could no longer be kept secret. Looking at Koji, whose fat face was twisted into a ball, Naruto smiled and patted his shoulder and said. Ino said she specially customized a communicator. I thought, how could I forget you for such a good thing? We are brothers who share weal and woe. Koji had 1,000 MMPs to say in his heart, but he didn't know where to start. Time passed day by day, and the time for Tsunade to leave was getting closer and closer. The people in the village were busy preparing for the 6th Hokage to take office, and the days were busy and peaceful. In the bamboo forest. Hey, how many people are there? Naruto suddenly looked up and asked Niji. In the dense bamboo forest, Niji sat aside, watching the branch family members who had untied the caged birds and left. Listening to Naruto's words, he couldn't help but hesitate. It seemed that he was going further and further on the road that violated his original intention, and there was no way back. 12? He said. Almost, 12, just one more group of people will be enough. Naruto stood up and stretched his muscles, and the broken golden sunlight shone through the bamboo forest on him. Why do you look so sad? Naruto asked in surprise, and glanced at Neji again. Look at how happy they look, they are doing good things. Neji didn't say anything, his face was complicated. Okay, if you want to achieve great things, don't be picky about small details. Naruto pushed him. Neji, you don't want Hyuga to remain unchanged, do you? Ask yourself, will those masters of the main family take the initiative to release the caged birds? Who wants to fall from the clouds to the mortal world after being used to a life of having everything provided for them? Listening to this, Neji was finally touched, looked up at the dense bamboo forest, and sighed. I know, I'm just hesitant. When that day comes, how will I face Lord Hayashi? And I have a feeling that day will come soon. What's there to hesitate about? It's just the position of a family patriarch. Naruto persuaded, even if you do nothing, Hyuga Hayashi can't change anything. It's just dragging it out, pretending to be nice to the other main families. Neji, whether things will succeed or not is another matter. The idea must be clear and the belief must be firm. Yet, Neji was silent. Naruto's words were rough but the truth was true, and he knew Naruto's character very well. From the first time he teamed up with Naruto, that guy was able to use dirty hands to knock out the client, and he knew that this person was treacherous. As long as it was what he wanted to do, he was not bound by rules. There was nothing he dared not do except not harming the world. Neji would be restrained by morality, condemned by his conscience, and even bound by family affection. But Naruto obviously had none of these three, and even his moral integrity was shattered. From the fact that he was clearly eating from the bowl and looking at the pot, it can be seen that this person is a complicated person. In fact, Naruto is a little angry with Neji for not fighting for his own interests. If he also had a pair of white eyes, things would not be so complicated. It's a pity that he is not a member of the Hyuga clan, so he can't perform a show. As for Neji, he is a serious person and can't do anything showy. Oh, by the way, he is not looking at the bowl and eating from the pot. How could he do such a half-hearted thing? He is holding a pot in his hand. The capable ones should work harder, and what's wrong with a bigger bowl if they have a big appetite? At the same time, in the Hokage building, Tsunade is reading a document. The results of Denzo's investigation have been delayed, and it will probably be processed after the 6th generation Kakashi takes office. After all, the two consultants are already in a semi-retired state. Shizune walked in with a clatter, and saw that the water cup on the table was empty, so she habitually filled it for Tsunade. Looking down and seeing Tsunade's document, she was stunned. Tsunade-sama, is Naruto acting weird again? No, it's just because he's too honest that I think it's abnormal. This is not like him. Tsunade put down the information and said, I know him too well. He will die if he doesn't act weird. Hasn't he been keeping an eye on the Hyuga clan recently? Shizune said. She was one of the insiders. The Hyuga clan, it would be great if he was really so idle. Tsunade murmured to herself, Danzo is already like this, why doesn't he take revenge? Will he forget his grudges with a smile? This is not like him. I'm a little worried that he's doing something far beyond my expectations. Tsunade is about to leave, and she is not worried that Naruto will make trouble in these last days. At least, she can help him cover up a little. If he waits until she leaves before taking action, then this possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, after the last talk, Naruto obviously didn't run here as frequently. Although he was not very diligent before, he would come occasionally whether he had something to do or not. Now he comes frequently when there is something going on, and he is nowhere to be seen when there is nothing going on. Tsunade is not a little girl, so she naturally does not think that Naruto is throwing a tantrum. This man has everything except a temper. He is so quiet now, obviously he has a backup plan. What is he waiting for? Waiting for love? Jizuzi is so lame, he was beaten back by a stupid dog, he shouldn't be so careful, right? Naruto was complaining crazily, muttering to himself in the air. Before, when Black Sakura was not dormant, he could still tell Black Sakura what was in his heart. Now it's not possible, the little pink thing has taken over his body. What's the reason? He turned his face and didn't recognize people after changing his personality. Fortunately, he is a good person and doesn't care about pink Sakura. If it were someone else, he would probably do an earthquake. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was a good person who abided by the rules and principles. Now he didn't use any handle to threaten pink Sakura, and made all kinds of small-time remarks like "you don't want to write." After returning home, he leaned on the sofa, guessing that the two Yukatos had thought it through. His heart sank, and his whole consciousness entered the sealed space. The next second, Naruto asked before he opened his eyes. "How is your thinking?" The two Yukatos turned their heads to look at him, paused for a second, and continued to change clothes. Your clothes are really big." Naruto complimented for a second, and then returned to his original state. "Such a long time, is it enough for you to think it through?" "Well, I have thought it through." The two Yukatos looked at him calmly. "I promise you, I have no other choice." "Ah? How can you say that there is no choice?" Naruto said in a fake manner, pointing to the endless end at the back of the sealed space. "I said I would let you go. You can try to see if you can walk out of this space. It's quite big here." "Hat." The two Yukato sneered. Naruto didn't mind. If the two Yukato didn't complain, he would be terrified. For him, this was the most terrible thing. It's good to have complaints, which proves that there is still room for bribery. Kumagakure is her hometown, but it's a gang district. She can't take the hometown feelings away. It's much easier to pass through a place where the one with the bigger fist has the better say than a place like Konoha where hypocrisy and light coexist. I still say that, there is no construction without destruction. Naruto looked at her. "Kumagakure has offended me, I remember it clearly now, I need it now, and Kumagakure must establish a new order. Do you understand what I mean? I have always avoided saying harsh words to you before, just because I don't want you to be unhappy before being tied to the same rope with me. What's the difference? Anyway, I will agree to you, after all, there is no way out." The two Yukato understood what Naruto meant and stopped being arrogant. She is not a hypocritical person. This is a decision she made after thinking it through. One cannot be a whore and then pretend to be a saint. Since she is ready to go to Green Cloud Village, she will sit there until the end. It's different. Now you are my subordinate. I have something to say in advance. Naruto said expressionlessly, "I am a person with principles in doing things. I will do what I want to do in a roundabout way. I can threaten you, and I can also threaten others. If you don't do it, there are people who are willing to do it. In any case, I will take over Cloud Village. Do you understand?" The two Yukatos were slightly shocked, and their hearts beat for the first time in a long time. On one hand, they were shocked that Cloud Village had offended this person, and on the other hand, they were glad that they stood on the side of evil. In her cognition, Naruto is the embodiment of evil. He has a grand name on his lips, but he uses all kinds of means behind the scenes. Compared with him, the guys in Cloud Village are just a group of muscular brothers in conspiracy and intrigue. The most important thing is that the other party is also a Jinchuriki, and he has no father or mother and a low moral bottom line, which is almost equivalent to having no soft spots. Unless he falls in love with a woman and lives a life of drunkenness and dreaming. "I understand." She nodded and knew her own fate, which was probably to be thrown into a place for training, which was similar to purgatory. "I understand, then I'll let you go." Naruto said. What's wrong? Have you developed feelings for this place?" Naruto looked at her with some confusion. "No, it's just shouldn't I go somewhere to train?" she asked. "Oh, that, you don't need to." Naruto waved his hand and said, "They are too weak, and they are of no use to me. I can only let them practice first. As for you, you are already strong enough, and it is difficult for me to find a suitable opponent for you. Don't harm my training ground, go out and do something practical." Hearing this, the two Yama people's eyelids twitched slightly. What do practical things? It means that she should go to harm the hidden Cloud Village. But she obviously overestimated the bottom line of a certain black-hearted boss. Naruto looked at her and thought she had understood. So he didn't bother to hide it and spoke. "Do me a favor, don't tell anyone." Kitchen. The two Yuki who were frying in front of the stove had their faces burned by the high temperature of the flames. She was gritting her teeth to endure the endless humiliation, but she couldn't tell anyone. This damn nine-tails Jinchuriki actually asked her to cook. He said that there was a shortage of manpower recently and he wanted to go home to eat a hot meal. Damn it. Even if she was asked to assassinate or do a top-secret mission, the first thing she did after regaining her freedom was to be a cook for the boss. Damn it. Naruto lay on the sofa, listening to the movement in the kitchen, and couldn't help showing a comfortable look on his face. Sakura went home. He had said before that he would give her time to think about it, so she would naturally pretend to be more like her. In fact, she had no choice. Now she couldn't go to work or contact others. The only ones she could contact were her parents, who didn't contact her much, and Naruto, who knew the inside story. If she didn't accept the reconciliation, she would lose the memory of those 6 years. Give the little girl some time to accept the memory and become a big girl. Memory should not affect personality, but through various muscle memories, some skills can be quickly mastered. In the huge house, only the two Yukito and Naruto live. He has not left the village yet, so he will naturally not let the two Yukito go alone. Apartment 404 on Konoha Street. Naruto is unshakable, and the next sentence cannot be said. The resident has changed from Sakura to the two Yukito, and the perception has changed again. Yukito's life is deeper than Sakura, and it is very pleasing to watch. But whether it is Pink Sakura or Hydrangea, Kurama Yakumo or the two Yukito, he did not mess around. Although he is also lustful, he will not be unable to walk when he sees a woman, and he can still distinguish the truth. He can threaten his subordinates to work for him openly, but he will not use his subordinates as a hidden rule. Tools can have no rest time and no benefits, but they cannot be without dignity. For him, there are only two types of tools, those who can work hard all the time, and those who work hard and give back. It is better to go both ways for this kind of thing, aiming to gain one's own life value. Is the dish ready? Naruto reached out and took the intimate paradise and continued to watch, shouting. It's almost done, it's almost done. Airwayama wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't expect that his first battle of betrayal in his lifetime would be in the kitchen. This man really deserves to die. She muttered in a low voice. What did you just say? I said you should cook next time. I don't want to do this. Airwayama took the dish out of the pot and took it out, then took off the apron around his neck. Isn't this good? I don't know how to do it either. Are you afraid of vomiting when you eat the things you want to make with me? Naruto was a little embarrassed. This is all training. Just bear it for a while. Be patient. Airwayama was in a complicated mood and didn't know how to refuse for a while. After all, he lowered his proud head and nodded. Yet, since Airwayama came out, Naruto no longer has to go out to eat. It feels really good to have someone make breakfast, but the taste is a bit weird. The matter of Hyuga has matured, and more branches have unlocked the caged bird. More people means that the common secret is more fragile, and there will always be a day of collapse. Naruto is not nervous, he is waiting for this day. Explode fiercely, shoot no, give the main family a big psychological shock. The caged bird is an ancient curse, and it's not updated quickly to take advantage of the change of times, at least fix a bug or something. Now it's good, something went wrong. Relying on the decline of the Uzumaki clan, not many people know the sealing technique, right? Things happened on the morning of the third day after Naruto removed the caged bird from the 48th branch family young man. A branch family girl fell from the roof while doing odd jobs in the main family. She was not seriously injured, just fainted. But the bandage on her forehead was loose, and the old man of the branch family found that the caged bird mark on her forehead disappeared. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the entire Hyuga clan was suddenly shaken. The main family held an emergency meeting, and the branch family girl also ushered in her own judgment day after waking up. Chapter 385. The bird out of the cage. Boldly watching, Hinata's heart was in turmoil. If you want to talk about flirting, it's still Naruto. When the Hyuga clan was in trouble, the old brother Hyuga Hayashi was busy like a dog, and he took advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters and asked the eldest princess of Hyuga to come out. There is also a cat-girl sister at home. Although the relationship between the two is pure, they only cook and stir-fry two side dishes occasionally. But it's hard to explain this kind of thing, so Naruto decided to avoid suspicion. I haven't seen you for a long time. Naruto hugged Hinata and kissed her hard. Distance creates beauty, and this sentence also applies to love. Hinata smiled softly and was also very happy. I want to see you too, but... Well, let's not talk about this. Naruto changed the subject at the right time. He could tell with his feet that brother Hayashi was interfering and trying to break up the couple. He said he would not talk about it, but his hands were not idle, swinging around Hinata's waist. He would not pretend to be a gentleman in front of Hinata, who was almost confirming their relationship. It's legal and astringent, and it's not astringent. Naruto. Hinata's voice came out of her nose, with a hesitant expression, and she said through gritted teeth, I'm a little worried the family. What happened? Naruto let go of Hinata, looking ignorant, and his acting skills were natural. A sister of a branch family, the caged birthmark on her head disappeared. Hinata said with a pale face, a little worried, the main family and the elders are meeting. Yeah, isn't this a good thing? Naruto pulled his hand away. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. She stood under the bamboo forest, which happened to be the place where he opened the caged bird for the branch family. Is she the only one whose caged bird disappeared? Naruto asked. I don't know, just when I wanted to understand it more carefully, you called me out. Hinata was confused, and blinked innocently. Maybe the caged bird has expired and has completely lost its effect. Naruto lied with his eyes open, I think this is a good thing, everything is difficult at the beginning. Maybe this is an opportunity to solve the caged bird problem in Hyuga, don't you think so, Hinata? Yet. She obviously didn't have much confidence. The caged bird has a long history, and only Hyuga has such an orderly structure of master and servant. It is said to be an ancient family, but in fact it is too big to be removed. The only thing that Hyuga can show off is its foundation, and it can't produce any truly influential people from outside. There are constant internal conflicts and family discord. The genius of this generation is from the branch family, and the two eldest daughters of the patriarch's family have average combat capabilities, but their bloodline is good. To put it bluntly, they are suitable to be wives. As an ancient family, they naturally understand the importance of improving the purity of bloodline. Even if they don't understand the principle, they know the benefits of doing so. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the innate power. In Naruto's view, this is the purpose of the mixed bloods, to purify their bloodline by having sex with women with pure bloodlines in order to enable the next generation to master more powerful power. And the way for the pure-blooded Otsutsuki to increase their strength is to devour each other, and the one with higher bloodline devours the one with lower bloodline to evolve themselves. The next generation of the main family may produce a few characters, but in Naruto's view, it is better for him to work hard on this job. And the father-in-law obviously saw that he had improper intentions towards Hinata, and he was unwilling to become a breeding tool for Hyuga, so he caused trouble for himself. He probably said something about propriety and shame to Hinata and forbade her to meet him. It is indeed a traditional family, and they look happy and content. The triangle is the most harmonious shape. What's wrong with those who are capable doing more work? Putting aside the facts, is the father-in-law right? Is it right to say that? The cold and trembling, the inferior man. Hinata Hayashi obviously didn't know that he had become the inferior man. He didn't have time to pay attention to Naruto at this moment. He was busy dealing with the problem of the ineffectiveness of the caged bird in the branch family. The atmosphere in the courtyard was depressing. More than a dozen members of the main family sat on the low table. They were of different ages, and all had smooth foreheads. Outside the low table, some important members of the branch family were kneeling. There was not even a seat, which showed how hastily this meeting was held. And the content of the meeting made people feel even more depressed. The caged bird of the branch family disappeared inexplicably. It was like seeing a ghost, even more outrageous than seeing a ghost. The girl of the branch family was thin, kneeling on the tatami, with her head deeply touching the ground. The whole person was trembling, sobbing constantly, and dared not stand up and raise her head. Everyone's eyes looked back and forth at the girl's body, although they could not see her face or forehead. But seeing that there was no bandage on her forehead, they were immediately shocked. The main family had mixed feelings, with anger and fear on their faces. The means of gaining privileges actually had a flaw. Was it an accident? If so, it would be best to make up for it immediately. The branch family knelt in the back, looking at the girl kneeling in the middle with a complicated expression. A bird out of a cage, who doesn't want to be the exception? But while envious, they were also afraid. After all, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Hyuga's caged bird rule has been in place for many years, how could it be changed just like that? No one wants to be a slave, and they are not masochists. Everyone is here, let's talk about it. Hyuga Hayashi sat in the first seat and spoke. Have you found out the cause of the matter? A senior elder of the main family asked, with an extraordinary demeanor and an old and frail appearance. If you can't find out, just say it disappeared automatically. A person from the branch family stepped out, knelt down and bowed his head. What a joke, disappearing automatically. Another hot-tempered elder of the main family couldn't stand it anymore, and scolded the trembling girl in the middle. Tell me quickly. What means were used to erase it? Did they collude with foreign tribes to try to seize the foundation of Hyuga? Hyuga has a chicken neck foundation. Ninkai, who was kneeling down with his head down, suddenly recalled what Naruto said that day, as if every word confirmed the face of the main family. They only need obedient slaves, not equal clan members. If the slaves disappeared, how would the masters and ladies survive? They can't really wash their own clothes, right? If the Byakugan is really so important, why is the Hyuga clan still in such a dead state? It is said to be the largest clan in Konoha, but apart from the largest number of slaves, it is not the first in any other place. This is fucking pua. What is the overall situation? What is the overall situation of a family? There are so many families in the village, which family treats its members as slaves? Ninkai remembered that he didn't really listen to Naruto's words that day. Why did he remember everything now? This is really strange. I didn't. The girl cried, raising her face to reveal her smooth forehead. Sure enough, the caged bird-mark had disappeared. Ningji could only see the back of the girl, but the voice sounded familiar. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered the innocent girl who first untied the caged bird. Hinata Sachiko. The number of branch families is more than that of the main family, after all, they are used by servants. The name is also very casual, probably hastily given when the baby was born. He remembered Sachiko's surprised and frightened eyes when she untied the caged bird, which made people feel a little distressed. Branch families seem to be born inferior to others, and even becoming a normal person is a luxury. In the bamboo forest, Hinata blushed because of Naruto's teasing. She was originally worried about the family, but was interrupted by Naruto's physical force, and she couldn't think of anything else. I want to go back and take a look. Hinata suddenly said, I don't want to wait here, even if I can only know one result. It would be strange if Naruto could let Hinata go back at this time, and he took her away by coaxing and deceiving her. At this time, Hinata would never go back. Just kidding, this is the moment he was waiting for. How could he get Hinata without destroying the Hyuga clan? If the father-in-law hadn't done something, Hyuga would still be a traditional big family. But now the father-in-law is preventing Hinata from meeting him, and he also wants Hinata to digest it internally and pin his hopes on the next generation. Aunt can tolerate it, but uncle can't. It's too spicy. Fortunately, Hinata is a love-brained person, and she can't find her way after a few words of deception. Naruto opened his mouth with the standard three-piece set of scumbags, which shocked Hinata greatly. Your father and the others are fine. Don't be afraid. I'm here. But although I'm not from the Hyuga clan, I like you. Sooner or later, we will merge into one. In the future, our children will be the blood of the Hyuga clan, and I will be the father of the Hyuga clan. Bah, I made a slip of the tongue. Naruto said awkwardly, I mean that Hyuga Hayashi-sama will definitely find a way to solve the problem, not to mention that this caged bird incident may be an opportunity. Opportunity? Yes, the Hyuga clan can't go on like this. Sooner or later, relatives will turn against each other. Naruto asked, you have to believe in Hayashi-sama, and you have to believe in Niji. Okay. Hinata was a little confused. While she was hesitating, Naruto had already kissed her closely. The wet kisses made Hinata's reason collapse a little. The thoughts in her mind just gathered and dissipated, turning into various shapes. After all, it was in the wilderness, and Naruto was not too radical. It was just to distract Hinata's attention. He was looking forward to seeing the end of this farce. The bird in the cage could not be locked. What kind of consequences would it cause? In the courtyard, the main family members were very emotional, and they began to attack the kneeling girl in the middle with fierce words. Only Hyuga Hayashi, who was sitting in the first seat, was unusually calm, frowning and not speaking. At the same time, he also noticed a detail that others did not notice. The branch families waiting in the courtyard kept looking from inside, even if they only raised their heads occasionally while bowing respectfully, their eyes were very bold. Not peeping, but looking with concern. It is understandable for the main family members to do this, and their status will give a person great confidence. But the branch family has always been respectful and has been strictly taught by their elders since childhood. They should not look at the main family's things that they should not look at. A series of behaviors of the branch family, including the crying girl, made Hyuga Hayashi feel that the situation was gradually getting out of control. It seemed that everything changed from an unknown time. Chapter 386 Willing to be in a cage, in order to break the cage. Ningji was calm, lowered his head and listened to the sobbing of the girl in the hall without saying a word. He knew in his heart that now was not the time to speak. But when this thought came to his mind, he was suddenly shocked. He had never thought about these problems before. He only practiced and became stronger in his heart. All the training and hard work were just for the breath in his heart, to prove that geniuses can also appear in the branch family, and to prove that the bird in the cage was a mistake. All the way, looking back, all he saw was the twisted boy who practiced in the rain, the genius with broken wings. Naively thought that as long as he had resentment in his heart, as long as he became the strongest, perhaps in the past, he would be extremely excited to see the dawn of breaking the cage. But with more experience, he realized that the real cage is invisible. Later, too many things happened, and his mind became much calmer. After the sharpness was worn away, he felt more relieved about fate and more calm. By the river outside the bamboo forest, the water was gurgling continuously, and Hinata and Naruto sat side by side. There was a dense bamboo shade above their heads, and there were pebbles under their feet, which was a bit awkward. Ninkai is becoming more and more like a clan leader now. I think it would be best if Hyuga could be handed over to him. Naruto glanced at Hinata, and he could only say this in front of Hinata. After all, he is one of us. As long as we don't attack Brother Hayashi personally, there will be no problem. Brother Ninkai. Hinata didn't know what to say. Her father seemed to want to train Hanabi as his successor, but Hanabi is too weak. I'm afraid she can't beat Ninkai even if she tries hard for 8 lifetimes. Naruto hit the nail on the head and didn't show any mercy to his sister-in-law. Naruto Hinata was speechless. Did he say that to his sister-in-law? Although she is not here, Hanabi is still very powerful. I don't know if Hanabi is powerful or not, but you are very powerful. Naruto continued to hold Hinata and play with her, taking advantage of the situation at this critical moment. Even if there was a fire in Hyuga, it would not interfere with Naruto's happiness. This was something he had been planning for half a month, and he finally made it to this day. Taking Hinata away was also part of the plan, intentionally letting her avoid the upheaval in Hyuga. Without a sense of participation, it would not be so difficult to accept when she knew the result. Hina has always been the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, which made Naruto particularly painful. What era is it, and she still has to be tied up at home as a traditional woman. The little fairies on a certain planet have started to fight Star Wars, and this must be criticized to death. In order to protect Hinata from being cyberbullied, Naruto decided to pull his father-in-law down for her. He broke the seal of the bird in the cage, and the rest was handed over to Niji. The tangible shackles were broken, and the intangible shackles could only be broken by themselves. And Hinata is destined to break that thick and pathetic barrier, and Naruto will take this opportunity to break the barrier between him and Hinata that he wants but cannot get. Even if he gets hurt and bleeds, it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, he is really a good person. It's all worth it. The father-in-law's determination to change Hinata is like a middle-aged man who can't stop peeing, and now he finally pees. Ningji got the opportunity to redeem the branch family. Hinata got him, perfect. Naruto, let's chat for a while, don't touch. Hinata is really afraid of him. Every time he talks well, his hands are not honest. Ah? What? Naruto was selectively deaf. Is that so? Then let's talk about dreams? Hinata, what is your dream? He asked this, and his hands did not stop moving. Hinata blushed. This place was still in the wild, luckily no one came. I have 2 dreams: to become an excellent ninja, and then to be a housewife. She spoke intermittently, and Naruto shook his head. Hinata's physical fitness was not as good as his. She had trained her physique by traveling all day long. You are a jonin now, right? He suddenly remembered that Hinata mentioned this to him some time ago. I have been for a long time. Hinata's voice was a little resentful. I wanted to tell you, but my father, my dear, I can't meet you. My father-in-law is so mean. he even interferes with free love. Damn, I am too kind. Then I must give him a gift, a grandson. Well, there is nothing I can do about it. Naruto said this, and took out the wholesale gift from the sealed space. An exquisite crystal pendant exudes a warm light in the sun. Even if it is purchased in large quantities, the style and quality are absolutely excellent. Besides, the trend of jewelry changes every few years, and it is always retro. There is no need to worry about not keeping up with the trend. It's okay as long as it looks good. Congratulations on becoming a Jonin, Hinata. Naruto said while holding the necklace in one hand. Thank you, Naruto. She was very touched, but she hoped that Naruto would put it on her with both hands instead of one hand. Why can't the other hand be idle? It's okay. When it comes to feelings, I like to keep it slow and steady. Naruto said affectionately. Hinata wanted to say that she had felt it, but her face seemed to be burned by fire. She lowered her head and hummed. There were insects chirping and birds singing all around, bamboo forests were shady, and streams were gurgling. Ningji was not as leisurely as Naruto. The masters of the main family in the hall were still discussing how to punish Hinata Sachiko, and the Hinata branch family kneeling in the courtyard was ready to make a move. The girl kneeling on the ground could no longer cry, but her body kept shaking. The bird in the cage must be marked again. How could the mark fall off naturally? There must be something hidden. We must investigate it and investigate it thoroughly. The elder of the main family was emotional. Maybe it's an exceptional case. It's better to check in the branch family first to see if there are similar things happening. Another elder of the main family advised. Let's check it first. If it's man-made, we'll talk about it later. Hinata Hayashi sighed and spoke. What about her? A member of the main family asked in a bad tone. Hinata Hayashi was silent for a moment and pondered. First, add a caged bird mark to prevent the situation from escalating further. Ningji, who was kneeling at the end of the hall, suddenly raised his head and looked at Hyuga Hayashi. He could understand the intense reaction of the main family, but this was also an opportunity, wasn't it? In order to prevent the situation from escalating, the caged bird mark should be added. This is not a bandage. It can be easily torn off after being hung. Is the branch family really unimportant? Sure enough, no matter how gorgeous the words are, they are not as real as actions. Hinata Sachiko, who was kneeling in the hall, heard that she was going to be cursed with the caged bird seal, and her body trembled like a sieve. If she was hit again, she would inevitably be punished by the main family. The caged bird attack caused heart-wrenching pain, which ordinary people could not bear at all. At the least, they would become incontinent, and at the worst, they would become a fool or a disabled person. The main family is now too lazy to maintain even the superficial respect. There is no face inside, and the meaning of the existence of the branch family is indeed unimportant. They have the same blood, but they have to distinguish between the superior and the inferior. Come here. An elder of the clan called for someone. This kind of thing is usually done by the branch family, and of course the seal is naturally done by the clan family. After all, it is a core technology that cannot be touched by the people of the branch family. But this time, no one responded after shouting twice in a row, and the elder of the clan could not help but feel a little angry. Are the people outside deaf? You have no rules. Come in quickly, I think you are getting more and more excessive. Are you going to rebel? There was a lot of noise outside, and finally someone came in. But it was not one or two, but more than a dozen people. I don't know when some people from the branch family appeared outside, silently surrounding outside. The elder of the clan with a bad temper had his eyelids twitching fiercely, gritted his teeth and roared like thunder. You are simply courting death. You bitches. The attitude of the main family members is not as bad as this old man's, but the prejudice is deep-rooted. Even if their brothers and sisters are from the branch family, in the subconscious of the main family members, class is higher than family affection. Ningji, Hinata, and Hanabi are exceptions. First, because Hyuga Hayashi died for his brother Hayashi, the rigid Hyuga Hayashi was touched. Second, Hyuga Hayashi did not want his two daughters to be marked as caged birds, so he deliberately downplayed the concept of the main family and the branch family, and emphasized family affection. Therefore, Hinata and Hanabi still have a good relationship. If you beat once you are in the caged bird, even if you are the daughter of the clan leader, you will not be bullied at most. In essence, you are still a branch family. The pitiful thick barrier is the caged bird. We have never thought of rebelling, we are just rejecting you, Lord Rizu, Lord Taiwan," and a young branch family member bravely stood up. Starting from the middle, they read out the names of all the main family members present one by one, with a steady voice and no fear on their faces. "Sachiko will not be marked with the caged bird mark again unless we are all killed. Rebellion." All rebelled. The hot-tempered elder laughed in anger, stretched out his hand and made a gesture to activate the caged bird seal, but found that the man was standing there unharmed. The wind passed through the courtyard, and nothing happened. "What's going on? You?" The elder expanded the scope, but found that it was useless. "Damn it! How can it be ineffective? Are you?" The branch family members standing in the hall did not move at all, and even their expressions did not change. They stared at the elder coldly without saying a word. Hinata Hayashi frowned, as if he had guessed something, and spoke lightly. "It's already like this, there's no need to hide it, you can wrap your forehead with take off all the bandages." The dozen or so branches were a little unsure when they heard this, and they all looked at the young man in the lead. The young man was also a little nervous, but now he had no choice but to bite the bullet. "Take it off," he said. He took the lead in untying the white bandage on his forehead, and the remaining branches followed suit. Hula hoo, dozens of branches in the hall and the courtyard took off the bandages. Their foreheads were smooth and there was no trace of the bird in the cage. The main family members who were sitting in the upper seats were in an uproar, and they all stood up, and they were stunned. The bird in the cage was untied, and the code was deciphered on a large scale. "You! How dare you do this? Unlock the seal privately!" The elder shouted angrily, "Who gave you the right to do this? Who allowed you to do this?" "Taiwan, calm down, things haven't reached that point yet." Another elder of the main family came out to persuade, and then turned to the people of the branch family. "Let's make things clear first. Maybe there is a misunderstanding. There is still a chance to remedy the mistakes in time. This is not a mistake." The young man of the branch family knew that he could not argue with those old guys, but he couldn't help but join in. "The bird in the cage is a mistake. We are no longer a branch family. We are members of the Hyga clan, not a branch family." There was a lot of noise in the hall, and the kneeling girl was pulled up by her companions and supported to stand aside. Hyga Hayashi's eyes swept over everyone, and finally fixed on Ninkai. Hyga Niji seemed to have sensed something, raised his head and looked at Hyga Hayashi, his eyes calm. "Nonsense, the main family branch system has continued to exist for hundreds of years. This is the rule set by our ancestors." The elder was furious and wanted to take action immediately. But he couldn't act rashly without Hinata Hayashi's order. Even if there were only a few inferior branch family members on the opposite side, their fighting power was not up to par. "Ancestor!" The young man snorted coldly, "Since we are a branch family, let the branch family manage it, and don't bother the elders of the main family." "What did you say? Ancestor must think so too. That young man is not afraid at all, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger." The elders of the main family were so angry at the rebellious words that they laughed, and their eyes were cold. "Since it can't be convinced, just suppress it directly. No matter it is 10 or 100 branches, in terms of resources and strength, the branches can't compete with the main family at all. Now they are thinking about splitting Hyga, which is ridiculous." The elders looked at the clan leader Hyga Hayashi, waiting for him to make a decision. The people of the branch family also looked at the stern clan leader, feeling a little uneasy. In front of the main family, they are just a group of rabble. They have no advantage in either righteousness or force, and probably only have a large number of people as their strength. The scene was quiet in an instant, and Hyga Hayashi's expression did not change, but he turned his head to look at Niji. "Ninkai, what do you think?" Hearing the voice, everyone turned their eyes to Niji, who had been silent. The elders of the main family looked at him angrily and impatiently, and instantly felt dissatisfied. What can a person from a branch family think? Maybe the caged birthmark on his head has been removed, and Master Hayashi has wasted his careful training for him. In the end, isn't he still a dog that can't be fed? Ningji raised his head when he heard the voice, first looked around, and carefully observed the expressions on the faces of the elders of the main family. He read all the details. Finally, he looked at the branch family standing in the center, and then stood up silently. He said nothing, walked to the front of the hall and knelt down, stretched out his hand to untie the bandage on his forehead. The people of the main family clasped their hands and sneered, the people of the branch family looked nervous, and Hyuga Hayashi frowned slightly. They all stared at Niji's forehead, as if waiting for the lottery. Swish, swish, the bandages were untied one by one. Starting from the last layer, the blue caged bird mark was revealed. Chapter 387 Hyuga changes. If you lose the deer, you must drive it away. When the caged bird mark on Niji's forehead was revealed, the faces of several people in the main family were obviously not good. They felt like they were hit hard. Still keep it. Why is it still kept? Doesn't he want to untie the caged bird? The people of the branch family exclaimed in surprise. They naturally knew that Niji had led them to untie the caged bird, and subconsciously thought that he should be the first to untie it. But who could have known that the caged bird on Niji's forehead was still preserved? Why didn't why didn't he untie it? Yeah, didn't he want us to try first? Shut up, don't talk so loudly. Hayashi-sama has done Niji-sama a favor, wouldn't it be ungrateful to untie it? Even if it is an experiment, there have been so many cases. Hinata Hayashi was silent, and Niji did not choose to untie the caged bird. But many young people from the branch families behind him have untied it, and these people are the future pillars of the branch families. Punish all of them, let all the young people from the branch families play caged birds again? This is obviously unrealistic. Even if it is forced to do so, Hyuga will also face a strong backlash. Without the protection of the branch family, the main family is no longer the main family. Besides, the caged birds planted by the new generation of the branch family have all been untied, which is obviously not a coincidence. If it can be untied once, does it mean that it can be untied a second time? But if it is left alone, there will be no difference between the branch family and the main family. The contradiction between the main family, the branch family and the main family has long been formed. How should the main family deal with it in the future? Even if Hinata Hayashi is used to seeing big storms, he still feels that the current situation is extremely tricky. Frowning slightly, he was unsure for a while and could only wait and see. Hayashi is asked for my opinion? Ninkai stood up and stood in front of a group of young people from the branch families. The blue caged bird curse on his forehead was particularly eye-catching among the smooth foreheads, and his long black hair was hanging down. He just raised his head and looked at the people of the main family quietly, without any emotion on his face. I have no opinion. I don't know about other branch families. If the adults of the main family need someone to serve in the future, I am happy to serve. The words were like a soft nail, which made the adults sitting in the upper seats uncomfortable again. The elders of the main family stared at Ninkai and looked at the ugly mark on his forehead. Those high-sounding reasons and family sacrifices were particularly ironic at this moment. The future of the Hyuga branch family all stands here, without any omission. Ninkai said neither humbly nor arrogantly, I think they should listen to their opinions instead of asking me, the person with the caged bird tattoo. After all, Hyuga Ninkai looked at the most irritable elder of the main family, paused and continued, they are the majority of the branch families, and I am just a minority. This puts the question back to Hyuga Hayashi. What Niji said is not wrong. He is indeed a minority among the younger generation of the branch family. The last caged bird, there will be emotions only when there is a comparison. Ningji is standing at the front of the branch family at this moment, with the caged bird tattooed on his head. The whole person is like a yin-yang line illuminated by the sun. In front is the arrogant main family, and behind is the younger generation of the branch family who dares to fight. On one side is the lofty power, and on the other side is the burning fire of resistance. And he, tattooed the bird in the cage, stood at the front of the branch family. Because of his existence, the main family could not blame the branch family, but made the main family look ugly. Because of him, the anger of the branch family has been accumulating, which in contrast has strengthened the faith of the hesitant young generation of the branch family. I would rather die standing than kneel like a dog. Behind Ninkai, the young man from the branch family stood up and shouted at the elders of the main family with gritted teeth. We will not compromise. Either destroy the bird in the cage or kill us. Since you look down on us, Hinata only needs the main family in the future, and there is no need for branch families. I really want to see how the elder of the main family will plan the branch family. Will he label some of the main families as caged birds and continue to serve as branch families? If so, I will look forward to it. Hinata Hayashi knew very well that no matter how this matter was resolved, from now on, the main and branch Hyuga families would cease to exist. The caged bird was exposed, just like underwear that had not been washed for several years. The main family members stood like sculptures, and Hinata Hayashi waved his hand and said, "We will discuss this matter later. Since the seal has been unlocked, there is no reason to put it back. Give us some time to discuss, and it will not be too late to explain the decision later." Hearing this, Niji bowed and retreated honestly. He still respected Hinata Hayashi very much, and he did not unlock the caged bird, which was worthy of Hinata Hayashi. When the branch family members saw Niji retreat, they simply followed suit and retreated. There were only the main family members left in the hall, and Hinata Hayashi had to take charge of the overall situation. He glanced at the elders of the main family and said with dignity, "At this point, there is nothing to discuss. Hayashi, are we going to compromise?" The elder asked unconvincedly. "Yes." Hyuga Hayashi nodded and said, "From now on, the branch family no longer needs to be printed with the bird in the cage, and all resources in the clan are open to all Hyuga clan members." "Are you crazy?" A taciturn elder of the main family couldn't help but speak, staring at Hyuga Hayashi. "Then what should we do?" "The same as them." "Why? Is the main family nobler than the branch family? Don't forget that the Hyuga clan is weakening, brothers are at odds, and sisters are enemies." Hyuga Hayashi's voice was cold. Hearing this, everyone in the main family couldn't help but choke. Hyuga family affection is weak, and it is normal for brothers to be polite to each other on the surface, but to never communicate with each other in secret. But these old guys don't care, they just want benefits. As the clan leader, I didn't lead the Hyuga clan to grow, but instead there was a situation like today. I will be responsible for this and resign from the position of clan leader indefinitely from today. What? Resign as the clan leader? Just for this? Rizu, you are confused. The main family members were talking at once, not even discussing the bird in the cage. Hyuga Hayashi had opened a big hole in the roof, so how could he care about the window now? Now it seems that the abolition of the bird in the cage has become a foregone conclusion. After all, no matter what, the branch family is an important part of the Hyuga family. Without the support of the branch family, the main family can hardly stand alone in the ninja world surrounded by wolves. Unless they want to exterminate the clan, they will think of suppressing the branch family by force. After all, they have unlocked the seal for you, and the rice has been cooked. It's too late to say anything. In this case, there is not much difference between the branch family and the main family. If Hyuga Hayashi suddenly resigns as the head of the clan, the position of the head of the clan must be competed for by the branch family and the main family at the same time, and it is not certain who will win. Especially among the existing young generation, only Hyuga Niji can be called a genius. But he is from the branch family, so the position of the head of the clan is not. Hayashi, you are crazy. What does this have to do with the position of the head of the clan? Ridiculous, just untie it. The branch family is far less powerful than the main family. Why make such a decision? It's ridiculous. What if we let them untie it? The water was gurgling by the stream. Hinata hugged Naruto, looked at him with pleading eyes, and said, "Don't do it here. I know my limits." Naruto withdrew his hand and stood up, pointing in the direction of Hinata and said, "The matter should be almost resolved. Let's go back and take a look." "Naruto. What's wrong?" he asked with his head down. Hinata bit her lower lip, looked up at him, and said with a red face, "Sitting for too long, my legs are weak." "It's okay, I'll carry you over." Naruto has the capital, and picked up Princess Hinata, easily and effortlessly. Hinata only looks heavy, but it is actually an illusion brought by the rich granary. Her whole body frame is very light, and the total weight of her whole body does not exceed 42 kilograms. Naruto actually measured other data, 91E59-86. It is not without reason that Hinata is popular. Who would not like a beautiful girl who is approachable and approachable? She is delicate and has a good temper. Am I very heavy? Hinata was a little embarrassed. No, it's a gift from God. Naruto said without blushing, the heaviest part of the human body is water. If you lose some of it, you will be much lighter. The weather is so hot now. Although you don't sweat much, you still lose some water. Hinata's face instantly turned red, and she buried her head in his chest without saying a word. How can the water be so clear? Because there is a source of living water. The human body is a treasure house that can never be squeezed dry. Just as thirst will cause the internal osmotic pressure to increase, stimulating the hypothalamus, and transmitting to the cerebral cortex through bad nerves. thus regulating the body to avoid exhausting the pond. Back in Hyga, the argument was over as expected. Hyga Hayashi announced that the caged bird would be abolished, and the branch family that still had the caged bird tattooed could request to remove it. At the same time, the system of the main family and the branch family was abolished. At the same time, Hyga Hayashi announced his resignation as the head of the clan and took responsibility for the matter. After everything was settled, Hinata was still a little dazed. It was not that she was reluctant to give up the privileges of the main family, but that she was a little worried that the family members would turn against each other and retaliate wantonly. Just as her father was no longer the head of the clan, it meant that he would no longer participate in family disputes. After all, she was also a member of the Hyga clan, and she would prosper and suffer with the Hyga clan. It's okay, go back first. Naruto held Hinata's hand and walked through the gate of the Hyga clan for the first time. He was secretly happy in his heart. I finally got in. Although he had entered many doors, he had never walked through the back door or the gate of the Hyga clan. Hinata was a little nervous. It was the first time she entered the Hyga clan's residence with Naruto. The two of them were still holding hands. In such a chaotic situation, they would definitely be seen by others. But what surprised her was that the young people from the branch families she met along the way had smooth foreheads. They seemed to be selectively blind and completely ignored her and Naruto. The atmosphere was really weird, and Hinata's heart couldn't help but beat. Until she met Niji coming out of the clan leader's house, the bandage on his forehead had been untied, and there was still the mark of the bird in the cage. Hinata? Naruto? Ninkai was stunned for a moment, but still greeted them. No outsiders usually enter the Hyga garrison, but Naruto is obviously not an outsider in the eyes of the branch family. After all, it was Naruto who unlocked the caged bird mark for them. More importantly, the people of the Hyga clan have an advantage: they don't like to spread gossip. Brother Ninkai. Hinata glanced at the eye-catching blue caged bird mark on Ninkai's forehead, and couldn't help feeling guilty, because she was also a member of the main family. But Ninkai was very frank, without any intention of covering up. Ninkai, I didn't notice it before, this mark is quite beautiful. Naruto didn't have so many scruples and said with a smile. Hearing this, Hinata was suddenly startled and subconsciously pulled Naruto's sleeve. She thought, how could such words be said casually? Brother Ninkai would definitely be angry. Unexpectedly, Ninkai was not angry, but a smile appeared on his face. Yes, I think it's pretty good too. Hinata was stunned. She didn't know what Niji and Naruto were planning. She didn't know how uncomfortable Niji's last caged bird made the main family feel. It's disgusting to stand on the moral high ground. The main family is now weak and powerless. The caged bird is useless. Niji is the only one left in the younger generation who hasn't removed the curse seal. I'll take Hinata home first. You go and do your work first. Naruto took the initiative to say. Yet. Niji nodded, gestured to Hinata and left. Hinata held Naruto's hand tightly, and seemed a little confused facing the unknown life in the future. In just half a day, a huge change happened in Hyga. Naruto. It's okay, I'm here. It is precisely because of his presence that it is more unstable. Without him, Hyga would not change so quickly. Perhaps, the abandonment of the caged bird will be in 10 or even 20 years. At least in Hyga Hayashi's imagination, this is a slow and peaceful process. But he did not expect that the transformation of Hyga would be completed in such a radical way. Well, Naruto, you are so nice. Hinata looked at him with a dependent look. The latter felt a little guilty and did not dare to enter the clan leader's house. So he found an excuse, saying that it was too early to meet Lord Hayashi now, and Hinata was also a little nervous. So, the two parted at the door of Hinata's house. 3 days had passed since the change in Hyga, and Naruto and Niji met again in private. The location was in a small tea house, and the two sat in a closed box to talk. This time, Niji's forehead was smooth, and the caged bird mark was removed. Naruto was a little worried, but the brain probe was too dangerous, so he had to give up after thinking about it. Don't worry, this was solved by Master Hayashi himself. Niji took a sip of tea and said lightly. That being said, Naruto stopped talking halfway and changed the subject and asked, is the current Hyga close to what you imagined? Almost, but now there is no explicit distinction between the main family and the branch family, but there are still conflicts in secret. Niji said. The Hyga clan still has a long way to go, and the ideal family cannot be achieved in a short time. Then become the clan leader. Naruto put down the teacup and said nonchalantly, the Hyuga clan lost its power, and the main family and the branch family can chase it. This Hyuga clan is terminally ill, why not just turn it over? Chapter 388 The Daily Troubles of the Rich Woman. Ninkai glanced at him, took a sip of tea, put down the teacup and said. Now that things have come to this, I have no other choice. I still have to thank you, Naruto. Without you, perhaps the transformation would not have been completed so quickly. No need, the people of the main family can still find out the truth later. Naruto looked at the curling white smoke rising from the teacup on the table and waved his hand. Only if you become the clan leader can you calm things down. It's the best choice for us and for the future of Hyuga. Yet. Niji nodded, but it's not easy to become the clan leader. The people of the main family will do their best to oppose it. The branch family after all, the power is weak. I won't give advice on Hyuga's internal affairs. Naruto said with a smile, Hyuga has nothing to do with me after all, it's not appropriate to talk too much about it. But you can ask for help from outside when it's appropriate. The water in Hyuga is not that complicated. After all, it's just a few main families. Foreign help. Niji looked at him. Hyuga has always been neutral, but it can be non-neutral in the future. Naruto mentioned, go ask Kakashi, he should have a way. If you want to talk about the strongest, the third generation is still the strongest. He has been gone for so long. As a result, after a few years, Konoha is still full of the third generation, and the old guy Danzo has retired. Even if Danzo hasn't exploded gold coins for the time being, he has done a lot of dirty work. Unable to become Hokage and deprived of the leadership of the root, the ending is predictable. It was just a long wait day by day, waiting for the day when the gold coins would explode. Decades of hard work were destroyed, but he could only remain silent. While Hyuga was undergoing silent changes, a major event also happened in the village. The communicator was born and was quickly accepted by the young people of Konoha. This gadget is convenient and fast, and can realize radiating calls within the radius of Konoha. Not only within the range of Konoha village, but even outside Konoha, calls can still be realized. Of course, Konoha is a military ninja village, and communications must be monitored to a certain extent. But this does not hinder the popularity of the communicator, especially its price is not high. The intelligence department is rich and does not intend to make profits from the communicator. The profit will mainly come in the later stage, after the communication network is laid in the Land of Fire. In order to support Ino's career, in addition to the specially customized couple communicator given by Ino, he also secretly bought 4 or 5 communicators. All of them were thrown into a specific place in the sealed space, not for anything else, just for convenience. As for whether they could be received, it had nothing to do with him. He didn't use this thing very often, after all, words would fail, and if used too much, there would always be a time when things would go wrong. The 2 Yukato couldn't stand the treatment of the cook, and asked to go back to the sealed space directly. Naruto readily agreed, because Ino would come in 2 days. Open the window for ventilation, and wipe out all traces of odor in the room. In fact, this house is very clean. His relationship with his female subordinates is also innocent, just occasionally forcing them to work, nothing else. He doesn't have the habit of being a secretary, as long as it is not tedious, he will do it himself. But even so, regardless of the traces must be covered up after all. All the traces of the few people living there were wiped out, and the windows were opened for ventilation and cleaning. He cleaned several times, and only felt relieved after confirming that it was correct. Lying on the sofa, Naruto looked at the ceiling, thinking about the battle 2 days later. There was a sense of emptiness in his heart for no reason. It turned out that no matter how he traveled through time, he could not erase the fighting blood in his bones. Originally, he just wanted to get rid of the fate of the original owner and lie down in the village. Later, he thought that it would be enough to not show his edge and tease the little girl. But desire is like a rolling stone on a mountain, and fate has never let him go. Every time he has to do something to avoid being passive. He has accumulated enough resentment against this world of Shibai now, and decided to kill all those who prevented him from falling. In the most cruel way, revenge must be taken. Whether it is Obito, Uchiha Madara, or Black Zetsu, even Kumigakuer, Iwagakuer, Mist Agakuer, and Otsutsuki, drag them all into the water and torture them severely. After going through thousands of sales, he returned as a teenager, and still the scum ninja who would avenge his grudges. This time when he left the village, Naruto also had his own plans. Tsunade felt that her mission was completed and she didn't want to stay in the village for Konoha. Too much pressure. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. If the 5th generation stays in the village, it will be difficult for Kakashi to grow. As for Naruto, he stayed in the village only to cooperate with Tsunade to pull out the root organization. Now that the mission is completed, he should leave, and he is also afraid of failure. Ino and Hinata are both in the village. He can't stay here to play time management all the time. Trying every means to separate the two and take them out is the best way. Hinata has changed, and the father-in-law probably has no time to beware of him. This is a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Hinata is much more innocent than others. The midterm plan for laying communicators also requires leaving the village, and Ino will naturally leave with them. In the final analysis, Konoha's demons are all ready to leave now. Leaving a village that needs to be rebuilt to Kakashi, let Konoha recuperate and rejuvenate. As for Naruto, he is going to go to other villages. Shit ninjas never easily get rid of their shitty aura, they will only transfer the damage they have received. Clicking on Task 2 and Task 3, Naruto raised his eyebrows, and was about to go out to collect some interest from the major ninja villages. Now Danzo is just an old dog, there is no way to blame him. Uchiha Itachi will voluntarily die in Sasuke's hands sooner or later, and there is no point in blaming him. Naruto must find another object of hatred before he can do bad things with peace of mind. Bah! What bad things? Naruto sat up from the sofa suddenly, spitting in his face. This is the blessing of the ninja world, who made me come. I'm about to get a regular job, and my boss is about to get a new sister-in-law and a new car, and suddenly I came to this world. What a broken place, what a broken identity. The idea is clear, and victory is achieved. Naruto knows all this too well. The reason why people suffer is because their beliefs are not pure enough, and he is very pure. Since you want to pursue excitement, then carry it through to the end. Entering halfway is not what a real man does. The next day, he had planned to go to Xiaoli to reminisce about the past. Whenever Naruto had time, he would keep an eye on the news of his old friends and visit them when he knew they were free. Friendship has always been carefully maintained, even after adulthood, when it is bound by interests. But it still requires time and feelings, and Xiaoli is an exception. There is no interest between the two of them. Xiaoli is just a pure martial arts fanatic. So the two of them get along more happily. It's nothing more than Naruto standing in the shade to watch him train, and then making various anti-human training suggestions. Why not do a handstand long jump? Maybe the effect will be better. Naruto stroked his chin and said to Xiaoli in the number 5 training ground. That makes sense. I'll try it. The thick-browed Xiaoli suddenly realized, and turned over and stood upside down, supporting his body with one hand and preparing to use the power of one hand to long jump. He actually did it, and Naruto couldn't help but be dumbfounded. People really can't be compared. You have to know that Xiaoli didn't use chakra at all. This where can I go to reason? The blue sky was hot and the shade was cool. 996, 997 Xiaoli was training under the scorching sun, while Naruto squatted in the shade, squinting his eyes and watching the green figure moving slowly on the training ground. What should I eat later? Naruto took out a small comic book from Tsunade from the sealed space, thinking about something that everyone would think about. What to eat for lunch? Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a figure passing by. The familiar fragrance was delayed, and he couldn't help but put down the comic book in his hand and raised his head. Tian. Why are you here? Naruto didn't even bother to hide, he just held the comic book in his hand, and there was nothing to show. Tian had a bun tied with a red silk rope on his head, and wore a traditional collared suit, with fair and moist skin. His chest was bulging, and his face was frowning. I'm here to look for Lee. I don't know what happened to Niji recently. I haven't seen him for a long time. Are you looking for Lee or Niji? Naruto simply stood up, taller than Tenten, scratched his head and pointed to the number 5 training ground. Lee is right there, and Niji should still be at the Hyuga base. Well, Tenten turned around a little embarrassedly. I'm looking for Lee. After that, she ran away. Naruto looked at the dazzling sunlight in the distance and squinted his eyes. It was natural for Tenten to like Niji. However, Niji didn't seem to have much time to consider marriage, and the Hyuga family was basically domestic, and the wife of the clan leader was a designated Hyuga clan member. This was to ensure the purity of the Hyuga clan's bloodline. With Niji's character, if he really became the clan leader, he probably wouldn't refuse such a thing. Tisk tisk, Naruto stared at Tenten's running figure and shook his head, thinking that it was another bloody unrequited love. Tien Tien happened to be there, so Naruto simply called her along for lunch. Not for anything else, but because Tien Tien was a rich woman and would never let him pay the bill. Alas, life is not easy, poor people sigh. All his money was invested in the intelligence department, but the return on investment curve was long, and Naruto believed that he would not see any return within 10 years. Now, he only had the 1 million taels that Mao Uxi Yan gave him. During this period, he also spent a lot of money on purchasing supplies and piling them up in the sealed space, and the money was suddenly reduced by 2/3. The remaining 300,000 taels were not enough to spend. Naruto's rent alone is enough to make him drink a pot. His house is quite big, but he has never bought it before. The rent is a bit expensive, but fortunately it is not paid monthly. He doesn't care about it. Even if he has no money, he has no intention of buying a house in Konoha. He will just rent it. Even if Nagato is currently an ally and will not suddenly go crazy and launch a Shinra expedition, he really does not need real estate. It has nothing to do with whether he has money or not, it's just an attitude. Konoha is not his dream town, nor is it his home. It doesn't really matter where you live, it's just a place to stay. Hinata seems to have an accident. Tenten just came back after paying the bill and said as soon as he sat down. Well, the branch family will probably be abolished. Naruto never hesitates to speak to his sponsor, and tells them everything he knows. The branch family's caged bird has been released, and there is no difference between the main family and the branch family. How could it be like this? Tien Tien seemed a little surprised. What about Niji? It's also been released. Naruto didn't want to say too much in detail, which would be detrimental to Niji's image among his companions. He himself didn't care, as everyone knew that he was narrow-minded and scheming. The Uzumaki clan's clan motto can be changed. The Uzumaki clan will avenge any grudge. That's great. Niji has always been brooding over that mark. Xiao Li is a straightforward person, and he is really happy for Niji. Tenshin obviously thought more, frowning slightly, and I don't know what he was thinking. Yeah, it's really good. Naruto has already started eating, wolfing down his food like he hasn't eaten before, but the Hyuga clan may have to reshuffle. Is Niji busy now? After untying the bird in the cage, shouldn't he practice? She asked tentatively. Based on Tenten's understanding of Niji, Niji once said that once he had the opportunity to untie the bird in the cage, he would definitely work hard to practice and surpass everyone in the history of the main family, proving that the branch family can also be much stronger than the main family. But this was Niji's wish when he was a teenager, and now Niji's state of mind has long changed. Practice. Naruto raised his head from the rice bowl, looking stunned. Why do you need to practice after untying the bird in the cage? Is there any special explanation? So Tenten repeated what Niji said before, and Naruto was immediately embarrassed. Niji is really a fucking middle school student, I should have recorded it with a video recorder earlier. Are you surprised? The Black History is all high-definition infantry version. A large number of movies have emerged in this era, and video recorders are naturally not rare. It's just that ninjas have the right to speak in wars, and ordinary ninjas will not touch that kind of electronic products. But now the times have changed, and the communicator developed by Ino has almost become a popular thing in Konoha. Tien Tien also has a pink communicator in his hand, which is now on the table. Then why don't you just ask Niji directly? Naruto pointed to the pink communicator on the table. Niji doesn't use this thing. Are all the people in Hyuga old-fashioned? Tien Tien was immediately discouraged, holding his head with his hands and looking depressed. Not all people in Hyuga are old-fashioned. For example, Hinata uses a communicator, and he even bought a new one to contact her. One person corresponds to one communicator, which is hilarious, and spending money will not go wrong. It is precisely because of this that he is now shamelessly eating for free. Tien Tien is rich, and it would be better to pay a few more bills so that he can eat decently. Does Xiao Li have a communicator? Naruto suddenly thought of it and turned to look at Xiao Li. Thick-browed Xiao Li looked confused. He looked at Naruto and then at Tien Tien, scratching his head and asking. What is a communicator? The rich woman Tien Tien couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she took out a scroll and banged out a new black communicator and handed it to Xiao Li. I'll give you one, take it. Xiao Li was confused and received a gift from the rich woman. He scratched his head and thought that there was no need to refuse it given their relationship, so he just accepted it. Chapter 389 The Uzumaki Clan, Revenge. Naruto, who was eating on the side, was eyelid twitching. My goodness, that thing should be prepared for Niji. But it is not ruled out that the rich woman is rich and might have bought a lot. Tian has always taken good care of Xiao Li. After all, Xiao Li is a martial arts fanatic. In addition to practicing, he doesn't care about many things in life and is unwilling to spend time. The rich woman Tian is a housekeeper in the third team. The teacher is a big nerve, and the teammates are also outrageous. Niji is the only normal person, so it is normal to have some dependence. As for the temporary worker Naruto, let's not talk about it. Naruto, you should have it, right? She asked. After all, it was Ino who developed this thing. Yes. Naruto actually wanted to say no. In special times, it would be nice to get some benefits. After all, it was a gift from a rich woman, but it was troublesome to explain, so he gave up. After lunch, the three of them parted ways. This was just a daily dinner to keep in touch with each other. Although Naruto liked to lie down, but he was not stingy in spending time on his group of friends, and his efforts would eventually pay off. Friendship is only effective if it is constantly maintained, and it will not be washed away by time. Back home, Naruto rested on the sofa for a while, but didn't see the Nine Tails. So after washing up, he chatted with Hinata for a while using the communicator exclusive to Hinata. It is worth mentioning that he tricked his sister-in-law Hyuga Hanabi into buying this communicator. For this, he paid 10 times the price and felt very painful. Even if Hinata's call records were called up in the background, it would probably only show the deep sisterly love. As for why we need to use a communicator when living together, probably because they are lazy. After all, with this thing, parents don't want to yell at their unfilial children to finish school and eat. After chatting with Hinata for a while, Naruto went out and plunged into the shade of the trees while the afternoon sun passed. He walked out of the village from the main street of Konoha without reporting. This is the privilege he won. After all, there is no second generation in Konoha with stronger connections than him. He is stronger in all aspects. After leaving the village, he first wandered around the Konoha forest and found no special traces. But he didn't lose his patience and continued to look for Uchiha Sasuke. The second pillar probably came for revenge, and it is unknown whether Uchiha Itachi sacrificed himself. This pair of stupid and heaven-defying brothers is also a perfect match, one crazier than the other. Even if Fujimoto came, he had to call him Sasuke brother. Where are you, second pillar? Since you are here, you have to show up. I have good news to tell you. Damn it! Naruto muttered while continuing to sneak. Time flies and it is night, the moon is on the branches. Naruto is looking for a man tirelessly and relentlessly. The last time he was so serious was in the snow country. But now, he is anxious to find the upright second pillar. He is eager to get rid of Danzo before leaving, preferably by Sasuke. Only a dead Danzo is a good Danzo, and the old man must have some gold coins. Is Suijutsu back? A low voice sounded from the depths of the jungle. The owner of the voice was probably very young. The tone was a little cold and serious, which could not cover up the faint charm. Accompanied by a sound of "oh-at-at," a woman's voice replied. Soon. After a while, a figure came from afar. When he came back, he ran into the bushes head first and was stunned when he saw the scene inside. Kaoru, why are you taking off your clothes? You're so slutty. Get lost. Kaoru's angry voice sounded in the darkness, followed by another scream, why didn't you die on the road? The plan to seduce Sasuke failed, but Kaoru was not discouraged. It wasn't the first time she failed anyway. After putting on her clothes, Kaoru didn't forget to glare at Suijutsu fiercely. Suijutsu had short white hair and a row of teeth like steel clips. She smiled with an evil look. The people in Konoha are still too weak. How could they find my whereabouts? No one would notice my existence if I just found a pit to hide. Kaoru knew Suijutsu's ability was liquefaction, a blood limit that turned the whole body into water. Fancy, in her opinion, was a disease. Of course, except for her Sasuke. At this moment, a trace of impatience flashed in Sasuke's dark eyes. Enough, stop arguing. Did Shuya find out? Why can the Nine Tails appear alone? Is Naruto, the Jinchuriki, dead? I found out. Uzumaki Naruto is alive and well. Shuiyu opened her mouth full of sharp teeth and said with a smile, but I heard that the Nine Tails has disappeared for a long time, and Uzumaki Naruto is no longer a Jinchuriki. Speak clearly. Uchiha Sasuke was a little irritated. He just killed his own brother Uchiha Itachi, who was also his biggest enemy. He has been running around for several years, seeking revenge all over the world. I thought that killing him would be the end of the matter. But everything that happened later was beyond his expectations. Uchiha Itachi was just a knife. I hope he can accept the hatred of the family and accept his eyes. His eyes were injected with pupil power by Uchiha Itachi, and damn it was that he accepted this hatred. Revenge brought him endless pain. Uchiha Itachi died in his hands, but he gave up his life as easily as giving up a piece of candy. This made Sasuke very angry, like a punch on cotton. Then a masked man suddenly appeared, claiming to be the long-dead Uchiha Madara. He talked a lot and revealed the ugly truth of Konoha. After a lot of verification, it turned out that Danzo was indeed related to the night of genocide. That's why he came to Konoha, ready to kill Danzo and ask the truth of that year. But now it seems that he failed to succeed, and he ran into the wild Nine Tails inexplicably. Because it was near Konoha, Sasuke didn't dare to do anything. As a result, he has been hiding here for a few days, but there is still no progress. Like a savage, he is suffering silently in this jungle. What's the news about Danzo? He asked. So Suijutsu smiled, a lot of things have happened in Konoha recently. The root organization has been eradicated by the 5th Hokage and Danzo, and a group of Konoha high-level officials have abdicated. Abdicated? Sasuke frowned. He hurried here and didn't expect such a thing to happen. Where is Danzo now? Probably somewhere in the village. Konoha is not easy to infiltrate. There are Enbu watching everywhere. Suijutsu shrugged and said indifferently. If you really want to investigate, I'm afraid it will take some time. Call Jago back. No need to guard. Let's retreat first and make a long-term plan. Uchiha Sasuke lost his patience and prepared to retreat to Tansho Street first. Okay. Suijutsu responded, slowly turned around and walked into the darkness. Wait until you are fully prepared, and then find out where Danzo is. If Danzo has not been, if he leaves the village, he can only try to create some opportunities. However, in this situation, Danzo will most likely lie dormant for a while. Thinking of this, Sasuke became more and more irritated. He felt that he was in an invisible conspiracy network. He only knew how to rush around recklessly, while the real players hid behind the scenes, looking at him coldly and mockingly. Shimura Danzo. You really deserve to die, Uchiha Obito. Naruto sneaked in the forest of Konoha, from afternoon to nightfall, and his whole spirit was slightly exhausted. The object of his curse has evolved from Danzo to Obito, mainly because Danzo is now waiting to die, and Naruto is not interested in him. Even though he was tired, he still persevered in looking for the figure of the second pillar. No reason, just afraid that the second pillar would retreat in the face of difficulties. Konoha is so leaky, what is he afraid of? Damn it, just rush in. As long as he finds Sasuke, he will definitely find a way to provoke him to kill Danzo. The only thing that is called wrong is the name, never the nickname. Nezusa is not a strategist. He is not simple-minded, but he is easily arrogant. As long as he is given some opportunities, he will run into Konoha to kill Danzo. Let's go. Sasuke saw that the Eagle team was already gathered, looked around, nodded and said. The four were about to evacuate the Konoha forest, and suddenly Chuo stopped. He turned his head sharply to the other side, frowned and warned his companions, and shouted in a low voice. Be careful, someone is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a rustling sound of leaves, and a black shadow fell from the sky and blocked the Eagle team. Sasuke frowned and looked at the black shadow, but Suijutsu was a little excited, his fingers had liquefied, ready to take action at any time. Xiang looked nervous, staring at the man. Don't shoot, we are one of you. The black shadow suddenly spoke, smiling without a trace of seriousness. Naruto. Sasuke naturally recognized the person coming out of the darkness. Looking at Naruto's face that was completely different from his memory, he could vaguely find a trace of the past. Nine-tail Jinchuriki? Interesting, hehe. Shuiyu stared at Naruto with a fake smile. Jowo didn't react much, but his frown had never loosened since the moment Naruto appeared. Xianjiao was also very nervous. She could feel the dangerous breath of the person opposite. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not the nine-tailed Jinchuriki now. Naruto turned his head to look at Shoyu and said with a smile, otherwise, I will kill you. The smile on Shoyu's face suddenly disappeared. Hearing the other party's unscrupulous words, he was about to retort, but was forcibly interrupted by Uchiha Sasuke on the side. Shut up, Shoyu. Shoyu was a little dissatisfied, but didn't say anything and turned his head away. Long time no see, Sasuke. Naruto smiled at him, spread his hands and said, I didn't expect you to be near the village. Your hiding skills are too poor, right? He was very arrogant when he said this, but he looked very embarrassed after looking for someone for an afternoon and a night. But at this moment, he had to maintain his aura. Sasuke just believed this and stared at Naruto and asked. What do you want to talk to me about? Are you trying to persuade me to return to the village? You are a traitor now, so you should stay outside. Naruto waved his hand, you think too much, I just want to tell you a piece of news. What news? Sasuke asked coldly. Danzo's location, I know where Danzo is, haven't you been looking for him? Naruto said without hesitation, the noise was so loud that I heard it in Konoha. Hearing this, Sasuke's face looked a little ugly. Why are you helping me? Hey! Naruto laughed mockingly, standing in the dark and confronting the four people, you don't know who destroyed Danzo's root organization, do you? You. It seems that your information is a little behind, Sasuke. Naruto didn't want to reminisce with the second pillar, and directly told Sasuke the location of Danzo. Don't ask me why I told you, Danzo is still alive, I want him dead. Uchiha Sasuke's face was not very good. He thought that his change would surprise his former companions, but the change of the man opposite seemed to be greater. He was not petty, but he felt a little unhappy. It seemed that his departure did not cause any impact, and no one cared whether he went back or not. Now that Uchiha Itachi is dead, there seem to be few people who really care about him. I know. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, put away the depressed thoughts just now, for him now, revenge is the top priority. I wish you success and more. Naruto suddenly turned his eyes to Suijutsu on the side, with a sarcastic smile on his face, and started to talk nonsense. Your brother Hojiki Menu is really short-lived. He is a prodigy just by playing with a few broken swords? It's ridiculous, don't you think, Suijutsu? You. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. Suijutsu was furious, and his anger rose. He was instantly enraged. His dream was to inherit the will of his brother Hojiki Menu, with the ultimate goal of collecting 7 ninja swords and reviving the 7 ninja swordsmen. But later he met Orochimaru, and was imprisoned. In an instant, Suijutsu had rushed up. But Naruto was faster. He disappeared at the moment Suijutsu was about to touch him, and appeared behind Suijutsu. With a bang, the molten punch broke the liquid Suijutsu apart. With a crash, Suijutsu was forced to return to its original form under the intense high temperature, and a hole was smashed on the ground. A cracked pit. Cough, cough, cough. Shoyu spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and stood up with difficulty. In the dust, Naruto stood there, asking with a mocking face. What's wrong? Am I wrong? You. Shoyu knew that he was not an opponent, but still stared at him resentfully. You don't feel wronged, do you? I say whatever I want to say, can you make me shut up? Naruto sneered, keep talking, aren't you very talkative? You keep calling me nine-tailed Jinchuriki, are you comfortable? Short-lived ghost brother who plays with broken swords, believe it or not, I will dig out Mangetsu Kizuki and let him dance in front of you. Naruto's speech was too despicable, and Zyonki was completely stunned, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Shoyu just teased him, and the whole person was. Chigo was an honest man, where had he seen such a scene, and his expression became more serious. Uchiha Sasuke didn't react much, but he was a little surprised that Naruto knew Shoyu so well. Moreover, how come he is more of a villain than himself? What kind of person is this guy? Naruto, that's enough. Sasuke said, Suijutsu apologize. Suijutsu was unwilling, but he had to bow his head under the eaves, not to mention that he was really afraid that this madman would dig graves. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Chapter 390 Awakening the Second Personality, Sakura can't tell the difference at all. Naruto didn't care about Suijutsu's apology, smiled and left, but it didn't mean he forgave him, saying the wrong thing would cost him. It's just not now, Sasuke still needs his Hawk Squad. No one in Konoha dared to call him the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but it was not certain outside this village. Naruto was of course annoyed, but at the same time he knew that these claims could not be completely cut off. Since he traveled through time, he has been tied to the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even if the Nine-Tails was removed, the influence was limited to the scope of Konoha. The ninja world is so big, and there are too many people who know the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Few people will believe the news that the Nine-Tails has left. After all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is still alive. There has never been an example in history where a tailed beast broke free from the seal and the Jinchuriki was still alive. Should he throw away his stomach to prove his innocence like Liu Zi? Besides, even if we take a step back, we can't shut everyone's mouth, right? Of course we can. Just as in order to cover up a lie, we create another lie. If we want to cover up a chaos, we might as well create another chaos to divert attention. He never thought of taking it alone and was ready to drag everyone down. Whether it was Kumigakure, Iwagakure or Mist Village, they all needed to cause some trouble for them. Or, to collect some interest from them. The day when Tsunade left the village was getting closer and closer, but Naruto gradually calmed down. Tsunade's departure could not be stopped, and he also had his own mission. After the thought came to him, he began to lie down again. To be precise, he was waiting for Sasuke to take action against Danzo, waiting for Tsunade to leave the village. In addition, he also needs to wait for Ino to leave the village with the project, and he can leave soon. Now his only hope in life is to find Koji for a free meal, to kill time out of boredom. Of course, the free meal is the kind that does not pay the bill, and Koji does not care. Naruto used to be rich, but now he is rich, and only. I haven't seen Shikamaru recently, I wonder what he is busy with. Koji picked up a piece of meat, threw it into his mouth, chewed it and said. It's probably work. Lord Shikaku has changed his job, right? Naruto asked while eating. The 6th Hokage will take office soon, and Shikamaru's father has also been promoted. He will probably also participate in the power struggle. Anyway, men of the Nara family cannot escape their fate. That's true. Koji muttered, without much ripples in his heart. Shikamaru used to hate troubles the most, but now he is trapped. We can't just watch the family weaken. Shikamaru has his own difficulties. Naruto said, besides, Ino is also very busy, and I will leave the village soon. Hey? In this case, wouldn't I be the only one with nothing to do? Koji was still somewhat self-aware, but why are you so anxious to leave the village? To do some things. Anyway, there is no point in staying in the village. Naruto said vaguely, without stating his true thoughts. Seeing that they had almost finished eating, Naruto stared directly at Koji. You know. Koji's face twitched, and he reluctantly dragged his bloated body to get up, paid the bill and walked back slowly. Next time, can you not treat me to a meal in the name of dinner, just go to me for dinner directly. This is so embarrassing. Koji. Days passed, and Naruto still didn't wait for the news that the second pillar took action, but waited for Sakura to come to the door. The moment he opened the door, he was a little surprised. Have you figured it out? He asked. Yet. Sakura lowered her head. Hearing this, Naruto's face was a little exciting, and after thinking for a long time, he made way and said. Come in and talk first, don't stand at the door. The two returned to the living room, and Naruto went into the kitchen to pour water, and his heart couldn't help but beat slightly. Last time he had explained the pros and cons and let Sakura choose for herself. But in fact, he knew very well that Sakura had no choice at all. No matter what, she would come back here, find him and compromise. Unless Pink Sakura wants to start over, but this also means that she will lose these 6 years and be disconnected from everyone. Naruto subconsciously feels that she will not give up Sasuke, so he will agree. Sure enough. In the living room, Naruto and Sakura sat opposite each other. Naruto held a water cup and crossed his legs while drinking slowly, occasionally looking at Sakura with his peripheral vision. Sakura lowered her head slightly, holding the water cup in her hand, and half of her buttocks sat on the sofa. Her whole face was full of tension. She was silent in the living room for a long time before she raised her head and spoke. I thought about what you said last time for a long time. I agree to talk to her and share a body, but there is one thing, I hope you agree to me. What conditions? Naruto also looked at her. If she asked not to touch her body, he would refuse immediately. There can only be one condition, and if the condition has nothing to do with Sasuke, then refuse immediately. Because she always asks for conditions related to Sasuke, does she agree to everything? Naruto is too principled, and he empties his brain directly to search whether Sakura's words contain Sasuke's name. I hope to meet Sasuke once, if there is a chance. She said carefully. Okay. Naruto agreed without thinking. If there is a chance, it depends on luck. Anyway, there is no harm in agreeing. She wants to see Sasuke, but Sasuke may not want to see her. Hearing Naruto agree so readily, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. But soon she seemed to remember something and became nervous again. Then how to do it? She asked. This may require stimulation. As for how to do it specifically, we still have to experiment one by one. Naruto didn't say it for sure. I'm not sure, Naruto, I'll listen to you. Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly, thinking that he did know a way to stimulate, but saying it now would make him look forget it. Let's try one by one. Let's try scaring first and see if it works. Naruto said, but he felt bored in his heart. He knew it would not work. But the process still had to go, otherwise it would seem that he had ulterior motives. After a while, Sakura sat on the sofa with her head down. All the methods failed, as if awakening the second personality was more difficult than she thought. Naruto was particularly calm, after all, he had expected this result. At this moment, he was lying on the sofa, staring at the ceiling without saying a word, letting the silence ferment. Naruto, why don't you try that method? Sakura suddenly said. What? That when I just woke up, that Sakura's face flushed, and she dared to turn her head and look away. She felt that she was crazy. But there was no better way at the moment. Was it that there was no hope? Anyway, it's not that I haven't done such things before, as long as I don't think about it. No. Naruto refused without thinking. Why? She stood up and asked. If she couldn't awaken the second personality, she couldn't get the memory, and she would always be just a weak girl. She didn't have to bring Sasuke back, but she had an obsession in her heart. Things that can't be obtained become obsessions over time. She just wanted to hear Sasuke's words in person, even if she couldn't save the situation. To put it simply, it's like scratching the word next to the lottery ticket, but you have to scratch the word "thank you for your patronage" before you give up. No reason, although you share a body, it doesn't mean that I have no principles. Naruto said righteously, his main purpose is not to leave a handle in Sakura's hands. On the other hand, he really doesn't want to do anything with Sakura, the main personality is not attractive enough. The completely awkward main personality has no reason to prompt him to do so. But this is the last resort, isn't it? Sakura said to Naruto in distress, besides, can't you just treat me as her? No need to say. Naruto got up and left, turning to the balcony. Sakura was really panicked, sitting on the sofa and feeling a little dazed. Biting her lower lip, she obviously didn't expect Naruto to refuse directly, and she felt a little ashamed. Sure enough, she took it for granted, thinking that she had misunderstood Naruto. What he liked was not her body, but the second personality. Isn't her proposal forcing Naruto to cheat? It was really too inconsiderate. I shouldn't have proposed it so rashly. After reflection, Sakura realized her mistake and walked to the balcony quietly. But she found Naruto standing there motionless, leaving only a silent back. Is he calming down his anger? Sakura thought so, and felt more and more guilty. In fact, Naruto was thinking about why Sasuke didn't take action, and how he should provoke him if he didn't take action. He would not be at peace until Danzo exploded the gold coins. According to Naruto's guess, Sasuke should have got Uchiha attack his eyes. After all, without the Manjiki Sharingan, the second pillar would not dare to approach Konoha. Hey! He turned around subconsciously when he noticed the movement behind him. Naruto. Sakura stood behind the curtain, bowed her head and apologized sincerely, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, and I hurt you. I'm sorry. Naruto was confused. Forced, caused harm to himself, what harm? He just pretended to get up and leave. If he was really angry, he should go to the room instead of standing on the balcony waiting for her to come and beg. But since Sakura said so, Naruto would not be stupid enough to refute. It is better to make the best of a bad situation, maybe he can get some conditions to make concessions. It's okay, I'm actually fine. Naruto said. Naruto Sakura was a little moved. I know it's all my fault, but there is really no other way, please agree. I will compensate you, please. Naruto hesitated. In fact, he was really hesitant in his heart. This situation was reversed after a while. If he did it again, would it be? But he still didn't insist, and stopped when he saw the good. In public and private, he really needs Black Sakura's help now as his right-hand man. In the past few days of absence, I always feel that all plans have made no progress. Well, okay. Great. Sakura smiled. But soon a question was put in front of her. She knew how to wake him up, but how to do it specifically. Sakura looked at Naruto, who scratched his face. Come here. He waved. Okay. She was a little nervous and slowly moved over. Don't be so nervous, relax a little, leave it to me. Naruto said, stretched out his hand to pick her up and walked towards the sofa. Sakura's heart was pounding, thinking silently that it wouldn't take long anyway, and the book said that she should close her eyes and grit her teeth and endure it. Half an hour later. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself why this was different from what the book said. Why didn't it end in a few minutes, and my head seemed a little dizzy. However, as long as I don't think about it, it will be fine. I only like Sasuke, and my body doesn't belong to me anyway. As long as I think about Sasuke, I will. I fainted, and I can't remember how many times I fainted. My consciousness became blurred little by little, and I felt the familiar feeling of sleeping, and another layer of personality seemed to be slowly waking up. Is it really like this? Success, that's good. Kuro Sakura came out of the bathroom and dragged her tired body to look at the calendar on the wall. She was shocked and turned to look at Naruto, who was resting on the sofa. I was unconscious for so long? It's been almost half a month. What else? Naruto said, you also know that you were unconscious. I almost thought you disappeared. The past half-month was quite boring. Really? I'm happy to hear that. Kuro Sakura said with a smile. Do you want to? She looked at Naruto charmingly, and the meaning was self-evident. Yes, there is something serious. Naruto's mouth twitched. Now he could raise his spear and charge, but there was no need. Now he would match the two personalities. Since you said so, then okay. Kuro Sakura sat on the sofa, without putting her legs together, but just looked at Naruto with a smile. Tell me, what did she say? Nothing, she wants to share her memories with you, and discuss the time allocation for the use of the body. Naruto pondered, it will come to this point sooner or later anyway. That's what you said, but you can't have no conditions. I've been so tired during her sleep for several years. Black Sakura glanced at Naruto. Not only do you have to work hard to practice, but you also have to endure someone's whipping, do research for free, etc. If you give her memories, what if she runs to find that person? Then give her less time, isn't it better to squeeze the time? Naruto said. Hearing this, Black Sakura smiled, which was exactly what she wanted to hear. In terms of time allocation, she has to occupy the majority, and the time given to Sakura must be sporadic. Then I'll talk to her and tell you when there is a result. She said. Yet. The matter was finally resolved. Black Sakura occupied 2/3 of the whole day, leaving only 1/3 for Sakura. In other words, if Black Sakura works all day, Pink Sakura will be ready to go to bed as soon as she opens her eyes. Unless Black Sakura chooses to go to bed at night, as for when she chooses to go to bed, of course it depends on Naruto's time. After dark, Black Sakura was about to say goodbye to Naruto's house. Before leaving, she suddenly thought of something and looked back at him and asked. What does it feel like to change people halfway through? Do you feel excited? Naruto's head was buzzing. How could he tell the truth about such a thing? I don't feel anything. I just had to wake you up. Really? Black Sakura raised the corner of her mouth and pulled Naruto over to kiss at the door. Halfway through the kiss, Naruto suddenly felt something was wrong. Damn. People changed. He looked at Sakura's blushing face and immediately covered his face and asked. Is the time you agreed on here? Yet. Okay, be careful on the road, remember to watch the road. What else can Naruto say? He can only say that Black Sakura is really good at playing. Damn, this person is so coquettish. He really carried it through to the end, right? Damn it. Sakura hurried away, running from the corridor to Konoha Street, holding onto the tree with her heart pounding. She felt her head swell, probably because of the memory sharing. Thinking back to what happened in the afternoon, it completely overturned her cognition. For a moment, she felt a little confused. She had clearly fought hard. As the fireflies approached, Sasuke seemed to be a little further away. 2 days passed in a flash, and Ino, who was supposed to meet, was too busy and had to stand him up. Naruto finally got news from Danzo. The daimyo of the Land of Fire invited Danzo to stay in the palace for a few days. In fact, he was preparing to take Danzo away because of their personal relationship. Danzo had done a lot of dirty work for Konoha in the past few decades, and also helped the nobles of the Land of Fire. He had a lot of handles that the nobles didn't want to see the light of day. They naturally couldn't let the fallen Danzo stay in Konoha like this. If this old dog went crazy and gave everyone away, the Land of Fire would be in chaos. Why is he being taken away suddenly? Koji asked with a frown. It was the idea proposed by those noble lords. They said it was an invitation because they were afraid that Danzo would reveal their secrets. Shikamaru said. I didn't expect that those noble lords would do this besides holding a silver party. Naruto ate again, eating and drinking as he spoke. Naruto, don't be impulsive. At this time Shikamaru persuaded, I know you have conflicts with Danzo, but it's not worth it to be impulsive at this time. Even if Danzo has lost his power, he is still valuable in the eyes of many nobles. It is not worth offending a group of Fire Country nobles for Danzo. Why would I be impulsive? Danzo is already like this, I'm too lazy to care. Naruto was busy eating and said vaguely. Let's not talk about this, let's eat. Shikamaru was obviously a little worried, but he swallowed the words when he came to his lips, thinking silently that it would be better this way. He stretched out his chopsticks to pick up the dishes and sighed. Chapter 391 Ino agreed to get married in a year and a half, and Danzo was assassinated. Who will pay the bill? The boss came over. In front of the small stall under the shade of the tree, the lights were dim. Naruto just lowered his head to eat, turning a deaf ear. Shikamaru coughed and started to search his pockets. Koji looked at Shikamaru with a dull face as he searched his pockets for a long time and took out scattered coins. He was dumbfounded. What a sin, these two people. Finally, Koji couldn't stand it anymore and got up to pay the bill. When he came back, he saw Shikamaru and Naruto were talking happily. The two continued to eat and drink as if nothing had happened, and their freeloading skills were very smooth. Naruto was very poor recently, and Koji could still express his understanding. But he looked at Shikamaru and couldn't help but be curious. Shikamaru, where did your money go? My money? Where did the money come from? I'm not a ninja anymore. Shikamaru said unhappily, picking up the chopsticks and speaking from the bottom of his heart. I've been so busy recently, and I'm not a high-ranking official. I just got married and need money everywhere. Where did I get the money? Uncle Shikaku didn't. No, I asked for it myself, because I don't want to get involved in the affairs of the high-ranking officials. Shikamaru waved his chopsticks and muttered impatiently. But now, as a price, I refuse my father's financial support. Hearing this, Koji was a little dumbfounded. How come in just a few days, the brothers around him seemed to be penniless in an instant? This is a bit weird. Koji didn't know what to say, so he could only swallow the words on his lips and asked Naruto, I heard that Ino is going to leave the village with the project. Yes, lend me some money to prepare a gift. Naruto stretched out his hand. Chingji. I should have known not to say more, this guy has no shame at all. Even so, Koji handed all the money on him to Naruto, he is not short of money. The Akimichi clan only values 3 things, food, village, and companions. The point is that he is not short of money, all the wealth in the family is at his disposal. Money comes quickly, it can't be spent, and there is no ambition. Do you like the gift for you? Naruto gave Ino a parting gift, which was a heart-shaped platinum pendant, extremely delicate. This was bought with Koji's money, and it flowed back to Ino. Ino, dear, and Joe are of the same origin, in a sense, this can be regarded as a transfer from the left hand to the right hand. So Naruto doesn't plan to pay back the money, the rich dog, I'll owe it to him first and wait until he has money. Wow! I thought you wouldn't prepare a gift. Ino took the pendant and put it on her neck, her eyes almost curved into crescents and smiled. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Hey, I was busy with temporary work last time and didn't come to see you. You won't be angry, right? Ino asked while riding on Naruto and hugging him with her backhand. Ino wore a white slim shirt and a knee-length pleated skirt. Her blonde hair was casually tied into a ponytail behind her head, looking youthful and lively. No. Naruto said, but his hands were not idle. He silently thought that he had invested so much money, so he had to collect some interest first. Ino giggled, her chest bulged, hiding a treasure. Seeing Naruto's restless appearance, she bit her lip and pushed him away. Why are you so anxious? It's been too long since we last met. You're always busy. Who knows when we'll see each other next time? He kissed Ino's lips, covered them and kissed them wetly. Ino couldn't stand it anymore, so she pushed him away again and said with a slight gasp. Wait a minute, I'll take a shower. Okay. Naruto let her go and watched Ino run to the bathroom with the bag. Ino's attraction to him is like the sun. He can feel the warmth of life by taking a breath. Including he can also feel the warmth in her heart afterwards, which is scorching hot. This feeling is a bit strange, indescribable, and irresistible. The summer 6 years ago will never come back, but Ino is still there. As long as she stands there, Naruto can hear the cicadas of his childhood in his ears. He has been paying attention to the news of Danzo these 2 days, and Sasuke outside the village is probably also staring at Danzo. For the two of them, this is a great opportunity. Naruto really can't participate, but if Uchiha Sasuke takes action, it has nothing to do with him, Uzumaki Naruto. After all, Sasuke really intends to take action, and it doesn't matter if he participates in the troubled waters. In the bathroom, Ino looked left and right in the mirror, with a satisfied look in her eyes. She is confident enough about her size, whether it is the waist or other things, it is close to perfect. In the mirror, Ino is sexy as hell, with her blonde hair hanging wet on her shoulders. The floating white mist steams, covering the key parts. There were bursts of splashing water, and she turned her head to look at the paper bag beside her, her face flushed. This is just compensation, not what she wanted to wear. With a click, the bathroom door opened. Ino is more familiar with Naruto's home than her own. Even if she hasn't been there for a long time, she can quickly remember all the changes after coming here once. Naruto was lying on the sofa and taking a nap. Suddenly he heard the bathroom door open. He turned his head and saw Ino's appearance. He was stunned for a moment, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. At this moment, Ino was wearing a black and white maid outfit with a red silk thread tied around her chest. Her face was slightly red and she didn't dare to look at him. Her figure was completely different from 6 years ago, and she completely supported the maid outfit. You like wearing this? Naruto stood up directly. I don't dislike it, it's just that I just want to piss you off. Ino's voice was a little low, almost whispering, and then she mustered up the courage to look up. Does this look good on me? Looks good, no one looks better than you. Naruto's throat tightened, his eyes met Ino's, and his heart felt a little numb. He walked over, picked her up, and brought her directly into the room. The hot atmosphere was like someone had put a piece of charcoal in it, and it kept heating up. Ino's toes curled up, and her whole body trembled slightly. She couldn't stand it anymore. She raised her head from the rubbing of ears, looked at Naruto affectionately and said, "Touch me." After a long time, Ino reached the end of her heart. More importantly, this was not a one-way street, but a round-trip run, back and forth to the finish line. For the first time, she discovered that missing someone can drive people crazy after they have free time. You must completely possess that person to feel satisfied. Meeting, holding hands, sweet talk, touching, and arriving. No matter which step is extremely important, missing any link can't fill the missing feeling. The kisses continued for who knows how long. Ino felt Naruto's warm breath, and suddenly got up to get a glass of water from the kitchen. She drank a few sips herself and passed a few sips to Naruto. Are you still thirsty? She asked. No. Naruto was completely relaxed, squinting at Ino. After this project, let's get married. It's just a communication tower in the land of fire. Ino said, I don't want to wait any longer. I'm going crazy. Okay. Naruto agreed. He would agree to any request from Ino. The wedding would be held in a year and a half, and he still had plenty of time. No one knows what will happen in the future, so cherishing the present is the truth. The next day, Ino went out with the intelligence department personnel, and a large number of people set off. This is a major project for Konoha, and it may also be a major project to change the Land of Fire. After seeing Ino off, Naruto felt relaxed. Thinking back to yesterday's maid outfit, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly raised. Cosplay is still very exciting. It's easy to be free, now Ino and Sakura's problems are all solved safely. The Hyuga clan is still in chaos, and Hinata has been in contact with him recently. But chaos is the ladder to order, and Niji is still very confident about the position of clan leader. Naruto doesn't interfere, and it all depends on Niji himself. Looking at the Hyuga clan, there is probably no better Hyuga clan member than Niji. Now that the branch family and the main family have been abolished, there is no branch family in the main family, and Niji's advantage is even greater. But the main family may prevent Niji from being elected as the clan leader, not for anything else, but because they are afraid that the people of the branch family will remember new and old grudges and retaliate against the main family. Hinata has always been deeply uneasy about this. The family is turbulent inside and there are rumors outside. She has worried more than once that the Hyuga clan will collapse, the clan members will split, and they will become enemies. Naruto can only try his best to comfort them. After all, the Hyuga clan is an old clan. They have experienced all kinds of turbulent days, and this time is just an opportunity to be reborn from the ashes. The little girl was emotionally unstable, so he accompanied her by asking about her well-being. They would meet if they could, and even if they didn't have time to meet, he would wake her up in the morning and coax her to sleep at night. Although the method was simple, Hinata was well protected by the Hyuga and was also very fond of Naruto's tricks. After 2 days of being together every day, it was time for Danzo to leave Konoha. Danzo was invited by the daimyo of the Land of Fire to leave the village and visit the capital of the Land of Fire. There were samurai protecting him on the way, and Kakashi also approved it directly. But it didn't with the accompanying ninjas. It would be convenient to let the guards of the Fire Country daimyo who came to greet them escort them along the way. Mainly, Kakashi was worried that it would be useless to send a jonin. Danzo could escape at any time, and the jonin could not suppress him. It would be better not to send them, so as not to lose manpower. Besides, Danzo was so proud that he would never escape. Escape would be equivalent to denying his lifelong achievements and letting others grope in the dark, which he could not tolerate. In the heart of the Fire Country forest, a group of people who were on their way stopped. In the ox cart, Danzo lifted the curtain, and one eye outside the bandage looked coldly at the guard. "What's wrong?" The guard shuddered fiercely, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Lord Danzo, there is a strip plain ahead, and the capital is to the west." Yet, Danzo frowned. He didn't think he could reach the capital of the Fire Country safely, and those nobles only knew how to drink and have fun all day long. There are more filth on them than fleas in a rat's nest. They are planning to attract people to kill them, or hire people to do it. But he doesn't care. There is no room for him to turn over in Konoha. It's all because of that bitch Tsunade who destroyed his life's work, leaving only a broken body. Without the root, he is just an ordinary elder of Konoha. The nobles of the Land of Fire regard Danzo as prey, and Danzo also regards them as prey. He plans to control the daimyo of the Land of Fire after arriving in the capital, and control him to put pressure on Konoha. Puppet Noble, may be a good title. On the other side, Naruto also chased Danzo to the forest of the Land of Fire. But at this time he turned into an evil Uchiha, pretending to be Sasuke and preparing to deduct merit. He planned to blacken Danzo and add some explosive materials to the battle between Danzo and Sasuke in advance. Chapter 392 Sasuke drives the Purple Gundam, Naruto drives the Bloody Nine Tails, and only Danzo is in a confused world. Sasuke led the Eagle Squad to attack in the forest of the Fire Country, with the goal of completing the interception after Danzo left Konoha and before arriving at the capital of the Fire Country. And this distance cannot be too close to Konoha, otherwise it is easy to usher in Konoha's crazy entanglement. As for the guards of the Fire Country, Sasuke did not take them seriously. Now Sasuke has obtained the Manjiki Sharingan, and it is time to be arrogant. "Kori, how far is the target?" Sasuke asked. "It's just in front, but I don't know why it stopped." Kori said while rushing. Danzo stayed where he was, and there was another person. No, he disappeared again. The person who disappeared was Naruto. Danzo stood outside the ox cart, looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who suddenly appeared and knocked out several Fire Country guards and immediately slipped away. He always felt that something was wrong. Why is this Uchiha Sasuke like a fool, not taking action when people are here? Just to stop me? Is there a backup plan? Danzo stood there, looked around, and snorted coldly. They are just the remnants of the evil Uchiha. What tricks can they play? They are so hesitant to fight. He is not afraid of Uchiha. Even though he is old, he still has the courage to fight 10 people alone. Are you kidding? How can the second disciple of the second generation ruthless man not have some ruthless skills? Naruto ran very fast, knocked out the guards and ran away immediately. Even before Danzo had time to ask questions, he hid in a tree and escaped with Flying Thunder God. He liked to watch people fighting the most. He just wanted to stop Danzo and delay time, so that Sasuke could find Danzo's location in this remote wilderness. Disappeared. Sasuke felt a little uneasy. He always felt that something was wrong, but seeing the opportunity to kill Danzo in front of him, he could not hesitate. Danzo had a cold face, his cloudy eyes slowly moved. He was not used to the days without his subordinates to order him around. In the past he did not have to deal with these small matters personally. Now thinking about it, it was all those crazy people who suddenly attacked the root organization without the fairness of the top leaders. What the 5th generation, it was simply a crazy woman. Under such a situation now, he actually fell to the point of having to do it himself. He slightly raised his head, and the joints of Danzo's neck made a dry sound of bones stretching. With 4 rustling sounds, the 4 members of the Eagle Squad fell around Danzo and surrounded him. The leader was Uchiha Sasuke, who was staring at Danzo coldly at this moment. Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo threw away the crutches in his hand and slowly untied the bandage on his right hand. Finally it has come to this step, so let's just end it. The bandage slowly fell to the ground, revealing a row of hideous eyes on Danzo's right hand. The Sharingan, which can never be closed, was attached to his arm with eyes wide open and lifeless. One after another, it made people's scalp numb. In the distance, Naruto, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes and wondered if there was something wrong with Danzo. Even if he transplanted the Sharingan, he didn't need to transplant it on his right hand. Could he be left-handed? One Sharingan emptied half of Kakashi. How many cores does Danzo have to drive it? How high is the mana? Naruto shook his head and said in amazement. Although physical plugins are good, you can't be greedy. It's like learning to walk in Hondan. It's inappropriate to rely on Hashirama's cells to play Sharingan. Wood style and wind style Sharingan can't be used well. Susanoo, damn, Purple Gundam. Naruto squatted in the tree canopy, watching the battle not far away. Danzo, this old thing is not very good, he's old. Watching Sasuke burst out again, he knocked Danzo to the ground heavily. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Even Gundam couldn't kill this old guy Danzo. Is the resurrection armor really damn, pervert? The old thief Danzo has too many resurrection armors. If they really want to fight, only a madman like Sasuke can compete with the old man. The battle situation became increasingly tense. Jago, Suijutsu, and Kagura were all on the sidelines. First, they couldn't help, and second, they were worried that someone would disrupt the battle. The person they were worried about was Naruto, but Kagura didn't accurately sense Naruto's chakra. She only knew that there was a powerful person lurking around. The 10 eyes on Danzo's hand closed one by one, and Sasuke became weaker and weaker. Naruto watched for a while, silently cheering for the 2 pillars in his heart. Just a turn of the head, the situation reversed again, and Sasuke was beaten out with blood all over his body. The purple Susanoo instantly dissipated and slowly lifted. Sasuke! Kagura shouted and rushed into the battlefield, running towards Sasuke regardless of anything. Jago and Suijutsu jumped into the center of the battlefield to block Danzo's fierce attack. The old ones are still the wisest. Sasuke was seriously injured without paying attention. The ground was cracked, and seeing Sasuke in the deep pit, one could understand how serious his injuries were. The humanoid self-propelled nurse Kori had already put her arm forward and took the initiative to restore Sasuke's blood. With an extremely coquettish shout, Sasuke recovered some blood. Jago was knocked away by Danzo, and Suijutsu alone could not stop Danzo's attack. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Sasuke gritted his teeth and ordered a retreat considering the mysterious man who had not yet appeared. The Eagle Squad retreated in embarrassment, and the Sharingan in Danzo's hand was almost completely extinguished, leaving only 2 or 3 eyes still wide open. Naruto stood on the top of the tree canopy, looking at Danzo standing on the battlefield full of smoke. Danzo looked at the direction where the Eagle Squad left, and did not pursue them. Uchiha's fire attribute restrained his wind attribute ninjutsu. Izanaga needed time, and Sasuke seemed to know his ability very well from the beginning. The reason why the current situation could be achieved was that Danzo had 11 chances to try and fail, and Sasuke was careless at a certain moment, which led to his defeat. But Danzo himself knew that in terms of agility and physical strength, he was no match for the young and strong Sasuke. Susanoo was much stronger than he imagined, it was simply an iron wall. Just when Danzo breathed a sigh of relief, a familiar voice sounded around. Danzo-sama, you are in a good mood, taking a walk. Who? Since you ask who I am, I will be merciful to tell you. Naruto jumped down from the treetop, looking like he had found something, and smiled at Danzo. The leader of the Uzumaki clan is currently the only one left, of course it's me, Uzumaki Naruto. Are you surprised? What a coincidence, Danzo-sama. I can run into you just by taking a walk outside the village. We are so destined. Listening to Naruto's mean words, Danzo's face was cold and he secretly spit in his heart. He thought to himself, you took a walk here, do you think the Fire Country forest is your backyard? Of course, he was too disdainful to say such words. He could probably guess Naruto's intention, and silently took out the kunao and prepared to continue the battle. Ah! Master Danzo, what do you mean? Naruto looked at Danzo in surprise, you and I have no grudges, why are you brandishing swords and guns? We are of the same origin, why are you so anxious to fight each other? Aren't you being rude? Hat. Danzo ignored Naruto's nonsense, stared at him with a kunao in his hand and said, Nine-tail Jinchuriki, are you going to kill me? Who sent you here? What do you mean? Is it that crazy woman Tsunade? What does this have to do with Master Tsunade? Naruto smiled and drew out the Kusanagi sword, Master Danzo, this is a personal vendetta. Personal vendetta. Danzo deliberately delayed time, he didn't think Naruto could be that strong after losing the nine-tail. However, he needed to recover some physical strength. Uchiha Sasuke relied on his youth and strength and the ability to open Susanoo, and he didn't follow the ethics of martial arts for a 65-year-old comrade. Young people nowadays are really dirty, and Uchiha Sasuke relied on his youth and body to bully the elderly. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was really insidious, hiding in the dark. If he was at a disadvantage just now, this person might even shoot him in the dark. This guy is really disgusting. Does he have any martial ethics? Shimura Danzo wanted to curse now, but his good qualities as a high-ranking official stopped him. He just looked up and stared at Naruto, and silently began to recover his strength. Yes, a personal grudge. Lord Danzo will not forget it, right? Naruto waved the Kusanagi sword and smiled very ferociously, aren't you going to develop me as a weapon for the village? Anyway, the Jinchuriki is just a weapon, right? If it's broken, just find another one. The value of the tailed beast to the village is really too important. Isn't it? All this is for the maximum benefit of the village. I have a clear conscience. Danzo calmed his breath and planned to recover more strength. Although Naruto in front of him is Jiraiya's disciple, after all, if there is no tailed beast in his body, he is not to be feared. No matter how dangerous it is, can it be as dangerous as Susanoo? Uchiha Sasuke knocked out 7 of his Sharingan, and now he only has 4 life-saving Sharingan left, which can be said to be 1 less each time he uses it. It is best to kill with 1 strike and preserve the manpower. A clear conscience? You do have a clear conscience, anyway, you didn't ask me if I was willing. Naruto drew the Kusanagi sword and approached Danzo step by step. Apart from the facts, Master Danzo, what you said is really chilling. I almost died in your hands, just a little bit. The development plan must be led by the root. It's not that easy to develop me. Ha ha ha, did you see their bodies that day? I killed them all. I did this for the benefit of the village, Master Danzo. Naruto dragged a weird tone, looking at Danzo with a mocking look. I have a clear conscience. After all, the power of the Hokage is unlimited, and Master Tsunade's order is the call of the village. I don't want to do it, but I have to do it. How does it feel to burn your hard work? Is there a delay in the news? Who made my sword fast? This is my bad point. The sword is too fast, there's nothing I can do. It's hard for me to do it. After all, if I kill you this time, I can discredit you unscrupulously. Listening to Naruto's nagging, Danzo was also furious. The past was brought up again, making him feel a little irritated. Tsunade was a crazy woman, and she killed anyone the root said she would. She had 2 obedient dogs under her command, and they slaughtered the root organization that he had managed for half his life. It would be a lie to say that he was not angry, but it had already happened. Everything happened too fast, and there was no time to stop it. What's the point of saying this now? Everything I did was for Konoha, even if some things were not so glorious, but Konoha is proud of me. Danzo had a cold face, and when he recovered most of his strength, he raised his head and stared at Naruto and said, "Over the years, my contribution to Konoha is obvious to all, and it is not something you little kids can understand. It's a dream that Tsunade, that crazy woman, can bring me down. I'll continue on my way after killing you, and one day I'll return to Konoha." As Danzo said this, the wind chakra in his hand flowed rapidly, and a giant wind blade that broke the wind appeared in his hand. Danzo's eyes were sharp, and he gritted his teeth and yelled at Naruto. "Only I am worthy of the position of Hokage." His words translated into, "How many people are worthy of the position of Hokage?" Naruto was not intimidated, he never thought of becoming Hokage. Only when Danzo died, he could sleep peacefully. He just wanted to say, "Die, old man." The tailed beast coat instantly covered Naruto's body, and more than 70% of the power of the yin-yang nine tails was infused into his body, and the blood-red flames expanded rapidly. The bloody energy that soared into the sky was entangled, and Naruto didn't even think about hiding. He twisted his body and punched. The blood-red light shone all over his body, and a huge blood fox phantom appeared behind him, almost equivalent to a real shadow. Seeing this, Danzo's pupils suddenly expanded. He was sure that the nine tails was not in Naruto's body. Why? Why can he still use the power of the nine tails even though he is no longer the nine tails Jinchuriki? And looking at this posture, it is almost equivalent to Susanoo? He drives a purple Gundam, and you drive a blood fox? Driven by Naruto, the bloody nine-tailed phantom punched Danzo and sent him flying. At that moment, Naruto disappeared again with the help of the invisible flying thunder god. After a breath, he appeared above Danzo again, before he could react. A small black-tailed beast ball had not yet taken shape, and it was shot out in a flash. The tailed beast ball pierced the air, drawing a straight black energy light speed, mixed with a piercing scream. With a bang, it directly burned through Danzo who was trapped in the deep pit. With the 2 Sharingans closed, Danzo coughed up a mouthful of thick blood and escaped death again. He hid behind the tree, while carefully observing the surroundings, and couldn't help but mmp in his heart. Uchiha Sasuke can open the purple Susanoo, and he finally injured him. How come there is another cheater? How can we play this? Doesn't the tailed beast ball need to be charged? Where did his mother's pre-swing go? Damn, how can this be played? The virtual flash was launched in an instant. Suddenly, Danzo felt that the world was full of malice. Is it great to have a blood limit? This world is unfair. For ordinary people like himself, it is simply a purgatory on earth. 2 lives, Naruto has already known Danzo's trump card. As long as he is not given time to breathe and speeds up at the moment of rushing, Danzo will have to sacrifice his Sharingan to save his life. Danzo-sama, where are you? Don't hide. Naruto drove the blood-red nine-tailed phantom in the woods and taunted, "Old man, it's time to explode the gold coins." Chapter 393 Danzo died, Tsunade left the village, and the storm stopped suddenly. Danzo naturally had no time to pay attention to Naruto. He secretly covered his chest to calm his breath. The blood-red nine-tailed phantom was too abnormal. He still couldn't figure it out now. Why is this thing so fast? It disappeared instantly without any signs. Could it be some kind of space ninjutsu? What Danzo was most afraid of was Naruto's virtual flash of the tailed beast ball, which was incredibly fast. The unformed tailed beast ball was compressed and released instantly, and the vast chakra was squeezed into a beam of light in an instant, bringing about an amazing burst of penetration and speed. The huge blood-colored phantom of the nine tails swayed in the forest, like a blood-colored shura. The branches and leaves fell, and the giant trees broke with a crackle. Where is it? Old man, being a Hokage is boring, go find the Sandame to reunite. Naruto locked onto Danzo's position in a short time and pretended not to find it. Several invisible flying thunder gods broke through the wind and surrounded the small forest. After making sure that Danzo could not escape, Naruto slowly approached Danzo's position. He estimated that Sasuke must have heard the noise and must have also will rush here. He didn't want to meet Sasuke, so he simply thought about hitting Danzo a few times quickly to break his trump card. It seems unlikely to kill Danzo before Sasuke turns back, because the time is too tight. Unless Danzo stands still and lets him kill him a few times. Danzo's fighting style is sophisticated, relying on his many lives, he tends to try various things. It just happened that he met Sasuke and Naruto, two cheaters, otherwise he would not necessarily suffer. The tailed beast jade flashed in the void, and Naruto directly blasted a big hole in a giant tree not far away. Danzo flashed out from the side and retreated with the huge inertia of the wind blade. Naruto said nothing and followed. The blood-colored shadow passed by, chasing closely, and shouted Sasuke. Danzo was immediately startled and turned his head suddenly. Who knew that Naruto was just bluffing him? While Danzo turned his head, he suddenly shot another extremely thin black beam of tailed beast jade without a sound. Danzo, who was flying backwards, was unable to dodge in time. He didn't expect Naruto to be so stupid, and his chest was directly pierced. With a puff, the old thief Danzo exploded into a ball of blood mist in midair. Another Sharingan closed, Danzo opened his eyes, and dodged swiftly. Counting the Sharingan in his right eye and the Sharingan in his right hand that had not yet closed, he now only had the last 2 lives. Naruto wanted to provoke Danzo, but this old guy was too cunning. Apart from the root organization, the only thing he cared about was the position of Hokage. These 2 things basically had nothing to do with Danzo at the moment. He was now just a down-and-out old dog, but a lean camel was bigger than a horse. If you really want to kill someone and destroy his heart, there is nothing to say about the bachelor Danzo. Perhaps only by killing him, the desire for life before dying can make him break his defense. After all, only by living can he use means to return to Konoha and compete for the position of Hokage again. The recognition he didn't get when he was young also followed him throughout his life. Although that was the case, Naruto never suffered a loss with words. Even though he knew that Danzo would be hard to be provoked by his words at this time, he still mocked Danzo who was hiding. Danzo-sama, you are not still thinking about returning to the village. This village is the hard work of the Sandame from beginning to end. What does it have to do with you? It's not worth seeing the light. If you die here, you won't be able to explain what will happen in the future, right? Who will remember you? The Hokage lineage is all disciples of the Sandame. The blood-colored phantom wandered around, and Danzo gritted his teeth in hatred. This person really knows how to rub salt into the wound. He looked back on half of his life, and the most favored Sandame left behind a lot of disciples. From the 4th generation, the 5th generation, and even the 6th generation, they all have indirect or direct relationships with the indecisive Sarutobi Hiruzen. To put it bluntly, they are direct descendants. It all started when Sarutobi Hiruzen was designated as the Sandame, and at that time, he was so close to that opportunity that he could reach it as long as he stretched out his hand. Just thinking about it, Naruto's voice sounded again. Danzo, you can't be the Hokage. Could it be that the Nidaime doesn't like you? No way, aren't you a root of Konoha? Say something. Hearing this, Danzo almost spit out a mouthful of blood, and was afraid that his breath would leak out and be attacked by the old man. He held his breath and swallowed it hard. Naruto wanted to look for it again, but suddenly found a figure in the distance rushing over at a high speed. He guessed that Sasuke found something wrong and had returned now. He didn't want to contact Sasuke, so he directly lifted the shadow of the tailed beast and ran away in 2 steps. Danzo didn't know all this and was still hiding cautiously. When he found something wrong, he was about to show his head, but he saw the purple Gundam floating in the air. Danzo's face suddenly darkened, thinking, what's wrong with these 2 people? A relay fight, right? Sasuke frowned, looking at Danzo's embarrassed appearance. He probably fought with someone. He vaguely felt that the person might be Naruto, but he didn't want to verify it at the moment. His relatives and clansmen were slaughtered overnight, and Konoha was no longer his hometown. On the other hand, Naruto simply withdrew to Konoha without looking back. Sasuke's target was Danzo, just for revenge, and it was unlikely that he would think of returning to Konoha. He still had the same idea, just send Danzo away, it didn't matter who did it. There was only one thing, that there was no Danzo in this world, which was very important to him. Not long after Naruto left, Danzo died under Sasuke's knife. And Sasuke himself fell to the ground dying, looking at Zyonki who came to treat him, his eyes slowly closed. The next day, Naruto returned to the village, first put away the things in his hands, and then washed and rested for a day. When it was bright, he turned over, washed up, and went to the Hokage building. Tsunade had completely stopped caring about anything, and spent the whole day drinking in the silent office. At worst, she would go to a tavern to get drunk. When Naruto pushed the door open, Tsunade was sober, which was rare. She sat in a chair, staring at a document for a long time, and was too lazy to even look up. "Tsunade-sama, where is Tenten?" he asked. "Danzo is dead." Tsunade did not answer his question, but looked up at him. "It has something to do with Uchiha Sasuke who disappeared for a long time." "Yet?" Naruto responded vaguely, "It's related, anyway. Uchiha Sasuke has no feelings for the village, and it's unlikely that he will return to Konoha. What if it's revenge?" Tsunade crossed her hands and looked at Naruto dimly. "I've heard some of the things about Danzo and the old man Sandame. The Uchiha clan has always been radical. Now that Danzo is dead, I'm afraid that Uchiha Sasuke's revenge has not been extinguished." "Is that so?" Naruto glanced at Tsunade. What is Tsunade going to do? Track down Uchiha Sasuke? Or keep on guard? Or, not leaving? Hearing this, Tsunade looked a little embarrassed. She originally planned to leave to give Kakashi some room to grow. She had nothing to do in Konoha all day. But now there is Uchiha Sasuke, she just puts herself in the position of the fifth Hokage to consider the pros and cons. But then she thought, she is not the Hokage anymore. I can't really stay here for the rest of my life, worrying about this and that. The village is not without Hokage, even if something goes wrong, Kakashi will handle it. Besides, Sasuke is more or less Kakashi's disciple, and the things between them don't need to be worried about by a past-fashioned fifth Hokage. Thinking of this, Tsunade's anger suddenly relaxed, and she lay loosely in the chair. Her eyes returned to laziness, and she raised her eyebrows and said, "How is that possible? She will probably leave the village in a few days. Shizune still has some work to hand over to Sakura." Hearing this, Naruto immediately understood that Shizune was planning to leave with Tsunade. Sakura basically took over the rest of the work of the medical team, half of the medical director. Half of the intelligence department is now working on projects under Ino, and they are very busy for the communicator project, but fortunately there is plenty of money and no one has complaints. According to this calculation, the future of Konoha is basically taken over by the second generation of ninjas. After all, it is a ninja village, which values blood, family, and qualifications. But these have nothing to do with Naruto. He doesn't need these empty things. Just walk sideways in Konoha, and if there are really people who can't leave, send them down. The third generation and Danzo have both gone down, one died at the hands of Orochimaru and the other died at Sasuke's hands, and they have nothing to do with him. He can still send a flower to their graves while the chaos is going on. As for the slanderous words he said in front of Danzo before, he was too lazy to do it. After all, when a person dies, the light goes out, and Danzo has no descendants, so he doesn't do things that are thankless. After leaving the Hokage building, Naruto wanted to contact Hinata, but Hinata was busy with clan affairs these days and couldn't spare time. The situation in Hyuga has indeed changed, and Niji has the potential to become the clan leader. Hyuga Hayashi is also a man of his word. He said he would resign from the position of clan leader and withdrew decisively. He has no attachment to the privileges of the main family, but finds it troublesome. People will change. The death of his younger brother Hyuga Hayashi shook the old-fashioned Hyuga Hayashi's beliefs. In addition, he had 2 daughters, which made him feel even more compassionate. In any case, the Hyuga clan is such a traditional clan with countless rules. Even if Hanabi is excellent, she will never become the head of the family. What's more, Hyuga Hayashi has to face a problem, which one is the main family and which one is the branch family between Hinata and Hanabi. The palm and the back of the hand are all flesh, and now he is the clan leader and can drag it out. But what about the future? The main family has become the clan leader, and the problems of Hanabi and Hinata will become extremely acute. As for Hyuga Hayashi, many things have been put aside long ago. He saw the potential of Hyuga Niji and knew that Niji was a sentimental person. After the incident, he simply resigned from his position. The only person who can become the clan leader in the branch family is Niji. Now that the caged bird has been abolished, it can be regarded as a direct solution to the problem of the main family branch, and rounding off, the clan leader is still one of us. Knowing that Hinata was busy, Naruto simply went to Red Bean. Red Bean has adapted to the rhythm of the ninja school and has returned to being a salted fish. What are you doing? Exercise. Sitting for a long time is not good for the body. Red Bean was exercising on a mat in a fishnet tights. The ninja's body was soft and bent into various shapes. Really? Young women like you should eat less sweets. Naruto took a look and couldn't help but sigh that Red Bean was indeed a person with a gully in his heart. Although he was not tolerant, he was also petty. I know. I'm not even 30. What do you mean by a young woman? Hongdu bent down on the cushion and did a split. Only a woman with a child is a young woman. I don't have one. He sat on the sofa and watched Hongdu spread her legs. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. You want a child? You give it to me. Hongdu glanced at him. Hong gave birth to a daughter. I think she's pretty. It's a pity that I can't hold her and play with her. You won't starve the child. Naruto said half-jokingly. What are you talking about? Hongdu stood up, sweating all over. I just feel that there's no hope in life. I'm not a fool. You underestimate me too much. What else can Naruto say now? Anyway, it's impossible to find Hongdu just to chat. You can't chat all night, right? Fortunately, Naruto is good at making friends and understanding. He gave Hongdu's perplexity a penetrating suggestion. Other things are not clear, but it's not easy to have a child. 2 days later, Shizune handed over all the work, and Tsunade had no hesitation, so she took Shizune away overnight. When Naruto knew about this, Tsunade had been gone for half a day, and he didn't care much. Anyway, he was about to leave. Leaving quietly was in line with Tsunade's character, she was too lazy to show off. Just like returning to the village casually, she didn't take anything with her when she left, and she was free to come and go. Koji did look for Naruto once, staring at Naruto for a long time, his fat face full of confusion and uneasiness. When are you leaving? I don't know, maybe in a few days. Naruto leaned back in his chair and looked at Koji. Why are you asking this? Hey, has the bill been settled? Shinji. He found that Naruto was really a jerk, opened his mouth and swallowed it back, and said. It's settled, are you so short of money? Yes, what did you want to ask just now? Naruto glanced at him, is it an industry exchange? You know, my fees are very expensive. Shinji had consulted Naruto once about pulling radishes and making puffs, and then Naruto got a hold of him, and then he exploited him several times before letting him go. Shinji was willing to suffer, after all, Naruto's suggestions were indeed effective. No. Koji shook his head. You know about Sasuke, I always feel something is wrong. I just heard a little rumor. Oh, that, it's nothing serious. Naruto said vaguely, you don't have to worry too much. The village is still safe. Anyway, there is Kakashi. Yet. The expression on Koji's face changed several times. His chubby hands clenched the chopsticks. It took a long time for him to calm down and sighed. How could Sasuke be like this? Naruto didn't say anything and lowered his head to eat. It's just that the heavy rain is coming, and fate has chosen Sasuke. From the beginning, his role is the Avenger. Chapter 394 Hinata's decision. Not wanting to face the wedding of her lover in the hot summer, the 6th generation Kakashi officially took office as Hokage, and it was rare that he didn't open his eyes. As the villagers of Konoha looked up, Kakashi took out the most serious and resolute expression in his life and announced that he would take the position of the 6th generation Hokage from now on. From today on, I will be the 6th Hokage of Konoha. The ninjas who graduated from the ninja school looked up at Kakashi with admiration in their eyes. The aura and stories of each generation of Hokage are extraordinary, and almost all of them have been the face of the village. Due to the reputation of Konoha's socialite, the 6th generation Kakashi has the most stories and the fewest secrets. Basically, all the children in the ninja school have heard his stories, and they all admire him. It's the real 6th generation. Yes, the 6th generation's teacher is the 4th generation, right? What an amazing experience. In the crowd, Naruto stood in the sunlight bored. Looking at Kakashi, that guy, who was struggling to stand on the stage, he only recovered his dead fish eyes after the ceremony. He waved his hand and walked off the stage with his shoulders drooping. Seeing this, Naruto smiled, and he could even guess what Kakashi would say when he turned his back to the audience. Kakashi, Naruto, what a hassle. This is the first time that Mr. Kakashi has dressed so formally. I'm not used to it. Koji touched Naruto beside him and said with a beaming face. He had just slipped out from his wife's place. Seeing Naruto standing alone, he felt a little sorry for him and came over to chat with him. Although he said so, he actually just wanted to play with Naruto. After getting married, he found that married life was not as simple and easy as he imagined. It was easier to be with friends. Koji, your wife, and Shikamaru's wife are standing together. Naruto reminded. Stand together, they have a good relationship anyway. Koji didn't care and continued to tiptoe to look at Kakashi. Has Kakashi teacher worn that outfit before? It looks familiar. Naruto, what do you think? Chisai, Chisai. Naruto pushed Chisai, who was still laughing foolishly, and said nervously, come here, your wife and the others are here. What? Chisai was startled, his already short neck shrank, and his head was almost connected to his shoulders. I'm leaving first. You, take care of yourself. Naruto turned around and slipped away quickly, not caring about Chisai, who was trembling beside him. Chisai! What are you doing here? Naruto. On the other side, Naruto had already slipped away. He saw Hinata standing with the Hyuga family members early, and saw Hyuga Hanabi with his sharp eyes. It didn't take much effort to bribe Hanabi, and called Hinata over. Naruto. Hinata tossed her hair with some joy and trotted over. You're here too. I just looked around and didn't see you. I was standing with Koji, so he might have blocked my view. Hinata. Are you free now? He looked around and asked. I contacted you a few days ago, but you didn't seem to have much time. Are you in any trouble? Now he remembered that Hinata's reaction these days was a little abnormal. She was busy, but she didn't have any time at all, but they didn't use the communicator very often. Some things can't be explained clearly by the communicator, and Naruto didn't always focus on Hinata. He was mainly resting these days, and occasionally got together with Koji. Because the two friends met too often for food and drink, they even caused dissatisfaction with Koji's wife. Koji's good days ended in an instant and he was arrested and taken back. Marriage is a besieged city, and people outside want to get in. But if they are let in, they will only be happy for a while. After a long time, the people inside will be happy. People just want to go out. Naruto didn't feel anything about this. He didn't get married, and even had a clear relationship, mainly because he was always on the move and always out. Being unable to extricate oneself when in love and being unable to extricate oneself after marriage are two completely different concepts. Hinata lowered her head, and the whole person was a little worried about gains and losses. She looked up for a long time and said, I have time, and it happens that I have something to say. Naruto was a little surprised. He had planned to ask in a roundabout way. Anyway, Hinata was soft-hearted. If he begged and persuaded her, she would say anything. Who knew that Hinata took the initiative to bring it up, not giving him a chance to procrastinate? Okay. He agreed. Before, due to the excessive tradition of the Hyuga clan, Naruto and Hinata's contact was almost squeezed out of various opportunities. Hyuga Hayashi didn't say anything, but just watched closely. The Hyuga garrison did not allow outsiders to enter, and Hinata was a young lady who never left the house. Usually, they go out only for missions and training, but there are almost no missions after they grow up. Female ninjas from large families, unless they are extremely outstanding, almost all marry in various ways when they reach the age. However, the Hyuga clan generally marry within the clan to ensure the purity of the bloodline. Continuously purifying the bloodline and retaining the bloodline limit is also a means to resist future risks. The Hyuga and Uchiha are both bloodlines left by the Six-Path Sage, and they are almost unanimously xenophobic. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, and other super geniuses are the products of continuous purification. The closer to the Otsutsuki, the crazier and the stronger the power. The same is true for the Hyuga clan, who love to marry within the clan when they have nothing to do. It's just that the Hyuga clan has its own branch family, which in a sense has delayed the process of bloodline purification. For example, the main family will only marry with the main family, and the main family rarely marries a branch family. This is almost a matter of treason that will anger the two elders to death. There are not many main Hyuga families. After the separation of classes, the probability of intermarriage between branches and branches to purify the bloodline is extremely small. In addition, the main family deliberately controls resources, and the branch family becomes weaker and weaker. But the extremely small probability does not mean that there is no possibility. Hyganiji is the lucky one in the branch family bloodline, the lucky one derived from the branch of the main family bloodline. The weak branch family bloodline, when meeting the main family bloodline, Hyga Hisashi, bursts out a magical chemical reaction. In the final analysis, this matter depends on whether Hyga Hayashi can overcome all objections and let Hinata go. In the past, there was a hurdle that the main family's white eyes could not flow out, but now it is gone. After all, Hyga no longer has a main family branch, and Naruto's victory as a guide has catalyzed the Hyga reform in advance. Now, Hinata is a member of the Hyga clan. Whether she can marry out depends on whether Hyga Hayashi cannot. Hinata may be blind in front of love, but Hyga Hayashi will not. He has lived for most of his life and has seen everything. Naturally, he can see the relationship between Naruto and Ino. The Hyga clan has always been proud, comparable to the Uchiha clan. The only difference is that the Uchiha clan is outwardly proud, while the Hyga clan is inwardly proud. From the beginning, Naruto knew the nature of the Hyga clan and never thought that he would be favored by Hyga Hayashi. He also didn't think that the Hyga clan would like him, which was completely a fantasy. The Hyga clan might be afraid of him, but they would definitely want to win him over. After all, Naruto hasn't done much in these years, and the fifth generation has left. He glanced at Hinata, who was silent on the side, and saw that her eyebrows were furrowed. He already had some idea of what Hinata was going to say next. Naruto, Hinata stopped, and the two had come to a remote place. The building here is half-built, and behind it is the stand where the Hokage announced his inauguration. The activity was still going on, the noisy voices were isolated on the other side, and the bustling sounds seemed to be far away. Yet, he responded, and without waiting for Hinata to speak, he hugged her and kissed her carefully and densely. What you say is not important, what you do is important. If you like it, just do it. No matter what difficulties you encounter, there will always be a way. The airtight kiss isolated everything, the wind was not wind, and the brain could only feel the world spinning. Only the rustling sound of the swaying green leaves and the wind passing through the dense forest could be heard. Hey, don't bite me. Naruto took a breath of cold air, and Hinata bit his lower lip in excitement. Ah. I'm sorry. Hinata apologized in a panic. No, it's okay. Naruto wiped his mouth, thinking that Hinata was a little sensitive. If he held hands in a simple way, he would be punched. What did you want to say just now? Naruto asked. I told my father I told him. Hinata stopped talking halfway and stood still. He. She stopped talking halfway and tears came out. Big drops flowed down her face, along her snow-white neck, and into the unfathomable abyss. Seeing this, Naruto was also very sad, and sad tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. The activities of the 6th Hokage were still going on, so it was naturally impossible for them to end just by showing up. The bustling breathing sound came over, and a little movement could be heard from the back stand. Naruto reached out to wipe Hinata's tears from her face, held her in his arms and comforted her softly. It's okay, this is just your father's opinion, so what's your opinion? Will you never meet me in the future? Won't you talk to me? Are you going to marry someone else? No. No. Hinata shook her head violently, her eyes firm, looking up at him with tears in her eyes, like a bewitched rich girl. I want to marry you. Hearing this, Naruto smiled and gently pinched her face and said. Then why are you crying? Anyway, we will still meet as usual in the future, and you won't marry someone else. I like you too, and we will be together in the future. But my father Hinata hesitated. It's okay, there will definitely be a way in the future. Naruto hugged Hinata. We won't stay in the village forever in the future, we will go to farther places to see a bigger world together. Hinata wiped her tears and nodded heavily. Are you still crying? Naruto leaned over and rubbed her lips. Are you crying? No, don't cry. Hinata was a little embarrassed, and her lips were bitten the next second. When her pupils dilated slightly, she slowly closed her eyes. After kissing for a while, Naruto looked at Hinata with a blurry eye and asked. Would you like to come to my house and sit for a while? The relationship between the two had been running for 7 years, hiding, and finally came to this day. Every moment was almost difficult and dangerous, and it was impossible to get close. Even if she mustered up the courage to mention her feelings, it was still rejected by Hyga Hayashi. It was just because of the tradition of the Hyuga clan and for the family's reputation. Just now, the rational string in Hinata's heart had broken, and the fear and guilt for her father also reversed at this moment. She felt a surge of energy in her heart, and the emotions that were deeply suppressed in her heart. In Naruto's kiss test again and again, she finally broke out regardless of everything. Okay. She looked up, with a different smile from usual. It was not a shy and cautious smile, but a relaxed smile, as if she had finally fulfilled a wish. She threw away the shackles in her heart and crushed her reserve. The girl's eyebrows were smoothed out like willow branches, and there was spring in the corners of her eyes, as if she saw an endless field. She was light and graceful, and the whole person was like a spring light, beautiful beyond words. We're here, I'll open the door first. Naruto reached out to touch the key, took out the key and fumbled around the door for a while. Without even looking, he pushed it in. With a click, the sound of metal gears engaging sounded. Click, click, the door lock suddenly bounced open, and Naruto pushed open the door and walked in first. Come in. Okay. Hinata blushed. She made this decision on impulse, and when she calmed down on the way, she became nervous again, but she didn't know what to say. Is it time to back out? She pursed her lips and walked into the entrance to change shoes. Listening to the sound of her heart beating, her throat tightened slightly. Suddenly, she felt a pair of eyes staring at her, and she couldn't help but look up. But she found Naruto standing beside her, silently looking at her jade feet. The white jade-like feet were placed on the floor and slowly put into the pink slippers. Suddenly, Naruto felt that the feet should not be placed in the shoes but in the bowl. Naruto Hinata was stared at and felt a little at a loss. She pulled the hem of her skirt and walked towards the living room with her head down. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. Naruto suddenly came back to his senses and walked quickly to the kitchen. What do you want to drink? I'll help you get it. It seems that there is only water besides wine. I'd better drink water. Hinata said hesitantly. She actually wanted to get up and say goodbye, but now she couldn't say it. If it were in the past, she might have said goodbye in a hurry. But now, her father obviously rejected her feelings and even scolded her. The hit Hinata also realized that today might be the last chance. If she left like this, she didn't know how long this relationship would last. Perhaps if she was slow, she could only watch Naruto choose Ino and watch the two get married. And she could only watch helplessly, and might not even dare to attend the wedding day. Okay, wait a moment. Naruto brought 2 glasses of water from the kitchen after a while. Hinata. Chapter 395 Naruto's routine. Panicked Hinata was like a little deer. Okay, thank you. Hinata took the cup of water, pursed her soft lips, and buried her head even lower. Seeing her so nervous, Naruto simply sat over. The two were only a fist away from each other on the sofa, very close, and Hinata's body temperature radiated from her thin long sleeves. Hinata's snow-like eyes were out of focus, and her fingers holding the cup of water were a little at a loss. On impulse, she went home with him, but she didn't know what to say. Even in summer, she still wore a white chiffon shirt, revealing a little skin on her chest, and stubbornly hid her soft arms in the thin gauze sleeves. Below was a towering treasure, the kind that couldn't see the toes at all. She was probably the kind of person who would wear a skirt that was above the knee, and the colors she chose were always plain and elegant, and she would never wear something too cute or bright. She didn't want to be too ostentatious, but no matter where she stood, she was beautiful. Her looks are always hard to ignore. She has long black hair and a well-behaved and quiet bangs on her forehead. This kind of dress suits her very well, and she looks easy to bully. Naruto always can't help thinking about how to make Hinata wear the pantyhose unwillingly. But now, this idea is obviously not realistic. Since Hinata entered his house, she has been sitting on the sofa very well, and it seems that she has no intention of taking the next step. It can be vaguely seen that Hinata is so nervous that she is trembling all over. Seeing her like this, Naruto can't help but reach out and touch her head, and touch her hair carefully. His movements are very light, and Hinata has absolute trust in him, so she really calmed down. Naruto saw that the situation was almost done, and slowly hugged Hinata. Hinata leaned in his arms, her eyes narrowed, and her face showed a coquettish expression. It seemed that she finally felt at ease, and even rubbed against him. What are you worried about? He asked, and took Hinata's hand, and said, Is it about your father? Well, I still don't know what to do. Hinata nodded. Naruto raised his eyebrows, thinking that this matter is not difficult to deal with. But no matter how much he comforted her, it would be a repetitive talk, and there is no need. Father-in-law is really not a problem, and Hyuga Hayashi has more than one daughter. After all, it is very kind to dig only one of his daughters. What Hinata is worried about is not a problem at all in Naruto's view, but he naturally won't reason with Hinata, just comfort her. No, there will definitely be a way in the future. He sighed and said, playing with Hinata's hand, and then looked at her feet. But at this moment, Hinata was frowning and struggling, and she didn't notice Naruto's strange look. But the next moment, she suddenly felt her feet being grabbed. Ah! She was startled and was about to shrink back. No, it's dirty there. What's so dirty about feet? Naruto didn't care and poked her jade feet. Hinata didn't sweat much, had no arches, and her soles were white. Hinata couldn't say anything to refuse. She had hardly refused Naruto's requests. His fingers brushed across the instep, looking at the neat and cute toes, and he came back to his senses slightly. He looked up at Hinata and saw that her face was red. I'm going to leave for a while in a few days, out of the village, and I don't know when I'll be back. Is it because of the mission? Hinata asked nervously, and she didn't care about being shy at this time. Things have come to this point, and she has fallen into a dilemma. After all, Hyuga Hayashi's plan is no longer feasible. It's just because Hinata is an adult that she didn't force Hinata to be confined. But the interests involved were also told to Hinata early. In the final analysis, it's a family-style moral kidnapping. Now, Hinata has to face the person she likes on one side and her biological father and family interests on the other. If Naruto leaves at this time, she will be very tormented alone. She only hopes that Naruto will take a short-term mission and return to the village in 10 days or half a month. If he is away for another year or two, then It's not a mission. I don't take missions anymore. Naruto said while playing with his jade feet, I want to travel outside for a while. Lady Tsunade has left, and I have nothing to do in the village. Then but isn't the 6th Hokage Kakashi teacher? Although Hinata is sometimes silly and cute, her mind works quickly and she vaguely understands why the 5th Hokage left. Teacher Kakashi has just succeeded the 6th Hokage and will probably be very busy during this period. There is actually no point for me to stay in the village, and it will bring trouble to the village. Hearing this, Hinata was silent. She knew that Naruto was no longer the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but outsiders would not believe it except the villagers of Konoha. If Naruto stayed in the village, he would be feared just like Tsunade. Whether it was from inside or outside, the situation would not be very good. It just so happened that these things could not be solved by the Hokage. Kakashi had just come to power and his power was not strong. There was still a long way to go to become the Hokage. The things that Hinata imagined were not suitable for children did not happen. Naruto patiently hugged her and comforted her. The two chatted about some other topics. There are some dishes in the refrigerator. You sit for a while and I'll cook. Naruto waved his hand and stood up and said, would you like some wine? No. Hinata was ashamed of her little thoughts when she just entered the door. She was ready to be that, but Naruto seemed. It turned out that he was just concerned about herself. After all, it was not as convenient to talk outside as here. At this time, Hinata was still thinking about it on the sofa, and Naruto was already humming a little song in the kitchen to cook. He was very patient and not impatient. He knew what to do at what time. If I start stripping like a pervert as soon as I enter the room, I will definitely leave Hinata with the impression of being a pervert. Even if there is a high probability that I can get it all done, it is hard to say in the future. If both of them are passionate, then there is no need to say more, and it is legal to enter the room. Do you live broadcasts an old late-night project, 2 people playing in the water? But Naruto knew early on that Hinata was frustrated and agreed to go home with him to find comfort. First of all, he had to meet Hinata's needs and lower her expectations. Even if what Hinata was worried about was not a big deal for him, he still needed gentle comfort, which afraid to say some useless repetitive words. Time ticked by, and the kitchen overflowed with fragrance. Naruto's cooking skills are just so-so, he is just too lazy to do it, and the food he makes tastes good. But compared with Hinata, it is still far inferior. After all, Hinata has studied systematically and has found a teacher to learn it seriously. The women of the Hyuga clan have to go through such a process. They can choose not to do it, but they must know how to do it. Speaking of which, the Hyuga clan is really twisted. They are both ancient clans like the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan has already gone into the sea, but the Hyuga clan claims to be mediocre. After the Uchiha clan was outlasted, they took it upon themselves to put on airs and claim to be the largest clan in Konoha. From the history of existence to the status in the village, they began to hold their identity and love to show off invisibly. When Naruto brought all the food to the table, Hinata came back to her senses and helped. Her face was flushed, and I don't know if it was steamed by the heat. At the dining table, Naruto opened a bottle of wine from the refrigerator and poured it for himself. Hinata drank warm water, and the two chatted about some topics. Just when the meal was almost finished, Naruto accidentally moved too much when serving soup to Hinata, so that Hinata's clothes on her chest were wet. Ah! Hinata frowned when she saw her clothes stained with soup. Seeing this, Naruto was stunned and took a breath. He quickly took out paper and gave it to Hinata, his face full of guilt. Hinata, I'm sorry, I'm too careless. It's okay, just wipe it. Hinata said while lowering her head and wiping it, but the clothes were thin in summer, and the soup seeped into the clothes, how could it be so easy to wipe? Hinata suddenly felt a little depressed, and wanted to take a bath, but now she didn't know how to start. Borrow Naruto's bathroom? Would it be too abrupt? But if she went home, she didn't want to go back to face her father now. Thinking of this, she became more and more depressed. Hinata, why don't you take a bath? Naruto suddenly asked. It's not clean even if you wipe it, right? What do you think? Okay. She had no reason to hesitate, and it was uncomfortable to have the soup stuck in her clothes. This way. Naruto stood up and led the way, pushing open the bathroom door with a click. That's the washing machine and dryer, they've been replaced with new ones, so let's do this first. While filling the bathtub with water, he patiently talked to Hinata, then left with a sentence, you wash first, and walked out. Hinata stood there a little confused. She originally thought that she would just take a shower and wash casually. But Naruto had already put hot water in for her, so it seemed that she should take a bath. Outside the living room, Naruto had a smile on his face, and neatly put all the food on the dining table into the kitchen. After washing for a while, he leaned on the sofa to read a book. After waiting for about an hour, Hinata walked out of the bathroom carefully in a bathrobe. The dryer was still working, and the buzzing sound concealed the embarrassment. In fact, only Hinata was embarrassed. She stood there wrapped in a bathrobe. In one word, she was beautiful. She didn't know what happened. She seemed to have taken a bath without knowing what was going on. She was not stupid. She vaguely felt that the direction of things seemed a little strange, especially when Naruto suddenly stood up and said it was too hot and he wanted to take a bath. Hinata's alert value soared to the top. Her heart was beating fast. She swallowed like a frightened deer. She looked at Naruto eagerly with her deer eyes, but found that he had already turned his back to her and went into the bathroom. With a click, she sat on the sofa uncomfortably, and her mind suddenly thought of a lot of things. Her heart, which had calmed down, suddenly beat again. In a hurry, she could only blow dry her hair. In the bathroom, Naruto stood under the shower head and took a bath. In the steaming water, somehow, she remembered an embarrassing thing about Koji. When doing something that was conducive to population expansion, Koji's newlywed wife spent a lot of time and effort to dress up, but Koji was just. His wife was furious. Later, Koji let it slip when he was drunk and Naruto found out. He laughed at him for half a year. I thought it was for Konoha's population expansion, but who knew that he was only thinking about the population and didn't pay attention to the sense of ceremony at all. He took a quick shower and changed his clothes when he walked out of the bathroom. Naruto was shameless and would not go out in a bathrobe to scare Hinata away. Ah! Hinata was blowing her hair. When she heard the sound, she looked up suddenly and met Naruto's eyes. What's wrong? He asked while wiping his hair with a towel. No, nothing. Hinata watched Naruto wipe his hair and go back to the room to blow it. Suddenly, she felt that she was making a fuss and was always suspicious. Maybe Naruto didn't even think about that kind of thing. She thought so, her heart was hanging up and down, and she blew her hair. After a few minutes, Naruto came out again and naturally took the hair dryer from Hinata's hand to help her blow dry her hair. His hands danced between the half-dried hair, and his fingertips occasionally brushed her neck. The itchy feeling made Hinata feel a little confused. This operation had completely made her emotions a little complicated, and she wanted to verify something. Is it because her charm is not enough? She inevitably had such a thought in her mind, and her heart was full of grass, and she didn't know where to go. When the hair was blown, Hinata still didn't come back to her senses. Unexpectedly, Naruto threw the thing in his hand and fell asleep on her thighs. In the world, only black silk and knee pillows cannot be let down. Hinata was stunned at first when she realized it. She couldn't help but smile. Her hand touched it involuntarily, and her fingers passed through Naruto's hair. Her face was infinitely soft, and her tone was gentle. I like the days with Naruto very much. You are the most important person to me. So I am very worried that I can't be with you in the future. It would be great if time could stay at this moment forever. Listening to Hinata's almost confession, Naruto looked up at her, but unfortunately he was blocked from seeing her face. We will be together, and Hinata's knee pillow is so comfortable, how can I bear to give it up? Dada. Please don't say that. I'm telling the truth, can't I say that? Okay, it's just that it makes people shy, knee pillows Naruto looked like he was teasing Hinata. The little girl couldn't say those sweet jokes, and her ears were red. It was just that her voice was a little trembling, but she didn't mean to be dissatisfied at all. So, he turned over and sat up, and threw Hinata on the sofa. Hinata, I'm sorry, I was too careless. It's okay, just wipe it off. The familiar conversation reappeared. Although Hinata said this, she no longer had the strength to get up and take a shower. She just comforted Naruto out of habit, and she never blamed others. So, Naruto let Hinata lean on his shoulder, and the other hand passed through to hug Hinata's back, whispering. Your face has turned red. Chapter 396 Hinata's feelings, Tia-nation's relationship suffered a Waterloo. Hinata was hugged, feeling embarrassed and annoyed, but helpless. She was drowsy and just wanted to sleep. It was like being in the sky, and the souls gave each other. Naruto got up and stood in front of the balcony to watch the sunset. The wind blew lightly. The blood-red sunset was reflected in the sky above Konoha, covering the entire village. It's really good, it feels really good to live in Konoha. When Hinata woke up again, it was already night. She reached out in a daze and found herself lying on the bed. When she opened her eyes completely, she saw an unfamiliar room, and her heart tightened immediately. Hinata's memory came back vaguely, and she remembered that she hadn't even taken a shower, and she couldn't help but cover her face. Then she remembered something more important, and her face became even redder. There seemed to be a lot of strange books on the bookshelf in the living room. As for the content, Hinata was so embarrassed just by looking at the cover of the book. It should be normal for boys to be curious about this, so they will study it seriously. Naruto never thought that the Little Emperor's book and the Little Emperor's comic that he forgot to put away on the bookshelf in the living room would save him from a disaster. It can be said that misfortune and blessing go hand in hand. If it was Ino who saw the scene on the bookshelf, the tsundere, the eldest lady, would probably be angry. But Hinata wouldn't, she would just think that Naruto had learned the skills seriously. This thing can't be explained, it can only be said that it is due to personality differences. The door opened with a click, and Hinata took the dried clothes and carefully poked her head out wrapped in a bath towel. When she found that there was no movement in the living room, she tiptoed to the bathroom. When she passed the sofa, she accidentally saw Naruto sleeping on the sofa, and she was stunned. Naruto, she thought about it and still mustered up the courage to push him. The latter woke up slowly with a hum, and was stunned when he saw Hinata bending over with a bath towel. The undulating curves cannot be covered by a bath towel, and more importantly, he didn't expect Hinata to wake up so quickly. He remembered that Hinata almost fell asleep in the afternoon. Such good endurance? What's wrong? He turned over and sat up. Looking at Hinata's appearance, he couldn't help but hook his arm around her neck and kissed her a few times. He had no special interest in population welfare and never worried about kissing murders. Why do you sleep here? Hinata was no longer a little girl, and she was not so shy. I just woke up and didn't see you. Shouldn't you go home at night? I remember your father seemed to be very concerned about the access control. I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I just lay here for a while. Naruto explained. In fact, Naruto was afraid that Hinata would not be able to accept lying with him openly for a while. And Hinata couldn't stay overnight. If this matter was delayed, it might leave some grudges in the future. He was extremely careful with Hinata and Ino, and almost considered every detail. He really cared, after all, they grew up together. It's just that the palms and backs of the hands are flesh, and it's unlikely to choose one of the two. But at present, he can't directly say that he wants both, so he can only take advantage of it and get in the car first. Well, I'm going to take a shower, and I should go back later. Hinata responded and ran to the bathroom as if escaping. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but smile and said okay. But before Hinata touched the bathroom door, she remembered something and ran back. Naruto's eyelids twitched and he blinked at the thrilling scene. But before Naruto asked, Hinata pursed her lips and took the initiative to say, "You next time." Next time. He didn't quite understand, and looked up at Hinata who was holding the bathrobe. What's wrong with next time? Next time don't sleep on the sofa, it's not good for your health. Hinata's eyes flickered and her face flushed. Anyway, it's like that anyway. What? You? In the bathroom, the mist was confused. After washing, Hinata dragged her slightly tired body to change her clothes, opened the bathroom door and prepared to say goodbye. But when she opened the door, she found Naruto standing at the bathroom door. She pursed her slightly red lips, revealing a soft curve. I'm going home. I'll take you, and I just happen to have something to say to you. He took Hinata's hand and said with a smile. Hinata hummed, let herself be led, and lowered her head to follow him out. Just feel the hand wrapped in warmth, don't have to think about anything, you can completely empty. It's a very relaxing thing to be led by someone you can trust. Looking at the moonlight covering the corridor, she suddenly felt that this is also good. Hinata. Ah? She didn't expect Naruto to call her suddenly, and she looked up and met Naruto's eyes. Naruto had stopped in the corridor on the second floor outside the apartment. The silver moonlight fell, and Hinata raised her white eyes like the first snow and looked at him. We will be together in the future, no matter what your father thinks. I have liked you for a long time, and I knew we would be together from a very long time ago. So don't worry, okay? I will solve any problems. Okay. Hinata's eyes were covered with a layer of white mist, and the emotions that had shrouded the whole day were finally resolved. Even though her eyes were wet, she didn't cry after all. I like you too, Naruto-kun, as I did before and as I will in the future. I will always like you. Her voice was trembling and joyful. She buried herself in Naruto's arms and hugged him tightly with all her strength. It seemed that doing so could keep him and live happily with him forever. The two walked hand in hand on a secluded path beside the main street of Konoha, and Hinata asked anxiously. Will it take a long time to go out this time? It won't be too long, at most a few months to come back. Naruto put one hand through Hinata's waist, a little uneasy. But I will miss you. Hinata rarely acted like a spoiled child. Don't you have a communicator? Oh, no, for the time being, you can only communicate within the scope of Konoha. He knocked his head and was embarrassed. How about I go out again after a while and stay with you? No. Hinata shook her head and said stubbornly, it would be better if you come back earlier. If you delay, it will not be good for you. After thinking about it, he felt that this seemed to be the case, so he did not refuse. Outside the Hyuga base, Naruto finally took out a gift that had been prepared long ago from the pile of gifts in the sealed space. It was a special chakra metal anklet. This person just likes to give chains, not because of any strange hobby, but just to save trouble. After all, others buy gifts based on the date, but he buys gifts based on the date. Others buy gifts carefully, but he buys gifts directly from the expensive batch and takes them away in bulk, and carefully chooses which one to give in the sealed space. He is not perfunctory, also spent time and effort to give expensive gifts with extra emotions. This wave is the most affectionate in Konoha. Speaking of which, he did spend time and effort on Hinata and Ino. The current situation is the best solution he can think of for the time being. It's so funny, the Shura field can't be blown up at all. This time he left the village to teach these idle guys in the ninja world a lesson and let them experience the dangers of the world. As long as the ninja world is on fire, Konoha will naturally be unable to take care of itself. Maybe it can also lead to Uchiha Obito and Kagaya's Black Ant. This time he wants it all, ready to reach out, and this the world charges some interest. Whether it is Kumigakuer, Kirigakuer, Iwagakuer or Otsutsuki, all have to pay interest. The next day, Naruto woke up from the bed, still a little confused. As usual, he took a break in bed, thinking about what happened yesterday. Thinking that Hinata has already, it feels a little unreal. But things have come to this point, and there is no regret medicine to take. He has taken both Ino and Hinata, so he can only be more careful in the future, hoping to hold on until that day. With his thoughts flying, he still plans to go out to find Sakura to ask about the experimental progress of the project, ready prepare to leave almost tomorrow. The night is long and dreams are many, leave early and get things done one by one. After confirming that there will be no accidents, you will feel more at ease when you leave, and you won't worry about the consequences. Naruto also wants to stay in the village, but if he can be carefree, it's fine, but there are people outside who are thinking about him, how can he lie down peacefully? If you don't solve the trouble, it will come to you sooner or later. Just when he came back from washing up and hadn't left the house, he found someone sitting on the sofa. Naruto recognized who it was from the back and was a little surprised. Why did you have time to come? Come to visit the ex-Jin Huriki. I have something to ask you. Uzuki Yujeo was not wearing the ragged clothes of the Anbu, but a casual dress. Do you think I like to find you when I have nothing to do? She suddenly stopped talking, sniffed with her nose raised, and asked. Why is there a strange smell on this sofa? Ahem. Naruto was a little embarrassed, thinking that this person's nose is like a dog's, right? He can smell everything, what the hell, there is no smell, you must have smelled it wrong. How could I smell it wrong? I just can't remember what it is. Mao Uxi Yan blanched. He glanced at her. It smells like some flower, forget it. She probably remembered something important, shook her head and looked at Naruto and asked. Is Danzo really dead? Don't you know? The Anbu must be the first to confirm Danzo's death. Naruto was a little speechless. Why are you asking me? I can't have killed him. Uchiha Sasuke. Mao Uxi Yan shook her head. I just want to confirm with you whether Danzo is really dead. I have been afraid for a while. Are you afraid of Danzo's revenge? He raised his eyebrows. Yes. Mao Uxi Yan said hesitantly, and suddenly hugged her head. You haven't entered the Anbu, and you don't know the style of the crazy people in the route. Okay, Danzo is dead, dead. Naruto gave an accurate answer. Thank you. Mao Uxi Yan took a break, suddenly straightened up, calmed down for a while, and left directly, leaving Naruto stunned. Fuck, you think I'm a psychologist, don't you? And you're getting it for free. Too much. Naruto cursed inwardly, I'll make you pay back with interest in the future. After leaving home, Naruto went straight to the research room of Konoha Hospital. Kurosakura is a down-to-earth person, and she won't speak until she's fed. After reporting the research progress intermittently, Naruto had a rough idea in his mind. There was just a slight accident in the middle, and Naruto suspected that it was Kurosakura who was teasing him deliberately. Pink Sakura appeared briefly at an inopportune moment, then her eyes were horrified and then she went offline again. Naruto was startled, and Pink Sakura almost rolled her eyes in fear, only Kurosakura smiled as if nothing had happened. It seemed that she didn't mind at all, and after gaining control of her body, she talked about other things. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Kurosakura stopped talking. But his eyes became more focused. After a morning, Naruto was able to leave when the sun was high in the sky. He himself did not feel anything strange. He had never been afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. Even if he fought alone for a day, it didn't matter. He was still energetic the next day. In the afternoon, Naruto originally planned to find Niji, but he saw Tenten outside the Hyuga base. Tenten, are you looking for Niji? He greeted casually. When he got closer, he found Tenten standing in the shade on the side of the road with a bitter face. He was in a bad mood. He looked at him listlessly and lowered his head. What's wrong with you? Ninkai doesn't seem to want to see me. I've looked for him several times. Tenten squatted down, his small body shrank, and his eyes were a little red and swollen, staring at the sunlight outside the shade of the tree. I can't get in touch with the communicator, and I can't find him. Every time I ask, he says he's not there. I can only ask Xiao Li, but Xiao Li is out on a mission. Hearing this, Naruto immediately understood everything. The Hyuga clan has always been xenophobic, and the former Niji was a branch family. Even if he is known as a genius, he is a branch family with a higher ranking and a higher status than marginal people. But now Hyuga has undergone tremendous changes, and the barriers between the main family and the branch family have been eliminated. Ninkai, who has the name of a genius, has absolute prestige in the branch family, and has the support of Hyuga Hayashi in the main family. it can be said that it is a foregone conclusion that Ninkai will become the head of the Hyuga clan. And he can finally change Hyuga with his own strength. And Naruto also benefited from it, shortening the distance with Hinata. From the high wall of Hyuga courtyard to the negative distance now. But someone wins and someone loses, and Ninkai is now only one step away from the head of the clan. This last step is to get married, to marry the daughter of the main family. In this way, both the main family and the branch family will compromise. And this move can also promote the relationship between the main family and the branch family, which will help Ninkai to a certain extent. But in any case, as the head of the clan, Ninkai will not risk marrying a woman from another clan. This is extremely absurd and impossible to happen. No matter what Ninkai thought, he had to marry a woman from the main family or the branch family. Of course, the possibility of marrying a woman from the main family would be greater. After all, the main family resisted so fiercely, and guilt and uneasiness were also one of the factors. Now there is no bird in the cage, and they are afraid of the future counterattack and revenge of the branch family. If Ninkai married the daughter of the main family, it would at least make the attitude of the main family more friendly, and they would not be as resistant as before. So, Tian Tian inexplicably lost a good companion. It was hard to be moved once, but suffered a Waterloo. It was like Okamura Ninkai fell to death at the city gate before the Battle of Ping'an County. Chapter 397 The power of the Raikage is unlimited, and he became the ancestor of Kumagakuer. Ninkai, he should be busy. Naruto said vaguely, not taking it too seriously. After all, Ninkai's marriage was a foregone conclusion. When Tian Tian heard him say this, her face became even more depressed. Naruto, you are here to see Niji, right? Can you take me in? The shade of the tree was wafting. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then he patted his chest and agreed. Okay. What does the fire in Niji's backyard have to do with him? He, Uzumaki Naruto, is a well-known honest man, and he has a good relationship with Tenten and others. Come with me, I'll find someone. Naruto glanced around, and saw no one except Tenten in a blouse. Forget it, just climb over the wall. He said. Climb over the wall. Tenten was startled. Although she was a little depressed, she was still clear-headed. If you can't get into the main door of the Hyuga family, you can't get in. Climbing over the wall is a what's the matter? If someone sees me and spreads the news, I'll still be a human being. It's not convenient to go in from here if I don't meet anyone I know. Naruto explained, and turned to urge Tian Tian in a low voice, why are you still standing there? Follow me. It will be convenient once we get in. People inside know me, nothing will happen. Tian Tian was at a loss for a moment, so he could only follow Naruto's instructions. Both of them were at the level of a jonin, and climbing over a wall was no different from drinking water or eating. He rolled over neatly and landed smoothly. Let's go. Naruto acted like nothing had happened, as if he was entering his own yard, which frightened Tian Tian. She knew very well that the Hyuga clan had always been xenophobic. Even if they didn't show it at ordinary times, it was just that they didn't show it. In fact, the Hyuga garrison didn't allow outsiders to enter. Unless they were allowed. But Tian Tian didn't think that she could be let in by the Hyuga clan just because she wanted to find Niji. But seeing Naruto, this was completely forcing his way in. What if he met a Hyuga clan member? If he was stopped and questioned on the spot, wouldn't he be dead? Naruto, that Tian Tian was thinking of backing out. And wanted to retreat tactically. Although it was really sad to squat at the gate of Hyuga just now, it was more puzzled. Niji had a good relationship with her, and they were also in the same class. After going through life and death together, there will always be some strange emotions. But now, the two are just ordinary friends, and they have never expressed their feelings. Anyway, it's not to the point of breaking in to find someone. What's wrong? Naruto just turned around, but he saw two Hyuga clan members coming over, and he stopped talking immediately. Seeing this, Tian Tian wanted to find a crack to get in. This face was so lost that he felt ashamed and hesitated to turn around and run. The person next to him didn't seem to have the intention to run, and he didn't even bother to hide, just standing there in the open. Someone is coming, let's go. Tian Tian pulled Naruto's hand, and Naruto didn't move. Hey! The two Hyuga clan members have already come over, and Tian Tian is even more calm and just closes his eyes and leaves it to fate. Naruto-sama, are you looking for Niji-sama? Yeah, I forgot how to get there. Niji-sama is standing at the clan office, let us take you there. Hearing this, Tian looked up in disbelief and stared at Naruto again and again. Naruto felt a little uncomfortable, and while the two Hyuga clan members leading the way were not paying attention, he quickly turned around and asked in a low voice. Why are you looking at me? Why do they seem to be very familiar with you? Tian asked back. Isn't this a very normal thing? Of course Naruto didn't tell the truth. Did he sleep with the eldest princess of Hyuga clan and plan something shameful with the future clan leader? Isn't this asking for trouble? At this time, he was still very sensible. Hearing this, Tenten couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. She was still Ninkai's companion, and she had a good relationship with Hinata, so why didn't she get the same treatment as Naruto? How could she know that Naruto knew all the young generations of the Hyuga branch family, because he was the one who unlocked the caged bird seal for that group of people? Under the guidance of the enthusiastic branch family members, the two finally met Ninkai, who was busy in the clan affairs office. It was almost certain that he would become the clan leader, and he looked a little tired at the moment. Why are you here? Ninkai, wearing the traditional costumes of the Hyuga clan, stood up to greet him. Why didn't you tell me first so that I could be prepared? I just came to see you. By the way, what preparations are needed? Naruto saw that Niji's temperament had changed, and said with a smile. Ningji. Tenten, what's wrong? Niji talked to Naruto, and occasionally took the time to reply to Tenten, but he didn't pay much attention to Tenten's abnormality. It's okay. She didn't say it after all. Ningji was very busy, and the two had no intention of staying. They left after talking for a while. Naruto was mainly saying goodbye. He would leave the village tomorrow, so he informed Niji. As for Hinata, they have been in contact with each other through the communicator for the past 2 days, and it is estimated that there will be another fierce battle in the evening. Looking up at the sky, the sun was still hanging in the sky. After leaving the Hyuga base, Naruto frowned at the scorching sunlight, and said to Tenten behind him without looking back. Tenten, I'm going back now. Yet. Tenten responded, not in a good mood. Naruto didn't care too much, and left directly. He didn't bother to get involved in the affairs of those two people, and Tenten and Niji had no relationship at all. Besides, now that this kind of thing has happened, what else can be said? Persuade Tenten to quit, or persuade Nisi not to marry the daughter of the Hyuga family? Neither is easy to say. Naruto didn't need to say anything, and it wouldn't be wrong to say nothing. In the afternoon, he met with Shikamaru and Koji again. When he mentioned the news that he would leave tomorrow, the two were not surprised, as he had already leaked the news. So hurried. Shikamaru clinked glasses with Koji and Naruto, and asked slowly, Ino is not in the village now, and you and Hinata seem. Stop, don't say this nonsense. Naruto was as cautious as ever. Shikamaru and Koji rolled their eyes at him, thinking that this man was too shameless. It's okay to eat double portions, but he was staring at the high-quality seafood that was difficult to eat. Okay, stop pretending. Shikamaru curled his lips, but didn't continue the topic. The three of them ate and drank for a while, and said a lot of big words. Most of the time, it was the two old men who had entered marriage who complained, and Naruto was holding a glass of wine on the side. It was 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and the three of them went their separate ways. Naruto didn't drink much, and his steps were steady. He blew the wind outside the street for a while, and then turned back home. He didn't stay idle when he got home, and packed up everything he could. When it got dark, he met Hinata outside the Hyuga clan as promised. There was nothing reserved for the evening, just ordinary puff filling in the kitchen, but it saved the step of baking in the oven. The next morning, Naruto closed the door and strode out. The distance between Kumegakure and Konoha is too far, but Naruto still regards Kumegakure as the first stop for his travels, not for anything else but because he still has the 2 Yukato in his hands. He has no interest in the position of Hokage, he is simply disgusted. In addition, his friends, teachers, and others are all in Konoha, and he can't do anything. But if it is Kumegakure, he would be willing to toss it. First of all, Kumegakure is a gang-type village with a clear structure and easy to operate. The one with the big fist is the Raikage, and the one with the big muscle is the leader. In this way, Naruto is somewhat interested. If the 2 Yukato can become the Raikage, the loyalty of the Yukato will definitely be no problem, which is equivalent to himself being the Raikage. In a sense, both of them are traitors. Naruto has no sense of belonging to Konoha, and he is staring at Kumegakure in his heart. Yukito has betrayed Kumigakure, but her first task is to become the Raikage. Within the scope of Kumigakure, the power of the Raikage is unlimited. It is precisely because of this that Naruto is so active in running to Kumigakure. Anyway, he has offended them again and again, so it is better to just take them down. Anyway, Kumigakure has never been a good person. Instead of waiting for them to provoke a war in the ninja world, it is better to directly drive the fourth Raikage out of office. Turn passivity into initiative and directly act arrogantly. His idea is also simple. Anyway, he disguised himself as Uchiha Sasuke last time to slap him in the face. No one in Kumigakure knows him, and the news will not spread to Konoha. Since he can make the two Yukitos surrender, he can also make others surrender. Naruto himself knows that this wave is the ancestor of Kumigakure in the past, not the one who developed the strength of Kumigakure in the past. The power of the Raikage is unlimited, and he can do whatever he wants. Of course, all this is a long way to go, and it has not been done yet. But he is not in a hurry. He is not afraid of the villain's strength, but he is afraid of the villain's patience. Before leaving the village, he has set his sights on Kumigakure, waiting to destroy Kumigakure at any time. At night, the two Yukito were released by Naruto when they left the village. At this moment, they were sitting by the fire and eating barbecue. Behind them was a forest lurking in the dark night, a corner of which was illuminated by the fire. There were many mosquitoes in the wild, and the howling of various wild animals was endless. I never thought that I could eat barbecue in this wilderness. The two Yukito sighed, and a trace of helplessness appeared on their cold faces. What's so strange about this? Naruto didn't take it to heart, and said while eating barbecue, as long as you have money, I have a lot of money in the village. By the way, you are still a senior ninja of Kumigakure, you should have saved a lot of money, right? Under the light of the fire, the two Yukito's icy beauty's face changed, and the alarm bells in her heart suddenly rang. She looked at Naruto with almost incredible eyes and asked. What? Really? Naruto smiled, slowly eating the barbecue, and threw the skewers into the fire. We are short of funds now. It would be easy if you had money. The two Yukito were speechless, thinking how despicable this person was. I am not your slave. That is my money. What does it have to do with you? Hey? Isn't it? Naruto stood up and asked doubtfully, looking down at Yukito, you'd better recognize your identity, a traitor of Kumigakure. You forced me to do that. The two Yukito were also a little angry. Looking at his angry expression, Naruto didn't take it to heart. If the two Yukito really bowed their heads, he would be even more panicked. I forced you to do it, what's wrong? Naruto admitted very frankly, you agreed to it yourself, you don't want your friends and relatives to get into trouble, right? You know better than me what's going on inside Kumigakure and what the fourth Raikage's personality is like. It's just crazy. The two Yukito gritted her teeth, but she really couldn't refute Naruto, Kumigakure was like that. The two Yukito's verbal attack power was too weak, and for someone like Naruto who was good at talking, it was just a drizzle that didn't hurt. After casually mentioning two Yukito's spirits and suppressing them, he didn't continue. The atmosphere cooled down again, and the two continued to eat barbecue. Yukito was much more depressed and stopped talking. But she was not a willful person after all. After calming down, she figured it out and realized that she couldn't go back. Could she return to Kumigakure by killing that person as a token of her loyalty? Not to mention whether she could kill the bastard in front of her, even if she could succeed, what was waiting for her would definitely not be the hero's courtesy of Kumigakure. It was a ninja village with a strong gang style, can't tolerate traitors. In the hands of the enemy, only death can win dignity. But she didn't dare to die easily now, let alone cherish her life. As long as she dared to die, that bastard would definitely make trouble. If she didn't do it well, she would have to bear the infamy after her death and implicate her relatives and friends. More importantly, the two Yukito didn't know what Naruto did. But she could vaguely feel that she and Naruto had established a faint relationship, like a thread tied together. She just confronted Naruto, just to see if there would be any backlash effect. If so, it would probably be no different from the master and servant. But in the end, nothing happened. It should be okay to curse a few words. But if it really happened, it might go wrong. She didn't think about it. Now the rice is almost cooked. She still wanted to kill that kid. What did she do before? Naruto didn't know what was going on in Yukito's mind, nor did he worry that the two Yokito would turn against him. He has become a follower of the evil god, can he still run away? This thing is very evil, it's a subtle brainwashing. This is not Naruto's wishful thinking, but he found out by looking at the changes of Hydrangea and Kurama Yakumo. These two people seem to be getting more and more. It can't be said to be docile. Hydrangea will secretly complain about Naruto, the black-hearted master, who almost squeezes her to death in training. The people are almost dry, and they still have to face the tragic evil god altar. But complaining is complaining, Naruto can feel the loyalty in the eyes of Hydrangea and Kurama Yakumo, which is almost visible to the naked eye. From the beginning of rebelliousness to the current deadly loyalty. Even if Naruto drags them into the room and throws them on the bed one day, he will not resist, but he is not that hungry. It's just a little strange. The evil god is really something. The fire crackled, and the two wooden men lowered their heads to continue eating barbecue. The hesitation in their eyes flashed and then extinguished. Chapter 398, Kumagakure is being spied on, Hoshigaki Kisame unexpectedly appears in the market town. Tien carries several scrolls with him, and there are several space scrolls in the space scroll, using the nesting doll method to expand the space capacity. Naruto is rich and powerful, holding a sealed space, which is much more useful than Tianation's nesting doll seal scroll. At least there is no scroll inside the scroll, and the space is inside the space. It not only contains easy-to-preserve food, but also drinking water and various resources. There are even generators, small appliances, and tents. This is all thanks to his superpowers. Before he spent all his family wealth to support the intelligence department, he would buy things wherever he went. Although a lot of food was donated to the orphanage, the things were not delivered. There are a lot of things piled up in the sealed space, and the scattered supplies are enough for Naruto to make a living by drawing circles on the spot. To be honest, it was the drifting on the sea that stimulated him. Naruto would update his supplies or buy some new supplies in case of emergency when he was free. The two Yokito knew that Naruto had a space and knew that he had stored some things. So when he took out the barbecued meat, they were not too surprised. But when she washed up nearby and prepared to dry her hair with fire, she saw Naruto took out a generator and a hair dryer, and she was stunned for a while. How come you even have this? What do you mean you have all this? Shouldn't I enjoy it when I had some money in my hand? Naruto poured kerosene into the generator in a bad mood, and the machine started buzzing with a whoosh. The two Yokitos on the side looked at the hair dryer he handed over, and they had an inexplicable idea in their hearts, thinking, isn't this using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito? Get a generator to buzz and run idle, just to blow her hair? She didn't think Naruto was trying to please her, and she still had some ideas in her mind. It would be a good deed for this bastard not to cheat people. There is nothing he can gain from me except those two mouths. Thinking carefully, there is only one possibility, that is, this is his nature. He is a rich man, used to wasting money, idle and not doing anything. Naruto did not expect that he would be evaluated so accurately just because he made a generator to blow the hair of the two Yokito on a whim. He just wanted to make a way out of the serious conversation just now, and planned to say something different to the two Yokito to test the waters. The Nine Tails is a useless dog, a brainless thing, he didn't even bring it out. Kurama Yakumo and Hydrangea are both weaklings, their loyalty is fine but they are not very useful. Now he has no one to use, and Yokito is his biggest trump card. It can't be said that he holds it high, but he still needs to tighten it when it should be tightened and loosen it when it should be loosened. The wall is not 10,000 feet high, but it is strong without desire. After the two Yama people finished blowing their hair, Naruto shamelessly turned off and put away the generator. He took the hair dryer from her hand and threw it directly into the sealed space. After doing all this, he did not leave, but sat down with a thick face. He knew that the two Yama people did not like him, but there was nothing they could do about him. They could not stand him, but they could not get rid of him. Something. The Yama people glanced at him, and the grey leather armor on his chest lowered. Can't you help it? What nonsense! Naruto was stunned for a moment, turned around and cursed, who do you think of me, a stud, am I that kind of person? The two Yama people did not speak, but just looked at him deeply, and the meaning was self-evident. I thought to myself, what else can you think of besides Kohobi? Ahem, let me tell you something serious. Naruto was also a little guilty. His own experience was a little embarrassing, but he was innocent and had a clear conscience towards his subordinates. What's the matter? She asked. Don't worry about this, let's talk about something else. Naruto appeased the Yukito and started to make trouble again. Do you think I deliberately retaliated against Kumagakure? Isn't it? She glanced at Naruto. Haha, some things can't just be seen with the eyes. Kumagakure has been developing the tailed beast Jinchuriki and chakra weapons in recent years. What are they preparing to do? He asked. Hearing this, the two Yukitos were speechless. What else can Kumagakure do? Of course, it is to compete for interests and start a war to try to suppress the four major countries in the ninja world. There is no need to say much about the benefits and interests. Kumagakure has been keeping a low profile and accumulating strength in recent years. It is impossible that it is just to fight for a breath. On the surface, the fire country relies on the remaining power of the ninja god Senju Hashirama to maintain its leading position, but Konoha has done a lot of things against the sky in recent years, and its strength has been greatly reduced. The ruthless second generation who is worth fearing has long been buried, and the third generation ninja hero also died in a confused manner. The strongest clan of Konoha, the Uchiha clan, was annihilated, and the Uzumaki clan withered. The rest were all trivial matters, and Konoha was in chaos. To put it bluntly, it was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, strong in body but weak in kidney. The Hidden Mist village was severely damaged after the Blood Mist era, and now it can only rely on Mei Terumi to hold the place. The annoying Hidden Rock village would have been beaten up long ago without the immortal Onaki. The Hidden Sand village is run by a few young boys who are still wet behind the ears. The foundation is so weak that it can only form an alliance with its enemy, Konoha, to recuperate. On the other hand, the third Raikage of the Hidden Cloud village died in the Third Ninja World War, dragging thousands of people to keep the living force. The fourth Raikage AI is not so strong that he is against the sky, and it is all thanks to the support of his peers. Similarly, the development of the entire Hidden Cloud village is also step by step, and the reason why it is now faintly dominant is still the same sentence, all thanks to the support of his peers. Kirigakure was messed up by Obito, Sand village was almost ruined by Orochimaru, and Konoha messed with itself. Iwagakure is not up to the task, its underwear is thinner than paper, and its ambition is higher than the sky. Kumagakure is remote, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is far away from the four major countries. It is meaningless to engage in conspiracy and disguise here. For a series of reasons, Kumagakure has survived for a while. The two Yukito saw Naruto directly pointed out Kumagakure's ambition, and they had nothing to refute for a while. After all, Naruto is a Konoha man, and it is reasonable to curb Kumagakure from provoking war. Seeing that she didn't speak, Naruto smiled and continued. You have nothing to do but to start a ninja war. This kind of thing is really boring. What's wrong with me doing something? The fourth Raikage can't listen to me obediently, right? So you plan to replace the fourth Raikage? And you want me to be your puppet? Airwayama was a little speechless, thinking that this man really deserved to die. Almost, you are only half right. Naruto said, it is impossible to become a Raikage overnight. If you just want to stop the war, you don't have to take a detour. If I can take you away, I can do the same to the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. As he said that, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. There are too many ways. As long as the Cloud Village is in turmoil, there is no way to provoke a war. Airwayama thought about it and it was true. In order to prevent the Cloud Village from provoking a war, he actually wanted to fight for the position of Raikage with all his strength. Isn't this like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito? At first, she didn't take it seriously, but she just thought that Naruto was such an idle person, pure brain dead and had nothing to do. Now that he said that, it didn't seem to be the case. After all, the rules and regulations were clearly stated, so naturally there were other plans. Then why do you have to keep an eye on Kumagakure? She knew that she and Naruto were now tied together, and had nothing to do with Kumagakure, so she simply broke the jar and asked directly without hesitation. Do you have other thoughts? But there is nothing special about the Raikage. There is nothing special about the Raikage? Only the two Yukito could say this. She really didn't have any idea about the position of Raikage. After all, the level of the tailed beast Jinchuriki to the Jonin level is the limit. In the final analysis, it is a humanoid weapon, and it will not stop until death. She had long accepted her fate and agreed with the way Kumagakure handled it. In addition, she looked like a queen, and she was also good at dealing with people, so her status in Kumagakure was not low. So what Naruto said before about the Jinchuriki didn't touch her at all. Killer Bee was discriminated against because of the fierceness of the 8 tails. Hehe, it's meaningless to talk about it now. Naruto sold his relationship and changed the subject. How long do you think the profession of ninja can survive? I don't know, it will probably exist forever. Airway Yamua said. That's not necessarily true, the world has changed. Naruto stared at her and said with a smile, I'm no longer the tailed beast Jinchuriki, guess why I'm still alive? Hearing this, Airway Yamua was suddenly shocked. This sentence was probably the most nutritious sentence she thought tonight, and the pile of things Naruto said were all irrelevant nonsense to her. After all, she is now a traitor to Kumagakure, a fact that is set in stone. Saying that she cares about Kumagakure is just self-consolation. Anyway, things still need to be done. I thought it was just idle talk, but Naruto's words made her directly a startled feeling. The world has changed. Can the tailed beast Jinchuriki be stripped off? What does that mean? She looked at Naruto, but found that he had stood up with a malicious smile on his face. The 2 Yukatos felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the man turned around and was about to leave. Hey, you haven't finished yet. I'm sleepy. I'm going back to sleep first. Naruto wiped his body and left, pulling out the ruthless. The 2 Yukatos sat there in a daze, looking at the fire and feeling uneasy. It seemed like an ordinary foreplay, and they were even a little bored and almost fell asleep. It just so happened that the other party touched the right place. As soon as she opened her eyes, the man ran away again. She suddenly had a ball of fire in her heart, and wanted to kill Naruto, the riddle man. And the real owner had gone back to the tent to sleep as if nothing had happened. He ran away after setting the fire. He lay in his sleeping bag with a slight smile on his face. Anyway, the goal had been achieved. As for how the Yukatos guessed, he didn't care. There was no way to tell all the secrets at once. The 2 Yukatos are just the beginning. If they want to seize the position of Kumagakure, they need to turn against them and control more people. What he said was just an introduction. First, lay a foundation, so as not to do something more outrageous in the future and have to explain for a long time. He has been thinking about Otsutsuki for a long time, but it is not certain how long it will take to wait if Sakura's research progress in her spare time is the only factor. Now that he has freed up his hands, he naturally has other considerations. First, whether it is Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Madara, the root cause is in Otsutsuki. In the final analysis, solving Otsutsuki will solve all problems. If you follow the routine to break through the levels and beat the bosses all the way, and beat the younger ones first, then the older ones, how can you live? Naruto doesn't want to be in his 30s and still fight on the front line of defending world peace. Occasionally, he will be slandered by conspiracy and wanted by the 5 major countries. What kind of plot is this? Even the Virgin Mary has to admit defeat. Evolving into an Otsutsuki, bearing the infamy to save the world? Isn't that cheap? Originally, he didn't intend to care about such a thing, but then he thought, how can the eggs be intact when the nest is overturned? Sasuke is just a madman and unreliable. Looking around the ninja world, there are a bunch of rough guys, not as rough as him. And he can't prove that he has nothing to do with the 9 tails. Even if he doesn't have the 9 tails, he can't explain the 9 tails chakra. He can't live a peaceful life, and he still has to fight in the end. But looking at the ninja world, he really wants to say that everyone here is garbage. Others are unreliable, so he can only take some side roads. The goal is also very clear, just smash the Otsutsuki directly and control the ninja world. Hashirama Senju can win peace in the ninja world by kowtowing, and he, Naruto Uzumaki, can also rely on his harem. No, he can rely on others to kowtow to win 100 years of peace in the ninja world. As for 100 years later, go to his future, it has nothing to do with him. In these plans, Kumagakure is the fat meat he is eyeing. Whether it is technology, strength, or management structure, the culture of the ninja village deeply attracted him. If Kumagakure is a listed company, he would be the cleaning lady who just applied successfully, ready to get rid of the chairman to join the board of directors and let the puppet serve as CEO. That night, Yukato completely lost sleep. Thinking about Naruto's words, he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Jinchuriki won't live long, and it will be even more miserable in old age. Not everyone is blessed by the old monk and can get along well with the tailed beasts. She has a good relationship with the 2 tails, but she also has a lot of physical pain. The chaotic emotions kept making the 2 Yukatos sleep little all night. On the contrary, Naruto was in good spirits. He got up early in the morning and greeted Yukito to continue on his way after washing up. It was as if the conversation last night didn't exist at all, which was very annoying. Walking north, about 5 or 6 days later, he entered a large market town located on the edge of the land of fire and the land of grass. The special geographical location made the trade prosperous and mixed. The streets were crowded with people and vendors, making a lot of noise like boiling water in a pot. The two squeezed in the street and changed their clothes. Naruto wore ordinary clothes, and he didn't have any ninja features. He didn't have a forehead protector on his head. He looked like a tall yellow-haired bastard. The two wooden men took off their breastplates and put on ordinary green skirts. The flesh on their chests broke free from the restraints and suddenly expanded like sponges. Their faces were still cold. The two looked out of tune, so they simply entered the market town one after the other. They were only 5 or 6 meters apart, so they didn't worry about getting lost in the crowd. In a moment of distraction, Naruto saw an unexpected target appear. A black and strong man wearing a black robe and carrying a cylindrical bandage weapon on his back. Kisame Hashigaki. Chapter 399. The future of hybrids is to join the evolution of inhumanity. Seeing the back of the figure that looked like Kisame Hashigaki, he didn't say anything to avoid alerting the enemy. If you want to talk about mistaking someone, there are not many people in the ninja world who carry a big sword wrapped in bandages. The feature is too obvious. The big sword Samehada has no scabbard and is covered with barbs, so it can only be wrapped with bandages. Naruto thought about it, slowed down his pace, and waited for the two Yukitos in green skirts to slowly meet up. Hiss. What's your expression? Nothing, what's wrong? Yukito had an icy face, the kind that kept people at a distance, and there was a hint of disgust in his eyes when he looked at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto was stunned for a moment. This expression was not much different from the expression of the heroine of the royal comic that he got from Tsunade, and she sat on it with a look of disgust. It was the kind of expression that was helpless and could only suppress the determination to kill the other party, and endured it with disgust. Naruto was shocked and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Fortunately, he quickly regained his clarity and put the picture of the humiliation under his crotch in his mind away. He shook his face away and said seriously. I just saw someone with something I want. Who? Kisame Hashigaki. After saying that, Naruto added, it should be him. I don't know where he is now. Can you help me find him? Okay. The two Yukito didn't want to say much. They came and went freely in the crowd and left directly. Naruto was amazed by what he saw. He was very good at finding opportunities. After sighing, he didn't chase after him. He rushed to another direction. Open a room, yes, open one. Naruto didn't have much money in his hand, so he opened an expensive room in an inn that looked pretty good. There are also hotels in the land of fire, but in this kind of market town, they are generally retro inns where people rest. The interior decoration is similar to that of a hotel, but the technology can't keep up. However, the ninja world has always been in this half-ancient and half-modern style, and he is used to it. On the other side, the two Yukitos, relying on the agility given to them by the two-tailed Matatabi, effortlessly caught up with the tall man in black robes. She stood horizontally on the wall, hiding in a narrow and dark alley, her eyes emitting a faint green light. Her pupils were erected, looking down at Hashigaki Kisame in the crowd. Even if she didn't like that bastard Riddler, she would still complete the task assigned to her by Naruto with all her heart. She didn't have a temper like a big lady, and she knew her value. Even if that bastard used her as a tool, she had to show her corresponding ability. Otherwise, her status would become lower and lower, and in the end would she really rely on criticism? She was also the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, and she had been feared all the way through her childhood. It's just that she has a tough character and won respect by her own means. Arrogance, gentleness, and coldness are just her masks. In the final analysis, it is set up to protect herself, and only by staying awake at all times can she be invincible. Since being captured by the yellow-haired man, she has been in that strange space for 2 years. The two Yukitos have calmed down enough and thought everything through. Since they can't beat him, just accept it. She is a weed in the cracks of the stone, and she can't be killed or extinguished. As long as she is not dead, she thinks she can continue to wave. It is because of this that she can accept being restricted by Naruto, and even this master-servant relationship. If it were someone else, she would definitely be twisted and struggle. But she is different. She usually speaks twisted, but she is still very clear-headed in doing things. Now that things have come to this, willful temper can only lead her further and further on the road of mugwort. She is very accurate in judging people and knows that this person is not a good person. Naruto is interested in her identity and her ability to do things. Only by showing stronger abilities can her status rise, instead of facing the fate of mugwort. How could an elite ninja like her succumb to a yellow-haired man? In the crowd, Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly stopped. The evil eyeballs turned slightly to the side, and a playful smile appeared under the black robe. At the same time, the two Yukatos also felt something unusual, as if they had been noticed by the other party. She was very straightforward and withdrew directly. As for Hoshigaki Kisame, her understanding of him was limited to that he was a rebel ninja from the Hidden Mist village who surrendered to the Akatsuki organization. Since she was discovered by the other party, she was too lazy to follow him. After letting go of the line, Yukato directly relied on the faint connection between him and Naruto to find a general direction and rushed over, and finally stopped outside an inn. Through asking, she finally learned Naruto's room number. As soon as she went upstairs, she paused outside the room for a moment, then tentatively pushed the door, and found that the door was not closed before walking in. She was about to look for someone, but saw a yellow-haired man lying on the long rattan bed. "I've been discovered," she said. "Okay, don't blame yourself too much. The other party is Hoshigaki Kisame, it's not that easy to be followed." Naruto waved his hand and said nonchalantly. To Yukato. In fact, she wanted to say that she didn't blame herself at all, but she didn't say it after thinking about it. Frowning, she prepared to go back to her room to rest. "Where is my room?" "Here." "Here." Yukato walked to the other side of the room and pushed the door. He found that there was indeed only one room here. He took a deep breath and asked, "So, we sleep in one room? There is not enough money, and the landlord has no surplus food. If you mind, you can sleep on the floor or find a place outside to set up a tent," Naruto said lazily. "But don't worry, you don't have to do this when you get to the Hidden Cloud Village." "When you get to the Hidden Cloud Village, could it be? Will you change your attitude towards me?" Yukato was stunned for a moment, raised his head and frowned and asked tentatively. "No, we'll use your money when we get to the Hidden Cloud Village, and we won't be short of money," Naruto said disdainfully. "Sleeping in your house can save us some money." The two Yukatos wanted to kill this bastard with a knife, but they held back thinking about their own situation, took a deep breath and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Usually, she wouldn't take a shower frequently when doing tasks, but in order to maintain her own attractiveness, and at the same time, she felt that since she was already like this, taking a shower was not excessive. This would give her a sense of revenge against Naruto, a kind of slacking pleasure for a working person. Naruto, who was lying on the rattan bed, was holding up the 3 brushes of the intimate paradise, and using them watched it from the perspective of a judge, and was secretly amazed. It is worthy of being a published book, and the scale is large. Many of the clips are too adult, making people feel immersive. Whether it is the action or the expression, the description is very vivid, which makes Naruto believe that Jiraiya must have personally collected the wind. As he watched, Naruto put the book down and began to think about where Jiraiya had collected the wind during this period. "I don't know if the journey to find the child of prophecy will be smooth. Who will it be? Anyway, the Ashura chakra in my body has disappeared, and it is hard to say who it will be transferred to. According to common sense, it is likely to appear in the descendants of the Senju clan or the Uzumaki clan. But now, there are almost no descendants of either the Senju clan or the Uzumaki clan. The Uchiha clan, the descendants of Indra, also experienced the disaster of genocide, and their bloodline withered. The descendants of the immortal body seem to have disappeared slowly, intentionally or unintentionally, in the long battle. In other words, the pure bloods gradually disappeared in the long evolution. Only the chakras of Ashura and Indra are still reincarnating, trying to stimulate higher-level pure bloods. It's a bit like trying their luck, preparing to create another pure blood from the hybrids. If you look at it this way, the rules of the ninja world are actually very simple. If you stand at the level of ordinary ninjas, the worldview you come into contact with is the ninja world dominated by the 5 major countries, and the 5 shadows have the supreme right to speak. The ninjas have become war machines, fighting each other. If you stand at the level of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Madara, their strength has almost reached the top. They understand the rules of this world and have mastered certain rules. They are constantly pursuing the truth of the world and moving towards their own destiny. If you stand at the level of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ninja world is a large human life ranch. All humans are just livestock and tools. In the eyes of their pure bloods, there is only the glorious path of evolution, and the hybrids are fucking heretics. Resurrection is to kill the hybrids, condense the chakra fruit, and evolve. Continuous evolution. Naruto has a god's perspective, overlooking the three levels. He can see the fate and disadvantages of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Madara, and he can also see the weaknesses of the Otsutsuki. Pure-blooded Otsutsuki can complete evolution through swallowing, but it is difficult for mixed bloods to complete evolution directly through swallowing and other means. They can only superimpose blood through reproduction or transplantation. The best among them are Orochimaru, Danzo, Uchiha Madara, or those who have special induction to natural energy, such as the immortal body of Jago. With a click, the two wooden men walked out of the bathroom. They were casually wrapped in a bathrobe, loose and wrapped but not completely. This has a greater visual impact than wearing nothing, and the cover makes people want to get into Fifei. As for who Fifei is, children should not ask about adults' affairs. Naruto on the rattan chair glanced at it and calmly looked away. He is smarter than a monkey, and knows what the two wooden men are up to, and he can't be fooled. You are wearing something weird, so weird. Naruto murmured, so weird, take another look. Hearing this, Yu Ren simply sneered and sat opposite Naruto. She stretched in front of him, and she could feel that the eyes of the person opposite were almost on her. But even so, he didn't make any moves. What's weird? Why don't you come over and confirm it yourself? The cat girl Yu Ren raised her mouth slightly and waved boldly at Naruto. She knew that the man would not do it, but just wanted to torture him. After taking a shower in the bathroom, she suddenly realized that it was impossible to do it. This man was short of manpower, and she was very useful to him. The abominable thing about this man was that he was too principled. He said that he would use her as a tool and would definitely squeeze out all her surplus value. Otherwise, he would never do stupid things before. Still no need, don't test me with this thing. Naruto took a look, and then looked at it again with some disdain. It's not like I haven't seen or eaten it before, this has long been. Really? The two wooden men crossed their legs, and heard the other side swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and couldn't help but smile more, and even stood up directly. She didn't avoid Naruto at all, and changed her clothes on the spot in the living room. Naruto just stared at her, his hands shaking like Alzheimer's disease, and he didn't move. I'll go out for a while and keep an eye on the man's footsteps. She said this after she was dressed, and she lifted her hair, and the whole person jumped out of the window directly. Oh! Naruto watched her leave. But when the two wooden men really disappeared into the night, Naruto suddenly changed his appearance, fell on the rattan bed, and smiled with a slight disdain at the corner of his mouth. That's it. Naruto's reaction was not that big, he was just cooperating with the two Yukatos. You can't be too harsh on employees, you need to give them an outlet occasionally. At night, the two Yukatos finally came back and brought back good news. The black-robed man was indeed one of the members of the Akatsuki organization, Hoshigaki Kisame, who came here alone with the big sword Samehada on his back. Very good, do you know where he lives? Naruto perked up. He lives in the center of the town, probably to make us afraid to act rashly. The two Yukatos unloaded their weapons on the table. When will we start? If we wait until he leaves the town, the target will be difficult to track. Tomorrow morning, there is no need to alert the enemy now. Naruto said there are no taboos, and the battle does not necessarily involve innocent ordinary people. As long as you control Hoshigaki Kisame in the first place, he is very good at this. Whether it is sealing technique, or simply sucking him into the sealed space in the first place, it will be fine. Hoshigaki Kisame is still the Hoshigaki Kisame 6 years ago, but he is no longer the genin 6 years ago. The Nine Tails was pulled out by him, and now it is completely no problem to drive a Nine Tails bloody Gundam. Well, then I'll go to rest. The two Yukato nodded and said, without any nonsense, turned around and went to wash up. Before dawn the next day, the two opened their eyes tacitly and climbed out of the bed lightly. Standing in front of the bathroom door, Naruto glanced at Yukato. Forget it, you first. Don't go together. The two Yukato raised an arc at the corner of his mouth, a bit like a sneer and a mockery of the unscrupulous boss, as if to say if it's not possible, thin dog. You go first, there's no rush. Naruto was not fooled, he was very patient. He didn't need to prove it to her, he just wanted to find Hoshigaki Kisame to collect some interest. 6 years ago, Hoshigaki Kisame almost killed Ino with a knife. He remembered this grudge for 6 years, and he had no chance to seek revenge from Uchiha Itachi, but Hoshigaki Kisame was still alive. He had to collect some interest and take back the big knife Samehada. As for the freak Hoshigaki Kisame, at least he had to give him a corresponding ending. Send him into the glorious evolutionary path, from a little shark to a little shark dagger. Hee. The two wooden men smiled and entered the bathroom, glancing at Naruto's bottom, the meaning was self-evident. You are awesome. Naruto sneered, and didn't bother with her, thinking that he would do it later. Chapter 402 Yukato, I'm already one of the villains. It was still dark before dawn, and Naruto and Yukato quietly reached the inn in the center of the town. The cold morning breeze blew, and it was dark and gloomy all around. Which room is the person in? Naruto lowered his voice and turned to ask the two Yukato. The two were one in front and one behind, not far apart. Upon hearing this, the two Yukato first looked up at him, and then stretched out his hand to point to a room. Very good, Naruto was very satisfied, thinking that professionals are different. Just as he was happy, he wiped his nose and was about to touch in, but found that Yukato's hand moved again. It pointed from one room to another, and within a second it changed again. This time it was Naruto's turn to be dumbfounded. I don't know which room it is. If you get too close, you will be discovered. The two Yukato was a little embarrassed, and rarely showed a shy expression. Hearing this, he felt cold and resisted the urge to kick her ass hard. She comforted herself by saying that Hoshigaki Kisame was very sensitive to his aura, and it was right not to get close to him. The two Yukatos beside her were a little nervous, wondering if they should explain a little bit, what if he thought she was a loser. She didn't get close just because she was afraid of alerting the enemy, Hoshigaki Kisame was too sensitive. Many methods could not be used to avoid being noticed by the other party. But she didn't know how to say it when it came to her lips, and she was afraid of being looked down upon if she didn't say it, and fell into the vortex of the fate of Aicao. That me. Don't say it, it's okay. Naruto was too serious, waving his hand and said, Hoshigaki Kisame is not so easy to follow, and it will be troublesome if you get too close and get discovered. Yet. The two Yukatos had a slight change in their views of him, and they couldn't help but feel a little moved. There are no purely bad people in this ninja world. You have to use the people you choose, no matter how bad they are. He added. Yamuren. The problem of not being able to find a room was not difficult for his clever little brain. Naruto asked the front desk in a friendly manner and got the specific room number of Hoshigaki Kisame. The hostel was not big, with 3 floors in total. Naruto took 2 steps at a time and went upstairs. 2 Yamuren stood on the roof opposite the hostel to prevent Hoshigaki Kisame from escaping. Dong dong dong. A quick knock on the door sounded in the early morning, and with a bang, the door was opened. Hoshigaki Kisame showed a grim smile, his cement grey skin and a mouth full of sharp teeth were extremely terrifying, his tiny black pupils expanded and shrank, staring at the yellow-haired man in front of him. The smoke and dust rose in the corridor, and the thin light was sandwiched in the darkness. There was less than half a meter between the two, and murderous aura burst out in an instant. Naruto also showed a grim smile on his face, without the slightest fear. Long time no see, that damn brother Khan, is Uchiha Itachi dead? Mr. Itachi, are you a kid who deserves to be mentioned? Hoshigaki Kisame swung out the big sword Samehada, the bandage burst open instantly, and a strong airflow blew. Yeah, if you deserve it, you deserve it, how many swords do you deserve? A yellow sword appeared in Naruto's hand. No, he took the wrong one, a Kusanagi sword appeared. Holding a firewood stick and pretending to be a master, Hoshigaki Kisame, you are as useless as Uchiha Itachi. Outside, 2 wooden men were standing on a high place staring at the inn below. Suddenly, there was a bang, and the house to the south of the inn suddenly exploded, shattering like a rotten tree. A huge blood-colored shadow arm blasted out from the window of the house, and Hoshigaki Kisame was directly knocked out. Like a broken bead, it flew out in the air. With a bang, it hit the middle of the street directly, creating a deep pit the size of 2 people. The 2 of them were frightened by the wood people. She knew the strength of Hoshigaki Kisame. There were not many people who could make her feel afraid, and this weirdo was definitely one of them. The rebel ninja who survived from the Blood Mist village was wanted for so many years but was still safe and sound and even joined the rebel ninja Akatsuki organization. Although she didn't know the Akatsuki organization no longer exists, but that didn't stop her from being shocked. That thing was hammered away like a sandbag, and it fell to the ground with a thud, leaving a big hole. At that moment, she suddenly felt lucky that she was on the side of the villain. Sandbags can't be reasoned with, but fists as big as sandbags can still be used. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was in the deep pit on the street, didn't expect that Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki was so unethical. He clearly took out the Kusanagi sword, but used other means to hammer him away. Fortunately, he dodged in time, so he was not caught and crushed on the spot. Kisame Hoshigaki immediately turned over, knelt in the deep pit on the street, looked up at the figure slowly appearing in the broken building on the second floor, and gritted his teeth. After a while, Kisame Hoshigaki turned around and ran. There are too many people who can't be beaten. It's too risky to stay there stupidly. He just saw Naruto directly break through the house. Would such a madman really be afraid to take action? Hoshigaki Kisame thought he might, but he didn't dare to gamble. In his opinion, the lives of the people in the market town were not as valuable as his life. After making up his mind, Hoshigaki Kisame fled directly. Seeing this, the two Yukitoku who had been waiting for a long time jumped directly and chased after him lightly. The two-tailed Matatabi was a civet cat, which gave the two Yukitoku a light body. Naruto didn't see where the Yukitoku got leverage, but saw her toes tapped in the air a few times to chase after him. Shaking his head, he also hurried to catch up. Of course, he would not take action in this market town, and the action just now only broke a wall. Killing Hoshigaki Kisame was a foregone conclusion, and he couldn't run away. There was no rush to sacrifice the lives of ordinary people to fight with that weirdo. First, there was no point, and second, he couldn't use his means. Hoshigaki Kisame fled to the land of grass. With two Yukitos entangled behind him, Naruto was not worried about how fast Hoshigaki Kisame could run. If the two-tailed beast transformed into a complete form, Hoshigaki Kisame would be unable to resist. Not to mention that the two Yukitos were just entangled and had no intention of fighting to the death. It didn't take long for Naruto to catch up with Hoshigaki Kisame, who was blocked by the two Yukitos and Naruto in front and behind. There was no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth. Ha, they are chasing you pretty closely. Hoshigaki Kisame stopped running and stopped to glance at the pursuers in front and behind, the little devil of Konoha, and the one from Kumagakure. The Yukito didn't wear a forehead protector, but the characteristics of the big horse cat girl were too obvious, and the means she used were the derivative skills of the two-tailed beast, so it was not difficult to identify. When did Kumagakure get involved with Konoha? It's really strange. Hoshigaki Kisame still looked indifferent, as if he was ready to fight to the death. Hearing this, Yukito frowned a little. Hoshigaki Kisame's words hurt her. What did she mean by Kumagakure getting involved with Konoha? She had to be killed. This person can't be kept. He has to be burned to kill him. It's not safe to burn him to ashes and then add water. It will seep into the soil. Just use the detonating tag to explode it again and evaporate it directly. Naruto didn't know that Hoshigaki Kisame angered Yukito. He just wanted to kill Hoshigaki Kisame lightly and take back the big sword Samehada. This is his thing. Although it's not his now, it will soon be returned to the original owner. The two of them stared at the sword, thinking about pushing the progress bar of the main line of the second task forward a little. The other was thinking about how to grind Hoshigaki Kisame to dust, just like an adulterer. No, they just made love at once. This has nothing to do with you. Is Uchiha Itachi dead? Naruto asked again, looking at Hoshigaki Kisame. Don't tell me? It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, I'll send you down first. Then what are you waiting for? Hoshigaki Kisame got ready and quickly made a seal, water escape, who will repair the dam. Unfortunately, he was a step late in making a seal, and the bloody nine-tailed phantom was as high as a tailed beast ball, which directly cut off Hoshigaki Kisame's hands. With a bang, it fell to the ground. What Hoshigaki Kisame was stunned. The huge gap in strength made the outcome of this battle doomed before it even started. How can someone perform ninjutsu without making a seal? Ninja bullying, right? Cheating, In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Hoshigaki Kisame's mind. But facing the two Yukitos who had already turned into half-tailed beasts, he had to give up the sword Samehada and jumped away directly. Losing both hands was undoubtedly a big weakening for Hoshigaki Kisame, who was honestly making seals. With a grit of teeth, the tide of the sky came instantly. Naruto picked up the sword Samehada and jumped out of the battle range directly, no longer paying attention to the rest of the battle. Hoshigaki Kisame's luck was over and he couldn't make any big waves. The two Yukatos could deal with Hoshigaki Kisame alone, he just needed to swoop in and shoot cold guns. Putting away the sword Samehada, he took a closer look. This thing seemed to wriggle a little disgusting. It probably had a weak self-awareness, but Naruto didn't think of using it, and directly opened the panel to sacrifice. The next second, the sword Samehada screamed and disappeared directly out of thin air. At the same time, the progress bar of the main task 2 finally changed. Questline 2, Water Country, Ninja Sword Stamp Collection questline has been opened. Achievements achieved, Broken Sword. Beheading Sword. Reward, Izanagi, awarded when all achievements are achieved. Achievements achieved, Broken Sword. Beheading Sword, Thunder Sword. Fang, Broadsword. Samehada. The green task progress bar moved 1/7 to about halfway. Naruto's heart was a little hot, staring at the reward. He remembered that when the second task was activated before, the reward Izanagi was clearly a one-time item. But now it has become a permanent skill. Even though he was used to getting rewards, he was a little short of breath at this moment. The stronger the strength, the fewer skills you can use. After all, the times have changed now, and the battle starts with a big move. If you encounter small fish and shrimps, it's okay, but if you encounter Uchiha Obito, it's too ridiculous to use lava escape to test, and it might capsize in the ditch. What he can rely on now is nothing more than the bloody nine-tail phantom, which is one of the Gundam skills. Even if the nine-tail is stripped off, the system still generously gives him the strength of a half-dog fox. The elusive flying thunder god is also a great help, and there are also several sealing techniques and forbidden techniques. Shiki Fusion is not that effective against an equally matched opponent. The impure world reincarnation first requires finding a powerful puppet, and the strength will be greatly weakened after resurrection. The diamond seal is good, but it lacks the immortal technique Myojinman. Now that a permanent skill of Izanagi is popped up for him, it would be a lie to say that he is not tempted. As long as he has Izanagi, it will be like a tiger with wings. With a slight thought in his mind, Naruto took a deep breath and carefully checked the panel inside and outside again. It seems that only the reward of Task 2 has changed, and the rest has not changed. Could it be that the system found that I don't want to do the task, so it increased the reward? He muttered to himself, thinking that this damn system is also a habitual offender. After closing the system panel, Naruto thought of himself as another self-made lychee ninja. He didn't understand things like deep blue plus points. Grinning, he turned his head to look at the increasingly tense battle on the other side. Hoshigaki Kisame was almost unable to hold on, and was completely at the end of his strength. The two wooden men moved swiftly, relying on a few fire rat balls to hold Hoshigaki Kisame. This made Hoshigaki Kisame extremely painful, like a punch on cotton. He couldn't walk, but he couldn't fight the opponent either, and the opponent was obviously planning to wear him down. With a roar, Hoshigaki Kisame was hit by another fire rat ball, and the whole person was almost completely losing his mind. With both hands disabled, he could only sneak in the water to barely support himself. The battle did not last too long. Naruto secretly poked a tailed beast ball and hit Hoshigaki Kisame directly. The latter couldn't hold on and went offline directly. It's not that Hoshigaki Kisame is not good, but he encountered a wall that doesn't follow martial ethics. It's fine to open the blood-colored tailed beast Gundam, but he didn't give people time to seal and forcibly interrupted it. He pretended to fight, but the first move was pure old six behavior. Hoshigaki Kisame was half dead at the beginning, and it was almost destined to be killed in the end. Is he dead? Naruto stood there, looking at the corpse in front of him with drooping eyelids. With the death of Hoshigaki Kisame, the tide around him also disappeared, and no trace of water stains could be seen. Thanks to the battle just now, the plain was full of potholes. He's dead, just burn him directly. The two Yukatos had already made plans, and they spit out a blue fireball, and the corpse burst into flames. Tisk, too cruel. Naruto turned his head, unable to bear to watch the fish roasting scene. But even so, he still stood there and waited until Hoshigaki Kisame was burned to ashes, and then turned around after being blown away by the two Yukatos with a detonating talisman. This is how you should finish off a fight, and it's always right to be cautious. He thought the two Yukatos were just doing this out of caution, and didn't notice the slightly raised corners of the Yukatos' faces, as if they had finally let out a breath of anger. In the eyes of Yukato, she is now also one of the villains. After all, who claims to be a good person? Whoever is a good person always talks about kindness and meanness. The two watched Hoshigaki Kisame turn into ashes, and slowly turned around and left. Hey, do you think Hoshigaki Kisame will leave some money or something? That should be our money, right? How about going back to get it? Asked the two Yukato. Forget it, it's too troublesome. Naruto waved his hand, it's so troublesome to make such a big noise in the market town. Going back, oh, let's find the next one. Oh. The two Yukato lifted their hair, feeling the pleasure of falling into a villain, and subconsciously walked out of the cat step. In the afterglow of the sunset, it trembled slightly.